tactical nuclear strike is a possibility. After all of the drama that we witnessed in Jahangirpuri yesterday, where the bulldozers went rolling in and demolished all illegal properties, shops, etc., today the Supreme Court will take up the matter for hearing. There are two pleas that come up in the Apex Court today, post 11:30, and both pleas are questioning these demolition drives that have happened not just in Jahangirpuri of Delhi, but also in Madhya Pradesh, in Gujarat and in Uttar Pradesh. All eyes will be hence on the Supreme Court today. The Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind has moved one plea in the Supreme Court and called these demolition drives as unconstitutional and said that an opportunity should be given to residents, considering that no notification was given to them beforehand. The Supreme Court is also going to be hearing another plea related to the bulldozer drive in the states of Uttar Pradesh, Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh. This plea has stated that properties in these states are being razed in a malified manner and demolition cannot be done until the property is found to be illegal. From January to April 19th, it's been confirmed that 4 such anti-encroachment drives have taken place in Jahangirpuri. The Delhi civic body, the MCD, says that there's no need to give any advance notice to anyone who's built a property on government land. There's also a lot of politics that's playing out over this demolition drive. The opposition has referred to it as illegal. The BJP has hit back, saying don't communalize the matter and that rioters' homes must be demolished to teach them a lesson.
The BJP is adopting the same methods of what Israel, an apartheid country, does to its own citizens. We go around the world and say that we are a functional democracy. Is this the way you behave with your citizens? Without even giving them a notice? How, under what law do you decide that that a person is a stone pelter, and under what law you can come to a conclusion that he is convicted? Why do you have police? Why do we have the courts? Why do we have the judges? Then close all of them.
अगर बुलडोज़र से ही चलना है काम तो फिर ऐसा चलेगा. एक तो आपने ज़मीनें संभाली हुई हैं, उसमें एक्टिविटीज़ ऐसी करते हैं, तो सिर्फ मैसेज है. बाकी सारी कॉलोनी को, सब लोगों को मैं श्योरिटी दिलाता हूँ. माननीय गृह मंत्री जी ने ये कहा है कि कोई मासूम फंसे ना, गुनाहगार बचे ना.
इस देश में महंगाई पर बुलडोज़र चलाया जाना चाहिए, बेरोजगारी पर बुलडोज़र चलाया जाना चाहिए, धर्मांधता पर बुलडोज़र चलाया जाना चाहिए, रूढ़िवादिता पर बुलडोज़र चलाया जाना चाहिए. परंतु उन सब को छोड़कर बुलडोज़र सत्ताधारी दल द्वारा केवल और केवल इंसानियत पर चलाया जा रहा है. ये देश का दुर्भाग्य है कि 21वीं सदी के सपनों का भारत, प्रगतिशील और सुदृढ़ भारत, आज केवल और केवल बुलडोज़र की राजनीति पर लाकर सीमित कर दिया है भारतीय जनता पार्टी की संकीर्ण विचारधारा ने.
Let's take this across to Anisha Mathur for details of what you can expect really in the Supreme Court. Anisha, a number of pleas that will come up before the top court today on the demolition drive that we witnessed in Jahangirpuri. Wherever the court stands really on this kind of a drive being conducted days after riots, and very similar to a pattern that we witnessed in Madhya Pradesh, in Gujarat and Uttar Pradesh, the court no doubt is going to be very critical about what played out yesterday. The fact that they put a stay on the demolition, and despite that for 1.5 hours it continued.
Well, yes, Akshita, these are very, very important questions that are likely to be asked by the court today when the hearing comes up. Remember, these are 2 petitions filed in the Apex Court, one about the Jahangirpuri case, one about the general trend that we've seen in the various states where demolitions are being used virtually as an action against persons who are accused of crimes. And what the petitions have said, both petitions have said that this cannot be done in a democratic country. You cannot take such precipitative action. You cannot conduct demolitions without due process. If there is an illegal construction, if there is an unauthorized construction, there is a process by which you have to issue notice. You have to give time for the person who is accused of creating this illegal construction, to remove that structure, to go to the court to defend themselves. And you cannot suddenly, in this manner, order a demolition drive. What is also important is that these petitions have alleged that this is a political game being played in a vindictive manner, targeting particular communities and caste groups in the country. And this seems to be a politically motivated step being taken, particularly in Jahangirpuri. Also, the question has been this kind of
Okay. We're having a problem, Anisha, with your audio. We'll come back to you in a bit. That hearing expected in the Supreme Court at about 11:30 this morning. But let's tell you exactly what played out yesterday. Now, there was a demolition drive that happened in Jahangirpuri just about 4 days after communal clashes were reported in the area. 9 bulldozers were involved in a simultaneous operation. The demolition squad that started targeting shops as well as small establishments along all the roads of Jahangirpuri. It took the Supreme Court stay order, and even that didn't stop these bulldozers. They had to actually telephone civic body officials to communicate the order, and that's when finally the demolition drive was stopped.
Dread, divisions and demolition in the national capital. At least 9 MCD bulldozers descended on Jahangirpuri, raising alleged illegal constructions on their way. Security was beefed up in Jahangirpuri before the demolition drive began. North MCD sought over 400 police personnel. The security forces held a flag march in the area to keep troublemongers at bay. Amid simmering tension, locals began collecting their belongings, trying to save them from destruction.
पुलिस का बड़ा फोकस्ड रोल है लॉ एंड ऑर्डर मेंटेन करने का और हम लोग असिस्ट कर रहे हैं जो भी एजेंसीज हैं जैसे इस केस में एमसीडी का जो भी इंक्रोचमेंट रिमूवल प्रोग्राम होगा उसको हम लॉ एंड ऑर्डर पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से असिस्ट करेंगे। हमारा रोल लॉ एंड ऑर्डर मेंटेन करना और उसी के लिए एडिक्वेट फोर्स प्रोवाइड करना।
It was around 9:50 when India Today accessed the first images of bulldozers heading towards Jahangirpuri. The demolition against illegal constructions began minutes later. At least 9 bulldozers tore down makeshift structures, illegal shanties, shops and buildings in the locality, many of them allegedly on public land.
This is the visuals on our screen. This is a tea stall that was there on the corner of Kushal Chowk. This is the same location where we saw Sonu Chikna firing that bullet from, after which he was arrested.
While demolition drive was underway, the Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind moved Supreme Court and obtained an order for immediate status quo.
I'm here because the Supreme Court has given an order for status quo. I have conveyed that to the senior police official. He has assured me no bulldozer, nothing is going to be raised as of now, and that's why we are appealing to the people of Jahangirpuri. Please maintain peace.
But the civic body continued bulldozing for at least 1.5 hours, with officials on ground saying the Supreme Court order is yet to reach them, despite an assurance by the mayor.
बिल्कुल ये बंद हो गया है। जेसीबी अब बंद हो गए? बिल्कुल बंद हो गए, सब वापस जा रहे हैं। सारे जेसीबी वापस ले जा रहे हैं? बिल्कुल वापस जा रहे हैं। कितने जेसीबी आए थे? 9 जेसीबी आए थे, आप यहाँ से देख सकते हैं, सब वापस जा रहे हैं।
The demolition drive then reached the spot where the riots had broken out. Encroachment around the mosque was brought down, while the mosque itself remained untouched.
This particular JCB machine came to the mosque, Jahangirpuri mosque, and they are carrying out demolition activity on the shops, the extension of the shops which has been built inside the Jahangirpuri mosque.
The big question, was the bulldozer run a legitimate civic action or message to rioters in Jahangirpuri? With Pooja Shali, Anjana Om Kashyap, Kumar Kunal, Shreya Chatterjee and Arvind Ojha in Jahangirpuri, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, as expected, the demolition drive in Jahangirpuri also prompted a lot of politics. You had political parties, several of them visiting the Jahangirpuri demolition site, several of them who are set to in the coming hours as well. The BJP has hit back at the opposition, who've referred to this as a communal drive and questioned how this kind of a demolition drive can take place against residents. The BJP said, don't communalize this kind of an anti-encroachment drive. We get to all the reactions.
Bulldozers in action, tearing down alleged illegal structures. As demolition squad hit Delhi's Jahangirpuri, bulldozer politics peaked. BJP's GVL Narasimha Rao, in a tweet he later deleted, called JCB's Jihad Control Board, exulting at the demolition drive and sending a message that it was punishment for rioting. The BJP and Aam Aadmi Party too were at loggerheads. Aam Aadmi Party MLA Amanatullah Khan accused the BJP of singling out the Muslims to disturb peace. But the BJP stoutly defended the demolition drive.
देश भर में जगह जगह दंगे भारतीय जनता पार्टी करवा रही है। गुंडई और लफंगई सरेआम भारतीय जनता पार्टी करा रही है, दंगे भाजपा करा रही है। और ये आज जो बुलडोज़र की बात कर रहे हैं, अगर भारत देश में दंगे रोकने हैं तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के हेडक्वार्टर्स पे, उनके मुख्यालय पर बुलडोज़र चलाइए। हम गारंटी देते हैं कि अगर भाजपा के मुख्यालय पे बुलडोज़र चलेगा तो दंगे रुक जाएंगे। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ये दंगे कराती है। गृह मंत्री जी खुद ये दंगे करवा रहे हैं, और अगर बुलडोज़र चलाना है तो गृह मंत्री जी के घर पे चलाइए बुलडोज़र।
इस प्रकार के लोगों के ऊपर कानून का बुलडोजर चलना बहुत ज़रूरी है। दिल्ली में आज ये जो कार्रवाई हो रही है, पूरी दिल्ली इस प्रकार की कार्रवाई का इंतजार कर रही थी। जिस प्रकार की पत्थरबाजी, बम, हमले, गोली बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों के द्वारा चलाई गई हनुमान जन्मोत्सव के दिन, यहाँ तक कि पुलिस वालों तक के ऊपर हमला करने की हिम्मत की है। आज का ये कार्रवाई, बुलडोजर की कार्रवाई, दिल्ली में न्याय, कानून और संविधान के राज को स्थापित करने के लिए निर्णायक साबित होगी।
AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi alleged that the BJP has declared war on Muslims in the garb of anti-encroachment drive. Hours after the bulldozers took down the last structure, Congress MP Rahul Gandhi, who's abroad, called it bulldozing of India's constitution and state-sponsored targeting of the minorities. But the BJP said that Muslim victim card is being played to communalize a regular anti-encroachment drive.
आपकी नज़र में सारे मुसलमान जो है वो जिहादी हैं, इस सीधे सीधे आप ये कहना चाहते हैं, तो फिर मुख्तार अब्बास नकवी साहब क्या हैं, शहनवाज हुसैन साहब क्या हैं, सैयद जफर इस्लाम क्या हैं, MJ अकबर क्या हैं, क्या हैं ये लोग?
ये जो गुनाहगार है वो गोत्र से नहीं, गुनाह से गिरफ्तार होता है और गिरफ्त में आता है। अब कुछ लोगों की दिक्कत यह है कि इस तरह के क्राइम को भी कास्ट के साथ जोड़ देंगे, कम्युनिटी के साथ जोड़ देंगे, कनेक्शन के साथ जोड़ देंगे। क्राइम और करतूत महत्वपूर्ण है, और जो क्राइम और करतूत इस तरह की कर रहा है उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
CPM's Brinda Karat was the lone politician to reach the demolition site to convey the SC order to MCD officials to stop bulldozing.
Given an order for status quo. I have conveyed that to the senior police official. He has assured me no bulldozer, nothing is going to be raised as of now, and that's why we are appealing to the people of Jahangirpuri. Please maintain peace, please maintain harmony. The bulldozer has stopped.
Have the illegal encroachers become a political football in Delhi? Bureau Report, India Today.
And let's find out what the situation is on the ground 24 hours after the demolition drive in Jahangirpuri. Ashutosh Mishra is joining us live from the area. Ashutosh, take us through what's the situation on the ground. You know, the demolition drive wasn't completed. It was put on hold after the Supreme Court stay order, and a good 1.5 hours post the Supreme Court putting a stay on the demolition drive. Does that mean that right now the bulldozers also are on standby in Jahangirpuri, waiting to see what plays out in the Supreme Court today?
Well, what we are seeing for now, the drones are being deployed by the administration, and of course, since maintaining the law and order, the drones are keeping a eye, the birds through the bird's eye, that whether there is could be possibly any retaliation or any such further action. Because remember what the police during the investigation have been checking out, whether there the gathering of the stones, bricks or anything, was it pre-planned, any all reasons possibly. And all the aspect, all the angles being investigated. But for now, since this bulldozer thing that happened yesterday, now the administrator is very much vigilant through the drones. They are monitoring the situation all around, not just here at the Jahangirpuri. Right behind me, there's a huge deployment of forces. As far as bulldozers are concerned, clearly I cannot see any of them around, and this could be possibly after the Supreme Court verdict, which has halted the entire drive with immediate effect yesterday during the hearing. And since once the matter will be heard in the Supreme Court, clearly the North NCD will also be putting its perspective, and they would also give the reason. Clearly the court gonna ask certain questions on the petitions that have been filed by different stakeholders. What we're hearing, the CPIM leader Karat would also approach to the court seeking compensation for the victims, as these people in the line which have been affected after the demolition, certain shops have been clearly bulldozed away. There's another shop right behind me which was also bulldozed. So after this, there could be another plea in the court where the compensation will be sought. Subsequently, we are also seeing the political reaction that is pouring in from both the sides, the BJP, the Aam Aadmi Party, the Congress. At the same time, the Congress delegation is likely to expect it here, led by Ajay Makan and several other Delhi Congress leaders. The TMC is sending its delegation. So after the violence, it is the politics which has now entered in. And as far as law and order is concerned, as far as the situation at ground is concerned, it is totally calm and peace for now. Largely responsibility on the Delhi police, the paramilitary forces, which are deployed almost all the pockets of Jahangirpuri, and they are ensuring the harmony maintains, they are ensuring the peace should prevail for now, and which is the situation at the moment very calm here in Jahangirpuri.
Okay, so as you're telling us, Ashutosh, political parties are expected to visit Jahangirpuri today as well. Thanks for the moment for getting us those updates. We've been mentioning how this is a script that's being followed, a template that's played out in several other parts of the country as well. Every time we've seen violence, riots or clashes of any kind. Let's take you through exactly where we've seen this kind of a circumstance play out. It all started in Uttar Pradesh, in Rampur, where an alleged shooter's house was razed down. It's post these incidents that Yogi Adityanath also got the name of Bulldozer Baba. Again in Lucknow, Don Mukhtar Ansari's home was razed to the ground, again as a crackdown against him. That was followed also by another incident in Uttar Pradesh, in Bareilly, where an SP MLA's petrol pump was completely demolished. Let me tell you that these are multiple incidents that have happened in Yogi's Uttar Pradesh alone. So it started there. Yogi started this entire bulldozer justice drive, and then a few weeks ago in Khargone of Madhya Pradesh, alleged rioters' homes were razed. The government said that these were illegal properties, and that's what prompted the crackdown. Soon after, days later, in Kamchatka of Gujarat, remember this is another district where we saw violence during the Ram Navami celebrations. Here too, alleged pelters' homes were demolished. The reason I keep highlighting alleged is because they haven't been deemed or pronounced guilty by the courts just yet. And the latest one is, of course, in Jahangirpuri, where days after the communal clashes and riots, we're seeing the bulldozers there yesterday and the demolition drive that played out. So clear script, a clear template that started in Uttar Pradesh, spread to Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, and now in Delhi. And let's cut across to breaking news that's coming in from Karnataka. What you see on your screens is a Congress MLA from Tumakuru slapping a youngster. And the information we have is that this youth had actually approached the MLA to seek basic provisions and basic necessities for his village. The response he got was a slap. The MLA here, Venkata Ramanappa, had slapped this youth who had approached him after requesting basic facilities for his village like drinking water The MLA was seen threatening this youth, identified as Narasimha Murthy, threatening him that he'll put him behind bars. The Congress MLA, in his defense, has said that the youth used foul, abusive language, and that's why he slapped him and threatened him.
ನಾನು ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬಂದ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾಗೇನಹಳ್ಳಿ ಹುಡುಗ ಬಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ರಸ್ತೆ ಹಾಳಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ. ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು 3.5 ಕೋಟಿ ಟೆಂಡರ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಅತಿ ಶೀಘ್ರದಲ್ಲೇ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವನು ಭಾಳ ಕೆಟ್ಟ ಭಾಷೆಯನ್ನು ಪದಗಳನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸಿದ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹಂಗೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ನಡಿ ಅಂತ ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಹೇಳಿ ಕಳಿಸಿದೆ.
Nagarjun Dwarkanath is joining us with more details on this. Nagarjun, even as we're playing out that footage, the MLA in question here has come out to accuse the youth of using abusive language, and that's what prompted him to slap the youngster. But has there been any sort of action against him, any condemnation by the Congress?
Well, at this point of time, there's no condemnation, but look at the brazen defense the MLA is giving, that he walked out of a meeting and this youth or young boy who came to him and sought about bad roads, explanation about bad roads, and alleged that he spoke in a foul language, and that's why the MLA slapped him. Even if, let's assume that the boy did speak in foul language, but what right does the MLA have to slap the youth is what people are asking. A lot of people on Twitter and on Facebook are questioning the intention of the MLA, that what he did was completely wrong. We'll have to wait and watch if BJP will take this issue, and also will Congress condemn such actions and move away from this slapping gate right now which has happened. The Congress will have to face consequences in the coming days is what the BJP will also say at this point of time.
Okay, we'll track the story very closely for all the reactions. As Nagarjun put it, nothing warrants this kind of a step of an MLA actually slapping a youngster when reportedly he'd approached him asking for basic necessities, for provisions like drinking water in his village. We'll await a reaction from the Congress on this. Nagarjun, for the moment, thank you for joining us. Now, in a late-night development that's come in from Assam, Gujarat MLA Jignesh Mevani has been taken into custody. He was arrested and there's no details of exactly why. The MLA, who had only recently extended support to the Congress, was arrested by the Assam police from a circuit house in Gujarat's Palampur late last night. He was taken to Ahmedabad last night and shall be taken to Assam today. Now, the reason behind this arrest isn't clear. His Twitter account, however, shows that some recent tweets by him have been withheld due to a request by authorities. So is it because of that Mevani has been arrested? We're still awaiting word from the authorities on this. But he's been taken into custody from Gujarat by the Assam police and is expected to be taken to Assam today. And all this while we have no details of exactly why he's been taken into custody. So we'll get you all the details on that story as well as we track it very, very closely. We're slipping into a short break here on India Today. On the other side, COVID is back in the news. We're seeing another surge in COVID cases in the national capital. It's crossed the 1,000 mark. More details on that in just a bit.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. you are what.
Welcome back. This Thursday morning, let's focus on the COVID situation in the country. Cases are slowly going up now across India. In the national capital, in Delhi, over 1,000 cases have been reported in the last 24 hours. 1,009 cases to be exact, and one death, unfortunately, has been reported in 24 hours. The positivity rate stands at 5.7%. Amid their uptick in COVID cases, the Delhi government has now made masks mandatory once again, and a violation of that rule will bring forth a fine of 500 rupees. The Delhi Disaster Management Authority has also decided not to shut schools but to come up with a separate standard operating protocol in the coming days. Hospitalization trends is something that will be very, very closely watched for the next fortnight. This decision comes after Lieutenant Governor Anil Baijal chaired a crucial meet on Wednesday to review the COVID situation in the national capital. So in the national capital, we're seeing a surge, and that is translated to a rise in the number of COVID cases across India as well. Obviously, all of us are very, very concerned about whether this is going to lead to another wave, a fourth COVID wave in India. What do experts have to say about that? Do we have reason to worry? Sneha Mordani gets you this very interesting report on 5 reasons why there's no need to panic right now.
A 500% increase in COVID cases in Delhi city streamed headlines. 27% of hospitalizations in Delhi due to COVID are that of children, streamed another. A child has died in a school in Noida. Read another piece of fake news on a microblogging site. But what really is the truth behind this data, these numbers? The news doing the rounds about cases surging, positivity rate increasing, R-value increasing. Is this the onset of the fourth wave? Is there a reason to worry? Are hospitalizations going to increase? Is there a new variant around the corner? India today has spoken to the best epidemiologists and doctors to get the truth for you. These doctors and epidemiologists have been telling us that right now there is no reason to worry, there is no reason to panic. There are 5 reasons why they tell us it's good to be cautious, but we should not be panicking. Cases are increasing. Our value, our reproduction value has crossed 1 in India. That is the truth, but not completely unexpected. Let's talk about the reasons why you should not be worried. Experts say getting frantic about increased transmission is of no use.
What we need to remember that SARS-CoV-2 will stay with humanity for long, for months and years ahead. In that backdrop, some of the rise and fall in the cases or COVID-19 cases is very likely. So we should not get concerned or alerted with every single rise or fall in the cases. What we should do in the time ahead, that we should focus upon protecting the vulnerable.
Coronavirus is part of our life like any other virus, like influenza virus, dengue virus, adenovirus. So we have to live with it. There will be an increase in number of cases as we do unmasking, but you don't have to panic. If you are vaccinated, you have taken the booster dose, you don't need to panic. What you need to do is take a check on the count, people around you who are sick. If you are sick, you have to stay home, get yourself tested. We know all the basic precautions. You need to do masking when you are moving out in a crowded place, or if you are taking a public transport.
Reason number 2. Children are at no risk or at very little risk of developing severe disease.
There is no evidence that virus is spreading due to school opening. So school should continue to be open for in-person classes. Yes, what is important that high-risk individuals need to protect themselves more diligently.
Reason number 3 why you should not be panicking. There is no new variant of concern yet.
There is no news of a remarkably different variant yet. Until and unless such a news comes, I do not see any reason for panic at this point.
Experience from South Africa and Europe has also shown that Omicron and its subvariants have not caused a devastation like Delta. And therefore, our experience is also likely to be relatively milder than in the past.
Reason number 4, there is no serious illness or deaths. We also have vaccines.
It is becoming less invasive, not attacking the lungs, but sticking mainly in the throat and the nose, or even possibly having mutated to a less virulent form. Alternately, this could be our acquired immunity from prior infection or vaccines protecting us from serious illness. Either way, we are in a relatively safer zone than we were during the Delta wave of 2021. Our health systems are much better prepared now with equipment and facilities. We are geared up with home care facilities, also for emergency transport. Our hospitals are now better equipped with oxygen.
Reason number 5 why you should not be worrying. Experts believe that unless there is a new variant of concern detected, this may actually not lead to a 4th wave.
I believe that we need not panic at all, but we must still exercise caution. It is possible that the pandemic is now reaching a new phase of endemicity, but even then, we cannot take the virus for granted and adopt very reckless behaviors.
From the experience in China and many other countries, we can confidently say that zero COVID is not a viable strategy anymore. With the virus being around, it is very likely that cases would rise and fall. So we should not be worried or concerned with the slight increase in cases in any setting. That is a natural process.
Experts say prudence above panic, common sense above knee-jerk reactions is desirable. In New Delhi, Sneha Mordani for India Today.
And we'll keep tracking all the latest COVID data that comes in. I'm slipping into a short break here on India Today. On the other side, we're focusing on UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson's visit to India. He's touched down in Gujarat. All the details of what's on the agenda coming up in just a bit.
As India today traverses the length and breadth of Ukraine, we are in Oryhov. So here you can see that the attack is happening. We will have to move and the Russian troops are very close.
We must leave there. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. We must go.
We have to go very fast. There is a lot of bombardment that is happening. India Today here reporting 1,000 attacks, missile attacks happened in this village, and that's why it is important to cover this story, getting you all the reports as they unfold.
India Today TV, reporting from the front line.
Welcome back. This Thursday morning, let's get you all the details of UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson's first visit to India. He touched down about an hour ago in Ahmedabad in Gujarat to a grand welcome. Of course, the timing of this visit is so very crucial. It's happening at a time when war is underway in Ukraine. And dialogue on that, discussions on the conflict will be the #1 agenda. Now, Boris Johnson is spending his first day of the tour in Prime Minister Modi's home state. He's the first British Prime Minister, interestingly, to visit Gujarat. Tonight, he will be heading to Delhi, where he will also be meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi tomorrow. The arrival of UK's Prime Minister is important in terms of business, mainly free trade, energy sector and defence. UK Prime Minister Johnson will hold bilateral consultations with Prime Minister Modi tomorrow. The Prime Ministers will review the implementation of Roadmap 2030 and set their vision for further intensifying cooperation across the full spectrum of bilateral ties. The UK Prime Minister will also be meeting with External Affairs Minister S. Jayashankar tomorrow. Remember that Boris Johnson had to cancel his trip to India twice over the COVID pandemic, and that's why this particular visit is extremely significant. It's his first to the country. Let me take this across to Paulami Saha. She's joining us live from Ahmedabad with all the latest updates. Paulami, we saw the grand welcome that was accorded to the UK Prime Minister. You know, the road near the airport lined up with people, a show of colour, a show of tradition as a welcome to the UK Prime Minister. Take us through what his schedule looks like today in Gujarat.
That's right. In fact, the British Prime Minister is in fact expected to visit the Gandhi Ashram, popularly also known as the Sabarmati Ashram, in a short while from now. We're standing outside Sabarmati Ashram right now, and you can see the security arrangements that have been made over here. There are some young people who are present over here as well, who are expected to read out shlokas as he in fact arrives at this venue as well. This will be his first stop for the day during his full day visit to Gujarat. He is expected to be at the Circuit House right now in the city, where there is a small welcome which is being accorded to him by the local officials who are of course responsible to ensure that the British Prime Minister has a fruitful day here in Gujarat. These are the kind of hoardings in fact that have been put up across the city in order to welcome the Prime Minister to the state of Gujarat. This of course is being characterized as a personal visit. After this, he is expected to in fact go towards Halol, the manufacturing hub here in the western part of India. It is a hub for many multinational companies, and he's expected to visit the JCB India plant over there. JCB being a British manufacturer of construction equipment, agriculture equipment, waste handling equipment, demolition equipment. So that is where he's expected to be headed, and it is being said that it is a possibility that he could be meeting with business tycoon Gautam Adani at that venue itself. Earlier it was being suggested that he could be going to Shantigram, which is the Adani complex, where he could be having a private meeting, but we now believe that it could possibly happen at the JCB
So we'll watch out for that to see if that meeting actually happens. I've run out of time, Paulami, so my apologies for interrupting. Thanks for the moment for joining us with those details. We're not taking our focus away from the Ukraine war. Let's get you all the updates on day 57 of the war. Nearly 60 days, that is, of this conflict playing out in Ukraine. Russia remains as defiant as ever. Moscow test-fired a new intercontinental ballistic missile, and Russian President Vladimir Putin used it as an opportunity to again issue a warning to the West.
On 20th April, Russia test-launched its intercontinental ballistic missile, Sarmat, believed to be adding more power to its nuclear arsenal. US Congressional Research Service claimed that Russia is expected to deploy Sarmat with 10 or more warheads on each missile.
Dear comrades, I congratulate you on the successful test firing of the Sarmat intercontinental ballistic missile. This is a big significant event in the development of advanced weapon systems for the Russian army. The new system has the highest tactical and technical characteristics and is able to overcome all the missile defense capabilities.
The heavy intercontinental ballistic missile Sarmat has been under development for years now. Its test launch at this crucial juncture of war is an ominous sign, and the Russian president is well aware of it.
It will have no equivalents in the world for a long time. This truly unique weapon will enhance the military potential of our armed forces and will reliably provide security for Russia from external threats and will make others who, in the heat of frantic, aggressive rhetoric, try to threaten our country, think twice.
The intercontinental ballistic missile was test-launched from Plesetsk in northwest Russia and hit targets in the Kamchatka peninsula in the Far East. Bureau Report, India Today.
And here on India Today, we've been getting you the biggest voices on the Ukraine war. We've spoken to Harvard professor Ravi Abdelal, who tracks Russia very, very closely. And he said that a tactical nuclear strike is still very much possible. And this comes days after we got you that world exclusive with Russia's foreign minister Sergei Lavrov, who did exactly the opposite, played down the nuclear war warning.
Tactical nuclear strike is a possibility. Words that will echo through war rooms across the world. Not just random analysis, but the words of one of the world's most respected Russia watchers.
Engage with the world.
Harvard professor Ravi Abdelal, director of Davis Center for Russian and Eurasian Studies. An academic whose views on the world's biggest story is one of the most sought after.
Is not about Russia versus Ukraine, but about Russia versus the West. And for that logic, we need to think about what are the ways in which Russia and NATO could come into direct conflict that could lead to a nuclear exchange between the great powers, as opposed to a single tactical nuclear strike in Ukraine.
Professor Abdelal's world-exclusive interaction with India Today adds ominous urgency to the aura of nuclear threat surrounding Russia and Ukraine. His words come just a day after Russia's foreign minister, in his only interview so far in the war, played down the nuclear threat that has emanated consistently from Moscow.
The Russian military has these hypersonic missiles, which are good at evading missile defense systems. It has thermobaric weapons, the so-called vacuum bombs. As far as we know from the outside, the Russian military has used one of each, probably to demonstrate what they can do, but have not yet escalated to the widespread use of these really terrifying weapons, much less the possibility of a tactical nuclear strike on the territory of Ukraine.
There could be no winners in a nuclear war, and therefore nuclear war must never be launched.
Obviously,
Professor Abdelal is the second top-tier American academic to highlight the nuclear threat emerging from Russia. Last month, Princeton University's Dr. Zia Mia echoed the fear.
This is part of the script of the nuclear age. So nuclear weapon states say this because they can, because they have nuclear weapons.
Away from the nuclear threat, Professor Abdelal also sees Ukraine's current weapon levels as only enough to keep its head above water.
The Ukrainian military, and indeed the Ukrainian civilians who have been waging this counteroffensive against the Russians, have perhaps been armed enough to achieve a kind of stalemate, though not enough to win the war.
More ominously, the Harvard professor predicts the longer the stalemate, the more destructive things could get, with newer weapons entering the combat mix.
But the longer the stalemate lasts, the more likely there will be escalation on the Russian side, using weapons that they have mostly not yet used in ways that will be difficult for the rest of us to watch and horrible for the Ukrainians to endure.
With only some indicators on where the war is headed and what the endgame is, the Harvard guru makes a pronouncement that provides shape to the next steps. That there's little chance of the war winding down soon.
President Putin has gambled his historical legacy on this war, which means that there is no backing down. There will be no end to this war until the Russian president feels that he can narrate some sort of achievement, both militarily and politically, from the war.
On India Today, the most sought-after academic and strategic minds provide their views first, allowing us and you, the viewer, navigate this emerging conflict. With Rahul Kawal in Boston, Bureau Report, India Today.
57 days back, when war was first declared by Russia, it was always deemed to be a David versus Goliath battle. But what we've seen in the last 2 months or so is that Ukraine has been fighting back with everything they've got, not just with their own military might, but also provided by getting arms from across the world. In our next report, we get you details of the 10 big weapons Ukraine has used to fight Russia.
Their country invaded, hundreds of square kilometers taken over or destroyed. Ukraine is now a hellscape. Only two things have perhaps kept Russia from achieving its military objectives with any swiftness. One, the amazing Ukrainian spirit, the indomitable courage of its people and soldiers. And two, the sudden access to huge consignments of highly advanced weapons and military hardware, courtesy NATO. Fueled by nationalistic fervor against a relentless invading force, Ukraine is better armed than it ever could have dreamed of being. And it is these weapons that are proving to help Ukraine stay on its feet, bleed the aggressor, and keep Russia on the run. Let's list some of the weapons that are widely now regarded to have given Ukraine serious teeth in this ongoing battle. The Javelin is a new generation fire and forget missile that uses automatic infrared guidance that allows the user to seek cover immediately after launch, hugely improving survivability of infantry troops in anti-tank operations. This priceless quality has allowed Ukrainian troops to hit Russian tanks with javelins without revealing their positions. Another anti-tank weapon that's allowing the Ukrainians to give Russian armor sleepless nights is the one you see in this clip, shot from a window in besieged Mariupol. The British-Swedish NLAWs, or Next Generation Light Anti-Tank Weapon. The NLAWs is also in Ukrainian hands in large numbers. It's a fire-and-forget lightweight shoulder-fired, disposable single-use missile system designed for use by infantry troops. Between these two NATO anti-tank weapons, Putin's giant convoy that had been trying to encircle Kyiv in the weeks gone by is said to have suffered heavy losses, unable to fully meet its objectives before fully withdrawing. The two missiles have also heaped misery on the Russian supply lines attempting to serve frontline armor units. A third NATO anti-tank weapon that's inbound into Ukraine soon is the German Panzerfaust III, a modern semi-disposable recoilless anti-tank weapon. The Panzerfaust III is operated by at least 11 countries and has first seen combat in Afghanistan. This trio of the Javelin, NLAWs and Panzerfaust III makes it clear just how large Ukraine's anti-tank weaponry requirements really are, with NATO regularly feeding that hunger. One of the most talked about Ukrainian weapons in recent days is the R-360 Neptune anti-ship missile. This new weapon system, which entered Ukrainian service just last year, has already allegedly scored the mother of all kills. It was a pair of these missiles fired from the Odessa region in southern Ukraine that is said to have hit and sunk the Russian Navy cruiser Moskva, flagship of the Black Sea Fleet. Ironically, the Neptune is a derivative of Russia's Kh-35 anti-ship missile. The massive kill has elevated the status of the Neptune to the realm of legend. Since the beginning of the war, Ukraine has been awash with lethal Stinger shoulder-fired anti-aircraft missiles. A weapon that has imposed a huge cost on Russia's air power superiority and will to dominate from the air. More of these missiles are flowing in, empowering Ukrainian air defense units even more. Another weapon being used by Ukrainian anti-aircraft troops now is the Starstreak, the fastest short-range air defense missile system in existence. The man-portable shoulder-fired Starstreak system fires missiles that accelerate to up to 4 times the speed of sound. The Starstreak has a number of advantages over the Stinger and legacy Igla systems currently being used by Ukrainian troops. Most notably, the missile system cannot be jammed by infrared or radar countermeasures. And finally, Turkish TB2 Bayraktar drones, which have been deployed to lethal effect through the entire course of this conflict. Armed with laser-guided smart weapons, the Bayraktar has wreaked havoc on Russian vehicle columns, seriously damaging the Russian supply chain. A pair of Bayraktars buzzing over the Black Sea are also said to have distracted the guided missile cruiser Moskva when it was allegedly attacked by Ukrainian missiles. These hunter-killer drones are said to have been responsible for raining hell on invading forces, destroying large numbers of Russian trucks, infantry vehicles, fuel tankers, and artillery positions, among others. Remember that the supplies of these weapons haven't ended, and Ukraine stands to receive a steady stream of consignments of these advanced pieces of war machinery. As far as Ukraine is concerned, the country couldn't be more armed for whatever's coming next.
And that's all we have time for on this broadcast. Thank you for tuning in. Stay tuned to us here on India Today for all the latest news breaks.
You are watching.
एक टाइम पे एक चीज लोग नोटिस करते हैं, नोटिस कर रहे हैं, अप्रिशिएट कर रहे हैं, अच्छी बात है, इसमें प्रॉब्लम क्या है? Good content is traveling. Last 2.5 years on OTT, we all sat at home, and when you ran out of content that you thought you'd like, you started experimenting with content, and then you realized, oh, there's more stuff that I like, and it's opening up the horizons, it's widening. That's art, dude. It can break mindsets because it's talking about life and it's representing humanity, and we all share that. During COVID, we never realized. We all keep saying, "मैं ये हूँ, मैं वो हूँ, मैं अलग हूँ, वो अलग है." We all breathe the same air, right? What comes out of you goes inside me. What comes out of me goes inside her, and we all share the same air. So we are meant to coexist, right? I think we all have issues in our head, not wanting to accept and acknowledge that we are meant to coexist, and art is meant to, do that and remind us of the fact that we're all the same.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car in association with the new WagonR. They'll say strong. Trends get them talking.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India's Agenda here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, getting you all the top stories that we're tracking this Thursday morning. Our focus particularly on the fallout of the demolition drive that we witnessed in Jahangirpuri yesterday. The Supreme Court is all set to hear the matter. The latest updates on that story and much more coming your way. Here are the headlines first. Supreme Court to hear 4 pleas on Jahangirpuri bulldozer demolition drive. The apex court had ordered status quo on the anti-encroachment drive yesterday. Biggest COVID surge in Delhi since February. Capital logs over 1,000 cases. Infections double in 48 hours. COVID positivity rate climbs up to 5.7%. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson lands in India for a 2-day visit. He'll spend the entire day in Gujarat and will meet with Prime Minister Modi tomorrow. Discussion likely on Russia-Ukraine war. Prime Minister Modi's mega Sikh outreach. He will address the nation from the Red Fort tonight at 9:15 to mark the 400th birth anniversary of Guru Tegh Bahadur. Russian President Vladimir Putin's chilling threat to the West. Moscow successfully test fires nuclear-capable Sarmat missile. Putin says this missile will make enemies think twice. India Today speaks to top global expert, Harvard professor Ravi Abdullah, on the Russia-Ukraine war. He asserts that a tactical nuclear strike is a possibility. This morning, all eyes are on the Supreme Court. The Apex Court is all set to hear a plea against the demolition drive that took place in Jahangirpuri yesterday. That hearing is expected to happen at 11:30 this morning. The drive comes after communal clashes took place in the same area during the Shobha Yatra procession on April 16th. The Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind has moved a plea in the Supreme Court and called the demolition drive as unconstitutional, saying an opportunity should be given to the residents considering this drive happened without any intimation. Left leader Brinda Karat has also filed a plea in the Apex Court for the same. Remember, she was there in Jahangirpuri yesterday trying to stop the bulldozers. The Supreme Court will also be hearing another plea related to this bulldozer drive, not limited to Jahangirpuri, but also referring to what played out in Uttar Pradesh, Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh. The plea has stated that properties in these states are being razed down in a malified manner and the demolition cannot be done until this property is found to be illegal. From January to April 19th, it's been confirmed that 4 anti-encroachment drives have been conducted in Jahangirpuri. The MCD, the Delhi civic body, says that there's no need to give advance notice or notification on a property that's been built in a government land. Blame game politics is also played out over this demolition drive. The opposition has referred to it as illegal, while the BJP hit back and said don't communalize the matter.
अगर बुलडोज़र से ही चलना है काम तो फिर ऐसा चलेगा। एक तो आपने ज़मीनें संभाली हुई हैं, उसमें एक्टिविटीज़ ऐसी करते हैं, तो सिर्फ मैसेज है। बाकी सारी कॉलोनी को, सब लोगों को मैं श्योरिटी दिलाता हूँ, माननीय गृह मंत्री जी ने ये कहा है कि कोई मासूम फंसे ना, गुनाहगार बचे ना।
सभी राजनीतिक पार्टियों को राजनीति से ऊपर उठकर इस घुसपैठ के मुद्दे पर एक होना चाहिए। इसको हिंदू मुसलमान का मुद्दा मत बनाइए। मुसलमान खतरे में है, मुसलमान पे हमला हो रहा है, मुसलमान के घर जी नहीं। ये घुसपैठिए हैं, ये कैंसर है रोहिंग्या और बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठिए। इनका समाधान सबको मिलके करना होगा। सारे दिल्ली वालों को, देश के लोगों को एक होना होगा।
The BJP is adopting the same methods of what Israel, an apartheid country, does to its own citizens. We go around the world and say that we are a functional democracy. Is this the way you behave with your citizens? Without even giving them a notice? How, under what law do you decide that that a person is a stone pelter, and under what law you can come to a conclusion that he is convicted? Why do you have police? Why do we have the courts? Why do we have the judges? Then close all of them.
इस देश में महंगाई पर बुलडोजर चलाया जाना चाहिए, बेरोजगारी पर बुलडोजर चलाया जाना चाहिए, धर्मांधता पर बुलडोजर चलाया जाना चाहिए, रूढ़िवादिता पर बुलडोजर चलाया जाना चाहिए। परंतु उन सब को छोड़कर बुलडोजर सत्ताधारी दल द्वारा केवल और केवल इंसानियत पर चलाया जा रहा है। ये देश का दुर्भाग्य है कि 21वीं सदी के सपनों का भारत, प्रगतिशील और सुदृढ़ भारत, आज केवल और केवल बुलडोजर की राजनीति पर लाकर सीमित कर दिया है भारतीय जनता पार्टी की संकीर्ण विचारधारा ने।
Let's bring in Anisha Mathur on this broadcast. Anisha, 4 petitions in all now filed in the Supreme Court with regards to this demolition drive. Just break down what each one of these petitions talks about.
Well, Akshita, first of all, there are 2 petitions which are listed for hearing today, both by the Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind, which has, in one petition, challenged the Jahangirpuri issue, where it has been said that this kind of demolition could not have happened. There was no notice given to the residents, and this seems to be a malified exercise. The second petition is about what the petition alleges to be a targeted and a trend of such demolition drives across various states in UP, in Madhya Pradesh, in Gujarat and in Delhi, where the residences and shops belonging to some particular communities or castes are being demolished in an illegal manner by the government. The petitions have also questioned how is it that the government is conducting demolition drives simply by saying that the persons whose houses or shops are being targeted are persons accused of crime. So how is it that the government is violating the law by taking such preemptory punitive actions even when the person is not actually convicted of any crime and the property itself is not yet declared as illegal property. Those are the major points that have been raised. Particularly also they have said that this seems to be a vindictive political exercise targeting specific areas and targeting specific communities. A third petition was filed late last evening by Brinda Karat, who has said that she herself went to the area yesterday, that the demolition drive did not stop even after the Supreme Court ordered the status quo at 11 a.m. That in fact the officials on the ground had not were not accepting the letters that was given by the petitioners, the information that was supplied to them about the court orders. And there also Brinda Karat in her petition has also said that this seems to be a vindictive political exercise because it is being carried out in the same lane as the rioting incident that has happened just a handful of days ago. A fourth petition is also likely to be mentioned this morning. This by a group of lawyers who have said that the demolition drives in this manner are completely unlawful, that there has to be a due process followed. Now the question is whether the court will hear all these matters. The court is likely to simply ask the government whether there is any process followed before this kind of drive was taking place, and why is it that yesterday's orders were not followed. A lot
we'll
of
track all of that. We'll track exactly what plays out in the Supreme Court. Anisha, for the moment, thank you for joining us. What Anisha also mentioned was the fact that today the Supreme Court, no doubt, is going to be critical of the fact that the demolition yesterday in Jahangirpuri actually continued for 1.5 hours after the Supreme Court ordered authorities to maintain status quo, staying the demolition essentially. Authorities said they didn't get the Supreme Court order a copy as a reason to continue with the demolition drive unabated. Now all of this led to locals who were trying to save their belongings while this demolition drive continued. Here are the details. At 11 a.m., the Supreme Court stayed this demolition drive. The top court intervened and instructed authorities to stop their bulldozers till the hearing on Thursday. But for over 1.5 hours, the bulldozers droned on, rolling down the streets of Jahangirpuri and demolishing all illegal structures. The bulldozers even reached the mosque, outside which communal clashes broke out on Saturday. Shops and other establishments were razed to the ground in a matter of minutes.
कंस्ट्रक्शन पर, कंक्रीट कंस्ट्रक्शन पर ये जो सीढ़ी है उस पर इस वक्त बुलडोजर चल रहा है. अभी तक सिर्फ टेम्पररी स्ट्रक्चर पर ही चल रहा था. जो लोग जिनका ये घर है वो बाहर तक आकर खड़े हो गए हैं ताकि उनके घरों को ना तोड़ा जाए, लेकिन अब वो उन्हें बुलाकर अंदर ले जा रहे हैं.
The demolitions continued unabated, but while all illegal structures were removed, officials didn't remove any part of the mosque.
This is the location. This is the prime location from where the Shobha Yatra had passed. This is precisely the mosque where there was allegedly stone pelting also that started. And now what we see, take a look at that, completely demolition taking place. They are calling it the illegal establishments that is now being demolished.
Angry locals were seen trying to save all of their belongings, questioning why their properties were being demolished as Jahangirpuri remained on edge.
नहीं, लेकिन वो तो कह रहे हैं कि मस्जिद मंदिर के बाहर भी जो अवैध निर्माण तोड़ा जाएगा उसे.
Mind you, all of this was happening after the Supreme Court had stalled the demolition drive. The bulldozers continued with their mission, and it even prompted left's Brinda Karat to touch down in Jahangirpuri and stop the bulldozer.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट में गए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने अपनी विजडम में कहा कि भाई वी आर गिविंग अ लिमिटेड ऑर्डर विच इज स्टेटस को, मतलब यथास्थिति बनाए. जब मैं यहाँ आई इस विश्वास को लेकर कि कोई कंटेम्प्ट ऑफ कोर्ट नहीं हो रहा, मेरे आंखों के सामने मैंने देखा कि बुलडोजर चल रहा है, इसलिए वहां जाके हमें रुकवाना पड़ा.
So how is this anti-encroachment drive continuing despite the Supreme Court clearly stating otherwise? MCD officials claimed they hadn't received any physical copy of the order and hence wouldn't stop their demolition squad.
यहाँ से दुकानें गिनते हुए आगे बढ़ते हैं. चलिए, ये पहली दुकान आप देख रहे हैं, दुकान नंबर 1, दुकान नंबर 2, ये तीसरा जिसमें आप देख रहे हैं मोटर पार्ट्स का काम किया जा रहा था, तीसरी दुकान. उसके बाद चौथी दुकान दिखाइए, उसके बाद 5वीं दुकान, 6ठी दुकान, 7वीं दुकान आप देख रहे हैं, ये देखिए 7वीं दुकान. उसके बाद 8वीं दुकान है, ये जीनत कम्युनिकेशन, 9वीं दुकान, 10, 11, 12.
Anjana Om Kashyap, Shubhankar Mishra and Pooja Shali for India Today. And as expected, politics has peaked over the demolition drive in Jahangirpuri. The BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party were at loggerheads over the demolition, while AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi alleged that the BJP has declared war on poor Muslims.
Bulldozers in action, tearing down alleged illegal structures. As demolition squad hit Delhi's Jahangirpuri, bulldozer politics peaked. BJP's GVL Narasimha Rao, in a tweet he later deleted, called JCB's Jihad Control Board, exulting at the demolition drive and sending a message that it was punishment for rioting. The BJP and Aam Aadmi Party too were at loggerheads. Aam Aadmi Party MLA Amanatullah Khan accused the BJP of singling out the Muslims to disturb peace. But the BJP stoutly defended the demolition drive.
देश भर में जगह जगह दंगे भारतीय जनता पार्टी करवा रही है. गुंडई और लफंगई सरेआम भारतीय जनता पार्टी करा रही है, दंगे भाजपा करा रही है. और ये आज जो बुलडोज़र की बात कर रहे हैं, अगर भारत देश में दंगे रोकने हैं तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के हेडक्वार्टर्स पे, उनके मुख्यालय पर बुलडोज़र चलाइए. हम गारंटी देते हैं कि अगर भाजपा के मुख्यालय पे बुलडोज़र चलेगा तो दंगे रुक जाएंगे. भारतीय जनता पार्टी ये दंगे कराती है. गृह मंत्री जी खुद ये दंगे करवा रहे हैं, और अगर बुलडोज़र चलाना है तो गृह मंत्री जी के घर पे चलाइए बुलडोज़र.
इस प्रकार के लोगों के ऊपर कानून का बुलडोजर चलना बहुत जरूरी है. दिल्ली में आज ये जो कार्रवाई हो रही है, पूरी दिल्ली इस प्रकार की कार्रवाई का इंतजार कर रही थी. जिस प्रकार की पत्थरबाजी, बम, हमले, गोली बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों के द्वारा चलाई गई हनुमान जन्मोत्सव के दिन, यहाँ तक कि पुलिस वालों तक के ऊपर हमला करने की हिम्मत की है. आज का ये कार्रवाई, बुलडोजर की कार्रवाई, दिल्ली में न्याय, कानून और संविधान के राज को स्थापित करने के लिए निर्णायक साबित होगी.
AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi alleged that the BJP has declared war on Muslims in the garb of anti-encroachment drive. Hours after the bulldozers took down the last structure, Congress MP Rahul Gandhi, who's abroad, called it bulldozing of India's constitution and state-sponsored targeting of the minorities. But the BJP said that Muslim victim card is being played to communalize a regular anti-encroachment drive.
आपकी नज़र में सारे मुसलमान जो है वो जिहादी हैं, इस सीधे सीधे आप ये कहना चाहते हैं, तो फिर मुख्तार अब्बास नकवी साहब क्या हैं, शहनवाज हुसैन साहब क्या हैं, सैयद जफर इस्लाम क्या हैं, MJ अकबर क्या हैं, क्या हैं ये लोग?
ये जो गुनाहगार है वो गोत्र से नहीं, गुनाह से गिरफ्तार होता है और गिरफ्त में आता है. अब कुछ लोगों की दिक्कत यह है कि इस तरह के क्राइम को भी कास्ट के साथ जोड़ देंगे, कम्युनिटी के साथ जोड़ देंगे, कनेक्शन के साथ जोड़ देंगे. क्राइम और करतूत महत्वपूर्ण है, और जो क्राइम और करतूत इस तरह की कर रहा है उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए.
CPM's Brinda Karat was the lone politician to reach the demolition site to convey the SC order to MCD officials to stop bulldozing.
Given an order for status quo. I have conveyed that to the senior police official. He has assured me no bulldozer, nothing is going to be raised as of now, and that's why we are appealing to the people of Jahangirpuri. Please maintain peace, please maintain harmony. The bulldozer has stopped.
Have the illegal encroachers become a political football in Delhi? Bureau Report, India Today.
Across now to Ashutosh Mishra. He's joining us live from Jahangirpuri with the latest updates of what's happening on the ground. Ashutosh, what's the situation currently? Is there a likelihood that based on what happens in the Supreme Court today itself, the demolition drive will actually resume?
Well, it all depends on the Supreme Court. If Supreme Court permits the demolition drive after the contentions and after hearing the MCD side, if they agrees the demolition drive was right in place, then perhaps Supreme Court may permit. But then there will be a long arguments because there are now multiple stakeholders. Of course, MCD will be one of the stakeholders. The officer concerned who was yesterday, he will also put up his point through the lawyer. At the same time, the petitioner may add some compensation, may add additional affidavit as well. So this clearly depends on the Supreme Court, and no one can really predict what Supreme Court gonna do because it all depends on the arguments, on the merit of the case, and also the legality of the action and legality of the opposition to that particular action. So that all depends on the Supreme Court. Only after that it will be decided whether the noise of the bulldozer will be heard again in Jahangirpuri or not. Subsequently, as far as situation the ground zero is concerned, is totally calm, peace. We can see the massive deployment of police personnel. Drones are keeping eye on all the surrounding areas. So it's totally peace and calm here. Nothing, no noisy. People have just gone out for their regular work. Remember, Jahangirpur is one of the places daily. Most of them are the pickers, the daily wages earners. So they have gone for their routine work. It's totally peace and calm out here.
It's from Jahangirpuri as well. Thanks, Ashutosh, for the moment for joining us. Cutting across to news from Bengal now. After upping the ante against Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee in the Hanskali rape incident, the BJP fact-finding committee has submitted its preliminary investigation report to BJP Chief JP Nadda. This was a fact-finding committee that had visited Hanskali in Nadia district as well. Now, in the report, they've suggested that the case be transferred out of the state and the accused be kept outside the state to ensure that there's a fair trial in the matter. In the preliminary report, the BJP committee has also said that it's not possible for the family of the victim to get justice in Bengal because the accused in this case is the son of a panchayat member in the Trinamool Congress. Ritik Mondal is joining us with more details on this. Ritik, can you just sum up for us the highlights of what the BJP has had to say in this report?
Right. The fact-finding team, set up by the BJP, submits its report to JP Nadda, which suggests several shocking, facts in this horrific, Hanskali rape and murder case. It suggests that the Hanskali murder case or the investigation should be transferred out of the state, and the accused should be kept out of the state for fair trial. And of course, let me tell you that it has mentioned that at least 27 cases of rape in 20 days have been recorded in West Bengal, and which suggests that the state is heading towards 355 or 356 article should be imposed. And it also raises that they met the victim family, where they expressed their agony, and the report also mentioned that they are pointing fingers towards the police investigation, and the family didn't even know that who took their child's body to the particular crematorium. And it also suggested that this is the situation where the law and order situation of West Bengal has been continuously deteriorating, and Mamata government is answerable for that. So it's very
thank you for those details. We're cutting across to more breaking news that's coming in. We're cutting across to UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson's visit to India. He's currently at the Sabarmati Ashram in Gujarat, and those are the images that we're getting to you of the UK Prime Minister entering the Gandhi Ashram. This is his first stop in a packed day one of his two-day trip in India. He landed early this morning in Ahmedabad. You see, in fact, the UK Prime Minister making his way in, getting details at the entrance from the people there, also paying his respects at the portrait of Mahatma Gandhi. He's seen there also placing a garland along with several other staff members of the Sabarmati Ashram. Symbolic really that the UK Prime Minister started off his visit there at the Sabarmati Ashram. Today he's going to be in Gujarat, the first British Prime Minister, interestingly, to visit Gujarat. And the significance, of course, is there for all to see, considering this is the home state of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Later this evening, he is going to be making his way to the national capital, and that's when tomorrow is when he'll be meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We're also getting you details of the importance of this particular visit of the British Prime Minister there to, in fact, the Sabarmati Ashram. The gifts for the UK Prime Minister include 2 books as well as a charkha. This will be handed over to him. You see those images on your screens on the right there. These are the books that will be handed over to the UK Prime Minister as a gift from the Sabarmati Ashram authorities, along with a model of the charkha there. So this will be handed to him after he finishes his tour of the ashram. Now, beyond this, a lot more that's lined up, but many takeaways from Boris Johnson's visit, his first since he became the Prime Minister of the UK. He had 2 earlier scheduled visits to the country, which couldn't happen because of the pandemic. This time around, the timing of this meeting is very crucial, because it's happening at a time when we're seeing the war in Ukraine. And as far as India's diplomatic policy is concerned, the United Kingdom also, in all likelihood, is going to send out a message that they're on board, that they accept India's diplomatic stance. Now, he is, in fact, the UK Prime Minister, beyond this today, is going to be visiting a factory, university, several cultural sites in Gujarat. In fact, early this morning, when he touched down in Ahmedabad, he was accorded a grand welcome. A show of colour, a show of tradition, of culture, as well as people lined up along the roads, waving the British flag along with the Indian tricolour to welcome the UK Prime Minister. There could be a meeting also with business honcho Gautam Adani planned today in Gujarat, but there's no confirmation on that front. Tomorrow is when, of course, UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson will get right down to business with our Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So that meeting will be happening tomorrow. He's also going to be meeting with External Affairs Minister S. Jayashankar. Now, there will be a number of landmark deals that are formally announced also in this visit by the UK Prime Minister. Now, there's going to be a lot of talk about trade, about ties between India and the United Kingdom. The focus will also be on the energy sector as well as defence. There's essentially, in the meeting between the Prime Ministers, between UK Prime Minister Johnson and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, there will be a review of the implementation of Roadmap 2030. There'll be a vision that will be laid out to intensify cooperation between the 2 countries across the full spectrum of bilateral ties. Let me take this across now to Paulami Saha, who's joining us live from outside the Sabarmati Ashram in Ahmedabad. Paulami, UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson is now in the Sabarmati Ashram. He is paying his tribute to Mahatma Gandhi. Interesting details emerging of the kind of gifts also that will be handed to him.
That's right. He, in fact, is inside the Sabarmati Ashram right now. That's right behind me. And he is expected to pay a 45-minute long visit to the ashram. That is as per the schedule. And after this, he will be heading straight for the helipad, from where he will be taking off from Halol, which is closer to Vadodara, which is, of course, like I've been saying, a manufacturing hub in the western part of India, and house to many multinational companies as well. Some very interesting gifts, as you pointed out, that will be given to Prime Minister Boris Johnson as he departs from Sabarmati Ashram. There are at least 2 books that will be given to him. One is the autobiography, the journey, the spiritual journey, it's called, of the spiritual pilgrimage, it's called. It is an autobiography by Madeline Slade, who was also known as Miraben, the adopted daughter of Mahatma Gandhi, who basically was a British citizen who then came and stayed with Mahatma Gandhi, became a disciple of his here in Sabarmati Ashram, and worked with him throughout his time here at the ashram. her autobiography will be gifted to Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Also, something which was unpublished but written by Mahatma Gandhi himself called A Guide to London. That is also one of the volumes which is going to be in fact gifted to Prime Minister Boris Johnson, and a model charkha will be gifted to Prime Minister Boris Johnson as well. So that is what we're learning right now. Also, what the British High Commission is confirming that during his trip there will be some big ticket announcements, investment announcements and export deals to the tune of about £1 billion, which will be announced during Prime Minister Boris Johnson's maiden visit to India, and these will be in the sectors ranging from software engineering to health as well. Interestingly also, there will be a joint AI scholarship, artificial intelligence scholarship, which will be given to Indian students, partly funded by the British government's Evening program and the Adani Group as well. So that confirms that there will be a meeting between Mr. Gautam Adani and the UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Obviously, there's been a lot of confusion because of no official itinerary which has been released as to whether he will be meeting Mr. Adani at the Adani complex itself or at the not GIFT City, at Halol, at the JCB plant, which he will be visiting. It remains to be seen, but given, like I said, that one of the things that has been announced in the whole host of investments that has been announced by the British High Commission, that the British Prime Minister here will be signing with Indian businesses. He is, of course, bringing with him a delegation as well. One of those things, in fact, mentions that an AI scholarship, which will be partly funded for Indian students by the British government's Evening program and the Adani Group, will also be announced.
That's expected today, and tomorrow is when, of course, the UK Prime Minister is going to be meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Interesting images that are emerging there from the Sabarmati ashram. Not sure if you can see it, Paulami, but the UK Prime Minister is essentially trying his hand at spinning the charkha. This is an image that we're also very, very familiar with. Every time a world leader, visits Gujarat, visits the Sabarmati ashram, there is that image of them attempting and trying their hand at the charkha. The UK Prime Minister being assisted by some volunteers there at the ashram as he tries to spin the charkha. He's being told how to do it. He's taking a tour of the entire ashram, and remember that he's also going to be getting a small model of the charkha that he's seen spinning there. He seems to have mastered it with the help of those volunteers. This is from the Sabarmati ashram that we're getting you these live images. And fittingly there, Paulami, he started off his visit with the first stop being at the Gandhi ashram, at the Sabarmati ashram. Almost every world leader who's touched down in Gujarat earlier has always made it a point to visit this ashram, pay their tribute to Mahatma Gandhi as well. But let's focus on day 2 also of the UK Prime Minister's visit to India. Tomorrow in the national capital, the focus, the talk will all be about his meeting with Prime Minister Modi.
Oh, absolutely. The focus tomorrow will be the bilateral talks that the UK Prime Minister has with Prime Minister Modi. He will be, of course, accorded a ceremonial welcome earlier in the morning at the Rashtrapati Bhavan, where he will be meeting with President Ramnath Kovind as well. And then there will be a call-on by S. Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister, which he will be paid at the High Commissioner's house and residence in Jahangirpuri in Delhi before the Prime Minister proceeds towards Hyderabad House, where he will be greeted by Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well. And those bilateral talks that he will be having are going to be extremely crucial because of, in terms of trade, in terms of defense, in terms of strategic partnership as well. The UK, in terms of, telling the Indian press about what exactly this visit possibly means for the British, for Britain, they've basically been saying and they've been stressing on the Indo-Pacific tilt, and that is basically they do realize and the rise of India and its dominance in the Indo-Pacific region, especially with the Quad that India has in fact formed with the United States, with Australia and Japan. This is going to be extremely crucial in India's role that it plays in the Indo-Pacific, and that's somewhere that the United Kingdom wants India to, of course, work in collaboration with Britain as well. So that is going to be extremely important and strategic. There will be some big ticket announcements that will be made in terms of investments as well, but most of which will come in terms of those announcements. They'll come today itself from Gujarat itself, because much of the Indian diaspora that is currently in the United Kingdom is from Gujarat. Big investors in the United Kingdom are from the state of Gujarat, and hence the British Prime Minister is visiting Gujarat as well. But focusing on New Delhi, which is of course his meeting tomorrow at Hyderabad House with Prime Minister Narendra Modi again. Indo-Pacific, Ukraine, it will feature in the conversations. It is something that the British High Commission has in fact told us about, that yes, issues of geopolitical interest, something that in fact is of global significance right now, will be taken up. But also very significantly, what has been told is that just like a UK Foreign Secretary who visited just a few weeks ago, Elizabeth Truss, who visited India, she said when asked about India's decision to continue to import oil and gas from Russia, how does the UK view that, given that UK is supporting Ukraine during this war and is of course supplying it with military equipment, imposing sanctions on Russia and Russian oligarchs as well. She said, and it has been reiterated by the Downing Street spokesperson as well, ahead of Prime Minister Boris Johnson's visit, is that the UK will not lecture India about what position to take. It does realize that independent nations have their independent foreign policy, and it respects that, and is only going to try and hear the Indian perspective when it has a conversation with Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So an extremely significant visit over there. Also in terms of FTA, something that was initiated earlier this year, we're working on the third and final round of FTA talks is to happen next week. So the Prime Minister's visit right now, Boris Johnson's visit right now, is extremely significant because an ambitious deadline for the signing of that negotiation, for the signing of that free trade agreement has been set, and that is end of this year. So both nations are going to try and see how much of pen pushing they can do during this visit itself in order to ensure that much of the difficult areas have been sorted out and negotiated and ironed out as Boris Johnson, of course, visits India on this two-day visit. It is very significant to see the kind of place that the UK puts India in terms of geopolitics, in terms of global world politics. The fact that the UK, in fact, when it last year held the G7 meeting in Carbis Bay in Cornwall, it had invited India as a guest country. India is not a member nation, but it had invited India as a guest country. Of course, Prime Minister Modi, because of the COVID situation back home, couldn't visit Cornwall, but he did virtually address that summit. And that is how significant the UK thinks that India's position is in terms of current geopolitics, and wants India on its side as well. So it is going to be extremely significant to see what that joint press statement in fact holds tomorrow, when of course it is announced at the end of that bilateral engagement tomorrow at Hyderabad House, Akshita.
And the wording that will be used by the United Kingdom with regards to India's diplomatic policy, with regards to our stand on the Ukraine war, is something that we will be tracking very, very closely. It'll be interesting to watch out for. You have now the UK Prime Minister signing the visitor's book, writing a small message. Perhaps in a few moments from now we'll be able to get details of exactly what the UK Prime Minister has had to say there. He's signing the visitor's book and will be penning a small message about what Gandhi's beliefs, about what Mahatma Gandhi's ideals mean for him. And you can see there that the memorabilia that we've been referring to, the gifts for the UK Prime Minister, are now being handed over. These are two books. One is an autobiography by Mahatma Gandhi, which is being handed over to him. You can see the UK Prime Minister taking a keen interest in what's being given to him there, going through the contents of the book as people around him also explain the significance of this gift. He's also going to be handed a model of the charkha that he was spinning just a few moments ago as a gift from the officials there at the Sabarmati Ashram. Two books in all that will be given to him, and I'll also just get you those details of exactly what these books are. Two of them, in fact. One is Gandhiji in Ahmedabad. The second book is called Guide to London. Both of these are going to be handed over, are being handed over as we speak there to the UK Prime Minister. Besides that, he's also going to be given a model of the charkha that he was spinning earlier. So those gifts are being handed to him. You see also the second book that's being given to him. It's nice to see also the UK Prime Minister indulging, really looking into what these gifts are, the significance significance of it, the meaning of it for him as well. So each of these books have been handpicked for the UK Prime Minister as he's made his visit to Gujarat for the very first time, to India for the very first time. And it's also hugely significant because this is the first time that a British Prime Minister is actually visiting the state of Gujarat, which is why the authorities there have pulled all stops to ensure that it was a grand welcome for the UK Prime Minister, and that personalised gifts have been handed to the UK Prime Minister. And there you have the model of the charkha being handed to him. The UK Prime Minister there also posing for the cameras with that model as it's handed over to him. So that perhaps concludes also the visit by the UK Prime Minister, by Prime Minister Johnson to the Sabarmati Ashram. But Paulami, you know, we've been talking about the significance of this visit, the big takeaways. You have the UK Prime Minister there getting all of the memorabilia from the authorities at the Sabarmati Ashram. If you could again, and I know we've spoken about this already, but considering the images that are coming in, if you could again talk about the significance of each of these hand-picked gifts.
That's right. It's extremely significant and obviously well thought through, the gifts that are being handed over to British Prime Minister Boris Johnson now, as he, of course, finishes his tour of Gandhi Ashram. We believe that he has been given a book called Guide to London, unpublished so far, by Mahatma Gandhi itself, where possibly the Mahatma has spoken about his experiences, about the British and their presence here, as well as his interactions with the establishment at the time, as well as he fought for India's independence from British rule at the time as well. Guide to London is one of the books that is being handed over to the British Prime Minister. What we also believe is an autobiography which is being handed over, an autobiography by Madeline Slade, also known as Miraben, which is being handed over to British Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Miraben, like I said, is was a British national who in fact was so influenced by Gandhiji's thought processes, and this was pre-independence and India's freedom struggle, that she decided in fact to give up her luxurious life. She was in fact born into a born into high society in Britain, but she decided to in fact give all of it up in order to adopt an ascetic life, a life of spirituality, and in fact come down to India and spend time with Gandhiji here at Sabarmati Ashram, become a disciple of his. In fact, many called her the adopted daughter of Mahatma Gandhi as well. This is her autobiography, which is being handed over to the British Prime Minister. It's called The Spiritual Pilgrimage, where she of course talks about her journey in terms of leaving her life in Britain and coming down to India at a time that India was, she if I am not wrong, came down in the 1920s itself, so just possibly 2 decades or 3 decades before India in fact gained its independence from the British struggle. So right in the peak of India's freedom movement is when she decided to in fact join India's movement of independence from Britain. So it's going to be extremely significant, obviously, what she's written over there as a British citizen who left Britain to join the Indian struggle here in India. So that book is being handed over, and of course, as we've been telling our viewers as well, a model charkha which is being handed over to the British Prime Minister. It is of course one of the biggest draws over here at Sabarmati Ashram. The charkha, the spinning wheel, which of course was used by Mahatma Gandhi in order to spin yarn, and that is something which is obviously one of the attractions as well, and that is something that the British Prime Minister of course sat down at and of course tried his hand at, and a model of the same is being handed over to the British Prime Minister. Extremely significant in the historical aspects of this. If you see a British Prime Minister here in Gujarat at Gandhiji's ashram for the first time, it has its own historical connotations as well. Gandhiji, of course, who struggled and successfully struggled at that in gaining, freedom from Britain and from ensuring that India, in fact, along with his colleagues and peers at the time, in fact, was able to gain independence from Britain. He, of course, epitomized India's freedom struggle along with other legendary freedom fighters as well. So the historical significance significance of this very moment, of course, is not lost on anyone as we see those images of a British Prime Minister inside Gandhi Ashram right now, accepting those gifts from members of the Gandhi Ashram, who, of course, in fact, run this trust right now, handing over those gifts to the British Prime Minister. Of course, like we were discussing earlier, Akshita, the choice of Gujarat is very, very significant. It is well thought out. The fact that this is a personal visit of the British Prime Minister. Remember that Britain is, struggling post-Brexit and is looking for big investments as well in order to create jobs in Britain and in order to ensure that industry doesn't exactly, die in Britain. And those are the vehicles coming in. I'll ask my camera person Pavan to, in fact, just keep on those shots right now, because the British Prime Minister is expected to shortly leave. That is his vehicle right now on our screens right now. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson currently leaving from the premises of Gandhi Ashram.
Okay.
Again, Akshita, because his official schedule has not been released, we believe that he will be heading straight for the helipad and then possibly proceeding towards Halol as well. But then again, we'll have to see if he goes to Shantigram, and that is where that meeting with Mr. Gautam Adani happens, or it happens in Halol. But a meeting is definitely on the cards again, because Britain is looking for those investments, that money to come in from India and Gujarat, and the diaspora from Gujarat, of course, the biggest investors in the United Kingdom. So British Prime Minister, of course, here wooing more investments.
All right, we'll track all the updates that come in from Gujarat. For the moment, Paulomi, thank you very much for joining us. And trust us here on India Today to get you every live update on the UK Prime Minister's visit to India, the timing of which we've also been speaking about. And that's why on the other side of a short break, we're focusing on the Russia-Ukraine war. India Today has spoken to top global expert, Harvard Professor Ravi Abdelal, on the Russia-Ukraine war. The big takeaways of that conversation coming your way.
This is a tank turret.
Courage.
India Today, in fact, is the only Indian crew to reach.
Fearlessness.
This is the third tank armored person carrier we have seen.
Putting our lives at risk.
Massive operation over here in Ilyanka.
We are on the ground, bringing you the facts.
A Ukrainian woman shares the horror of shelling.
So that India is better informed. Tune into India Today TV, reporting from the front line.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today. 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 You are watching
On a daily basis, thousands of oil spills occur worldwide in the oceans, causing oil pollution, This oil pollution in the oceans can have a disastrous effect on marine life. Most people don't realize how serious the problem is until there's a major incident at sea, such as a tanker spill or an oil rig explosion. Oil slicks have the potential to kill seabirds and marine animals such as seals as they drift towards the coast. Although only 10% of global marine oil population is caused by spills of this nature, the majority is generated by everyday maritime traffic such as illegal dumping and tank cleaning, as well as onshore industrial activities. The environmental impact varies depending on location. Deep sea spills are typically smarter and easier to clean up. The oil sinks as it becomes denser, is broken down and destroyed by bacteria. Oil slicks on a rocky coast or exposed beach can have a significant impact on marine ecosystems, and they can take up to a year for wave action to clear away. This oil pollution is also extremely harmful to coral reefs. Coral regeneration can take up to 10 years and is often irreversible. And pollution in mangroves or on sandbanks can cause long-term damage that lasts more than 20 years.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
It's been nearly 2 months since the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, and clearly Russia remains as defiant as ever. It successfully test-fired a new intercontinental ballistic missile, and emboldened by this, the Russian President Vladimir Putin used the moment to further warn the West of frenzied, aggressive rhetoric to threaten Russia.
On 20th April, Russia test-launched its intercontinental ballistic missile, Sarmat, believed to be adding more power to its nuclear arsenal. US Congressional Research Service claimed that Russia is expected to deploy Sarmat with 10 or more warheads on each missile.
Dear comrades, I congratulate you on the successful test firing of the Sarmat intercontinental ballistic missile. This is a big significant event in the development of advanced weapon systems for the Russian army. The new system has the highest tactical and technical characteristics and is able to overcome all the missile defense capabilities.
The heavy intercontinental ballistic missile Sarmat has been under development for years now. Its test launch at this crucial juncture of war is an ominous sign, and the Russian president is well aware of it.
It will have no equivalents in the world for a long time. This truly unique weapon will enhance the military potential of our armed forces and will reliably provide security for Russia from external threats, and will make others who, in the heat of frantic, aggressive rhetoric, try to threaten our country, think twice.
The intercontinental ballistic missile was test-launched from Plesetsk in northwest Russia and hit targets in the Kamchatka peninsula in the Far East. Bureau Report, India Today.
Amid the ongoing war in Ukraine, one of the world's most respected Russia watchers, Harvard professor Ravi Abdelal, in a special conversation with India Today, asserted that a tactical nuclear strike is still very much a possibility. His words come just a day after Russia's foreign minister, in his only interview so far during this war, played down the nuclear threat that's emanated consistently from Moscow.
Tactical nuclear strike is a possibility. Words that will echo through war rooms across the world. Not just random analysis, but the words of one of the world's most respected Russia watchers.
Engage with the world.
Harvard professor Ravi Abdelal director of Davis Center for Russian and Eurasian Studies. An academic whose views on the world's biggest story is one of the most sought after.
Is not about Russia versus Ukraine, but about Russia versus the West. And for that logic, we need to think about what are the ways in which Russia and NATO could come into direct conflict that could lead to a nuclear exchange between the great powers, as opposed to a single tactical nuclear strike in Ukraine.
Professor Abdulal's world-exclusive interaction with India today adds ominous urgency to the aura of nuclear threat surrounding Russia and Ukraine. His words come just a day after Russia's foreign minister, in his only interview so far in the war, played down the nuclear threat that has emanated consistently from Moscow.
The Russian military has these hypersonic missiles, which are good at evading missile defense systems. It has thermobaric weapons, these so-called vacuum bombs. As far as we know from the outside, the Russian military has used one of each, probably to demonstrate what they can do, but have not yet escalated to the widespread use of these really terrifying weapons, much less the possibility of a tactical nuclear strike on the territory of Ukraine.
There could be no winners in a nuclear war, and therefore nuclear war must never be launched.
Obviously,
Professor Abdulal is the second top-tier American academic to highlight the nuclear threat emerging from Russia. Last month, Princeton University's Dr. Zia Mia echoed the fear.
This is part of the script of the nuclear aid. So nuclear weapon states say this because they can, because they have nuclear weapons.
Away from the nuclear threat, Professor Abdulal also sees Ukraine's current weapon levels as only enough to keep its head above water.
The Ukrainian military, and indeed the Ukrainian civilians who have been waging this counteroffensive against the Russians, have perhaps been armed enough to achieve a kind of stalemate, though not enough to win the war.
More ominously, the Harvard professor predicts the longer the stalemate, the more destructive things could get, with newer weapons entering the combat mix.
But the longer the stalemate lasts, the more likely there will be escalation on the Russian side, using weapons that they have mostly not yet used in ways that will be difficult for the rest of us to watch and horrible for the Ukrainians to endure.
With only some indicators on where the war is headed and what the endgame is, the Harvard guru makes a pronouncement that provides shape to the next steps. That there's little chance of the war winding down soon.
President Putin has gambled his historical legacy on this war, which means that there is no backing down. There will be no end to this war until the Russian president feels that he can narrate some sort of achievement, both militarily and politically, from the war.
On India Today, the most sought-after academic and strategic minds provide their views first, allowing us and you, the viewer, navigate this emerging conflict. With Rahul Kawal in Boston, Bureau Report, India Today.
And that's all we have time for on this broadcast. Thank you for tuning in. And here on India Today, we continue getting you all the big news and updates. Reliance's Mukesh Ambani is the owner of the second most expensive home in the world after Buckingham Palace. Here are the inside pictures of Antilia. Antilia is located in one of the most expensive residential areas in the country, Mumbai's Altamont Road. The property rates here are mind-boggling, 80,000 rupees to 85,000 rupees per square foot.
A 600-member staff is employed to keep the 27-storied building in order. The building boasts of 3 helipads, Mumbai's skyline and the Arabian Sea. Antilia is built to withstand an earthquake of even 8 on the Richter scale. Mukesh Ambani's love for cars is behind 6 floors of Antilia being devoted to garages. This space houses several luxury cars, including his 5 crore rupees Maybach. The garage can accommodate 168 cars. There's even a service station on the 7th floor. The recreation center spread across 2 floors has a yoga center, dance studio, jacuzzi, a health spa and several swimming pools. Antilia is equipped with its own ice cream parlor, a mega temple, a private theatre that can accommodate 50 people and a salon. The Ambani residence has 9 elevators designed to take the residents to specific floors. All of this makes Antilia worth a whopping $2 billion. In Indian currency, it's about 14,000 crore rupees.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
The top headlines we're tracking this hour. Supreme Court to hear 4 pleas on Jahangirpuri bulldozer demolition drive. The apex court ordered status quo on the anti-encroachment drive yesterday. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson visits Sabarmati Ashram to pay tribute to Mahatma Gandhi. Series of high-profile business deals lined up before mega meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi tomorrow. Prime Minister Modi's mega Sikh outreach. He will address the nation from the Red Fort today at 9:15 p.m. to mark the 400th birth anniversary of Guru Tegh Bahadur. BJP fact-finding delegation probing the Hanskali rape and murder says Mamata government is shielding accused TMC Neta's son, claims crucial proof has been destroyed. Russian President Vladimir Putin's chilling threat to the West. Moscow warns after intercontinental ballistic missile is test-fired. India Today speaks to top global expert Harvard professor Ravi Abdelala on the Russia-Ukraine war. He asserts that a tactical nuclear strike is a possibility.
You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. All eyes now on the Supreme Court. The topmost court now begins hearing a plea against demolition drive in Jahangirpuri. Jamaat-ul-Ulema has moved a plea in the Supreme Court calling, in fact, the demolition drive as unconstitutional and said that an opportunity should be given to residents to justify. In fact, left leaders, meanwhile, Brinda Karat has also fixed a plea in the apex court. While she files that plea, remember just yesterday she stormed in while the demolition drive was underway to try and stop those bulldozers right after the Supreme Court gave a stay order. In fact, today the Supreme Court will also be hearing another plea related to the bulldozer drive in the states of Uttar Pradesh, Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh. The plea has stated that properties in these states are being raised in a malified manner and demolition can't be done until the property is found as illegal. Meanwhile, from January to April 19th, 4 anti-encroachment drives have already been conducted in Jahangirpuri. The Municipal Corporation of Delhi says that there is no need to give advance notice on a property built on government land. Blame game of politics has now begun. In fact, the opposition has called this drive as illegal, while the BJP hit back saying don't communalize the matter and rioters' homes should be demolished if it is illegal. The drive comes after communal clashes took place in the same area during the Shobha Yatra procession on April 16th. Here is the Supreme Court now to hear the matter in just a little while from now. All eyes currently on the Supreme Court. The topmost court begins hearing a plea against the demolition drive. Remember, many fingers pointed at the demolition drive, calling it communal. In fact, here a plea has been filed by the Jamaat-ul-Ulema-e-Hind, who's moved a petition in the Supreme Court calling for the demolition drive as unconstitutional, saying that an opportunity should be given to residents to justify themselves. In fact, left leader, meanwhile, Brinda Karat has also filed a plea in the apex court for the same. Today, the Supreme Court is all set to hear the hearing. We'll be hearing those pleas related to the bulldozer drive in the states of Uttar Pradesh, Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh. Let me quickly cut across to Nalini Sharma joining us more on that. Nalini, all eyes on the top court. We're looking at various different pleas from different people filed at the apex court, where the court will be hearing pleas claiming that this entire anti-encroachment drive carried out by the MCD is unconstitutional. And further, the plea in fact further tries to elaborate how this could be illegal, what the government is doing, stating that these properties that have been raised down in multiple of these states is done in a malified manner, and that the demolition cannot be done until the property is indeed found as illegal. MCD has its justification. Tell us more. What's going to happen today in court?
Well, Nabila, this hearing is already underway before a bench headed by Justice L. Nageshwar Rao and comprising of Justice B.R. Gawai. And Senior Advocate Dushyant Dave, who was the lawyer who had made the mentioning yesterday before the Supreme Court and got the status quo order in the first place, has started his arguments before the bench. What he is stating is that the issue is much larger than just Jahangirpuri, and that this is being done after the violence that had happened in the area during the Hanuman Jayanti parade. Along with that, what he's also stated before the Supreme Court is that this is not just an issue regarding the demolition drive and as to whether or not that was done in a legal manner, but it has now also become an issue of compensation, because there are petitions that have come up before the Supreme Court demanding compensation from the MCD for the demolition that happened yesterday by one particular Ganesh Gupta, who is a juice shop owner whose shop had been demolished and who claims that he had all of the official licenses in place and that the shop was allotted to him officially. So it's become a case of not only the demolition but also compensation now before the Supreme Court. The hearing has just begun about 7 minutes back and it's expected to go on for some time. But by the end of the day, we will know that whether or not the Supreme Court is going to continue the status quo order that was passed yesterday, which means that the demolition will be halted until further orders, or whether they will allow the demolition to continue. So that's the big takeaway that we are looking for at the end of the day's hearing today.
Right. You know, Nalini, a lot of fingers pointed at the MCD for not giving notices before carrying out this demolition drive. And this, like we see, is not the first in Delhi. We saw in other BJP-ruled states, including Uttar Pradesh, for that matter, Madhya Pradesh, as well as Gujarat. Similar demolition drives were carried out on alleged stone pelters' homes and their businesses, their shops. And that there too, the government claimed that the property was built on illegal grounds. In fact, it was an encroachment and that's why they raised it down. Here in Delhi too, similar allegations that no notices were given, but the MCD says a notice is not needed. If land is illegal, we have all the right to pull it down.
Absolutely. And in fact, Nabila, we've been speaking to many legal experts since this entire matter went underway yesterday, and we've asked them for their opinion on what the exact procedure is and whether a notice is required. And what a lot of lawyers have told us is that according to the previous Supreme Court judgments, when it comes to illegal encroachments, there is no notice that is specifically required to be issued before a demolition drive is conducted. But in case there are some extensions or some illegal construction made on a legal structure, then in that case, before a demolition is conducted, there has to be a notice that has to be given to the specific party. But in this case, since the MCD is saying that all of these structures that have been demolished were built illegally and were encroaching upon the public land, is why this demolition drive was carried on. But at the same time, the petitioners are also alleging that there is a greater play over here and there is one particular community that is being targeted because of the violence and the events that had occurred during Hanuman Jayanti. So as to whether or not that point holds any ground before the Supreme Court, and whether they believe that there is some prima facie evidence to prove that yes, there is one community being targeted, then it is very likely that the status quo order might continue. Also under the circumstances that the Supreme Court is not able to conclude the hearing today, then until and unless the arguments can be completed and the Supreme Court can reach an informed decision about what exactly the procedure that was carried on by the MCD was, we can expect for the status quo order to continue. But this is, of course, not indefinite. It is subject to any further orders that will be passed by the Supreme Court in the matter.
You know, Nalini, for that matter, we are looking at many of these shops, and in fact, one or two homes were also demolished. They have been, residing or have managed to occupy that space for over 50 years. Some of them from 78, some say they were there from the 80s, from the 90s. So we're looking at a good 4-5 decades that people have been living and working in that area. They've been running their shops for that many years. Will that hold any ground and benefit this case for those petitioners in any way?
See, Ravila, it's quite a tricky situation right now what's happened, because part of the demolition drive was actually carried on yesterday, despite the fact that the petitioners' lawyers are claiming before the court that the drive was originally scheduled for 2 p.m. But once the MCD authorities got to know that the matter is going to be mentioned in the Supreme Court, they actually preponed the drive and started the demolition as early as 9 a.m. So that was even before the Supreme Court started. So it becomes a little bit of a tricky situation because certain shops have already been demolished in the area. But at the same time, you're right, there are several people, including the lawyers for the petitioners, who are actually questioning the timing of this and stating as to whether if the shops have been around for so long, why is it only now that the MCD is acting regarding this demolition drive, and why only in Jahangirpuri? Why is it not being done in several other areas of the national capital where there are also illegal encroachments? So the timing of it, along with the specificity of the area, is being questioned by several people, including the petitioners' lawyers. But as to whether or not that holds any ground with the Supreme Court judges is something that we'll have to see during the course of the hearing, and depending on what orders are passed by the end of it.
All right, Nalini, we're going to come back to you. Here, the Supreme Court has just begun hearing the petitions. In fact, a lot of allegations that the MCD could have done this with malicious intent. Of course, MCD on the other hand saying that there is no notice needed to be given if at all the property is built on illegal land. If this is illegal, then it's got to be razed down. I've got Ashutosh who's joining me right there from Jahangirpuri for more on that. Ashutosh, give us an understanding. What's the situation on ground? Is it calm? It's a highly communally sensitive area post the clashes. And now with the demolition drive that was carried out, we know that tensions are peaking there.
Well, there is no noise of the demolition anymore now. It has just all halted yesterday post Supreme Court order. Now, of course, the tension always prevails, but for now, the police, the law and order machinery has enforced a total peace and calm in this area. People are, mostly because of daily wages earner have gone back to their work. Largely that all around I see only the police, media personals, the CRPF, this all are maintaining the law and order situation. At the moment, there is, the point, the route of procession where the mosque and temple are located, clearly the access to that has been blocked for even media, and even we are not allowed to meet the victims or speak to them. In the meanwhile, what I'm hearing that the peace committee meeting by the police has been called locally, so they will be from the both sides, the community members from the both sides, they will be talking, and of course, all efforts are being taken to ensure law and order maintains and peace and calm prevails. As far as MCD's action is concerned, so, if you live in Delhi, you cannot point out a single place where you do not see the encroachment, be it the traders, be it the shopkeepers, the rack pickers, or jhuggi jhopadis. So there you will always find almost most of the roads are encroached upon. So clearly this action, where the action, the questions being asked to the MCD, this bulldozer activity will only be limited to Jahangirpuri, or it will also go to Sainik Farm, it will also go to the South Delhi, it will go to East, West, Northeast, Northwest Delhi. Will this drive continue? At the same time, why the question being asked that encroached land, if there are houses located for the demolition, of course a prior notice is required to give to the victim that these, your property is encroached on the government property. But here what had happened, mostly if you see, none of these houses have been demolished. Let me make it very clear. None of these houses in Jahangirpuri have been bulldozed or demolished. These were only a kacha constructions, including certain shops, including some tent, tirpal tent where the local shops, they used to sell tobaccos, cigarettes, all these. Only those structures have been demolished. Pakka constructions in Jahangirpuri has not been demolished. At the same time, point number 2, the BJP had claimed they are going to bulldoze down the houses of the accused. None of these accused houses have been even touched upon. No concrete structure, no permanent structure has been demolished. As far as mosque is concerned, the outer periphery wall, that was demolished, and subsequently the action was also happening near the temple, which is barely located at few yards from the mosque, but somehow on the same time somehow the order was convinced to the MCD.
Particularly mentioned about the mosque, I'd like to ask you, the gate and the wall of the mosque that was pulled down, was that also encroaching upon land? Was that illegal part of the mosque? Illegally built?
Well, let me explain you visually. No, this is better for better benefit of the viewers to explain it visually. This is the road stretch, clearly. That is the road stretch. So at 180 degree, the road passes, but at this particular stretch, that's a drainage system. Technically and legally, you cannot construct anything either on the PWD road or the drainage line. So clearly from here on, it's a drainage line that passes through. Let me take you through these images. So if any construction is done on the roads, that will be demolished as per the MCD norms. Subsequently, if there is any construction that is happening on the drainage line, so if you see the mosque's outer periphery, which was the outer boundary, was located both on the road as well as on the drainage line. And for these, no, MCD doesn't require to send notice. If they are demolishing any pakka structure, including the residential complexes, notice is mandatory. But if they are demolishing the temporary construction like these have been made on the road, they do not, because it is a usual drive, and in Delhi, mostly it is called the committee. If you go to the Lajpat Nagar market, if you go to Sarojini Nagar market, this happens almost every day. But somehow there is some magic that happens trigger that next moment, within an hour, they come back there. MCD comes up, they takes up everything, they find them, and the next moment, within an hour, you see all of them sitting right there. So there is some magic that happens behind the curtain, and then, the status quo is maintained. Here, the status quo has been maintained by the Supreme Court, and after the argument, it will be decided whether the MCD is gonna carry out exercise. But the larger question that we are asking, it is not about a drive only in Jahangirpuri. Almost across Delhi, there are illegal constructions. Illegal construction, even by government employees, even by private employees in jhuggi jhopadis, in cluster, in colonies, even in the posh colonies. Somehow, someone have extended their roof, some have constructed, extra top, and we know who allows this. There is some agency who are responsible to monitor the illegal construction, and still over the years, over the decades that have been carried out, who is responsible? That's exactly why the people, we have speaking to several people, they said, if this structure has been demolished today, why the houses of the MCD officials, local leaders, not being demolished, who allowed this construction to take place? Several questions being asked. But for now, it is up to the Supreme Court, who will hear all the sides and then decide
undoubtedly,
what next
Ashutosh,
for the
in fact,
MCD,
right now the hearing is underway even as we speak. And some of the points, very pertinent points made in those petitions. One of the petitioners says the MCD would dare touch houses or establishments in South Delhi. Why target the poor? Right to life is equal to right to shelter. These are points made in the petition. Do elaborate for us. While you had the CPIM leader Brinda Karat coming in, she in fact stormed in, trying to stop the bulldozers right when it was carrying out the demolition drive, saying that the court has ordered a stay. But even then, MCD went on with the demolition drive for at least an hour and a half, knowing very well that the order was out, but they were waiting for a physical copy to come in hand. So it seems like the MCD had made up their mind. They were quite adamant that illegal establishments and encroachments along the Jahangirpuri area, exactly where the riots happened, will be taken down. It was almost a focus that they came with. They did what they had to do until the Supreme Court stepped in.
Well, Nabila, most it looks like to give a symbolic message. A message which was almost a political in nature. They wanted to give a message, and the message was loud and clear. Indeed, the MCD official could cite this reason that unless we have the hard copy, a verified copy of the Supreme Court order, how can we start a drive which has been ordered legitimately by an agency? If MCD orders certain drive, they have to follow the rule. And if there is any High Court order restraining them, they need the copy. This could be one of the reasons. But here in the era of digital media, in the era of digital India, if MCD or the official cites that we did not get the hard copy, we did not read the order, then there is a lot to interpret. But for now, since we have been speaking, the mayor, in fact, the first said, we have heard the Supreme Court order and we are going to, stop the demolition. But the official, the commissioner, when we was asked, said, I haven't received the copy, let me go through the order and then we will take the decisions accordingly. So clearly that 1.5 hour, this question will likely to be put up in the Supreme Court. May petitioner raise this issue, and if that comes, if that cognizance taken by the Supreme Court, then he may even ask the MCD commissioner to explain what was the reason why the demolition kept continue even after 1.5 hour of the order when Supreme Court said to stop it. So clearly that will be heard, but again, there is a technical background, there is a legal background, but at the same time, this is more, seems to be beyond a symbolic, what has happened here. We'll have to see the larger perspective, and moreover, only the Supreme Court verdict and the arguments that will be made by all the stakeholders in the top court. Nabila.
Well, the arguments have just begun, but in the meanwhile, give us an understanding on what's behind you. Show us a little of what Jahangirpuri right now looks like, because we know that most of that area right opposite the mosque has been brought down to complete rubble. Police force in large numbers have been deployed only to ensure law and order situation. Have you seen people stepping out? Do you see the situation tense? We know the police are doing a good job, but have you managed to interact with any of the locals today?
Well, I would not say there is any tension at the moment here in Jahangirpuri, but all I see through the eyes, there is only the debris is left post demolition. They picked up some stuff, left all the garbages here on the road. Since it was said status quo, perhaps they understood the status quo like this, that they left all the debris here. Now there you see the police has set up a temporary camp, which is barely few yards from the mosque, and the mosque is right behind the tent where there's some structure outer periphery of the mosque which was bulldozed. Next to that there is a temple located. Since the action was also going to happen on the temple, last evening the local themselves, they cut down certain structures of the temple, which was of course on the encroached land, because that was also part of the demolition which was going to happen. So at the moment there is only totally peace. Let me take you a 360-degree view from here. There you see MCD truck is sprinkling the water. It's all, a dust storm.
Right, Ashutosh, I'm going to hold you for a moment there. I'm going to quickly cut across to Nalini Sharma, who's right there at court. She is bringing us those live updates. Right now, Supreme Court is hearing the petitions. Nalini, we see in the petition many points have been made accusing the MCD of malicious intent while carrying out the demolition drive. In fact, points being in that petition, which we're highlighting on our screens as well, dare the MCD touch any property which is illegally encroached in South Delhi? Why target the poor? In fact, MCD is acting on the behest of the BJP chief in Delhi. Those are points made in the petition. Give us an understanding what's been argued right now.
Nabila, this has been a case that has had political overtones ever since that entire Hanuman Jayanti procession had happened and the violence that had ensued thereafter. So we are seeing repercussions of the same thing happening before the Supreme Court, where the petitioners who are currently arguing before the two-judge bench that is being led by Justice L. Nageshwar Rao are creating these allegations, are stating these allegations, saying that there are political overtones regarding this and there is a particular community that is being targeted in the name of this demolition drive. This, even though the legal team as well as the officials from the MCD continue to say that this entire demolition was conducted only and only because of these illegal encroachments that were done on public land. But at the same time, the case that the petitioners are making out before the Supreme Court seems to be completely different. Senior Advocate Kapil Sibal has now begun his arguments after Senior Advocate Dushyant Dave, who was the original petitioner who had even mentioned the case before the Supreme Court yesterday and managed to get that status quo order. So now Kapil Sibal has begun his arguments and he's stating exactly that. He's stating that this entire demolition was illegal because it's targeting a particular community, and at the same time, not only the community but only this particular area is being targeted because of the violence that had happened earlier during the Hanuman Jayanti procession. So this seems to be an aftermath of that according to the petitioners, and that's the case that they've been making out before the Supreme Court. As to whether or not they'll be able to manage to get an extended status quo order through making these arguments is something that we'll have to wait and watch out for only by the end of the day once the hearing is completed before the Supreme Court. But at the same time, remember, Nabila, the counsel for the MCD that is being represented by Solicitor General Tushar Mehta is yet to begin their arguments before the Supreme Court. So we have to wait and watch out for exactly what they have to say, because this is the first time that the council will be coming on record and giving details of exactly what the procedure that was followed by the MCD was and exactly why this demolition was taken place yesterday, despite the orders from the Supreme Court that had come in that had ordered for the status quo to be maintained. So a lot remains to be seen as to how the day unfolds and how the hearing unfolds. But we are expecting by the end of it the Supreme Court to decide whether the status quo order will continue or whether this demolition drive will get a green light from the Supreme Court and will be allowed to continue.
If you can give us an understanding, Nalini, while the MCD says it's trying to justify how it carried out this demolition drive, says that they do not need to serve a notice to any land that is illegal. If it's illegal, they have all the right to pull it down. There's also a place of worship. You remember, it's a mosque also that the wall of the mosque was brought down, the gate of the mosque was brought down. Is there any legal provision when it comes to a place of worship?
Well, it's very interesting, Nabila, that you ask that, because if you see the visuals of the demolition drive that was conducted, all of the area that was encroaching beyond the particular wall was actually bulldozed by the MCD. But at the same time, in that very same line, there is a temple also up front, which was not touched during this entire demolition drive. So this does raise the petitioners to cast some aspersions on the intentions of the MCD in carrying on this demolition drive, and as to whether there was a particular reason as to why only the mosque was targeted and not the temple. So this does give more ammunition to the case that the petitioners are trying to build out, that this is an entire case of targeting a particular community and this is not being done in the best interest of the public. But like I stated earlier, we can't for sure ascertain any of that at this particular point. But the question that you the question that you raised regarding the notices and as to whether or not notices need to be issued, the MCD has been very clear on that from the very beginning, where they stated that when it's a case of illegal encroachments, there is no notice that needs to be issued, either according to the laws or even according to earlier judgments of the Supreme Court. But the Supreme Court's clearly come forth and said that illegal encroachments can be removed without any prior notices. But when it's a case of an extension made to a legal building or some illegal construction happening on an existing legal structure, then in that case, a notice needs to be issued to the party concerned to remove that illegal structure on their own, or action will be taken by the MCD. So it's a very thin line of difference, and it completely depends on exactly how the MCD puts its case forward before the Supreme Court today and what reasons they give. And if they're able to prove that these structures that were created were in fact illegal, because remember, Nabila, there is also a party now before the Supreme Court, Ganesh Gupta, whose juice shop had been razed down yesterday, who stated that his shop was actually officially appointed to him and he has all the MCD licenses in place. So in case it is proven that all of these structures that were demolished yesterday were not illegal in the first place, then that could mean trouble for the MCD, because Ganesh Gupta has now reached the Supreme Court seeking compensation for the loss that he had received yesterday because of the actions of the MCD.
You know, Nalini, as much as the petition says and claims that one particular community was targeted, well, we see that there were shops of Hindus that were also razed down. Some of them, like you rightly mentioned, Ganesh Gupta was one man who belongs to the Hindu community, the religion, and he was also aggrieved, and he has also now lashed out at the MCD for carrying out arbitrary demolition on his shop. Apart from that, to just remind our viewers, while the demolition drive was underway, it was not just the mosque. In fact, the bulldozers were moving towards the temple as well. And that's right at that point that the Supreme Court gave the stay order, and that's when the bulldozers stopped short. So we understand that the MCD was trying to raise down every illegal encroachment along that entire length, which where the mosque came in line, including the temple. While the bulldozers were headed towards the temple, you had many residents who came out, literally created a human chain around the temple, wanted to stop the bulldozers. But the MCD seemed adamant at that point, but just then was when the Supreme Court order came in and they stopped short. So it's the mosque alone that right now stands without a wall and without a gate. And from what we understand from Ashutosh Mishra, who's on ground there, tells us that that mosque wall as well as the gate has been encroached. It's on the Nala there, and that is encroachment, and therefore it was pulled down. All of these reasons, which are legit, if it is on encroached land, if it is illegal, then it's got to be dealt with. Do you think that will hold water? And that's what we see while the arguments in court as well. Supreme Court saying that this is it's mandatory procedure. Illegal encroachments will be dealt with. What's new in this? We see the arguments and those points coming in. Nalini, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, Nabila, was that question for me?
Yeah. We're saying that the Supreme Court, of course, now observing that encroachments should be dealt with. These are protocols that the MCD follows. Either way, what's new in this? What's new in an encroachment drive, anti-encroachment drive?
Absolutely. And in fact, Nabila, at the beginning of the hearing as well, when the petitioners had tried to make out a case that this issue was much larger than Jahangirpuri, and Dushyant Dave had stated that this was an issue of national interest. At that time also the Supreme Court bench had cut them off and had asked them what is the national interest in this entire issue, because it is pertaining to one particular area in the national capital. So the petitioners also were trying to draw links with the demolitions that have happened in other places. It seems like the Supreme Court is going to look at the matter at hand and the matter at hand only. They are not going to get into the political angles of it or any talk about any other issue that is not related to exactly what the petitions before them are talking about. And the petitions before the Supreme Court are mentioning only two things. One, the demolition drive that was carried on by the MCD yesterday, where the petitioners are stating that it was done in an illegal manner and without prior notice. And now the second issue that has arisen before the Supreme Court is that of compensation. So everything will hinge upon the fact, because certain structures have already been demolished, so everything will ultimately hinge upon the fact as to whether or not these structures were in fact illegal, as is being claimed by the MCD, or in case any party is able to prove before the Supreme Court that they had the official licenses in place, then like I told you earlier, that could mean trouble for the MCD, because the Supreme Court order had come in yesterday where they had stated that status quo should be maintained, but only due to the reason that the physical copy of the order was not obtained by the MCD, they continued to carry on the demolition drive. And the petitioners are not going to let them walk easy on that, because it was after the Supreme Court had ordered, and oral orders are still, at the end of the day, orders that have come in from the apex court and ideally should be followed. by any authority such as the MCD. So it remains to be seen, and it all hinges on the fact as to whether or not these structures were in fact illegal. And if the MCD is able to prove that before the Supreme Court today, then they might be able to let off. They might be let off with a slight warning, because at the end of the day, it will become a case of contempt if the Supreme Court orders that were issued yesterday were not followed to the T by the authority.
Well, what we saw was quite brazen. An hour and a half later, the bulldozers were in full action. They were in full swing, raising down those illegal structures. They said they did not get a physical copy. In the age of electronic media, it's surprising that the MCD says that we haven't received it in our hand, and therefore we will not stop the demolition drive. But nonetheless, MCD here, we understand in court, has justified, saying that they are only trying to clear out illegal encroachments. Those road blocks were only being tried to, in fact, whatever encroached the road, and those road blocks were removed only and nothing else. This is what the MCD justifies. Give us more information on what the arguments are currently underway.
So, Nabila, the Solicitor General, like I was stating earlier, who is representing the MCD, has begun his arguments before the Supreme Court now. And what he is stating is that the entire demolition drive, part of it that was conducted yesterday, was only done for the smaller structures that were extended and were coming on the public area or the public roads. So it was only those structures that were demolished yesterday, as is being stated by the Solicitor General right now. Of course, the petitioners at the same time are trying to interrupt the arguments and trying to state their points, but the Supreme Court has given a chance to the petitioners' counsels to argue. Both Dushyant Dave and Kapil Sibal have made elaborate arguments so far since the beginning of the hearing. And right now, Solicitor General Tushar Mehta is making arguments for the MCD before the Supreme Court. He is, of course, stating that only certain structures were demolished yesterday that were illegally encroaching upon the public land, and that no permanent structures yesterday were demolished during the demolition drive. So it remains to be seen exactly what the Supreme Court thinks of it. The hearing is still underway, so developments can happen fast and rapidly, but we are keeping a watch on everything that's happening in the Supreme Court and what happens by the end of it today when the Supreme Court issues its further orders.
Right. You know, Nalini, also to ask you here, we understand that while illegal structures were pulled down, is there any connection at all to the MCD's anti-encroachment drive to the riots that took place? In fact, the MCD, while in our India Today reporters have been on ground through and through at Jahangirpuri. Just yesterday, while our reporters asked the MCD chief, he said that there is nothing to do with the riots. This has no connection with the riots. But it's very interesting that just a day before the anti-encroachment drive, you had the BJP chief in Delhi, Adesh Gupta, sending a letter to the MCD saying that all those rioters, those stone pelters who have been accused in the Jahangirpuri violence case, their homes or their shops or their commercial establishments are illegal. They are living on illegal encroached land, and therefore it needs to be bulldozed. And a day later, the MCD storms in and carries out that anti-encroachment drive, which was scheduled at 2 p.m., but they preponed it to 10 a.m. So the intentions itself, a big question.
Well, yes, Nabila, the intentions are definitely in question. And the point that you're stating is the same point that has been brought up by the petitioners over and over again. At the end of the day, the issue is that even if it was a legitimate demolition drive that was carried on by the the MCD, but at the same time, the timing of it as well as the area where it was conducted has given certain ideas to why these questions are being raised, and it has given certain ammunition to the petitioners to also raise questions regarding that, because it is a little suspicious. The fact that this entire demolition drive has taken place immediately after the violence had happened during the Hanuman Jayanti procession, along with the fact that despite the fact that the MCD continues to say that the illegal structures have been demolished irrespective of which religion or which community the structures belong to, but at the same time, people over there on the ground in Jahangirpuri are extremely perturbed by these actions of the MCD. And the fact, like you correctly pointed out, that the demolition drive was initially scheduled for 2 p.m., but it was preponed and it began as early as 9 a.m. when they knew that the Supreme Court doesn't sit till 10:30 a.m. is enough of a reason for the petitioners to at least ask these questions before the Supreme Court. But at the end of the day, it is what the Supreme Court decides which will be the final word. And that is what we will go by. But for now, it is a case of arguments that that are being made.
You know,
and all of the
Nalini, if you
questions
can
that
go
are
down to
raised
the
by-
crux of the argument right now, from what we see, the arguments coming in from the Supreme Court, the crux of it is that the MCD tried to target one particular community. And to that, the Supreme Court has responded, saying in Khargo, in Madhya Pradesh, where the demolition drive took place in those riot-hit areas, at least 88 Hindus' homes were targeted.
Well, Nabila, in fact, the breaking news that we have coming in right now from the Supreme Court is that further status quo has been ordered because a notice has been issued to the centre, the MCD and all of the relevant parties by the Supreme Court to respond to these petitions that have been filed. So now what we can expect further on is for the centre, the MCD and all of the relevant parties to file their reply to these multiple petitions that are now before the Supreme Court. Not only the petitions filed by the Muslim bodies that are challenging the demolition, but also now the petitions regarding the compensation aspect because of the demolition drive that was conducted yesterday. So until unless, like I stated earlier, because the Supreme Court has not completed and concluded the hearing in the matter, further orders for the status quo have been extended. But now the Supreme Court will wait for the reply from the respondents, the central government, the MCD, and see what they have to say on this issue before deciding further on what this entire matter needs to be. But one thing we can say for sure is that now, till the time the matter is pending before the Supreme Court, and it seems like it's going to be a hearing that is going to go on for at least a few days, but till the time the matter is going to be heard before the Supreme Court, no further demolition can be carried on at Jahangirpuri. That's for certain. That's something that the Supreme Court has clearly laid down.
All right, so that's the big breaking news here. Supreme Court has now ordered for status quo on the demolition drive in Jahangirpuri. In fact, the petitioners had asked for some respite for the MCD to stop the demolition drive right when the Supreme Court intervened, asked for a stay order. Now we hear from the Supreme Court that status quo to continue. Nalini, take us through when's the next hearing, what's going to happen furthermore?
Well, Nabila, what the Supreme Court has said is that for the next 2 weeks, there is going to be status quo in place, which means that no demolition can be carried on for at least the next 2 weeks. So it's expected that the next hearing will only happen after 2 weeks, and that time has been given to all of the parties to file their responses. And at the same time, they've also said that if any steps are taken despite the Supreme Court orders in this entire case, then that will be taken upon very seriously by the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court is not taking this in a light manner. The fact that the demolition drive was conducted yesterday, even after the status quo order had come in from the Supreme Court, has not gone down well with the top court clearly, because they've said that if anything similar is repeated and if any steps that are taken contrary to the Supreme Court order, then that will not be taken well. So a very serious view taken by the Supreme Court, and also sort of a warning that has been issued to the MCD to keep their hands tied at least for the next 2 weeks. And it is after 2 weeks now that we will hear the Supreme Court take up the matter again and see what they have to say in this entire issue. Also the first time that the central government will be coming forth, because a lot of allegations have been raised against the BJP government and the Modi government. So for the first time, the central government will also be coming forth before the Supreme Court with their stand on this entire issue and refuting the allegations that are being put on them by the petitioners.
All right, this is big development coming in. Supreme Court's respite to the Jahangirpuri demolition drive continues for at least 2 weeks now. The Supreme Court issues a stay, or says that the status quo to continue for the next 2 weeks. Let me cut across to Ashutosh, who's right there on ground in Jahangirpuri. Ashutosh, some respite to the locals there. Supreme Court is now ordered for the status quo to continue for the next 2 weeks. What's the reaction that you're getting in from ground? Have you heard any of those locals? What do you see around?
Well, Nabila, it's absolutely, it's totally status quo here. And as I rightly said previously, there's the media access to this particular area where the violence broke out and also where largely the victims are. We are totally restricted. We're not allowed to cross this particular road. So this is a kind of barricade guarded by CRPF, and beyond this point, we're not allowed really to speak. What we're hearing that shortly there will be a peace committee meeting, and largely still I could see there are barely few people in these houses because most of them are daily wages earner. They have gone back to their work. It is just another routine day for Jahangirpuri. Remember, this is also upon the people, the marginalized class, mostly the Muslim community, the Dalit community, those who have been living here. So because they have to earn their bread and butter, they all have gone back to their work. Just routine, another day, despite all the violence broke out, despite the stress, tension, if I could say. No, there is no tension prevailing here. It's totally peace and calm. This was the side where the bulldozer, the bulldozer drive took place. This was the place where, largely we see the burned vehicles. But despite all the illegal encroachment on this area particular, there was no bulldozer at all. But for now, it is only guarded by police, the paramilitary personnel, and since the Supreme Court has ordered now the next hearing post 2 weeks, status quo for 2 weeks, clearly it is a relief here for the people of Jahangirpuri. And then since situation is already calm and peace prevailing, from tomorrow onwards it will be just new day and perhaps just another regular day for the people of Jahangirpuri.
Right, Ashutosh, a quick word on the crux of this entire argument right now that ensued in the Supreme Court, where the petitioners constantly claim that this was being targeted at one community. The Muslim community have been targeted. MCD was raising down those establishments that belong to the Muslim community, while the Supreme Court tried to intervene and reminded the petitioners that in Kargo in Madhya Pradesh, you had at least 88 homes of Hindus that were destroyed and 28 of Muslims. Similar scene even in Jahangirpuri. We saw at least 3-4 shops out of the 12. About 3-4 shops belong to Hindus. Why don't you clarify for us what exactly is the reality on ground? Was it only Muslims establishments that were targeted alone?
Where we have all these visuals live. Yesterday, when the bulldozer drive was taking place, all our reporters, all our colleagues were reporting from different pockets. Remember the Jha who had a local shop here that was demolished. The Sanjay Juice Corner, another Hindu family, his house, his shop also bulldozed up. But what it seems, largely, you only cannot see the action without the larger perspective. It was a decisive action. It seems that it was totally decided that what they have to and in which area particularly. Now, if this is a square, there are 4 roads connect, east, west, north, south. Only this road saw the demolition drive right behind me, which was also part of the violence because there were some vehicles burned. And if you see, most of the areas are encroached by shopkeepers. There are vehicles parked. There are concrete kept because there are local shopkeepers. Nothing was touched down. But yes, there were some shopkeepers, including from the Hindu families. They also came under the demolition. But what is most significant is they kept crying. They said, we have papers, we have legitimate papers. This is our legitimate property authorized by MCD. The license have been issued by the MCD. The construction have been approved by the DDA. But despite all their arguments, everything was ignored by the MCD officials, and mercilessly they just bulldozed down all these structures that came upon. And that's clearly why he approached to the Supreme Court, that despite the legitimate papers and documentation that over the years he owned this property, made it from hard-earned money, why it was raised down. But here, why the largely accusation coming on the MCD, that mostly because in this particular line that belongs to the Muslim community, that can be seen raised, whereas the other side, which largely dominated by the Hindi community, a bulldozer did not even cross the road. That perhaps could be one of the major reasons why this accusation is being labeled on the MCD. And remember, there is also MCD polls now, could be happen anytime. We have seen the unification, and it has to go under the polls. And that's exactly why the accusation is coming, that this could be a political decision, a political bulldozer to replicate the UP bulldozer model in the Delhi for the political benefit. And that's exactly you saw by the evening, all political parties, the opposition camp attacking the BJP, where Aam Aadmi Party, kept saying, bulldoze the BJP headquarters if you have to prevent nation from the, the communal hatred. Congress says, are all Bangladeshis or Rohingyas are illegal?
Quite
are
naturally
they not
has
human beings?
peaked over this issue. But Ashutosh, as much as since you highlighted that MCD elections is coming soon enough, is this politically motivated? Those are questions that the opposition is asking, and of course even the petitioners also are claiming the same. While that said, some of those points in the petition really raises a lot of questions about MCD, whether at all the MCD would touch a house or a shop that is illegally encroached in South Delhi. Why target the poor? How many areas across Delhi or across the country for that matter are poor people living in illegal establishments and in slum dwellings that are largely illegal, in shanties that are largely illegal? This area was right at targeted, with the MCD arriving a day after the BJP sent out a letter requesting the MCD to take action, raise down the houses of stone pelters because they are encroached land, etc. So give us an understanding. How often or how common is this anti-encroachment drive carried out by the MCD? Is this regular process that they do? We hear in the same area about 3 days ago the MCD had anyway done a similar anti-encroachment drive. So what's new?
let's understand this encroachment, anti-encroachment drive. When there is a demolition of a pakka house, concrete house in a residential complex, calling it illegal. For example, if this is a colony, MCD believes that these lands are encroached upon the public road and there are illegal structures. Since because it's a pakka house, first they have to serve a notice, and petition of course can go and challenge. And we have seen several properties, and Sainik Farm is one of the example which has been in the court for many years. That's one example. Now, if these are the roads, there are kacha structure who open some shops for local milk selling, fruit selling, vegetables, ready patri, rag pickers, all these shops, then MCD do not require a permission. It is a regular drive. If you travel to Paharganj, if you go to Sadar Bazaar, if you go to Chavdi Bazaar, Chandni Chowk, Lajpat Nagar, Sarojini Nagar, all these markets
where, you're saying that this is a regular drive that the MCD does, and this shouldn't be surprising to anyone. Anisha Mathur is also joining us for a little perspective on that. Anisha, we saw arguments unfolding in court where petitioners, of course, trying to highlight that the MCD is targeting a particular community, that this was unconstitutional, this encroachment drive, and of course blaming the MCD of having malicious intent behind this entire demolition drive that was carried out. Give us an understanding what was argued in court and what was the Supreme Court's response to that?
Well, Nabila, it's been a very sharp but short argument in the court today. While the petitioners have argued that there was a particular targeting of a community after the rioting that took place, they've also argued that not just in Delhi but in a lot of other areas, they gave the example of Madhya Pradesh, they gave the example of Uttar Pradesh and Gujarat, this kind of targeted demolitions are taking place. In fact, Advocate Kapil Sibal argued that while encroachments must be removed, for the ministers and for the political leadership to say that encroachments are being done by a particular community and that the removal of those encroachments is a punishment to that community is what the problem in this situation really is. On the other side, of course, Solicitor General Tushar Mehta rubbishing these claims. Solicitor General has argued that there was no community targeting, that the MCD has been carrying out demolition drives in Jahangirpuri for a long time now, since January as a matter of fact. The Solicitor General also arguing that it was on the Delhi High Court's orders on a petition regarding encroachments on the road that this demolition drive was carried out. However, the Supreme Court asked a very pointed question, that if you're saying that you're only removing the redis and chairs and boxes from the footpaths, then why is it that you needed to take bulldozers? What did you actually issue notice to the permanent structures that you have demolished? For that, the Solicitor General has said that he will be submitting documents to back up his arguments. The Solicitor General has also said that the allegation by the Jamiat that there is targeting of a particular community after disturbances in other states as well, that is also being dismissed by the Solicitor General, who is saying that, giving an example of Khargon in MP, he has argued that in Khargon, the similar kind of demolition drive took place. 88 of the persons affected were Hindus, while 28 of the persons affected were Muslims. So the Jamiat's argument that there is a targeting of particular communities is incorrect according to the Solicitor General. At the moment, the Supreme Court of India has asked the government, as the MCD, the state governments, the centre, the Delhi police, all of them have to file a detailed response to the petitions that have been filed. Notices have been issued on all the petitions. Remember, not just the Jamiat petition, but also Brinda Karat's petition, which alleged that despite the mayor having been informed, the demolition did not stop. What is also important is that the Supreme Court bench has clearly said that we will take this issue seriously of whether the demolition continued even after information had been given to the mayor. But at this stage, at the first stage, tell us what was the process followed, whether notices were issued or not. And also for the petitioners, the court has asked, since one of the petitioners before the court is somebody who's claiming to be a resident of the area whose property was demolished, the court has also said, you file an affidavit, tell us whether any notices were issued to you or not, what documentation do you have to back up your claim. So at the moment, the Supreme Court has only extended the status quo orders, no demolition in Jahangirpuri for the next 2 weeks till the matter comes up again. But all parties have to put their stand on affidavit. The government has to clarify what process was followed. The petitioners have to clarify what violation of their rights has taken place. And the court has very clearly said that we will take this issue seriously, whether the demolition continued even after the mayor had been informed. The lawyer for the Jamiat Ulema Hind has has also been directed to file an affidavit showing the timeline of exactly when he had sent the WhatsApp message and the email to the NDMC mayor and NDMC officials. The advocate M.R. Shamshad, who was present in the court, in fact, claimed that he had already prepared the affidavit. He had sought permission to file that affidavit. The court has said, we will take this on record. You file all the possible documents. So clearly the court is saying that we want to see everything. We want an explanation for everything, whether everything was done by the book or not, and whether the Supreme Court's orders passed yesterday at 11 o'clock were violated or not. So ultimately, after 2 weeks, when everybody has been given time to explain themselves, that is when the important hearing will happen. Back to you.
So the next hearing, we understand, is in 2 weeks' time. In the meanwhile, status quo to be maintained. Is that right, Anisha?
Well, yes, Nabila. As I said, status quo orders have been continued. The court has very clearly said nothing will happen in Jahangirpuri for the next 2 weeks. What is also important to note is that Mr. Sibal had tried to argue that similar orders should also be passed in the other petition, which is for demolitions going on in UP, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, etc. But the court has not yet passed those orders. The court, in fact, commented that when we are seized of this issue, when we've passed orders in this case, do you really think that demolitions of this kind will continue? But this is something that
रही थी जब भी नहीं हमारे को आने दिया
आगे का जो पूरा हिस्सा है वो सड़क का
नहीं
जो 10 फीट 15 फीट सबने घेरी होती है
नहीं कोई 10-15 फीट नहीं है। अब मेरा छज्जा 1.5 फुट निकला हुआ है आज अभी उसे और जो है कोर्ट की तरफ से 2.5 फीट जो है अलाउड है और उसके बावजूद भी 1.5 फुट मेरा तोड़ दिया गया है। 2.5 फुट अलाउड होता है कोर्ट की तरफ से। हर मकान का देख लीजिए आप 3 फुट 4 फुट सज्जा निकला हुआ है तो मेरा 1.5 फुट क्यों तोड़ दिया गया? भाई जे सलम की मेरी दुकान है, जे सलम के ये मकान है तो मेरे साथ ऐसा अन्याय क्यों? ठीक है जी चलिए
All right, there you have it. Locals are already speaking out. They're saying this is unfair treatment, many of whom believe that they're well within their right to build along that area, and they call this legal. MCD, of course, responding, saying that this is, of course, illegal land and they have all the right to demolish it. India Today continues our relentless coverage right here. Do stay tuned. Slipping into a short break.
Are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999 892171.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
India has been witnessing a rise in inflation rate. From oil to vegetables, the price hike has us worried. But how to deal with such a blanket rise in price? There is a steep rise in the cost of living, and that's due to wholesale inflation, which has surged to a record high of 14.5% in March. So with inflation, your immediate concern would be managing your monthly cash flow. It would seem easier to cut back on your savings, but hold on, because that could actually derail your long-term financial goals. Sit back, map your financial resources and prepare a tight budget. Of course, sticking to it might seem difficult, but you can do so by reducing discretionary expenses like buying an expensive watch or taking a trip. An expert said that savings and investments should continue at the same pace, even if that means you have to give up on a trip or two. Another way to cut down on your discretionary budget is by reducing your eating out budget. Changing to public transport or working from home could also keep you away from overshooting the budget massively. If you have not paid much attention to your expenses, now would be a good time to start. Look at your grocery list and regular expenses and check what impacted you the most. Inflation will remain a recurring issue even when you retire. And to quote an expert, it's time to invest and invest well. The real rate of interest in your fixed deposit has probably turned negative. A 5.5% annual interest on your FD against the inflation rate of 7% means that your weather is eroding. So what other ways are there? Maybe you should look into investing in stock markets, with expert advice, of course. It might seem risky, but equities tend to give higher returns in the long run, but do consult an expert. So experts are saying that to beat inflation, earn higher returns through investment in stocks. So are you ready to look in the eye of inflation and beat it?
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
Association with Vistara. Fly the new feeling.
watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Our top focus here, Supreme Court gives respite to Jahangirpuri residents as the status quo continues. Let me take you through the top story first, the headlines. Supreme Court's order on status quo to continue for a big respite coming for residents of Jahangirpuri as a demolition drive now to be halted until the next 2 weeks. The top court issues notice to all parties. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson visits Sabarmati Ashram to pay tribute to Mahatma Gandhi. Series of high-profile business deals. Visit to Bulldozer factory lined up. Mega meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi scheduled for tomorrow. Prime Minister Modi's mega Sikh outreach. He will be addressing the nation from the Red Fort today at 9:15 p.m. In fact, he will be marking the 400th birth anniversary of Guru Tegh Bahadur. BJP's fact-finding delegation probing Hanskali rape and murder case says that Mamata government shielding the accused, TMC Neta's son, claims crucial proof has been destroyed. And Russian President Vladimir Putin's chilling threat to the West. Moscow successfully test fires nuclear-capable Sarmat missile. Putin says this missile will make enemies think twice. India Today speaks to top global expert, Harvard Professor Ravi Abdelal, on the Russia-Ukraine war. He says and asserts that tactical nuclear strike is quite a possibility. India Today tracking the big takeaways coming in from the Supreme Court right after the hearing on the Bulldozer drive in Jahangirpuri. Here are some of those takeaways. Point 1, the Supreme Court, while it heard the matter, break on Bulldozer for 2 weeks. That's what the court says after hearing the petitions. In fact, the status quo to continue in Jahangirpuri for at least 2 weeks now. This comes as a massive relief for Jahangirpuri residents whose shops and establishments were razed down by the MCD without notice. And we're looking at Muslims targeted claim by petitioners, which the government lawyer points that even Hindus at that point, while the demolition drive was carried out, were impacted because some of the Hindu shops, they too were razed down. These are some of those points that were argued and a decision that was made by the Supreme Court, quickly announcing for status quo to continue in the Jahangirpuri demolition drive for at least 2 weeks. So here are some of those takeaways from the Supreme Court's hearing on the petitions on Jahangirpuri demolition drive. Anisha Mathur with a little more clarity on that. Anisha, as we know and see clearly now, the Supreme Court has asked for status quo for at least 2 weeks. They're going to be hearing the matter in 2 weeks to come. Here, the crux of the entire argument, which went on for a very few minutes, was that Muslims were being targeted, to which we hear that the government lawyer has rebutted, saying that even some of the Hindu homes were impacted. Hindu shops were also razed down at the same time. Give us a sense of what really happened in the last hour at the Supreme Court on the Jahangirpuri demolition drive.
Well, Nabila, this hearing went on for about 40 minutes, about 30 to 40 minutes in the Supreme Court. If you see the way the hearing went on, first the court heard the allegations raised by the Jamiat Ulema Hind in their 2 petitions. That Brinda Karat's petition was also heard. Sanjay Hegde appearing for one of the residents of the area, he was also heard. And the court has asked certain pertinent questions with regard to what happened. The court has asked, first of all, of course, as you just said, status quo orders till the next hearing have been passed. There will be no demolition in Jahangirpuri for the next 2 weeks. In addition, the government authorities in Delhi, the MCD, North Delhi Municipal Corporation, the Delhi Police, as well as the authorities in Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat and other states, as well as the centre, who have been impleaded in the second petition regarding allegations of targeted demolitions of Muslim or the lower caste areas. Those for explanations for all of this, a response in all of this has been sought from all parties. The government as well as the petitioners who have come to the court, both sides will have to file detailed affidavits on what has happened, what process has been followed, whether notices have been issued, what is the legal status of these areas, the shops and homes that have been demolished by the municipal corporation. In addition, the court has also said that we will take it very serious.
IVR के भी माध्यम से, मिस्ड कॉल के भी माध्यम से, पोस्टर्स के भी माध्यम से, जहां पे हम दिल्ली के लोगों से पूछ रहे हैं कि उनको क्या लगता है, क्या भाजपा गुंडों की, लफंगों की, दंगइयों की पार्टी, और उनको क्या लगता है कि आम आदमी पार्टी पढ़े लिखे, शरीफ और ईमानदार लोगों की पार्टी है। ये सर्वे हम आज से ही शुरू करवाएंगे और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि इस सर्वे के माध्यम से आपके सामने भी, पूरी दिल्ली और देश की जनता के सामने भी आ जाएगा कि लोग भाजपा की गुंडागर्दी के बारे में क्या सोचते हैं, लोग भाजपा द्वारा की गई हिंसा के बारे में क्या सोचते हैं, लोग भाजपा द्वारा कराए जा रहे दंगों के बारे में क्या सोचते हैं।
तमाम दलों के नेता वहां पर जा रहे हैं, जहाँ पे इस पार्टी का एक डेलीगेशन आ जा रहा है। बीते दिन राहुल गांधी ने इसे लेकर कहा था कि स्टॉप द बुलडोजर ऑफ हिट। क्या कह रहे हैं?
देखिए, हम तो बस इतनी सी बात कह रहे हैं कि भाजपा गुंडों की पार्टी है, भाजपा दंगइयों की पार्टी है, भाजपा लफंगों की पार्टी है, और जब तक ये गुंडागर्दी खत्म नहीं होती, जब तक ये लफंगई खत्म नहीं होती, तब तक ये देश भर में हिंसा होती रहेगी। क्यों? क्योंकि भाजपा तो हिंसा करने वालों को, दंगा करने वालों को सम्मानित करती है। मैंने आज तक इस देश के इतिहास में कभी नहीं सुना।
All right, Anisha Mathur joining us right from court. Anisha, we see Atishi, who is the AAP MLA, already showering quite some comments on the BJP, saying that they are now wanting to start a survey to clarify that they have very sincere, loyal and credible people in the Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP, who is a party of criminals. That's what she says in her reaction. And this is bound to happen. We're going to see political reactions coming in. A lot of them accusing the BJP of trying to use the MCD for their political gains. Now, this was also argued in court. One of the petitions that said very clearly that the MCD was acting at the behest of BJP chief Adesh Gupta of Delhi. That Adesh sent a letter to the MCD saying that many of those petitioners, in fact those stone pelters in Jahangirpuri violence who were accused, their homes must be demolished because they're on illegal encroached land. And soon after that, a day later, was when the MCD carried out this massive demolition drive without notices being given. What more did the petition say? Break down to us what exactly did the petition say? And there were multiple petitions, we understand.
Well, yes, Nabila, if you look at the allegations that were raised during the court hearing as well as in the petition, one important thing that Dushyant Dave, who is appearing for the petitioners, the Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind, has alleged that this demolition drive was carried out in the same sequence of events as the riots that took place in Jahangirpuri just a handful of days ago. What Dave has said that is, and the petition also has alleged, is that this is a pattern that is emerging from not just from Delhi but from other states as well, that there is a disturbance regarding some religious procession, regarding some religious function. There is a clash. After that, persons of a particular community are arrested and picked up, and just soon after that, the homes and shops of persons belonging to that community, persons who have been accused in various cases, they are demolished without due process being followed. And that is exactly what Dave also argued regarding Delhi as well, that it was just hours after the BJP Delhi chief wrote to the MCD that action should be taken against the persons who are accused of stolen pelting, action should be taken against the persons involved in the rioting, that this demolition drive happened. Of course, on the other side, the Solicitor General has denied these claims. He has argued that the demolition drive for removing encroachments has been going on since January in Delhi and since 2021 in Madhya Pradesh and other areas. So whether the court has now asked for an explanation from all sides. The allegation, of course, from the petitioners, from the Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind, from Brinda Karat, as well as from some of the petitioners who came in, one of the local residents who has come in, was that no notice was given to the local residents, that this this was a targeted response, a vindictive response after the disturbance that happened in Jahangirpuri in the last few days, that it is a targeting of a particular community, that the demolition drive happened on the same road as the rioting that had happened just last weekend. All of these allegations have pointed fingers at the BJP for using the MCD and the Delhi police for their political gains. What we just heard from Atishi as well, and what we've been hearing from other political leaders across the spectrum, the opposition is alleging that the BJP is using this kind of demolition drives as a political tool. The MCD Delhi elections are also scheduled to happen sometime this year. This political blame game, of course, the political arguments against the BJP have been coming in thick and fast. But the question really is, was there violation of the rules, and did the BJP, did this entire incident happen because of a political push? Back to you.
Right, Anisha, stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to the area where situation seems quite tense, and which is why we see huge police deployment. Jahangirpuri, Ashutosh Mishra is joining us right from there. Ashutosh, this comes certainly as a respite for locals of Jahangirpuri who were really apprehensive that their shops or houses could be razed if they are on illegal land. All right, I'm going to cut across to Amit Bharadwaj. Ashutosh, we're going to connect to him. He's also the same area. Amit Bharadwaj, you're there right now. Have you managed to get a word from the locals? Because we heard reactions coming in. A man whose shop has been demolished claims that he was well within the legal periphery and that this was done arbitrarily. The demolition drive was done arbitrarily. He says there are many more shops in areas that are violating the rules. Why was mine targeted? Have you managed to speak to anyone directly?
Well, Nabila, the situation on the ground is as such that you could see the security forces have been deployed in large numbers. And yesterday, India Today Group was reporting from this particular stretch, the Jahangirpuri Masjid stretch. But today you could see that security forces have blocked the entire area. There are barricades and security has been put up on the both ends of the road. So clearly the entire area is in a way inaccessible as far as locals are concerned. On the other side as well, where demolition activity was carried out yesterday, what you see this morning is barricades have been put up. Delhi police is stopping anyone from crossing this particular barricade, and only those people are allowed to enter the this part of Jahangirpuri whose houses are located in this area. So the situation clearly is a little tense, continues to remain tense. The security has been deployed. The idea is to maintain law and order situation on the ground as well. Yesterday we had seen that the locals were angry because of the demolition activity that was carried out, and that demolition activity went on for at least 90 minutes even after the Supreme Court status quo order. And that is the reason why the locals were pretty angry. And today as well, the voice that you were talking about, we had spoken to n number of shop owners and street vendors who had said that they were not provided notices before carrying out the demolition activity in Jahangirpuri. This particular juice center, which we had reported yesterday as well, as and when the demolition was being carried out, this particular juice center, Nabila, was demolished, was bulldozed after the Supreme Court's status quo order. And people like him have been, coming out in the public domain with documents, and they are the one who have been talking that they were neither provided notices from the Municipal Corporation of Delhi. Nabila, there's some commotion here. I'm just trying to figure out what is happening.
Yes, please.
Congress leader Ajay Makan, along with other Congress leaders, were expected to reach the ground today in the Jahangirpuri demolition area. And I would ask my colleague to show you the visuals. There's some commotion. So possibly Ajay Makan is coming on the ground, hitting the ground. Yesterday we had seen that CPM leader Brinda Karat was on the ground. She had literally stood in front of the JCB machines, the bulldozers, and had stopped them from carrying out the demolition activity. Today, Ajay Makan, a Congress leader, a senior Congress leader who is also known for bringing, landmark judgments in Delhi as far as demolition activities are concerned. He has been petitioner in the previous landmark cases where clear-cut instructions by the courts were given out about as to how demolition activities can be carried out. So there's some commotion on the other side of the road. We'll get to know in a couple of minutes as to is it Ajay Makan or the police is just, increasing the security in the area to maintain the law and order situation. Let me tell you one thing.
Amit,
yesterday,
we also saw
Ajay Makan had tweeted. Yes.
Locals have already come out and spoken to the media. Many of them are claiming that their properties are illegal. In fact, they have all their papers, they have their documents. They now are seeking compensation. They seem quite upset and angry at this point. Have you heard of a word of compensation coming in from those shop owners who claim that the shops have been there since the 70s, the 80s, almost 4 or 5 decades that they've been, living there and, carrying out business in those areas for that many decades? How can they be mowed down without a notice? And they want a compensation. Have you heard of that?
Yeah. That sentiment is on the ground, Nabila. Absolutely, that sentiment is on the ground, and there are n number of people who have been claiming that they were legal allottees since 1977, since 1980, and they have been running their shops and establishments since 1980s, and without providing notices, their shops or vents were bulldozed yesterday, and obviously these people would be demanding some sort of compensation.
To the Supreme Court, a lawyer speaking on the court's order of status quo. Let's cut across.
पूछा है कि ये क्यों चलता रहा इस तरह, उसको हम देखेंगे और उसको एग्जामिन करेंगे. एफिडेविट कोर्ट के रिकॉर्ड पे लगा दिया गया है. कोर्ट ने कहा है कि ये एक इशू है जो सीरियस लगता है और इसको वो एग्जामिन सर्टेनली करेंगे.
सर, तुषार मेहता की तरफ से कहा गया कि जहांगीरपुरी वाला मसला जो था हाईकोर्ट में भी था, हाईकोर्ट ने अतिक्रमण हटाने का आदेश दिया था, नोटिस जारी किए गए थे, तो नोटिस जारी न होने की बात गलत है. क्या आप ये डिस्क्लोज करेंगे एफिडेविट में?
जहां तक नोटिस नहीं जारी किए गए थे, वो हमें जो वहां से इंफॉर्मेशन मिली है उसके हिसाब से हमने ऑलरेडी लिख के दिया हुआ है एफिडेविट पर कि नोटिस नहीं दिए गए थे. लेकिन अब इंडिविजुअल पर्सन्स के एफिडेविट इस बारे में हम दाखिल करेंगे. और जहां तक दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट के ऑर्डर का मसला है, उस ऑर्डर के बारे में हमें अभी कुछ पता नहीं है, ना ही वो कोर्ट को दिया गया है. तो जब वो एक बार रिकॉर्ड पे आएगा तो फिर उसको देखेंगे कि वो किस बैकग्राउंड में पास हुआ था, क्यों दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट ने ये ऑर्डर किया था. ये नहीं कहा था ना कि अगर कोई इस तरह का पथराव हो, नारेबाजी हो और अगले दिन बुलडोजर लेके आप चले जाइए और तोड़ दीजिए. क्या दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट ने ये बात कही थी? ये सारा का सारा जो मसला यहाँ पर सुप्रीम कोर्ट में आया है वो इस बैकग्राउंड में आया है. तो इस परिप्रेक्ष्य का अगर कोई ऑर्डर है तो सर्टेनली उस ऑर्डर को हम देख के और उस पर रिव्यू करेंगे. लेकिन वो ऑर्डर किसी और कॉन्टेक्स्ट में आया होगा, मुझे नहीं मालूम. अब वो आएगा हमारे पास एफिडेविट पर तो देखा जाएगा.
सर, सॉलिसिटर ने ये कहा कि
Yes. We will file affidavits of individuals whose houses, shops have been demolished to say whether they were issued notices or not.
So the government has said that there was notice issued that the demolition drive has been going on since January.
This is the oral submission that has come. Now the government will file an affidavit to say that these are the notices which were.
जो पीड़ित लोग हैं उनसे हम मिलना चाहते हैं. देखते हैं हम कितना आगे तक के जाने के. बात कर लेने दो. देखो आधे लोग वहाँ खड़े हैं, आधे फिर यहाँ हैं. वहाँ तक चलो भाई, ठीक बस करो भाई.
Makan, Congress leader who's also arrived in Jahangirpuri, right there at the spot. Makan is, of course, trying to assess the situation post the demolition drive. We see politicians, one after the other, landing at the communal hotspot, right after this anti-encroachment drive was carried out by the MCD. Allegations that the MCD acted at the behest of the state BJP leadership. In fact, we're looking at Ajay Makan, Congress leader, who's now arrived there, trying to, assess the situation and meet with the locals. This comes amid heavy police security that's been deployed in Jahangirpuri at this moment. Remember, the Supreme Court has now just issued a stay. In fact, the status quo to continue. The stay order was issued just yesterday itself. Today, while the Supreme Court hears the petitioners, decides to continue with the status quo at least for the next 2 weeks. And in the meanwhile, the MCD has been given time, the government has been given time to respond to all those allegations of allegedly carrying out this demolition drive arbitrarily. Remember, the MCD has time and again said that this is a routine drive since January. The government lawyer says since January, the MCD has already carried out several anti-encroachment drives, and this was not new. This was just routine. But petitioners alleging that the MCD carried out this drive arbitrarily without notices that were given, and particularly blaming the MCD of targeting a particular community. Let me cut across to Amit Bharadwaj, who's right there where Ajay Maken, Congress leader, is present in Jahangirpuri. Amit, we see Ajay Maken has just arrived. What is he doing there? What's his purpose on ground?
Nabila, yesterday Ajay Maken had said it on Twitter that the demolition activity in Jahangirpuri was illegal and that he would reach the ground along with senior Congress leaders. And what you see on the ground, I'll ask my colleague to show you the visuals. Shakti Singh Gohil, senior Congress leader, has hit the ground along with Ajay Maken, Delhi Congress President Anil Chaudhary. All of these leaders have reached the ground and they are trying to enter Jahangirpuri demolition area. They want to meet the victims. They want to meet the families who have faced the bulldozers yesterday, and they are going to speak to them as to whether proper notices were provided to them or not, and check, and remember, Ajay Maken is someone who has fought several legal cases and has been responsible for landmark judgments in Delhi as far as demolition activity is concerned. On your screens, right there on your screens, Anil Chaudhary, Delhi Congress President, Harun Yusuf, former minister in the Delhi government, former minister in the Sheila Dikshit government, they are trying to enter the Jahangirpuri demolition site. I will ask my colleague to come forward, and try to show you the visuals as to what is happening on the ground. Delhi police is trying to keep the situation calm as the leaders, political leaders, the opposition leaders are reaching the ground. There you see that is Anil Chaudhary, Delhi Congress President, trying to cross the road and reach the other side of the road to meet the demolition, those families and the shop owners who have faced the demolition yesterday. And Delhi police is clearly trying to keep the situation calm. They are letting in only a select political workers inside the Jahangirpuri demolition area. So these are the visuals. I am also trying to cross the road and to show you as to what is happening. And we will just try to, reach to the other side to show you as to what these opposition leaders are going to do on the ground. Ajay Maken had yesterday said that he will reach the ground and meet the demolition of the families who have faced the bulldozers yesterday. And today what you see on the ground, not only Ajay Maken, Shakti Singh Gohil, along with him, Harun Yusuf, former minister of Delhi in the Sheila Dikshit government, and Anil Chaudhary, all these senior leaders of the Congress party have reached the ground and they are now moving towards the other side of Jahangirpuri C block area where the Jahangirpuri mosque is actually located, and he would be, they are expected to meet the families and the shop owners whose properties have been demolished, So we have just managed to come on the other side of the road. Nabila, I'll try to show you the visuals, and we'll also try to speak to the senior leaders of the Congress party who are here to meet the families and the shop owners.
Are they allowed to meet with the families? Is the police allowing for the Congress leaders to meet with families? Because we know it's a very tense situation and emotions are peaking at this point. We already heard a couple of shop owners who came out very angry and frustrated, upset, accusing the MCD of targeting them without fault. We see Congress leaders now arriving. Are they allowed to meet them?
जो किया है और जिस तरीके से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोगों के बयान
नबीला that is
हिंदू मुस्लिम सिख ईसाई भाईचारा हमेशा बना
एमसीडी की कार्रवाई को आप कैसे देखो, क्योंकि एमसीडी कह रही है कि गैर कानूनी चीजें तोड़ी गई हैं सिर्फ।
एमसीडी ने जो किया है और जिस तरीके से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोगों के बयान है उससे साफ जाहिर होता है कि मकसद क्या था, किस तरीके से खुलेआम बयान दिए गए, किस तरीके से अरविंद केजरीवाल खामोश, कोई नहीं बोल रहे, गायब हो गए, साफ सूंघ गया। आज जो जिस तरीके का वातावरण है उसको ठीक करने के लिए अरविंद केजरीवाल और आम आदमी पार्टी सो गई है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी, राष्ट्रीय सेवक संघ, इनका तो हमें पता है, लेकिन ये जो अपने आप को एक नई राजनीति करने आए थे, दिल्ली के लोगों को उनके हाल पे छोड़ दिया है। किस तरीके से उनके घर डेमोलिश हो।
हम बात करेंगे कांग्रेस के सीनियर लीडर।
All right, that was Congress leader Harun Yusuf, who's currently on the spot. Amit, we saw you are right beside where the Congress leader is, along with Ajay Makin. We see some more Congress leaders who have just arrived, including Harun Yusuf. He obviously blames the BJP, accusing them of targeting a particular community. More reactions coming in on that. Let's cut across.
यही चाहते हैं कि शांति बनी रहे, और जो ये लोगों को तोड़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, किसी का भी टूटे, चाहे हिंदू का हो चाहे मुसलमान का हो, किसी का भी जले, चाहे हिंदू का हो चाहे मुसलमान का हो, हिंदुस्तानी का है। इस बात को समझना होगा। सिर्फ महंगाई और भाजपा के खिलाफ बने माहौल के खिलाफ ये सब चीज करवाना ठीक नहीं।
अभी क्या प्रयास करेंगे आप?
जरूर कहीं पर भी हिंसा ठीक नहीं है।
सर, अभी क्या प्रयास करेंगे आप? क्या परिवारों से मिलने के लिए जाएंगे? हम परिवारों से
जरूर हम यहाँ पे आए हैं। हमारी सबसे पहली कोशिश यही है कि शांति का माहौल कैसे बने। यहाँ पे दिल्ली के लोग दिलवाले हैं, कभी आपस में लड़ते नहीं हैं। ये एक साजिश, सोची समझी साजिश थी। महंगाई के खिलाफ देश की जनता का रोष, आक्रोश है, और इसीलिए अभी उपचुनाव में 4 असेंबली थी, भाजपा 0। टीएमसी ने पार्लियामेंट जीत ली, भाजपा नीचे गिर गई। तो ये लोगों के गुस्से को, आक्रोश को बदलने के लिए चाहे राम का मरे चाहे रहीम का मरे, भाजपा की वोट बैंक भरे, ये कोशिश जो भाजपा की थी उसने ये करवाया है। हम शांति बहाल हो इसलिए यहाँ पे आए हैं। हर इंसान का ये अधिकार है कि अपना घर बने। सुप्रीम कोर्ट के 10 जजों की बनी बेंच ने कहा था कि एक गरीब का घर तोड़ने से पहले प्रिंसिपल ऑफ नेचुरल जस्टिस फॉलो होने चाहिए, और यहाँ पे नोटिस भी नहीं दिया गया, तोड़ा जा रहा है। वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के 10 जजों की बनी बेंच के खिलाफ था। सिर्फ और सिर्फ महंगाई की मार से जनता का भाजपा के खिलाफ आक्रोश है, तो उसको डाइवर्ट करने के लिए ये हिंदुस्तानी को आपस में लड़ाने की साजिश जो की है, उसके खिलाफ हम शांति की अपील को लेके आए हैं। चाहे हिंदू का जले चाहे मुसलमान का जले, चाहे हिंदू का टूटे चाहे मुसलमान का टूटे, आखिर हिंदुस्तानी का नुकसान है और ये नहीं होना चाहिए, ये हम चाहते हैं।
Is the Delhi police allowing you to meet?
हो गई बात, हाँ, आपका आर रिपब्लिक से बहुत हो गई।
Is the Delhi police allowing you
आपसे
to
नहीं
meet the
करेंगे,
families?
आपसे नहीं करेंगे अभी।
Goel sir, is the Delhi police allowing you to meet the families?
We have requested police commissioner, and we are also cooperating with the administration. With us, so many persons wanted to come. We had decided no, we will go in a limited numbers. Whatever the police had said, we cooperated because we want peace in the area. We don't want to break law and order. What is the situation here? The people of Delhi are living in peace. They want peace. But there is, because of price rises, because of mismanagement of BJP, there is a loss of anger amongst the people of the country against BJP. And look at the results. The by-elections result, the 4 assembly elections were there. Out of 4, 2 Congress won, 1 RJD, 1 TMC, BJP is 0. In Parliament also, and that is why, to divert the attention of the people, this BJP is not concerned for Hindus, neither for Muslims. Ram ka mare ya Rahim ka mare, meri vote bank bhare. That was the conspiracy of BJP. Against that, we are here to appeal the people.
BJP and Aam Aadmi Party are in a war of words over this particular demolition drive, and in fact both are attacking each other. How do you see this political battle between the two parties?
Look, the law is very clear. 10 judges of the Supreme Court have said in a detailed judgment that every poor has a right to have his own house. And before demolishing the house, principle of natural justice should be followed.
So the Congress leaders are now heading towards the Jahangirpuri area where the demolition drive was carried out, and we are showing you more visuals. You know, this is Anil Chaudhary, the Delhi Congress president, who is now heading along with Shakti Singh Gohil towards the area where houses and the properties were bulldozed yesterday, where the illegal encroachment was bulldozed.
We want to know what exactly the Congress plans to do. Could you try and catch him to find out what does the Congress plan to do on this?
The Congress party right now is going to meet the locals. They have said that they have requested the police, Delhi police, to let them enter the area, meet the locals and, you know, listen to their concerns. You just heard to Shakti Singh Gohil, he is saying that we are here to calm down the people, to make sure that peace prevails in the area. We'll also try to speak to Anil Chaudhary, who is Delhi Congress president, and we'll try to understand as to what is the plan of action today right here on the ground zero.
आज भी आप ये प्रश्न पक्ष से पूछ रहे हैं। मैं एनडीटीवी से कहूंगा, आप हिम्मत है तो अरविंद से पूछिए, अरविंद केजरीवाल क्यों नहीं आए? अरविंद केजरीवाल एक ट्वीट के माध्यम से अपनी बात कह के चुप क्यों है? आज भाजपा का साथ देकर के दिल्ली को अशांत करके घर में बैठ गए। प्रश्न इस बात का है कि कानून की धज्जियां उधारी गई हैं, तो जवाब केजरीवाल से पूछिए। सर, कांग्रेस के लोकल नेता, यहाँ के क्षेत्रीय विधायक रहे देवेंद्र यादव जी लगातार हमारे हम यहाँ आए हैं। हम यहाँ जिस तरह से क्षति हुई है, सद्भाव की क्षति हुई है, लोगों के जो हक की लड़ाई है वो लड़ेगी कांग्रेस पार्टी। हम कोर्ट में भी जाने के लिए तैयार हैं।
हमारे अनिल चौधरी हैं, अनिल से क्या कहना है इस मामले में? अनिल जी, so you just heard Anil Chaudhary, Delhi Congress president, attacking Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, asking as to why Arvind Kejriwal has not hit the ground, why his leaders have not hit the ground.
You know, it's highly unfortunate that we're looking at this kind of blame game that continues over the demolition drive in Jahangirpuri. That was Anil Bhardwaj outrightly lashing out at Arvind Kejriwal, Delhi Chief Minister, for not arriving at the spot and assessing the situation. We're going to continue tracking those details, but up next here, UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson in India. He visits Sabarmati Ashram to pay tributes to Mahatma Gandhi and a series of high-profile business deals, visits Bulldozer factory that's also been lined up. He's due to visit there. Also a mega meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi scheduled for tomorrow. We're going to take you through details right after a short break. Stay with us.
This is a tank turret.
Courage.
India today, in fact, is the only Indian crew to reach.
Fearlessness.
This is the third tank armored person carrier we have seen.
Putting our lives at risk.
Massive operation over here in Ilianka.
We are on the ground, bringing you the facts.
A Ukrainian woman shares the horror of shelling.
So that India is better informed. Tune into India Today TV, reporting from the front line.
Food wastage is not just a social problem, but an environmental one too. It is important to take concrete steps to ensure food wastage is avoided at all costs. Why we shouldn't waste food? When we waste food, we waste the labor, the effort, investment and precious resources. It also increases greenhouse gas emissions and contributes to climate change. What you can do? Reduce. Be more mindful of food you buy what you use and use it all. Improve food storage and reduce wastage at home. Reuse. If you don't eat everything you make, freeze it for later. Use the leftovers as an ingredient in another meal. Recycle. Recycle as much as possible. Try composting and put nutrients back into the soil. You can also start your own green patch of fruits, vegetables or herbs. With these easy ways, you can reduce food wastage and become a food hero.
No, she's not an actor or a fashion influencer. She is Pakistan's new foreign minister, Hina Rabbani. Hina Rabbani Khar is the latest addition to Pakistan's newly elected Shahbaz Sharif cabinet. She was sworn in as the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs of Pakistan. She is famous for her classy style and is one of the only 5 women on board Shahbaz's cabinet. Hina Rabbani is often spotted wearing subtle shades of blue, beige and white. Her wardrobe has full-sleeve kurtas paired with chudidars and chiffon dupattas and lovely chikankari kurtas. She is not short of a beauty queen and has elegant jewelry. Her outfits are paired with pearl necklaces and studs apart from a few bangles and a watch. Her designer sunglasses and bags worth at least $9,000 have also been the talk of the town. On top of that, she complements her looks with subtle makeup, flaunting her natural complexion and jet black eyeliner. But enough about her style and fashion sense. Now that we have your attention, let us tell you about her take on foreign issues. This isn't the first for Hina Rabbani to be elected to the cabinet. She was the youngest and first ever woman to serve in Pakistan's cabinet. She was the 21st Foreign Minister of Pakistan from February 2011 to March 2013. In 2011, she came to India for peace dialogue and visited the shrine of Muslim Sufi saint Hazrat Nizamuddin Auliya in New Delhi. In the past, she also stressed the need to have a great relationship with Kabul as well as Delhi. She has advocated reducing dependence on the US, which made her quite popular. In the past, she has been described as the scion of a wealthy, land-owning family from southern Punjab. She quit active politics after serving as a foreign minister for 2 years. Then she rejoined politics in 2018 on a reserved seat for women in the National Assembly. She has also pointed out that Pakistan cannot conquer Kashmir through war, and the dispute can be resolved.
Cutting across to Jahangirpuri, Ajay Maken, Congress leader, who's right there. Let's hear it from him.
Religion. So when all these people are...
We're going to cut across to Ajay Maken, who's right now on the ground. Remember, Congress leaders Ajay Maken, a few others have reached the spot.
अभी नहीं, अभी तक नहीं, लेकिन पुलिस कोऑपरेट कर रही है. इजाजत देंगे तो हम मिलेंगे. हमारा ये कहना है बड़ा सीधा कि गरीब लोगों के ऊपर वार नहीं होना चाहिए, और ये इसलिए हो रहा है क्योंकि आज महंगाई और बेरोजगारी से गरीब लोग पीड़ित हैं. उनका ध्यान भटकाने के लिए, उनके अंदर ध्रुवीकरण पैदा करने के लिए सरकार जानबूझ करके ये काम कर रही है.
Himself, he's in fact fought several cases in the past on anti-encroachment drives and illegal demolitions, etc. He's now arrived on the ground. A couple of Congress leaders, in fact, along with Ajay Maken, who arrived only to meet with some of those locals who are aggrieved, whose shops have been demolished, and who accuse the MCD of malicious intent. Here is the Congress arriving at the spot in Jahangirpuri. Remember, this is a communally sensitive area at a time when emotions are running high. You have politicians who are, literally arriving at that very tense area to meet with those locals and communicate what went wrong. Here are some of the Congress leaders, Ajay Maken leading them to interact with those locals who are currently aggrieved. And we heard how the Congress leaders are accusing AAP leaders, including Arvind Kejriwal, Chief Minister of Delhi, for not arriving there, for not meeting with the locals and for ignoring their plight. Let me cut across to Amit Bharadwaj. Amit, Congress leaders Ajay Maken along with a few others who have arrived at the spot, what do they intend to do? What is their plan of action? What does Congress want to do? How do they want to help those locals who are aggrieved? Any word on that?
हमने पुलिस को अनुरोध किया है अगर वो मिलने देने की.
Nabila, I'm just putting the mic on. Ajay Maken is speaking.
क्या डिमांड रहेगी सर? मोटे तौर इसके कोर्ट के आदेश हैं कि कोई भी बगैर नोटिस के आप नहीं हटा सकते.
जी, हमारे साथ अजय माकन ने इससे आप क्या अपनी पुलिस से आपकी मिलने आए थे, आपको रोका गया.
आज लोग महंगाई से त्रस्त हैं, बेरोजगारी से त्रस्त हैं और लोगों के अंदर ध्रुवीकरण करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं.
हमारे व्यूअर्स को आप चूंकि जब मंत्री थे अर्बन डेवलपमेंट तो रेडी पटरी वालों के लिए कानून लाए थे, वो कानून बताइए.
देखिए,
डेमोलिशन किया जा सकता है.
रेडी पटरी एमसीडी संरक्षण कानून 2014 का मैं बतौर मंत्री जब लेकर के आया था, उसमें सेक्शन 3 सबसेक्शन 3 उस कानून का बड़ा स्पष्ट ये कहता है कि जब तक के पूरा सर्वे ना हो जाए, जब तक ऑल्टरनेट व्यवस्था नहीं करी जाए, जब तक कि आप किसी को हटा नहीं सकते रेडी पटरी वालों को। उसके अलावा ये 2019 का कोर्ट के ऑर्डर्स हैं, जिसको कल आपके चैनल ने भी कोर्ट किया है, और उसमें बड़ा स्पष्ट है कि बगैर नोटिस के आप किसी को भी डेमोलिशन नहीं कर सकते।
एमसीडी ने आज कोर्ट में बोला है कि एक सेकंड में आज एमसीडी ने बोला है कि कुर्सी और मलबा हटाने के लिए उन्हें इजाजत की जरूरत नहीं।
बिल्कुल गलत है, ये मलबा और कुर्सी की बात नहीं है। ये अगर रेडी पटरी है तो रेडी पटरी कानून के तहत कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। ये अगर मकान है तो उनको आशियाना के लिए आवास योजना के तहत कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। तो ये किसके तहत उन्होंने कार्रवाई करी है ये तो बताए, और एमसीडी को सुओ मोटो कार्रवाई करने का कोई अधिकार नहीं है।
अच्छा, आप रेस्पॉन्सिबल
इनकी मंशा नहीं है। ये अगर रेडी पटरी है तो रेडी पटरी कानून के तहत कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। ये अगर मकान है तो उनको आशियाना के लिए आवास योजना के तहत कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। तो ये किसके तहत उन्होंने कार्रवाई करी है ये तो बताए, और एमसीडी को सुओ मोटो कार्रवाई करने का कोई अधिकार नहीं है। इनकी मंशा सीधे सीधे ये है, आज जब देश के गरीब लोग आज पीड़ित है बेरोजगारी से, महंगाई से, तो उनके अंदर ध्रुवीकरण करके उनको तंग करने की
demolition activity was illegal.
Although that's Ajay Makin who calls this demolition drive illegal, saying that this was done arbitrarily and that the matter in court has been rightly dealt with. A stay order has been issued suo moto to continue for the next 2 weeks. Ajay Makin, of course, hitting out at the MCD, the BJP, for carrying out this demolition drive that he deems as illegal. Remember, Congress leaders have just arrived in large numbers. Ajay Makin and a few other leaders, the chief of the Delhi Congress also along with him, who are currently meeting with the locals there. Remember, they're also accompanied by the police force, who are adequately deployed only to ensure law and order situation in a communally sensitive zone. This is the exact same area, Jahangirpuri, where just yesterday a massive demolition drive was carried out in the same spot where 3 days ago a huge communal clash broke out. A lot of talk and questions raised about the intent of the MCD, about whether this was targeting those stone pelters, just like how it was in states like Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, as well as Gujarat, where rioters and stone pelters, their homes were demolished by the civic body there. Was this a same pattern in Delhi as well? Right after the communal clashes, the MCD came by to demolish some of the illegal encroached establishments along the area. These are questions being raised, and here you have Congress leaders who have arrived to try and meet with the locals, accusing the BJP of giving this a communal color. Let me cut across to Amit Bharadwaj, who's right there at the spot. We also have Anisha Mathur joining us from court on that. Amit, over to you. We see Congress leaders in large numbers. Congress leaders, at least 4 of them that we spotted, who have arrived there trying to meet with the locals, accusing Aam Aadmi Party of not visiting the spot and assessing the situation despite them being in power in Delhi.
Absolutely right, Nabila. The Congress delegation had reached Jahangirpuri area where the demolition anti-encroachment drive was carried out by North MCD yesterday. And 3 Congress leaders, Ajay Makan, senior Congress leader and former Union Minister, Anil Chaudhary, Delhi Congress President, and Shakti Singh Gohil, again former Union Minister. 3 leaders of Congress made 3 different kind of arguments. If you go by Ajay Makan's argument, he said that the demolition activity which was carried out by the MCD in Jahangirpuri yesterday was illegal. That is what Ajay Makan is saying. He also cited laws. He said that as a minister, he had brought laws for, carrying out anti-encroachment drive as far as street vendors are concerned. And he also said that there is a landmark judgment of 2019 where laws have been clearly specified by the court as to how demolition activity can be carried out. You cannot carry out any demolition activity without giving, following due diligence, due process, and giving notice to the property owners. So that is what Ajay Makan is saying, and he had come here with all those documents, with the copy of the law, with the copy of the judgment, and he was showing it to the media. If you talk about Shakti Singh Gohil, he had trained his guns at the Bharatiya Janata Party. He claimed that state after state this kind of trend is taking place where bulldozers are being put on the ground, and he's accusing that this particular activity is being carried out just to distract the people from the core issues of inflation, from the core issues of fuel price hike, unemployment. So that was the line of attack that was done by Shakti Singh Gohil. But if you talk about Anil Chaudhary, who is Delhi Congress president, he trained his guns. He lashed out at Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. He questioned that why Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has not reached the ground, why his party MLAs and ministers have not reached the ground and met the family members and the shop owners who faced the bulldozers yesterday. So that has been the principal line of attack.
Clearly, we're looking at the Congress indulging in blame game. They've arrived 24 hours later. Right, Amit, what we see of the Congress party too, they've arrived 24 hours after the bulldozers razed down those illegal establishments, and now they blame the app for not even visiting that spot and assessing the situation. Let me cut across to Anisha Mathur. Anisha, Congress leaders have arrived at Jahangirpuri. In fact, we know that Kapil Sibal, also a Congress leader, has been one of the petitioners and championing this cause for the locals there in court, accusing the BJP of giving this entire demolition drive a communal color. In fact, accusing the MCD of acting at the behest of the state BJP leadership in Delhi. What more has the petition highlighted, which Kapil Sibal is also now championing?
Well, Nabila, first of all, let me correct you a little bit. Kapil Sibal is not a petitioner. He's the lawyer. He's a senior lawyer appearing for the petitioner, which is the Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind. The political person who has actually filed a petition in the Supreme Court is Brinda Karat. However, if you look at the arguments that were made from both petitioners' behalf, the allegation that is being raised is very clearly that this demolition drive is a political vendetta being carried out against persons who have clashed with the BJP or BJP's affiliates. In addition, Kapil Sibal, who is appearing for the Jamiat in the larger issue petition. Remember, there are two petitions in the Supreme Court by the Jamiat. One about the Jahangirpuri incident. The second one is about what they call a disturbing trend of bulldozer drives being conducted in multiple states where persons who have been accused of a crime, particularly persons who have been accused of indulging in clashes, which have been participating in clashes where some groups have clashed against the BJP or its affiliates. That is the allegation that is being made, that the persons who participated in these clashes or the persons who are accused of any crime, there is illegal demolition and being undertaken against their properties. It is something that the petition has alleged that the BJP is using as a political tool in the states that it is ruling, that instead of following the rule of law, instead of letting somebody first get convicted, letting the process being followed, that the property has to be declared as encroachment or an illegal property, the BJP is indulging in bulldozer politics, wherein particularly against persons belonging to a particular community or belonging to the lower castes, this kind of drive is being conducted, that if somebody is accused of a crime, and remember, the allegation is that merely if somebody is accused of a crime, not somebody who is convicted and their property has to be seized. The person who's only accused of a crime, their property is being demolished by the government as a punitive measure, as a preemptory punitive measure, even before the court has actually declared that person as a convict, or even before the court has said that X or Y property belonging to this person is an illegal property. That is the crux of the argument that was made today, that this is not just about what has happened in Jahangirpuri. What has happened in Jahangirpuri is something that has emerged as a pattern, that the government of the BJP is not following the rule of law, that they are indulging in this kind of vendetta politics, using the municipal authorities and the police in their political games. Now, the Supreme Court, of course, has asked for an explanation from the municipal authorities in Delhi as well as the other state governments as to whether any process was followed or not. The government, of course, has rubbished these claims. The Solicitor General...
Yeah, I was just coming to that. What is the government lawyer reacted to those allegations?
Is a problem.
What was the response of the government lawyer? We understand that the government lawyer has stressed upon the fact that MCD carries out routine anti-encroachment drives like this, and this is nothing new. They've quoted that from January to now, at least 4 anti-encroachment drives have been carried out. So why single this out? In fact, stay with us, Anisha. I'm going to quickly cut across to Gaurav Bhatia, BJP spokesperson, joining us on the phone line for more on that. Mr. Gaurav, here is Supreme Court argument where petitioners have directly accused the BJP of, in fact, trying to instigate the MCD, which is under your leadership, to carry out an arbitrary anti-encroachment drive exactly in the same spot where the riots broke out.
I completely deny the allegations that are being hurled at us because I was present in the Honorable Supreme Court during the hearing. They have continued with the interim order, but there are some very important observations and facts that have been, put forward by the government also. And few of them I would like to, place before the viewers also. It was contended that no notice was issued. And the fact is that notices were issued. There was an argument which tried to criminalize a proceeding of demolition being done under law. So the numbers were given that no one particular community is being targeted. Rather, if there is an illegal construction or an encroachment, action is being taken against all. But the sad part is the dirty politics that the Congress party is indulging in. They want rule of anarchy, rule of appeasement politics, which cannot be tolerated in a country like ours. And they must be reminded of Turkman Gate, how innocent lives were lost during emergency. These facts will stare at the Congress party. And I think the selective approach of the Congress party, not respecting the rule of law, and especially when the matter is sub judice before the highest court of the country, itself shows their attitude towards the Constitution and the judiciary.
Right, Mr. Bhatia, here you have several Congress leaders who've arrived in Jahangirpuri, which is already communally sensitive. Amid the police deployment, they're in fact asking to meet with those locals. And we see visuals coming in from parts of Jahangirpuri where Ajay Makan and few of those Congress leaders are trying to make their way into those localities to meet and interact with those locals who are aggrieved. How do you see this?
As a citizen of the country, I can tell you, I have full faith in the judiciary of the country. I have full faith in the police of our city. And these matters should be left to the wisdom of the police and the judiciary. And anybody who's trying to make the situation more volatile is not helping the cause. And yet again, the citizenry of our country and Delhi will teach them a lesson.
Mr. Bhatia, would you say that the MCD's demolition drive has really anything to do with the riots at all?
I have no comments to make for the reason I am a foot soldier of the court itself. And when the matter is pending before the highest court of the land, we should respect that proceeding. Rather, even indulging in any sort of discussion amounts to contempt. And I think even the channel should refrain from that.
Tell us, what were the arguments from the government side against all those allegations made in court, about the arguments itself?
No, those are in public domain. I need not reiterate. I just want to speak on the dirty politics that is being done by the Congress party, Aam Aadmi party, AIMIM, Samajwadi party. These people have always tried to criminalize every legitimate action that has been taken by, government or state instrumentalities, and this should not happen in a democracy like ours. Thank you.
So, Mr. Bhatia, this was not an attempt to bulldoze the alleged rioters' homes.
I have said what I had to say, and rest would be argued before the court.
Will any of the BJP leaders be visiting the spot in Jahangirpuri, just like the Congress we see?
No comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatia, for joining us. Well, you have the BJP spokesperson, Gaurav Bhatia, saying that he does not want to elaborate further, accusing the opposition parties, including the Congress, of playing dirty politics and, according to his words, trying to communalize everything that the MCD is doing. Let's take a listen. More reactions coming in on this.
मैं उम्मीद करते हैं कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट इस पूरी सुनवाई में उन लोगों को भी सख्त से सख्त सज़ा देगी जिन्होंने ये इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन वहाँ पे होने दिया। 15 साल से एमसीडी में भाजपा की सरकार है, उनकी ही अगुवाई में ये सारा इलीगल सेटलमेंट हुआ है, इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन हुआ है। पैसे खाते हैं भाजपा के पार्षद, पैसे खा के इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन करवाते हैं और 15 साल से पैसे खा के उन्होंने दिल्ली के अनेकों हिस्सों में ये इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन करवाया।
पूरी तरह से तानाशाही तरीके से कार्रवाई की गई है। अफसोस इस बात का है कि कानून को धज्जियां उड़ाई गई हैं। सवाल इस बात का है कि जिन मकानों को तोड़ने के लिए बुलडोजर भेजा गया, क्या ये उचित समय था? तनावपूर्ण स्थिति में जहां लोगों से आप पुलिस के प्रशासन के द्वारा आप रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं लोग ना जाएं, वहां बुलडोजर जाता है।
You have reactions coming in on both ends. On one hand, you have the opposition accusing the BJP of trying to target a particular community, and then you have the BJP accusing the opposition of saying that they're trying to communalize just everything that they do. Here you have Jahangirpuri. In the meanwhile, the locals there who seem quite aggrieved, upset, and are now seeking compensation for this demolition drive that was carried out, which they call as arbitrary. For now, the Supreme Court has issued a suo motu to continue for the next 2 weeks. Until then, in fact, the government, the police of Delhi, the MCD up in Delhi as well, have been asked to file affidavits on this case. We're going to slip into a short break. We'll continue tracking those developments. Stay with us.
Mukesh Ambani is the owner of the second most expensive home in the world after Buckingham Palace. Here are the inside pictures of Antilia. Antilia is located in one of the most expensive residential areas in the country, Mumbai's Altamont Road. The property rates here are mind-boggling, 80,000 rupees to 85,000 rupees per square foot. A 600-member staff is employed to keep the 27-storied building in order. The building boasts of 3 helipads, Mumbai's skyline and the Arabian Sea. Antilia is built to withstand an earthquake of even 8 on the Richter scale. Mukesh Ambani's love for cars is behind 6 floors of Antilia being devoted to garages. This space houses several luxury cars, including his 5 crore rupees Maybach. The garage can accommodate 168 cars. There's even a service station on the 7th floor. The recreation centre spread across 2 floors has a yoga centre, dance studio, jacuzzi, a health spa and several swimming pools. Antilia is equipped with its own ice cream parlour, a mega temple, a private theatre that can accommodate 50 people and a salon. The Ambani residence has 9 elevators designed to take the residents to specific floors. All of this makes Antilia worth a whopping $2 billion. In Indian currency, it's about 14,000 crore rupees.
watching India.
All right, you're watching India Today's special on the war on Ukraine. Russia has triggered massive nuclear alarm once again, just days after Putin's minister Sergei Lavrov has told India Today that a nuclear war was not an option. Russia has now tested a new intercontinental ballistic missile. The Sarmat missile is capable of carrying nuclear charges, and Putin has now said that this missile will make Kremlin's enemies think twice. Let's have a look.
On 20th April, Russia test-launched its intercontinental ballistic missile, Sarmat, believed to be adding more power to its nuclear arsenal. US Congressional Research Service claimed that Russia is expected to deploy Sarmat with 10 or more warheads on each missile.
Dear comrades, I congratulate you on the successful test firing of the Sarmat intercontinental ballistic missile. This is a big significant event in the development of advanced weapon systems for the Russian army. The new system has the highest tactical and technical characteristics and is able to overcome all the missile defense capabilities.
The heavy intercontinental ballistic missile Sarmat has been under development for years now. Its test launch at this crucial juncture of war is an ominous sign, and the Russian president is well aware of it.
It will have no equivalents in the world for a long time. This truly unique weapon will enhance the military potential of our armed forces and will reliably provide security for Russia from external threats and will make others who, in the heat of frantic, aggressive rhetoric, try to threaten our country, think twice.
The intercontinental ballistic missile was test-launched from Plesetsk in northwest Russia and hit targets in the Kamchatka peninsula in the Far East. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, let me quickly cut across to some of the details coming in from this war. We're looking at the kind of ammunition that's being used. All right, here's some big breaking news coming in. Russia claims Mariupol has been liberated. Remember, Mariupol, the strategic port city, has now been completely taken over by Russia. These are claims coming in from Russia. Russia claims that Mariupol has been liberated. In fact, the strategic port city, which Russia has been bombarding since day one of this war, it's been close to a month and a half that Russia has been attempting to capture the port city of Mariupol completely. And at this point, Russia now claiming that Mariupol has been liberated. This is a big claim coming in from Russia. In fact, Mariupol, we heard of hundreds of civilian deaths and casualties that were reported owing to Russian onslaught. And now we hear that Mariupol has fallen to the hands of Russian forces. This is a claim that Russia has made, that Mariupol has now been liberated. Remember, Ukraine has been trying hard to resist Russian advancement towards the port city of Mariupol. In fact, this is the same region where Russia has been attempting to capture, considering they get full control of the Sea of Azov. A strategic port city of Mariupol now fallen to the hands of Russian forces. These are claims made by Russia, of course. No confirmation coming in from Ukraine yet on this, but a big development coming in on the war here. Russia has now made, or rather has claimed, that Mariupol has fallen. Russia states that Mariupol has now been captured. In fact, Russia has been attempting to capture the port city of Mariupol for quite a while. It's been a month and a half of this war, close to 2 months, and Russian onslaught on Mariupol has devastated the entire port city, has brought that port city down to rubble. At this point, Russia now claims that Mariupol has fallen. This is indeed a strategic win for Russia if these claims are true. Indeed, the first in a win or a victory situation for Russia. So long they were attempting at heading towards Kiev, the capital city, to try and gain or advance towards the capital city of Kiev, which they failed to do so. Their target of Mariupol so long that they were trying to work around the port city to gain control of that port city entirely has now finally worked according to Russian claims. Mariupol, the port city, has now come under complete control. Russian state media says that Mariupol has fallen, that Mariupol now comes under control of Russian forces. This is a big claim to make, considering that this is a strategic port city. In fact, Mariupol has been on the top agenda for Russian forces right from the start of this war. They have been constantly bombarding Mariupol, the port city, and now it appears that Russian state media claims and has put out a statement that Mariupol is now liberated. This is a huge development and indeed a victory of sorts for Russia and a massive loss for Ukraine at this point. Port city of Mariupol, Russia has been targeting right from day one. They've been bombarding it with missiles, airstrikes, constant firing that's been taking place. Several citizens who've lost their lives. In fact, many casualties reported from the port city of Mariupol itself. At a time like this, when Mariupol bears a deserted look, where civilians have fled in large numbers, that port city only had Ukrainian forces there trying to resist Russian advancement. But it seems like, according to Russian claims, that the port city of Mariupol has now finally come into control of Russia. The port city of Mariupol right now comes to the hands of Russia. Remember, these are Russian claims. There has been no confirmation coming in from Ukraine so far on this. But this is certainly a really strategic win for Russia. If the claims are true, then the port city of Mariupol gives Russia complete access to the Sea of Azov, where Russia now plans to move forward with the war via the port city of Mariupol, while it now comes to the hands of Russia. Claims again made by Russia, not confirmed by Ukraine. These are claims made by Russia which are not confirmed from Ukraine. We repeat that once again. Russian state media is now claiming that Mariupol has fallen. It's now liberated, which means it comes to the hands of Russian forces. In fact, here, big claim coming in from Russia that Mariupol, the port city, has come to complete control of Russian forces. They claim that Mariupol is now liberated. Now, we're going to give you a slight insight into why exactly is Putin so obsessed with the port city of Mariupol. We're looking at Mariupol, which comes as a gateway to the Sea of Azov. Mariupol, a win in Mariupol, which means domination of the port city, of the Sea of Azov itself. Mariupol is also about 80 kilometers away from Russian-held Donetsk region, about 85 kilometers away from Donetsk region. And this will also, of course, help Putin extend dominance from Crimea. This will be an easy pathway for Putin to really extend dominance from Crimea. A massive win for Russia, if indeed this is true. A big claim made by the state media of Russia that the port city of Mariupol has now fallen, it's now liberated. In fact, Geeta Mohan joining us right there live from Ukraine, the war-hit country. Geeta, a big statement coming in from Russia at this moment, claiming that Mariupol, the port city, which they've been attempting to capture right from start of this war, has now been liberated. This is what Russia claims, that it's fallen. Give us the details. What's the facts on ground?
Well, this is the claim by Defense Ministry. Remember, the last stronghold of the Ukrainian forces was the Azovstal steel plant, a 25-kilometer long stretch of a steel plant, a very big establishment with bunkers, with layers and layers underneath. So a very difficult task for the Russian forces to really get all the Ukrainian forces out of that steel plant, given that they were all in bunkers and were not being directly affected affected by bombs. And Mariupol, Nabila might add, is a part of the Donetsk Oblast. Now, Donetsk Oblast is an entire region that now Russia declares.
Geeta, stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Tatiana, who's the deputy head Sputnik News from Moscow, which has actually made these claims, the Russian state media. Tatiana, thank you for speaking to India today. This is the claim that your channel has made, that Russia has taken control of Mariupol, the port city, that Mariupol is now liberated. What's the fact?
Well, just as, hi to you, Nabila, as well. Just as Geeta rightfully mentioned, it is a statement by the foreign ministry of Russia, and I don't know how it is in India, but in Russia we do believe our foreign ministry and our defense ministry. So, I dare say we can consider that statement a fact. Minister Shoigu also said that there might be some, sporadic groups still in Azovstal, but the fact that the city is liberated is a statement that basically it means that the civilian population has been liberated, that there's no more, there's no more danger to the civilian population of the city that has been under intense fighting. And we know that those, paramilitary groups that were in Azovstal and that were all over the city, they were using those people as human shields. They were using those people in an attempt to, secure their positions and putting those lives at risk. So the one big takeaway that I think that is very, very clear from this statement today is that the civilian population of Mariupol is no longer in danger.
Well, Tatiana, at a time like this, we also hear Ukrainian forces claiming that there were thousands of citizens who were killed because of the Russian onslaught. Would you regret that at all? While you claim that Mariupol is now in your control, would you regret the civilian casualties?
First of all, and this is a very important part of the media campaign that's been surrounding the special operation, there needs to be proof of any numbers coming out of Kiev. Unfortunately, we have seen a lot of fake information coming out of there aimed at, trying to secure additional military support for Kiev. And this is sadly the truth of this, this combat that is ongoing, that we cannot rely on the numbers coming out of Kiev. In the meantime, I would remind you that I am a journalist. I do not work for our government directly. So,
from the government, Tatiana, that's obviously what I mean. Has the government expressed any regret at all?
Well, look, the government has been saying from day one that the goal is to save the civilian population. So, of course, it has. The sad truth is that those formations that have now been acknowledged, even by President Zelensky, who said in an interview that they are what they are, those Nazi, neo-Nazi paramilitary formations that we've been talking about for all this time, they have been inducing incredible damage on that civilian population. And even if the numbers that are coming out of Kiev, even half of those numbers, should be confirmed, then the next question is who killed those people?
Well, Tatiana, we've been looking at Mariupol as the number one target of Russia right from the start of this war. We understand that this gives you complete control of the Sea of Azov. Is this a strategic win to Russia at all? If these claims are true that you've taken complete control, how does this benefit Russia in this war at this point?
First of all, we're not, I think that the point of view of, benefiting Russia is completely wrong, because the goal here in the beginning and from the beginning was the support to Donetsk Republic. And as you rightfully so mentioned, the city makes part of the Donetsk region. I'm sorry, I'm in a taxi. There's weird noises around me. Yes, it makes part of the Donetsk region, so rightfully so, it makes part of the Donetsk Republic. So that is a huge progress for the Donetsk People Republic. That is a huge victory for them. It's a huge victory for the civilian population that's been terrorized by the Azov battalion for so long. And the stories are countless, from pouring paint all over, veterans of the World War II for wearing, Soviet insignia and being proud of the victory that they had achieved back in the days, to just plain old killings. So that is a huge success for the Russian-speaking population of the east of Ukraine, of the Donetsk and Lugansk republics that have decided to, stand up for their right to speak their language. In the meantime, of course, it is a huge sigh of relief for Moscow as well, because as you rightfully know, the operation has taken quite some time, especially in the light of the Russian efforts of saving and evacuating the civilian population. This is exactly why it's taken so much time, and it is a huge success.
Just yesterday, we understand that Ukrainian President Zelensky has claimed that the situation in Mariupol is far worse than ever. At a point like this, he also claims that all kinds of negotiations have failed, and even civilian casualties have risen along that area, many of them trying to escape that region. That too has failed. In fact, finally, they came down to having talks with Russia right at the Mariupol region to try and settle the situation without any conditions. But even before that could happen, we hear from you that Russia has taken complete control of Mariupol at this point.
Pardon, I don't quite understand the question exactly.
We understand that before this led up to Russia claiming that they've got complete control of Mariupol. Just yesterday, Zelensky claimed that all civilian evacuations failed because Mariupol has been constantly bombarded, and that they were willing to have talks without any conditions in Mariupol. But before that could happen, here's a statement that comes from you.
Look, the president of Ukraine, first and foremost, has his own political goals, and his goal so far has been securing military support from the West. He was counting on the West intervening in the beginning of this. I think he might still be trying to either count on that or save face. I'm not quite sure because I haven't met him personally, but that's what it looks like from the outside. So any claims that he makes, have to be divided by at least three. There was a negotiating process that was being stalled by Ukraine. The benefit of, the Russian side here is that every single thing that came out of those negotiations was then announced by our negotiators to the press. We were completely transparent with this process. In the meantime, the conflicting messages coming out of, of Ukraine, especially from President Zelensky, they just show how much this is an unfair and, uneven situation for both sides. Because while Russia is trying to negotiate, Ukraine, unfortunately, is trying to play political games with this whole situation. And it's especially cynical, taking into account the fact that there are civilian lives at stake. And I think that the president should, at one point, understand that political games have to stop. If he wants negotiations, then he should negotiate, not talk about this on national television.
All right. I mean, we know that no negotiations have made any headway. At a time like this, Russia, we believe, has been constantly testing nuclear weapons, almost flexing your nuclear muscle. Give us an understanding. The West, of course, fears a nuclear war. This is what the world is now looking at. What does Russia believe? Are you really looking at a trigger?
Well, I believe that the foreign minister of Russia actually gave interview to your channel thanks to the efforts of Gita, who's on the line from Ukraine. And he told you guys himself that the nuclear scenario is literally the option that's been peddled by the West. We never said we're looking at a nuclear war. The only thing that Russia did do is put the deterrence forces on high alert. But any person with any sort of military knowledge knows that is predominantly just a defensive measure. It's not for offense. That means that Russia is considering the possibility of a strike against us. And this is a means to protect our population in case of an existential threat towards the Russian Federation. Any other sort of, military warmongering did not come from Moscow. It never did, and it never will. Because Moscow is not threatening the world with nuclear war. It is ridiculous.
So, Tatiana, this could be the first in a win or victory-like situation for Russia at the moment, and this is the only city that has been completely come under control. Again, like I say, as per your claims, do you really look at this as a strategic win entirely? Because we're looking at least a month and a half of war. Clearly, Russia did not expect this to go on for this long with the kind of resistance that Ukraine has shown. We're seeing this war continuing for over a month and a half. Not sure if you anticipated that, but considering that Mariupol has fallen according to you, do you look at this as a strategic win?
I think that the notion that Russia did not expect for this operation to go on for this amount of time is entirely false, because the Russian military forces have claimed again and again that the operation is going according to plan. And any person with any sort of military knowledge understands just how much time it takes to liberate territory without putting the if the question was complete control of
All right, Tatiana, thank you very much. Appreciate your time for joining us on that. But remember, we're looking at, of course, Russia now claiming that they've managed to take complete control of Mariupol, which is a strategic port city for Russia. It's very close to the Donbas region, which they're targeting for a while now. And it's been over a month and a half, but I'm going to give you a quick look at the advances that Russia has made so far around Ukraine. Here's a quick look at a map here that India Today has set up to show you so long where Russia has gained control of Ukraine. In fact, the areas that are marked in red, that's the area where we see Russian control completely, and that comes along the region of Kharkiv, Izium, Luhansk, Donetsk, Mariupol now, and Kherson. In fact, Russia claims that these are regions that they've taken complete control of, the latest being Mariupol, which is the strategic port city that they've managed to capture, as per Russian claims. Again, remember, these are this is information that's not been confirmed by Ukraine yet, but Mariupol there, the port city, which is aligned right there along the Sea of Azov, which is very close, barely 50 to 80 kilometers away from the Donetsk and the Luhansk region, is what is now right now in the spotlight, which Russia claims has fallen completely to the hands of Russian troops. This also is very close to Kherson and is certainly a strategic win for Russia if these claims are true. But this, as you see here, the area is marked in red completely, which is now in Russian control. Not entirely declared, but Mariupol is the first where Russia declares now it's fallen to the hands of Russian troops. I'm going to quickly cut across to a journalist joining us from Moscow, Elnar Benazarov, who's a Moscow journalist, to give us a perspective here. Elnar, thank you and appreciate your time. We understand that Russia now has taken complete control of the port city of Mariupol, which you've been bombarding right from day one of this war. We understand that this has been a very strategic location for Russia, a port city that gives you complete control of the Sea of Azov, very close to the Donetsk and the Luhansk region. But these are claims that's not been substantiated by Ukraine as yet. It's as per your national media that we hear Mariupol has fallen to the hands of Russian troops. Do elaborate for us.
Yeah, actually, we have to clarify that Minister of Defense of Russia, Sergei Shoigu, he noted that the city was besieged completely except for the Azovstal factory. which is in fact a city inside of a city, because it's like 11 square kilometers. That's one of the largest factories of steel in Europe. So this is why we right now have the situation when the city is captured, but not at all actually, because this factory still remains under the Ukrainian control. And we know that the Azov, which is the national military brigade and the part of the Ukrainian defense forces, they still having this factory under their control. And they have this, they're benefiting from the critical location of the factory close to the sea, and they are having the catacombs, or they are having the underground corridors, which are helping them to stay there and to prepare for the Russian possible siege of the factory. This is why Russian President Vladimir Putin, on the meeting with Sergei Shoigu, he noted that there is no need to the assault, because they just need to make sure that not even a fly could escape from this area, Putin noted, because he pointed that he doesn't want Russian soldiers to suffer and die there, trying to assault and take control of this factory. But we have other claims. Yeah, we have Russian military warlord Ramzan Kadyrov, who is the head of the Chechnya, the Russian region, and who is like the prominent warlord on this war. And he noted that this Azovstal might be taken even today on Thursday, even before noon. And he proposed to all these militants of Azov to go and to be taken by the Russian control.
Right, you know, Ukraine, of course. Eldar, we know that Ukraine has been claiming that there are thousands of civilians who are still stranded there, who want to be evacuated. In fact, there was an attempt to try and negotiate with Russia as well to move out the troops as well as citizens from the area, which seems to now be in complete control of Russia. As per your claims, Geeta Mohan has been tracking those developments. Geeta, Russia claims that Mariupol, which seems to be one of the only cities, the largest cities that Russia has managed to take complete control of, and that's their declaration on their state-run media. Give us an understanding on how important is Mariupol for Russia, and does this come as a huge win for Russia in this war that spanned out over a month and a half?
Well, it is absolutely a huge and a very critically important city for the Russian forces. As for the Ukrainian forces, like you rightly pointed out, Nabila, it is on the shores of the Sea of Azov, but just taking control of Mariupol does not disconnect Ukraine from the Sea of Azov. We have Kherson as well, where there is a huge fight that is still underway. But the difference over here is that Kherson is outside the Donetsk region. That's the Donbas region. Mariupol and Volnovakha are areas that were always considered and have been part of the larger Donetsk Oblast. Now, Donetsk city and parts of Donetsk which are under the Donetsk People's Republic, now considered or are now declared independent republic by the Russian government, is one area of the larger Donetsk region. The larger Donetsk region has Mariupol as well. It is included in that very same region. So the idea of liberating Mariupol is because it is part of Donetsk. And this will continue, this assault will continue till the whole of Donetsk Oblast, that's the Donetsk region, is not captured by the Russian and the DPR militia, which is what is happening over here. And that's why Mariupol becomes very, very critical. It is not just a critical a port city, but also now has become an issue of pride in this entire war between Ukraine and Russia. Ukraine is going to try very hard to reclaim Mariupol. The fight is only going to intensify because whatever gains are being made are only temporary in nature. And I say temporary because unless and until there is truce, there will continue to be fight at the borders between Ukraine and Russia on the issue of Mariupol. So right now, information coming in claims by the Russian government, not by Sputnik, not by a media organization. They're just citing and quoting a ministry. So the Russian government has claimed that they have taken control of the Azovstal steel plant. But the Azovstal steel plant, Nabila, has layers and layers of bunkers. So we will have to see whether if the entire steel plant has been taken over or not. And until then, the claims that are being made are to do with the fact that Mariupol, most parts of Mariupol, are under the control of the Russian forces and the Donetsk People's Militia.
Well, this is a huge claim made by Russia indeed. Geeta, thank you very much for joining us with that, along with Elnar, to give us an understanding what exactly Russia has said. Russia now claims that Mariupol is in their control completely. We're going to continue tracking these developments coming in from the war-torn country of Ukraine. Stay with us.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You
As India today traverses the length and breadth of Ukraine, we are in Oryhov. So here you can see that the attack is happening. We will have to move and the Russian troops are very close.
We must leave there. Oh my God. Oh my God. We must go.
We have to go very fast. There is a lot of bombardment that is happening. India Today here reporting 1,000 attacks, missile attacks happened in this village, and that's why it is important to cover this story, getting you all the reports as they unfold.
India Today TV, reporting from the front line.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
Shifting our focus back here to the demolition drive in Jahangirpuri. After the top court ordered a stay on the demolition in Jahangirpuri area for 2 weeks, politics has now erupted over the issue. The opposition makes a beeline in Jahangirpuri, stating that the BJP is responsible for this communally charged demolition drive. A full face-off that erupts after CPIM leader Brinda Karat tried to stop the bulldozing on Wednesday. Today, Congress delegation visited Jahangirpuri. Congress leader Ajay Makin has questioned Chief Minister Kejriwal's absence, calling it opportunistic. In fact, Makin has asked why hasn't Arvind Kejriwal so far visited Jahangirpuri yet. Meanwhile, Delhi MLA Atishi has blamed the BJP for illegal constructions in that area.
जहाँ तक जाएंगे, जहाँ तक जाने देंगे, देखते हैं जहाँ तक जाने देंगे। जो पीड़ित लोग हैं उनसे हम मिलना चाहते हैं, देखते हैं हम कितना आगे तक के जाने देंगे। We have come here to tell the people that please don't look it through the prism of religion. This is something which has happened. The poor people have been subjected to such atrocities. The poor people have been subjected to bulldozer. Please don't look it through the prism of religion. This is the poor people who have been subjected to such atrocities.
You think people are listening to you? People inside Jahangirpuri, as far as Jahangirpuri residents are concerned, the situation is not communally tense inside the colonies?
Look, something will happen, then it will take time to have a 100% conducive atmosphere. But I must say, there is no much problem.
Okay, and what is going to be the Congress's future course of action from here?
Our course of action will be to maintain peace, because at the end, Indian citizen and India will be loser. If something is damaged which belongs to Hindu or which belongs to Musliman, at the end it's of Indian. So our steps will be to maintain peace and not to damage our country.
ये उम्मीद करते हैं कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट इस पूरी सुनवाई में उन लोगों को भी सख्त से सख्त सजा देगी जिन्होंने ये इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन वहाँ पे होने दिया। 15 साल से एमसीडी में भाजपा की सरकार है, उनकी ही अगुवाई में ये सारा इलीगल सेटलमेंट हुआ है, इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन हुआ है। पैसे खाते हैं भाजपा के पार्षद, पैसे खा के इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन करवाते हैं और 15 साल से पैसे खा के उन्होंने दिल्ली के अनेकों हिस्सों में ये इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन करवाया है।
होता है कि अगर आप कौन सी पार्टी से हैं और किसको आप अपना वोट बैंक समझते हैं। पहला शीला दीक्षित इनको अपना वोट बैंक समझती थी, आज अरविंद केजरीवाल इनको अपना वोट बैंक समझता है। तो उन लोगों का इनको संरक्षण प्राप्त होता है। जब ये शाहीन बाग हुआ तब अरविंद केजरीवाल ने वहाँ पे बिरयानी भिजवाई। जब जमुना पार में दंगे हुए विधानसभा चुनाव में, तब ये लोग, इनका जो निगम पार्षद था ताहिर हुसैन, वो उसमें लिप्त मिला। अभी इनके पार्टी के लोग, आम आदमी पार्टी के लोग इस यहाँ पे जहांगीरपुरी में लिप्त हैं, सारी साजिश के पीछे हैं। तो वही तो जाएंगे। दिल्ली में दंगा कौन भड़का रहा है? दिल्ली में पिछले 2 साल में 2 दंगे हो जाना ये कोई छोटी घटना थोड़ी ना है। भारत की राजधानी में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जिन राज्यों में सरकार चल रही है, कोई दंगा नहीं होता है।
Well, there you have it. Politics now brewing over Jahangirpuri violence. Quite naturally, both the parties, the BJP, the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party, hitting out at one another while the Congress claims that it's the BJP responsible and accusing AAP of not visiting the spot to assess the situation. Aam Aadmi Party outrightly blaming the BJP for illegal constructions in that area. BJP, of course, trying to, of course, hit out at the opposition, claiming that this is the opposition's collective drama of trying to communalize just about any activity carried out by the government. Remember, we're looking at the Supreme Court, who's now just ordered for status quo in the Jahangirpuri demolition drive to continue for the next 2 weeks. So this comes as certainly a respite for those shop and establishment owners in Jahangirpuri, many of those have already been razed down. In fact, this is a respite indeed into Delhi's communal cauldron. Jahangirpuri. The Supreme Court had extended the brakes on MCD bulldozers for at least 2 weeks, hearing a deeply passionate hearing there. The top court asked the centre, Delhi government, Delhi MCD, Delhi police and the petitioners there to file an affidavit. Lawyers for petitioners call the demolition drive via bulldozer as vendetta against Muslims and a war on the poor, with help from Delhi cops, which they called as state tools. Petitioners have also asked why illegal construction in Delhi's posh localities like golf links, scenic farms are not being bulldozed. The government lawyer has countered, arguing that MCD drive was a regular routine affair, has been going on since January this year. Several vested interest groups have pounced on the incident to score political points. Of course, the government lawyer has also referred to Hindu residents, for that matter in Jahangirpuri, saying that even Hindu residents have been hit via this demolition drive.
जो भी माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट का आदेश होगा उस पर पूर्ण तौर पर हम उसका पालन करेंगे।
जी सर, आगे के लिए क्या सोचा है कि अब 2 वीक का इंतजार करना है तो किस तरह?
नहीं, अब सब माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट के आदेश के बाद ही, जो भी उसका फाइनल आदेश आएगा उसके बाद ही जो होगा उसके बाद होगा।
भाई 14 दिनों का स्टे लग चुका है, लेकिन हमारा तो एमसीडी ने पूरा नाजायज तरीके से नुकसान कर दिया। इसको कोई नोटिस नहीं दिया गया, कोई कुछ नहीं दिया गया, और ये बिल्कुल लीगल दुकान है। मेरे पास सारे पेपर हैं। नुकसान 7-8 लाख रुपए का मेरा हो गया है। 2.5 फुट अलाउड होता है कोर्ट की तरफ से। हर मकान का देख लीजिए आप, 3 फुट 4 फुट सज्जा निकला हुआ है, तो मेरा 1.5 फुट क्यों तोड़ दिया गया? भाई जे सलम की मेरी दुकान है, जे सलम के ये मकान है, तो मेरे साथ ऐसा अन्याय क्यों?
Meanwhile, big revelation by the Delhi police in the Jahangirpuri violence case. Delhi cops have now found evidence about involvement of as many as 20 hardcore criminals and gang. Instances of, ammunition, guns, swords being flashed to one another, and now Delhi cops have found evidence about the involvement of as many as 20 hardcore criminals and gangsters in Hanuman Jayanti Day riots. Dozens of Delhi police teams have been deployed to nab these gangsters, many of whom have already served prison term in Tihar jail. Cops are now probing if these criminals were indeed in touch with the main accused Ansar. During the police interrogation, accused Gulab Rasool alias Gulli revealed that he had provided weapons to the minor children on the day of the incident. He's also sold a pistol to shooter Sonu for 10,000 rupees. The Delhi police has now started investigating 30 phone numbers linked to several of these accused in Jahangirpuri violence, including Ansar and Sonu Chikna. On the basis of videos, photographs, CCTV footage and local inputs, the crime branch has identified about 300 miscreants, and now raids are being conducted to arrest them. Cut across to Milind Sharma joining us for more on that. Milind, give us an understanding on who exactly is the police now investigating. We understand that many of them who've already been arrested already have cases against them. A few of them have even served jail term in the past, and a manhunt has been launched to nab many of those accused who are currently absconding. What is the line of investigation here for the Delhi police?
Well, the Delhi police has been undertaking this investigation. We know that 5 people have been booked under the NSA as well. But meanwhile, links to where Ansar belongs to are also being investigated. We did see those visuals of him wearing a lot of gold and carrying cash. So what kind of scrap material dealing that he was doing is also under investigation. From the place that I am right now at Jahangirpuri, which has been the flashpoint for the violence, the police investigation is looking into the call records of Ansar as well as Sonu Chikna, and that the information that has been coming from the sources in the Delhi police is that there was a call that went to Sonu Chikna before from the mosque as well, and how long the call was, what was the conversation like, what was being said at that point that led to the
the inflammation over here when it came to the violence flashpoint is also being investigated at the moment. But certainly, you did say that Ansar as well was one of those people who has been booked for other crimes as well. He has been known to have had 4 cases against him for gambling as well, and there is a lot of money involved, and which is why these investigations are being looked at in very minute detail so as to understand what was the background, what was the flare-up about, and not just them but the 25 who have been arrested. There have been others who were also part of the Shobha Yatra. I'm sorry, Sukesh there, Suken Sarkar and the Hindu families from there. These people who have been arrested, their call records are also being looked at by the Delhi police. But the clinching evidence, Nabila, could probably be the evidence from the CCTV footages in the area, because a lot of videos have come up recently, but the video or an evidence that someone tried to go inside the masjid and tried to put a flag, a saffron flag on the masjid, is one claim that the Delhi police has refuted until there is such evidence as was being claimed earlier by the imam of the masjid. And these are the angles that will perhaps look at what happened and what was the flashpoint of the entire violence that erupted in Jahangirpuri.
All right, at this point, even the Supreme Court has stepped in. We're also looking at a massive demolition drive that was carried out, Milind, where Supreme Court now says status quo for the next 2 weeks. At a point like that, we see police deployment, heavy police deployment there, and most of those locals have retreated. They're all quietly inside their houses and homes, and there seems to be no commotion at the moment. While the police stepped in to interrogate the last time, we saw a few days ago, many women blocked off that entire stretch, saying that they will not allow police to come in and investigate the matter. Now, is the police finding their way comfortably after this demolition drive? Because we know tensions are peaking there.
Nabila, in fact, interesting that you raise this point, because currently Jahangirpuri is actually being turned into a fortress, because you will see that the entire CRPF staff, the police personnel has lined up completely. They are not allowing any media personnel to even go and speak to the locals for their version, because they've also asked local families to be inside and not come out. So let me just show you once, if Hitesh could pan. There were families who used to come and sit outside this particular building. They've all been told to go and stay inside their homes. And locals here have been told that you're not allowed to speak to anyone because this happens to be a scene of crime. And the Delhi police there, here is where the bulldozer actually went from even yesterday. But look at the barricades, Nabila. They've all been erected, and how? And once again, the entire area has been turned into a fortress. Just not this particular road that happens to be the central focus of the flashpoint, but also ahead where people are not being allowed to enter this area without having a certain identity or checking if they are actually locals who belong here or who have houses here. So the Delhi police trying to completely clamp down on the entire area. No outsider is being allowed. Drones are being used to monitor the situation around here, and that seems to be the status quo here currently. It's an eerie calm. It's an eerie sense of calm, but there's always a storm within the calm, and that is what the Delhi police wants to quell at the moment. They don't want people to either come in or come out of this entire area, Nabila.
All right, thank you very much, Milind Sharma, for joining us with those details. Jahangirpuri right now remains calm. Investigations of violence there, on the other hand, continues. Now, cutting a... Here are live visuals that we're taking you through on Boris Johnson's 2-day visit to India. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson visited Sabarmati Ashram a little earlier. And in fact, this comes as quite a momentous visit here, as Boris Johnson and India, the UK and India now looking at investments in exports to the tune of £1 billion pounds. This is in the areas of health, engineering and even software for the matter. In fact, Boris Johnson to be meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi tomorrow. But today, visuals coming in where he's already visited the Sabarmati ashram. He's remembering Mahatma Gandhi. He's also tried his hand on the charkha. In fact, Boris Johnson's visit comes at a very crucial time when war in Ukraine is underway. Boris Johnson will be spending his first day of the tour in Prime Minister Modi's home state. He is the first British Prime Minister to be visiting Gujarat. He's also met Gautam Adani and announced a whopping £1 billion new commercial deals that would create more than 11,000 jobs in the country. After this visit to Gujarat, Prime Minister Boris Johnson will be leaving for Delhi tonight to be meeting with Prime Minister Modi. The arrival of UK's Prime Minister is indeed important in terms of business, mainly free trade, energy sector and defence. Prime Minister Johnson will also be holding bilateral consultations with Prime Minister Modi on the 22nd of April, which is tomorrow. The Prime Ministers will review the implementation of a roadmap to 2030 and set their vision for further strengthening and intensifying cooperation across the full spectrum of bilateral ties. UK Prime Minister will also be meeting Minister of External Affairs S. Jayashankar on the second day of his tour. Last year, Boris Johnson had to cancel his trip to India twice over due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We finally see him in Gujarat and then in Delhi tomorrow. On this side is the river.
So this is Aboriginal. Right here.
Here are some of the visuals that are coming in. In fact, Prime Minister of United Kingdom, Boris Johnson, who is currently in Gujarat. He's already made a two-day visit to India, first starting from today, and then tomorrow he's headed to Delhi, meeting with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So today his visit was at the Sabarmati ashram. He's currently in Gujarat. He was seen remembering Mahatma Gandhi. He's also seen, as you see in those visuals there on your left-hand side of the screens, trying his hand on the charkha. That's Prime Minister Boris Johnson, who's now all set to announce a £1 billion deal with India, a trade deal that could create thousands of jobs for the country. This is his first visit after 2 years of the pandemic. All right, coming up on the other side of a short break, Netflix down by 200,000 subscribers in January-March. What's the reason? Details on that on the other side.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
Well, do you have a Netflix account? There could be some big changes coming in store for you. The company is now considering some major moves to add to its revenues after a very disappointing Jan-March quarter. Meanwhile, the streaming giant has also attracted some very unwanted attention from Elon Musk. Let's have a listen.
The past 2 years have been good for Netflix. People logged in their homes turned to streaming platforms for entertainment. While in 2020, the streaming service added a record 36 million subscribers, last year, the figure was still a healthy 18 million. This year, in the first 3 months, Netflix has lost 200,000 subscribers. It's the first time its numbers are down in any quarter. The revenues for the quarter were also below estimate. The impact was immediate. Netflix stock plunged by a fourth of its value, wiping around $50 billion of its investor wealth. Netflix is now eyeing those who are not paying for its services by sharing passwords. The company currently has 222 million subscribers and believes that 100 million households are sharing passwords.
We're working on how to monetize sharing. We've been thinking about that for a couple of years, but when we were growing fast, it wasn't the high priority to work on. And now we're working super hard on it. And remember, these are over 100 million households that already are choosing to view Netflix. They love the service. We just got to get paid, at some degree for them.
India has emerged as one of the bright spots for Netflix with its recently launched bottom-of-the-pyramid plans, helping it gain traction in the country. The company is, however, planning to further monetize these low-end slabs by introducing advertisements.
Those who have followed Netflix know that I've been against the complexity of advertising and a big fan of the simplicity of subscription. But as much as I'm a fan of that, I'm a bigger fan of consumer choice. And allowing consumers who would like to have a lower price and are advertising tolerant get what they want makes a lot of sense.
Elon Musk, meanwhile, had his own spin on why Netflix is losing subscribers. In a reply to a tweet on Netflix stock plunge, Musk retorted that its woke nature is making Netflix unwatchable. A comment which has been retweeted more than 30,000 times and liked nearly 200,000 times. This more than a month after Musk had sharply targeted Netflix earlier on its so-called woke content. Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
You could log on to indiatoday.in, also download our app for more information on that. For now, it's a wrap on this edition of the Bulletin. I'm going to come back with the top headlines. Stay tuned.
You are watching India Today.
In association with Vistara, fly the new feeling.
You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal taking you through the top news. First, the headlines. Political showdown over Jahangirpuri bulldozer demolition. Congress netas make a beeline. Questions why was Kejriwal not at the spot to visit the riot-hit zone. BJP calls it political tourism. Supreme Court respite to Jahangirpuri residents to continue status quo on demolition until next hearing after 2 weeks. Top court issues a notice to all parties. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson visits Sabarmati Ashram to pay tribute to Mahatma Gandhi. Series of high-profile business deals. Visit to Bulldozer factory has been lined up. Mega meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi tomorrow. Prime Minister Modi's mega Sikh outreach. He will be addressing the nation from the Red Fort today at 9:15 p.m. to mark 400th birth anniversary of Guru Tegh Bahadur. And after weeks of intense fighting, strategic Ukrainian port city of Mariupol falls to Russian troops. President Putin hails what he calls here liberation of the gateway to Sea of Azov. And Russian President Vladimir Putin's chilling threat to West. Moscow successfully test fires nuclear-capable Sarmat missile. Putin says this missile will make enemies think twice. After top court ordered a stay on demolition drive in Jahangirpuri for at least 2 weeks now, politics has of course erupted over that issue in the area. Opposition makes a beeline in Jahangirpuri, starting a political face-off. After CPIM leader Brinda Karat tried to stop bulldozing on Wednesday, Congress delegation visits Jahangirpuri today. Congress leader Ajay Makan has questioned Chief Minister Kejriwal and his absence, calling it opportunistic. Makan has asked why hasn't Arvind Kejriwal visited Jahangirpuri area as yet. Meanwhile, Delhi MLA Atishi has blamed the BJP for illegal constructions in that area.
देखते हैं जहाँ तक जाएंगे, जहाँ तक जाने देंगे, देखते हैं जहाँ तक जाने देंगे। जो पीड़ित लोग हैं उनसे हम मिलना चाहते हैं, देखते हैं हम कितना आगे तक के जाने देंगे। We have come here to tell the people that please don't look it through the prism of religion. This is something which has happened. The poor people have been subjected to such atrocities. The poor people have been subjected to bulldozer. Please don't look it through the prism of religion. This is the poor people who have been subjected to such atrocities.
You think people are listening to you? People inside Jahangirpuri, as far as Jahangirpuri residents are concerned, the situation is not communally tense inside the colonies?
Look, something will happen, then it will take time to have a 100% conducive atmosphere. But I must say there is no much problem.
Okay, and what is going to be the Congress's future course of action from here?
Our course of action will be to maintain peace, because at the end, Indian citizen and India will be loser. If something is damaged which belongs to Hindu or which belongs to Musliman, at the end it's of Indian. So our steps will be to maintain peace and not to damage our country.
होता है कि अगर आप कौन सी पार्टी से हैं और किसको आप अपना वोट बैंक समझते हैं। पहला शीला दीक्षित इनको अपना वोट बैंक समझती थी, आज अरविंद केजरीवाल इनको अपना वोट बैंक समझता है। तो उन लोगों का इनको संरक्षण प्राप्त होता है। जब ये शाहीन बाग हुआ तब अरविंद केजरीवाल ने वहाँ पे बिरयानी भिजवाई। जब जमना पार में दंगे हुए विधानसभा चुनाव में, तब ये लोग, इनका जो निगम पार्षद था ताहिर हुसैन, वो उसमें लिप्त मिला। अभी इनके पार्टी के लोग, आम आदमी पार्टी के लोग इस यहाँ पे जहांगीरपुरी में लिप्त हैं, सारी साजिश के पीछे हैं। तो वही तो जाएंगे। दिल्ली में दंगा कौन भड़का रहा है? दिल्ली में पिछले 2 साल में 2 दंगे हो जाना ये कोई छोटी घटना थोड़ी ना है। भारत की राजधानी में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जिन राज्यों में सरकार चल रही है, कोई दंगा नहीं होता है।
Right, here's some big breaking news coming in after 24 hours of the demolition drive. AAP to visit Jahangirpuri. Right after Congress, AAP leaders now to visit Jahangirpuri. Congress says, why was Kejriwal not present at the riot hit zone? Not after the riots, not after the demolition drive. AAP MLAs or the Chief Minister himself, Arvind Kejriwal, even though they've been constantly commenting on the issue, calling this communally toned, accusing the BJP of instigating communal unrest. AAP so far has not been seen in the riot-hit, communally sensitive Jahangirpuri area. Post the demolition drive, Congress, who arrived at the spot, asked the question, asking where is Arvind Kejriwal? Why is he not visited the riot-hit zone? Now we hear that AAP leaders are all set to visit Jahangirpuri. Milind Sharma for more on that. Milind, is it so that AAP is now almost reacting to what the Congress has said? Because so long we never saw any AAP leader arrive at the sensitive Jahangirpuri area, even after the demolition drive where we saw aggrieved locals crying and pleading for the demolition drive to stop. AAP has been, of course, independently giving comments to the media saying that this is not right, this was arbitrary, etc. But so far, so long, we saw no AAP leader arrive at the spot. Congress accuses Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal of being opportunistic on this.
No, absolutely, Nabila. There have been leaders. First of all, it was Communist Party leader Brinda Karat who actually stood in front of the bulldozer and tried to impose the orders of status quo by the Supreme Court. And then it was Asaduddin Owaisi, the Muslim leader from AIMIM, who came here. And today we saw a Congress delegation also come here. But Aam Aadmi Party and leaders from the BJP have been absconding and they've not been on the ground to speak to the families. So the pressure on the Aam Aadmi Party is certainly worth witnessing, because Delhi happens to be their government. They are in power in the Delhi government, and Jahangirpuri area and the kind of statements that were made by some of the leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party have certainly not gone down well with the locals in the area, because they've been asked for to certify whether or not they are actually Indian citizens. They are here, and leaders have alleged that when vote bank politics is played, these are the people, these are the common people who are actually caught in the middle of it all. So we'll check with the police sources whether a delegation from the Aam Aadmi Party will visit tomorrow or day after or today. But certainly there were instances where the Aam Aadmi Party would have tried to enter into the area, but currently with this becoming a complete fortress, even the Congress delegation that came here was completely removed from here after they met with a few families, because the situation needs to be of calm over here. There needs to be order over here, and which is why the police preparations of security have been stepped up since today morning as well, after the Supreme Court also said that status quo will remain in the area for the next 2 weeks. So we'll have to wait and see what time will the leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party come. Will it be Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal himself or not? These are bits of information that are trickling in, but at this moment the police does not have any information of whether the Chief Minister himself may come visit the families or not, Nabila.
All right, stay with us. We know that the massive demolition drive has also taken place. Milan, I'm going to come to you on that. In fact, right after the communal riots, we saw a huge demolition drive that was carried out by the MCD. Now we hear a big respite coming in for Delhi's communal cauldron, Jahangirpuri. The Supreme Court has now extended brakes on the MCD bulldozers for 2 more weeks, hearing a deeply passionate argument. The top court has asked the centre, the Delhi government, the Delhi MCD, as well as the Delhi police now to file affidavits. Even the petitioners have been asked to file affidavits on this. Lawyers for petitioners call the demolition drive via bulldozers as vendetta against Muslims and a war on the poor, with help from Delhi cops, which they call as state tools. The petitioners have asked why were illegal constructions in Delhi's posh localities like golf links and scenic farms not being bulldozed the same way that the poor people's establishments in Jahangirpuri was. The government lawyer countered this argument, arguing that the MCD's drive has been on since January and several vested interest groups have pounced on the incident only to score political points. In fact, the government lawyer there has also referred to Hindu residents in Jahangirpuri who have been hit in Wednesday's demolition drive, saying that they too, Hindus too, have been aggrieved.
जो भी माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट का आदेश होगा उस पर पूर्ण तौर पर हम उसका पालन करेंगे।
जी सर, आगे के लिए क्या सोचा है कि अब 2 वीक का इंतजार करना है तो किस तरह?
नहीं, अब सब माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट के आदेश के बाद ही जो भी उसका फाइनल आदेश आएगा उसके बाद ही जो होगा उसके बाद होगा।
भाई 14 दिनों का स्टे लग चुका है, लेकिन हमारा तो एमसीडी ने पूरा नाजायज तरीके से नुकसान कर दिया। इसको कोई नोटिस नहीं दिया गया, कोई कुछ नहीं दिया गया, और ये बिल्कुल लीगल दुकान है। मेरे पास सारे पेपर हैं। नुकसान 7-8 लाख रुपए का मेरा हो गया है। 2.5 फुट अलाउड होता है कोर्ट की तरफ से। हर मकान का देख लीजिए आप, 3 फुट 4 फुट सज्जा निकला हुआ है, तो मेरा 1.5 फुट क्यों तोड़ दिया गया? भाई जे सलम की मेरी दुकान है, जे सलम के ये मकान है, तो मेरे साथ ऐसा अन्याय क्यों?
All right, let me cut across to Milan on that, who's currently in Jahangirpuri. Milan, we saw many of those locals who claim that their shops were demolished arbitrarily. They say that it was well within the legal periphery, but they've been targeted. They have papers, they're going to prove it, and they're going to seek compensation for this demolition from the MCD. Have you heard from those locals as yet?
Well, yes, we did speak to Mr. Ganesh Gupta as well, and we spoke to Mr. Dileep as well. The juice shop that happens to be Mr. Dileep's had told us that he had all the papers to show, but still his shop was also demolished. This happens to be at the intersection of the Shobha Yatra, and even though the bulldozers there, they were allowed to come in from here, they did not stop. And over there happens to be Ganesh Gupta's shop, who has today in the Supreme Court petition also said that the NDMC or the North Delhi Municipal Corporation needs to give them some sort of compensation, without which, the kind of papers that were shown by him also said that this was a DDA allotted shop at this point. And despite the fact that both these people paid taxes, the Supreme Court has taken notice and cognizance of the fact that papers and the affidavits were being shown by the people over here, and yet the bulldozing did not stop. The NDMC meanwhile has responded that yes, they have some notices that they would like to put on record as affidavit to the Supreme Court, and until such time that is done, certainly people here have demanded compensation for the pain and the loss of property that they have faced unnecessarily, because they were not the accused. If the bulldozing was being done on the accused, but they were not even part of the investigation, and that is something that the Supreme Court has come down heavily on when it comes to the North Municipal Corporation's bulldozing in the entire area of Jahangirpuri.
All right, Milan, thank you very much for joining us with those details. Now, we know that the Supreme Court has ordered for status quo on this matter for 2 weeks, which means respite for those Jahangirpuri locals. Shifting our focus here to a big revelation. In fact, there was massive chaos and confusion. Jahangirpuri in West Delhi woke up to find MCD bulldozers standing in their neighborhood right in the morning to demolish unauthorized constructions. People pleaded, begged, but bulldozers made its way through that rubble behind people, of course, leaving most of them shocked, as most of them claim that they were not given notices. They were really caught unaware. Let's take a quick look at Milan Sharma's report on that.
Surrounded by Delhi police, Municipal Corporation of Delhi bulldozed their home and shops in Jahangirpuri of the capital today. The court order stopped them, but by then, Rakesh's juice shop was also gone.
यहाँ पर जब बुलडोजर चल रहा था तो आपको किसी ने फोन करके बताया यहाँ पर?
जैसे हम लोग आए जैसे तोड़ना चालू कर दिया, पहुंचे थे उससे पहले से ही। हाँ जी।
मुझे एक बात बताइए कि ये जो दुकान थी कितने समय से यहाँ पर थी?
जी ये 15-20 साल हो गए इसको।
15-20 सालों से, और आज अचानक से बुलडोजर
चलने लगा अचानक से।
Ruxana Jahan is shocked and refused to come out of what's left of her home.
मैं बीमार था, मैं घर का अंदर सो रहा था, ये तोड़ ताड़ के चला गया।
आप सो रहे थे?
हाँ, मेरा तो भी घबराहट हो रहा है, सब पुलिस वाला आ गया, मेरे को डर लग गया, तो मैंने जो कर रहा है मार के चला जाए वो भी मंजूर है। मेरा आदमी नहीं है, 2 बच्चा और बहू है।
एकदम अचानक से अगर कोई चीज हमारा आशियाना टूटता है और पब्लिक को इस तरह का धमकाया जा रहा है, डराया जा रहा है, तो लेडीज सब सुबह से बोल बोल के थक गई, इससे पहले भी डरी हुई हैं, तो किस तरह बातें करें बताइए। एक तो रमजान का महीना है, सब रोजे से हैं, किसी के हलक में पानी नहीं जा रहा है।
The mosque on the side of the road, which was in the center of 16th April riot, was not spared either.
इतना तो टाइम देना चाहिए कि सामान निकाल लें। हमारा नहीं निकला, कोई बात नहीं, मस्जिद का गेट निकाल लेते, वो लाखों रुपए का गेट है, देखो उसके 2 पेज खुलते वो अंदर हो जाता, चाहे तोड़ ही देते।
ये मस्जिद का गेट हुआ है।
2 मिनट का टाइम देते हैं ना, तो 2 मिनट में लाखों रुपए की वो सब चीजें जो है ना बच जाती है। अब इन्होंने तोड़ा और उसको ऐसा कर दिया डिमोलिश कि वो रिपेयर दोबारा मॉडिफाई भी नहीं हो सकता।
This was the point and the flashpoint of discontentment on the day that the violence broke out, because here was where there was an attempt, so said, by people to unfurl a saffron flag, but ultimately the politics of bulldozer, leaving people here distraught because their businesses have been destroyed.
Guptaji's shop is a stone throw away from the mosque in the corner. It too got bulldozed.
डीडीए ने अलर्ट कराया था, उसकी फीस भी जाती है 4800 रुपये सालाना। सारा मेरा कागज है, सब कुछ है। और आए पहले भी कई बार अतिक्रमण हटाते थे, लेकिन कागज देखते थे, कागज देख के फिर चले जाते थे। इस बार कोई कागज देखने को तैयार नहीं। मैं कागज दिखाता रह गया कि भाई कागज देखो, कागज देखो। अगर कागज नहीं भी देखते हो तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट का ऑर्डर आ गया 1 घंटे पहले कि अतिक्रमण रोका जाए।
जो अवैध बने हुए हैं इनको तो छेड़ा नहीं गया है, क्योंकि ये पीछे 25 गज के मकान है। उसके बाद इन लोगों ने अंतराज में 50 गज मस्जिद के आड़ में दुकानें यहाँ से वहाँ तक बनवा रखी है। मंदिर के और मस्जिद के आड़ में जो अवैध बने हुए हैं, जिससे कम से कम कुछ नहीं तो यहीं से सारी गुंडागर्दी, सारा कुछ यहीं से होता है।
Politics of bulldozer has reached Delhi and people, the Aam Aadmi, is the only one that's suffering. With Ashok Banod from Jahangirpuri, Milan Sharma for India Today.
All right, now big revelation by the Delhi police in Jahangirpuri violence case. Delhi cops have found evidence about involvement of as many as 20 hardcore criminals and gangsters in the Hanuman Jayanti Day riots. Dozens of Delhi police teams have been deployed to nab these gangsters, many of whom have served prison terms in Tihar jail. Cops are now probing if criminals were in touch with the main accused, Ansar. In fact, during the police interrogation, accused Ghulam Rasool alias Gulli revealed that he had provided weapons to the minor children on the day of the incident. He's also sold a pistol to shooter Sonu for 10,000 rupees. In fact, the Delhi police has started investigating 34 numbers linked to several of those accused in Jahangirpuri violence, including Ansar and Sonu Chikna. On the basis of videos, photos, CCTV footage and local inputs, the crime branch has identified about 300 miscreants, and now raids are being conducted on only to arrest them. All right, on the other side of a short break, we're looking at Netflix down by 200,000 subscribers in Jan-March quarter. A big loss for Netflix. What's the reason? More details on the other side. Stay with us.
लीटर।
ये सवाल क्रोमा एक्सपर्ट से पूछो।
A huge solar flare erupting from the surface of the sun is sending a solar storm towards Earth, which will cause radio blackouts and frequencies to collapse across Australia and Asia, and it includes impact on India. Solar storms are generated by the sun. Dubbed as a geomagnetic storm, these are high-speed streams of solar winds expected to hit Earth's magnetic field and can even disrupt our mobile signals and electricity. The storm is caused due to an explosion on the surface of the sun. NASA has measured the speeds at which the solar storms approach Earth, and it is pegged at a mind-boggling 1.6 million kilometers per hour. The northern lights at the North Pole are a good example of a solar storm that is visible to the naked eye. Whenever a solar storm takes place, radiation is emitted towards planets in the solar system. These radiations contain radio waves, X-rays, and gamma rays. A solar storm also has the power of impacting mobile phone signals, GPS, and can even cut off electricity. The current solar storm is expected to impact satellites flying in the sky, which will in turn impact telecommunication channels on Earth, including mobile phones and other gadgets, as well as satellite TV, and it is especially expected to impact India. According to NASA, the impact can last anywhere from minutes to hours.
43 planes, 700 cars, 15 helicopters, 20 palaces and villas. These aren't assets of a small nation, of course. All these are owned by one man, the Russian President Vladimir Putin. It is not a secret that Russian President Vladimir Putin hoards tremendous wealth with an exotic and luxurious lifestyle.
There's nobody closer to the battle.
Massive shelling. This entire camp was attacked. And now we'll see how fierce the fighting is at the border.
Nobody closer to the line of fire. One team has the world riveted.
Visited journalist Satya Rautre in Volvanaka, Geeta Mohan for India Today.
All right, on his two-day visit to India, UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson visited Sabarmati Ashram, remembering Mahatma Gandhi. He's also tried his hands on the charkha. Prime Minister Boris Johnson's visit comes really at a crucial time when war is underway in Ukraine. Boris Johnson will be spending his first day of this tour in Prime Minister Modi's home state, Gujarat. He is the first British Prime Minister to be visiting Gujarat. He's also met Gautam Adani and announced a whopping £1 billion new commercial deals, and that would create more than 11,000 jobs in the country. After this visit to Gujarat, Prime Minister Johnson will be leaving for Delhi tonight to be meeting with Prime Minister Modi. The arrival of UK Prime Minister is quite important in terms of business, mainly free trade, energy sector, defence, health and engineering software. Prime Minister Johnson will be holding bilateral consultations with Narendra Modi on the 22nd of April. The Prime Ministers, both of them, will review the implementation of roadmap of 2030 and set their vision for further intensifying cooperation across the full spectrum of bilateral ties. UK Prime Minister will also be meeting with Minister of External Affairs S. Jayashankar on the second day of this tour. Just last year, Boris Johnson had cancelled his trip to India twice over due to the COVID-19 pandemic. All right, shifting our focus to Netflix now. Would you have a Netflix account? Because there could be some really big changes coming in store for you. The company is now considering a major move to add to its revenues after quite a disappointing turnout in Jan-March quarter. Meanwhile, the streaming giant has also attracted some unwanted attention from Elon Musk. Here's what you need to know.
The past 2 years have been good for Netflix. People logged in their homes turned to streaming platforms for entertainment. While in 2020, the streaming service added a record 36 million subscribers, Last year, the figure was still a healthy 18 million. This year, in the first 3 months, Netflix has lost 200,000 subscribers. It's the first time its numbers are down in any quarter. The revenues for the quarter were also below estimate. The impact was immediate. Netflix stock plunged by a fourth of its value, wiping around $50 billion of its investor wealth. Netflix is now eyeing those who are not paying for its services by sharing passwords. The company currently has 222 million subscribers and believes that 100 million households are sharing passwords.
We're working on how to monetize sharing. We've been thinking about that for a couple of years, but when we were growing fast, it wasn't the high priority to work on. And now we're working super hard on it. And remember, these are over 100 million households that already are choosing to view Netflix. They love the service. We just got to get paid, in some degree for them.
India has emerged as one of the bright spots for Netflix with its recently launched bottom-of-the-pyramid plans, helping it gain traction in the country. The company is, however, planning to further monetize these low-end slabs by introducing advertisements.
Those who have followed Netflix know that I've been against the complexity of advertising and a big fan of the simplicity of subscription. But as much as I'm a fan of that, I'm a bigger fan of consumer choice. And allowing consumers who would like to have a lower price and are advertising tolerant get what they want makes a lot of sense.
Elon Musk, meanwhile, had his own spin on why Netflix is losing subscribers. In a reply to a tweet on Netflix stock plunge, Musk retorted that its woke nature is making Netflix unwatchable. A comment which has been retweeted more than 30,000 times and liked nearly 200,000 times. This more than a month after Musk had sharply targeted Netflix earlier on its so-called woke content. Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
All right, dystopian events now inspiring fashion designers. Fashion lines all being inspired now by war, by pandemic and by sinking economies. Here's a quick look, a report by Chaiti Narula.
Fashion is never just about the clothes. It draws inspiration from events, cultures and subcultures around us that inspire designs, fabrics, colors and the craft. Dystopia has started making its way into fashion. Whether it is the COVID pandemic, the Russian war in Ukraine, collapse of economies, fashion houses have drawn this inspiration and launched dystopia core fashion lines. A look at these dystopian wardrobes gives you enough insight on the latest. Whether it is Yeezy Gap engineered by Balenciaga or homegrown label Toffel by Kashish Gemini, there seems to be line. There are fashion lines that have been launched that spell grunge and goth revival. With an element of defiance, pieces include oversized coats to dystopian joggers, pants, and even patchwork trousers. They're dark, they're gothic, and clearly express a way of the world today. It is not the first time you see dystopian fashion carving a niche. It's sure made a comeback, reflecting where the world stands today. From Marc Jacobs to Alexander McQueen to Chanel, they've all experimented with dystopia. And now Kaite, to a Cold Wall and Balenciaga are exploring the realism in their pieces. These trends symbolically show how clothes are an extension and reflection of the world around us. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
All right, on that note, it's time for a short break. Do stay tuned. On the other side, entertainment news coming up next. Will metaverse replace our reality? Can it? We don't know that yet, but in its present form, it kind of is a duplicate of the physical world. But the only way to access it is via the internet. The idea of metaverse has its roots in many sci-fi narratives from the 90s. It exists either as immersive online games, workrooms, virtual concerts, or much more. So, what can you do in the metaverse? Apparently a lot. From watching your favorite pop star to working as personalized avatars in a virtual workspace, metaverse can make that happen. It will eventually be possible to do exactly what we do in reality thanks to a virtual reality freed from physical constraints. As interactions increase, it will be possible to meet people, make purchases, and pay in cryptocurrency or go sightseeing while staying at home. Well, virtual tourism seems like a nice idea in the comfort of your room. What tools would you need for metaverse? You'd need virtual reality headsets and a good internet connection for starters. Virtual reality headsets will allow us to immerse ourselves in 3D worlds in the form of avatars animated by our movements. But it will require an enormous amount of computing power to allow millions of people to act simultaneously in that virtual space. Even devices that recreate taste, smell, and touch could be invented. What do you think? Are you ready for the metaverse?
You are watching India Today.
We are in the front line, not because it's just our job. It is our duty to tell you the story as it unfolds, brave, fearlessly, relentlessly, and we'll do it at any cost. This is Mosmi Singh with video journalist Parminder Sharma reporting from war zone Mykolaiv, Ukraine for India Today.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
Hello and welcome. My name is Aditi Nagpal Girotra. You're watching In the Club. Superstar Yash Chaudhary knows how to set the box office on fire. His latest outing, KGF Chapter 2, is shattering records at the ticket counters. In just 2 days, the film crossed 100 crore mark and even entered into 200 crore club in less than a week's time. The Yash Tara is also unstoppable worldwide, as it has already minted over 500 crores. Considering the overwhelming response that KGF Chapter 2 has received ever since its release, filmmaker Prashant Neel and the producers of his next film, Salar, with Bahubali star Prabhas, have now decided to augment the budget considerably to make it more spectacular and epic in scope. Here's everything about the man behind KGF, Prashant, and his new project with Prabhas.
Violence, violence, violence. I don't like it. I avoid. But violence likes me. I can't avoid.
KGF Chapter 2 turned out to be the biggest blockbuster of 2022. मैं तुम्हारा सब कुछ छीन लूंगी. While most of its credit does go to Rocky Bhai, aka Yash, for his incredible performance and mere screen presence, it's also the outcome of filmmaker Prashant Neel, whose hard work has paid off wonderfully at the ticket counters. That's right, he's the man behind both KGF Chapter 1 as well as its sequel. He's the one who's gearing up for the third film in this franchise and is also the one who trusted the editing skills of this 19-year-old Ujjwal Kulkarni for the masterpiece that it's become today. After the success of both the films, Prashant Neel is now, no wonder, the most sought-after filmmaker in India. So what happens when he directs Bahubali star Prabhas in his next? Expectations touch sky high, and it goes without saying, with humongous stakes comes greater responsibilities, especially when a film is tagged as the biggest project of Indian cinema. So yes, something similar is happening with KGF director's upcoming film Salar, which features Prabhas in the lead role. After receiving an overwhelming response from the audience and fans for the Yash starrer, the makers, according to reports, have now decided to augment the budget considerably to make Salar more spectacular and epic in scale. Several action sequences are also being added, as in his last film Radhe, Prabhas hardly had any of it.
I love you, Aditya.
Prabhas, who's had a massive setback in Radhe Shyam, needs a magical touch to his career, and Prashant Neil's Salar may just turn out to be the pan-India breakthrough after Bahubali that he desperately needs. Interestingly, Salar was supposed to be released on April 14th, 2022, the day the Prashant Neil's KGF Chapter 2 was finally released. Salar was delayed by the pandemic, which may now seem to be a blessing in disguise, courtesy the massive scale on which KGF was made. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
If Rocky Bhai fans haven't had enough of their superstar in KGF Chapter 2, gear up for the third film in the franchise, as the executive producer of the blockbuster has confirmed the news. Here's more on that and about the 19-year-old Ujjwal Kulkarni who edited the film. Take a look.
Violence, violence, violence. I don't like it.
Rocky Bhai is back with KGF Chapter 2, and if his fans still haven't had enough of him, then it's good news for them, as the third in the franchise is in the works. That's right. Kartik Gaura, the executive producer of one of the most successful films, has confirmed that another installment is on its way, and the work on it has already begun.
मैं तुम्हारा सब कुछ छीन लूंगी.
The first hint of KGF Chapter 3 was dropped in the post-credit scene of the sequel, which is currently setting the box office on fire. And needless to say, the excitement among fans just hit the roof.
Nan dushmani yavanu tarkalala. Business marna. Offer closes soon.
While one social media user said KGF 3 will be golden history, others are eagerly waiting for the third chapter from now itself. The makers surely caught the attention and reminded every movie buff that KGF is here to stay, and the story of Rocky Bhai shall continue and will return with more power. For the unversed, KGF Chapter 2 has turned out to be a global blockbuster. This Prashant Neil directorial managed to mint over 550 crore rupees worldwide in less than a week of its theatrical release on April 14th. Apart from the supreme performances of Yash and the entire cast, including Sanjay Dutt and Raveena Tandon, the film has also been garnering love for its technical excellence, which includes direction, cinematography, and editing. Not many know that this 19-year-old boy named Ujjwal Kulkarni, who has never edited a feature-lengthy film before, was entrusted by the filmmaker with this giant project, and fortunately, he not only took the opportunity but also did a very great job. Ujjwal had reportedly made a trailer out of the fully shot film and showed it to filmmaker Prashant. His technical skills left him so impressed that he let him edit the entire film. A call that surely worked wonders for the Yash starrer. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Offer closes soon.
Sanjay Dutt essays the role of an antagonist Adhira in KGF Chapter 2. Our entertainment editor Tushar Joshi caught up with him in Mumbai. He spoke at length about his journey, shooting this blockbuster and much more. Listen in to this excerpt.
ಬಿಸಿ ರಕ್ತ ಹರಿಸಿ ಯುದ್ಧ ಮಾಡೋದು ನಾಶ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಲ್ಲ ಉದ್ಧಾರ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬೀಳೋ ಹೆಣಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಉಪಯೋಗಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತವೆ ಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ ರಣಹದ್ದುಗಳನ್ನ ಕೇಳೋ
Was it like the film became your place to go to in that sense? Like sometimes when we go through stuff in our personal life, we use something else to deal with it. Was that the case in this? And was it physically, it must have been physically also hard to do this?
You know, एक तो lockdown था. You know, so all the films had stopped and I was being treated. Then that one gap came in the middle, right. If you remember.
Yes.
You know, lockdown से थोड़ा open होना शुरू हो गया and all that stuff, where they planned this shoot, the climax.
Right.
And Prashant came to me and Yash, so sweet. So he says, okay, we've done green screen, there'll be no taxing and this and that. It's just green screen. I said, listen to me. I said, like, what did you narrate me? He says, we narrated this, that and everything. I said, if it's not done that way, I'm not doing the shoot.
That's right.
So they said, but there'll be dust. I said, I don't care. There's dust, storm, smoke. जो भी है तेरे को करना है तू कर. I will be there and I'll do it. I could feel I'm good. I'm feeling good. And I went and I did it. And these guys supported me. You know, Yash, Prashant, the whole team. I mean, they supported me and I did everything. I did that action. I did everything. So, I mean, for me as a cancer patient or, you know, whatever you may call it, it was such a big boost for me also for recovery. That is unbelievable.
Absolutely. What a story. And I think it's all in the mind, like you said. I think that's such an important message you've given. It's if you right here, then your body responds to all of that. I quickly want to talk to you about your kids, because I know they bring a smile to your face. And obviously, if they're growing up now, do they realize who dad is and all the work that he's doing? Are they aware of the crazy action that you're doing in KGF? Do they get worried? What is it?
They know that dad is an actor and all that stuff, but they have their own heroes, which is so sweet. You know, so I mean, I go and ask them, who's your best actor and all that. And they say, our favorite is Tiger Shroff. And then they like Yash in Rocky and Varun Dhawan. I feel so happy, you know, and I feel so proud because when we guys were growing up, it was Amit ji for us.
Correct.
Everything was Amit ji, you know, not Datsap.
True.
You know, so it's for them. They know that actor hai. So, you know, that kind of thing. But yeah, about this one, they said, Dad, you're looking amazing. They're small.
Of course.
But I mean, they like that look.
Businessman, huh? Offer closes soon.
Time now for a short break, but we'll be back soon. Stay tuned with us.
This is a tank turret.
Courage,
India today, in fact, is the only Indian crew to reach.
fearlessness,
This is the third tank armored personnel carrier we have seen.
putting our lives at risk.
Massive operation over here in Ilianka.
We are on the ground, bringing you the facts
A Ukrainian woman shares the horror of shelling.
so that India is better informed. Tune into India Today TV, reporting from the front line.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
Bridgerton Season 2 has surpassed the viewership of its first season. And with that, it has also become the most watched English language series on streaming giant Netflix. Here's more on that.
Why then, there is the potential for a considerable scandal indeed.
My honor is hanging by a thread that grows more precarious with every moment in your presence.
Bridgerton Season 2 has dethroned its own Season 1 to become the most watched English language series on streaming giant Netflix. The feat comes as the latest season, which released on March 25th, now reportedly has a total of 627.11 million hours viewed on the OTT platform.
Carry far too much import. We must entrap the scribbler.
Genius idea, ma'am.
Yes, that is why I thought of it.
Surpassing Season 1, which had 625.49 million hours during the same span. This makes Bridgerton the first ever series to hold both the first and second place on the streaming platform's most popular list.
And handsome, of course. I cannot be the only.
What's more, Season 2 even made it to the top 10 list in 88 countries between April 11th to April 17th, as per the streaming giant tally.
With my head and not my heart.
But any suitor wish.
For the unversed, Bridgerton 2 shifted focus from the leading couple in Season 1, Daphne Bridgerton, essayed by Phoebe Dynevor, and Simon Bassett, the Duke of Hastings, portrayed by Regé-Jean Page. Daphne's eldest brother, Anthony, played by Jonathan Bailey, and his romantic interest, Kate Sharma, essayed by Simone Ashley, in Season 2.
True love you deserve. We should certainly not give him too much credit now, should we?
It is a poor play. Considering the success of the series, Bridgerton has already been renewed for a third and fourth season, with streaming service Netflix confirming plans to cover more storylines from Julia Quinn's romance novel series of the same name.
A person.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Oh my! Are you hurt? Come now, it is not proper to stare.
Ranveer Singh and Arjun Reddy fame Shalini Pandey stepped out in style for the grand Jayesh Bhai Jordar trailer launch in Mumbai. As the duo geared up for the release of their much-awaited film, here's a glimpse of the actor who turns into a Gujarati boy and everything about his social comedy drama film.
हमारे गांव की लड़कियां ये खुशबू वाले साबुन से नहाएंगी तो हमारे लड़के जोश में आएंगे ही ना.
Ranveer Singh is back to entertaining his fans, and this time it's a Gujarati boy.
क्या-क्या compulsory है मेरी दुनिया में?
Yes, this is the trailer of his much-anticipated film Jayesh Bhai Jordar, and the actor is in a never-seen-before avatar. He plays the son of Baman Irani, who is the sarpanch of his village. Arjun Reddy fame Shalini Pandey marks her Bollywood debut with Jayesh Bhai Jordar, and she portrays the role of Ranveer's on-screen wife, who is pregnant again, and her father-in-law, Baman, and mother-in-law, essayed by Ratna Pathak Shah, want her to bear a son.
लाडू या सीरो जो भी मिलता है उसे करके ले लेते हैं ना.
लेकिन ये बात जरा बादशाह को समझाओ ना.
ये फटाकड़ी मेरी बेटी है. समाज इसको थोड़ी ना सरपंच बनने देगा. उनको तो बस कूड़ दीपक चाहिए.
When they get to know that she is pregnant with a girl child, they want her to abort the child. But Jayesh Bhai would do anything to protect his unborn baby. He flees along with his wife and daughter, and so begins a cat and mouse game between him and his father.
क्या होगा हमारा?
होगी बच्ची होगी.
एक वारिस नहीं दे पाई. ये नई पनौती पैदा करने के लिए हद पार कर दी.
आप मुझे छोड़ दो. एक वारिस तक नहीं दे पाई मैं आपको.
लड़का या लड़की देना पुरुष के हाथ में होता है. आज तक मैं तुझे लड़का दे पाया नहीं ना, तो उस हिसाब से मैं मर्द ही नहीं हूँ.
Ranveer Singh and Shalini Pandey unveiled the trailer at a grand event in Mumbai. In fact, the makers are leaving no stone unturned to promote this social comedy drama which is set to hit theatres on May 13. Scentless soaps were sent out to invite Bollywood celebrities ahead of the trailer's release. Anushka Sharma, who received a similar invitation along with a personalized letter, shared a glimpse on her social media handle. Ranveer was last seen in Kabir Khan's sports drama 83. The film, in which he played the role of Kapil Dev, crossed 100 crore mark towards the end of the third week of its theatrical release.
I say before, we're here to win.
The actor now has a great lineup of films, including Karan Johar's Rocky or Rani Ki Prem Kahani, opposite his Gully Boy co-star Alia Bhatt.
तू शुक्र कर उसकी गर्दन नहीं तोड़ी मैं. अभी एक ही लाइफ है, एक ही तो है. ऊपर से वो घुस रही है बीच में. गुस्सा नहीं आएगा क्या?
But is all geared up for the release of his next YR film, Jayesh Bhai Jordar.
And let's check out what is keeping our celebrities busy. Here's all that's trending in Tinseltown.
शायद आप लोगों को मेरी बात थोड़ी सी कड़वी लगे, लेकिन ध्यान से सुनना. आपसे ज्यादा इज्जत है हमारे पास.
2 months after its theatrical release, Alia Bhatt's Gangubai Kathiawari is now set to stream on OTT platform Netflix from April 26, 2022. The film received tremendous love worldwide and also did extremely well at the box office. This Sanjay Leela Bansali directorial is based on a chapter from Hussain Zaidi's book Mafia Queens of Mumbai, and the story follows the journey of a brothel owner named Gangubai Kothewali, one of the most powerful, loved and respected madams from Kamathipura during the 1960s.
बाप का नाम क्या लिखें?
माँ का नाम काफी नहीं है ना? चलो बाप का नाम देवानंद.
Gangubai Kathiawari also features Ajay Devgan, Vijay Ras and Shantanu Maheshwari in pivotal roles.
खोलो. और थोड़ा खोलो. और थोड़ा.
अब पूरा का पूरा चाइना मुंह में घुसाएगा क्या?
The season of mangoes is here, and Amir Khan and his son Azad are surely making the most of it. Yes, a series of pictures of the father-son duo where they can be seen binging on mangoes are going viral on social media. The actor's official production house Twitter handle posted these photos and wrote, "Have you treated yourself and your family with some mangoes yet?" On work front, Amir Khan will next be seen in director Advait Chauhan's Lal Singh Chadda. It is the Hindi remake of the iconic Hollywood film Forrest Gump. The teaser of Siddharth Malhotra's debut web series Indian Police Force is finally out. Not only does this show marks Rohit Shetty's digital debut as a director, but the actor will also be joining his cop universe, just like Ajay Devgan, Ranveer Singh and Akshay Kumar did in the past with Singham, Simba and Suryavanshi. Sharing the news on social media, Siddharth wrote, and we quote, "When Rohit Shetty sir says action, you know he literally means it. Super stoked to enter the cop universe with the action king himself, now filming." The makers have also revealed that this action-packed cop-verse will be a next level in this genre. The fiction series will be an ode to the selfless service and fierce patriotism of the police force. Besides Rohit Shetty's web show, Siddharth Malhotra also has Mission Majnu alongside Rashmika Mandana in his kitty. Ajay Devgan announced the release date of his upcoming film Bhola. He took to social media to share the news. Directed by Dharmendra Sharma, the film is the remake of Tamil blockbuster Tegh.
என்ன பண்ற? 10 வருஷம் உள்ள இருந்தேன்னு மட்டும் தான சார் தெரியும். உள்ள போறதுக்கு முன்னாடி என்ன பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தேன்னு தெரியாதுல்ல.
The filmmaker of Bhola have also roped in Tabu to play a super cop in the film. Bhola went on floors in February this year and is set to make its theatrical release on March 30th, 2023. Meanwhile, Ajay Devgan is now gearing up for the release of his mystery drama Runway 34.
छोड़कर भागने वालों में से नहीं है.
Tanya, look at me. I need you right now, Tanya.
क्या ये पायलट फिर से यहाँ लैंडिंग अटेम्प्ट करना चाहता है?
In the film, he will be seen sharing screen space with Amitabh Bachchan, Rakulpreet Singh and Boman Irani.
आपके शब्द आपके एक्शन से मेल नहीं खा रहे और आपके एक्शंस आपके शब्दों के साथ मेल नहीं खा रहे।
तुम खुद पर यकीन नहीं करोगे ना, तो दुनिया में कोई भी तुम पर यकीन नहीं करेगा।
Sunil Shetty's daughter and actor Athya Shetty and cricketer KL Rahul have been in a relationship for a long time now, and if reports are to be believed, the couple is now likely to tie the knot this year. Yes, according to reports, Athya and KL Rahul will have a South Indian winter wedding. Recently, the actress took to social media to share a loved-up post for her beau on his birthday. In this photo, she can be seen walking hand in hand with KL Rahul. She completed the post with a caption which reads, "Anywhere with you, happy birthday." For the unversed, KL Rahul is the skipper of Lucknow Super Giants and the vice captain of Indian national team.
हम तुम्हें पसंद करते हैं।
और हमें भी बहुत तमीज से पहली बार पहला प्यार हुआ है।
हैं? प्यार भी हो गया?
While Athya, who was last seen sharing screen space with Nawazuddin Siddiqui in 2019 film Moti Choor Chakna Choor, made her Bollywood debut with Hero in the year 2015. The film was produced by Salman Khan and also featured Suraj Pancholi in the lead.
गुंडा जी की बेटी से प्यार कैसे कर सकता है? मैंने तुम्हारा किडनैप किया है। मैं कोई पुलिस वाला नहीं हूँ।
I don't care. Just tell me you love me.
She might not have managed to impress fans with her acting skills, but any updates in her love life is something they really look forward to. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
And that's all we could pack in the show today. Thanks for watching and goodbye.
Mukesh Ambani is the owner of the second most expensive home in the world after Buckingham Palace. Here are the inside pictures of Antilia. Antilia is located in one of the most expensive residential areas in the country, Mumbai's Altamont Road. The property rates here are mind-boggling, 80,000 rupees to 85,000 rupees per square foot. A 600-member staff is employed to keep the 27-storied building in order. The building boasts of 3 helipads, Mumbai's skyline and the Arabian Sea. Antilia is built to withstand an earthquake of even 8 on the Richter scale. Mukesh Ambani's love for cars is behind 6 floors of Antilia being devoted to garages. This space houses several luxury cars, including his 5 crore rupees Maybach. The garage can accommodate 168 cars. There's even a service station on the 7th floor. The recreation centre spread across 2 floors has a yoga centre, dance studio, jacuzzi, a health spa and several swimming pools. Antilia is equipped with its own ice cream parlour, a mega temple, a private theatre that can accommodate 50 people and a salon. The Ambani residence has 9 elevators designed to take the residents to specific floors. All of this makes Antilia worth a whopping $2 billion. In Indian currency, it's about 14,000 crore rupees.
We are in the front line, not because it's just our job. It is our duty to tell you the story as it unfolds, brave, fearlessly, relentlessly, and we'll do it at any cost. This is Mosmi Singh with video journalist Parminder Sharma reporting from war zone Mykolaiv, Ukraine for India Today.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting. Only on India Today TV.
You are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's begin first with the headlines at 3 today. Political showdown over the Jahangirpuri bulldozer demolition. The Congress netas now make a beeline questioning why has Arvind Kejriwal, the Chief Minister, not visited the area where this demolition and the violence took place. BJP calls it political tourism. It's a Supreme Court respite to Jahangirpuri residents to continue with the status quo on demolition till next hearing is after 2 weeks. Top court has issued notice to all parties. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson visits Sabarmati Ashram to pay tribute to Mahatma Gandhi. Series of high-profile visits and business deals. Visit to Bulldozer factory also has been lined up. It's a mega meeting with PM Narendra Modi tomorrow. Prime Minister Modi's mega Sikh outreach. He will be addressing the nation tonight from the Red Fort at about 9:15 p.m. to mark the 400th birth anniversary of Guru Tegh Bahadur. After weeks of intense fighting, strategic Ukrainian port city of Mariupol falls to the Russian troops. President Vladimir Putin hails what he calls the liberation of the gateway to the Sea of Azov. Russian President Vladimir Putin's chilling threat to the West. Moscow successfully test fires a nuclear-capable Sarmat missile. Putin says this missile will make enemies think twice. The top court ordered a stay on the demolition in Jahangirpuri for the next 2 weeks, but the political showdown has now erupted. The opposition parties, specifically the Congress party, making a beeline in Jahangirpuri and now starting with that face-off. This, remember, first it was only CPM Neta Brinda Karat who attempted to stop the bulldozing on Wednesday afternoon, landed on location and demanded from the JCB operator to start working, but the delegation of the Congress party is now visiting Jahangirpuri today. Congress Neta Ajay Makan has questioned Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's absence, calling it opportunistic. Makan asked, why has Kejriwal not even visited Jahangirpuri once? Meanwhile, Delhi's Aam Aadmi Party MLA Atishi has blamed the Bharatiya Janata Party for the illegal constructions in the area.
पूरे देश में दंगे हो रहे हैं। कौन करा रहा है ये दंगे? कौन सी पार्टी दंगे करा रही है? सारे जानते हैं कौन सी पार्टी दंगे करा रही है। हमें दंगे करने नहीं आते। ऐसे इस देश के लोग नहीं चाहते कि दंगे हो, इस देश के लोग शांति चाहते हैं।
अब देखते हैं जहां तक जाएंगे, जहां तक जाने देंगे, देखते हैं जहां तक जाने देंगे। जो पीड़ित लोग हैं उनसे हम मिलना चाहते हैं, देखते हैं हम कितना आगे तक के जाने देंगे। We have come here to tell the people that please don't look it through the prism of religion. This is something which has happened. The poor people have been subjected to such atrocities. The poor people have been subjected to bulldozer. Please don't look it through the prism of religion. This is the poor people who have been subjected to such.
You think people are listening to you? People inside Jahangirpuri, as far as Jahangirpuri residents are concerned, the situation is not communally tense inside the colonies?
Look, something will happen, then it will take time to have a 100% conducive atmosphere. But I must say there is no much problem.
Okay, and what is going to be the Congress's future course of action from here?
Our course of action will be to maintain peace, because at the end, Indian citizen and India will be loser. If something is damaged which belongs to Hindu or which belongs to Musliman, at the end it's of an Indian. So our steps will be to maintain peace and not to damage our country.
होता है कि अगर आप कौन सी पार्टी से हैं और किसको आप अपना वोट बैंक समझते हैं। पहला शीला दीक्षित इनको अपना वोट बैंक समझती थी, आज अरविंद केजरीवाल इनको अपना वोट बैंक समझता है। तो उन लोगों का इनको संरक्षण प्राप्त होता है। जब ये शाहीन बाग हुआ तब अरविंद केजरीवाल ने वहाँ पे बिरयानी भिजवाई। जब जमुना पार में दंगे हुए विधानसभा चुनाव में, तब ये लोग, इनका जो निगम पार्षद था ताहिर हुसैन, वो उसमें लिप्त मिला। अभी इनके पार्टी के लोग, आम आदमी पार्टी के लोग इस यहाँ पे जहांगीरपुरी में लिप्त हैं, सारी साजिश के पीछे हैं। तो वही तो जाएंगे। दिल्ली में दंगा कौन भड़का रहा है? दिल्ली में पिछले 2 साल में 2 दंगे हो जाना ये कोई छोटी घटना थोड़ी ना है। भारत की राजधानी में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जिन राज्यों में सरकार चल रही है, कोई दंगा नहीं होता है।
हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट के इस ऑर्डर का स्वागत करते हैं। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने अन्याय का बुलडोज़र, गैर संवैधानिक बुलडोज़र, जनवाद को कुचलने का बुलडोज़र को फिलहाल रोका है। बुलडोज़र एक बार चलता है तो बुलडोज़र नहीं पूछता है कि तुम हिंदू हो या मुस्लिम हो। मुस्लिम इलाके में जो हिंदू रहते हैं वो भी इसका शिकार हुए हैं।
असल में उनकी राजनीति पर बुलडोज़र चल गया है, इसलिए उनको ये बुलडोज़र हेट का बुलडोज़र दिखता है। असली बात है कि जब भी कोई विदेश से कोई डिग्निटरी आती है, पहले अमेरिका के राष्ट्रपति आए, तब यहाँ पर ट्रंप जब आए तब यहाँ पर दंगे कराए गए। सबको जानकारी है, आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता उसमें पार्षद इन्वॉल्व थे। अभी बोरिस जॉनसन यूके के प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ आ रहे थे, उससे पहले फिर दंगे कराए गए यहाँ पर। असल में एक इकोसिस्टम बिल्ड किया जाता है देश को बदनाम करने के लिए, और उसमें अखिलेश यादव, राहुल गांधी, केजरीवाल, ममता बनर्जी सब उसमें सहयोग करते हैं।
इस देश में रूल ऑफ लॉ नहीं है क्या? क्या न्याय की मूर्ति को बुलडोजर ने रिप्लेस कर दिया? कहे कि हमें 10:30 बजे मैटर लिस्टेड था कल, आपने 9 बजे डेमोलिशन स्क्वाड भेज दिया वहां। किनको डेमोलिश कर रहे हैं? आम शहरी हैं इस देश के। हिम्मत है कि बड़े रसूखदार इलाकों में बुलडोजर चला के दिखा दें? वहां चूंकि मजलूम है, माइनॉरिटीज हैं, मुसलमान बसते हैं, दलित बसते हैं, वंचित बसते हैं, गरीब लोग बसते हैं, आपने बुलडोजर उन पर चला दिया। माफ कीजिएगा, कल जहांगीरपुरी में बुलडोजर आम शहरी के घर पे नहीं चला है, हिंदुस्तान की आत्मा पे चला है, संविधान पे चला है। क्योंकि एक बार जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट का आदेश आया तब भी डेमोलिशन चलता रहा। ये संदेश अच्छा नहीं है।
Let's go across on the ground in Jahangirpuri. My colleague Milan Sharma has been constantly reporting and updating us. Milan joins us from Jahangirpuri area, exactly where the violence took place. This has become now, Milan, a massive political showdown, and specifically about the visits that are on. Congress has visited. When are we expecting the Trinamool Congress also to now make a beeline? Are you hearing about other parties? And is the Aam Aadmi Party expected to come?
Yes, in fact, Pooja, the constant beeline being made by political parties to visit this area is on. We saw how Brinda Karat, who stood in front of the bulldozer, and after which Asaduddin Owaisi also made his way here to meet the people. Today we saw the Congress delegation that was here, and now in a short while we are expecting the Aam Aadmi Party 3-member delegation also to visit Jahangirpuri, and certainly that is why you see that the police personnel are on their move. But let me show you that this particular area where we have been reporting from, which was the flashpoint of the collision between the two groups when the violence broke out, has been completely cordoned off once again. Yesterday we saw bulldozers run amok people in this area, and this whole barricading was opened for that very purpose, because the police was asked to comply with the orders of the MCD to bulldoze many houses there. We see the CRPF and other security personnel sitting in front of the demolished constructions there that were called encroachments, and the team of officials is also on ground today. A lot of delegations have been meeting the families, but unfortunately
unfortunately, these families have been told not to speak to anyone else. They've also met those people from the minority groups as well as the other communities here whose houses and extension of their houses have been demolished. But certainly there is a war of words going on between political parties, as you just mentioned. A lot of leaders have spoken about the fact that this kind of bulldozer politics is actually leading to harassment of the citizens of this country. And these are the people who are settled here, who are questioning why their encroachments, alleged encroachments, were raised without any notices that were given from the municipal corporation, Pooja. And the situation here seems like Jahangirpuri is now being made into a fortress. You'll remember how, the Delhi police cordons off areas that are high flash points for communal violence. And that is the exact same thing that has happened in Jahangirpuri.
Stay on with me, Milan. So it's become a political showdown. The Congress party is visiting. TMC is expected to, other parties indulging in blame games, specifically the AAP and the BJP. While Milan stays on with us, it's a big respite coming in though for the Delhi's communal quadrant Jahangirpuri that it's become now. The Supreme Court has extended the break on the MCD JCB bulldozers for 2 more weeks. Hearing a deeply passionate hearing, the top court asked the centre and the Delhi government and the Delhi MCD and the police and even the petitioners to file affidavits. The lawyers for the petitioners called the demolition drive via bulldozer as vendetta, specifically against Muslims and a war on the poor. But with help from Delhi cops, which now they are also calling as state tools. The petitioners also asked why were illegal construction in Delhi's posh localities like golf links, scenic farms are not bulldozed. The government lawyer then countered, arguing that the MCD drive was on since January and several vested interest groups have pounced on this incident to score political points. The government lawyer also referred to the Hindu residents in Jahangirpuri who have been hit in Wednesday's demolition drive.
जो भी माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट का आदेश होगा उस पर पूर्ण तौर पर हम उसका पालन करेंगे।
जी सर, आगे के लिए क्या सोचा है कि अब 2 वीक का इंतजार करना है तो किस तरह?
नहीं, अब सब माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट के आदेश के बाद ही, जो भी उसका फाइनल आदेश आएगा उसके बाद ही जो होगा उसके बाद होगा।
भाई 14 दिनों का स्टे लग चुका है, लेकिन हमारा तो एमसीडी ने पूरा नाजायज तरीके से नुकसान कर दिया। इसको कोई नोटिस नहीं दिया गया, कोई कुछ नहीं दिया गया और ये बिल्कुल लीगल दुकान है। मेरे पास सारे पेपर हैं। नुकसान 7-8 लाख रुपए का मेरा हो गया है। 2.5 फुट अलाउड होता है कोर्ट की तरफ से। हर मकान का देख लीजिए आप, 3 फुट 4 फुट सज्जा निकला हुआ है, तो मेरा 1.5 फुट क्यों तोड़ दिया गया? भाई जे सलम की मेरी दुकान है, जे सलम के ये मकान है, तो मेरे साथ ऐसा अन्याय क्यों?
Milan Sharma continues to be with me on this telecast. Milan, do help us understand this, that at this point, that means there are not just the Muslims, as the allegation is coming, but also some shops of the Hindu residents have also been demolished. And importantly, these are primarily commercial establishments and the encroachments that were used as shops. Do tell us about what was demolished.
Well, yes, Pooja, I'll just show you what all has been demolished in the wake of the bulldozing that happened here. So, this particular shop that Hitesh will show you belongs to Ganesh Gupta, was one of the petitioners today in the Supreme Court, and he said that this is the Delhi Development Authority allotted shop wherein he showed us papers as well. But the bulldozing did not stop because they did not ask for whose shop was in the midst of the bulldozer, in the pathway. And the first floor of this particular shop has been broken down completely. This was one of the points that the Supreme Court also took cognizance of, saying that why weren't papers checked and what should be the responsibility of the North Municipal Corporation for raising shops of people that have been allotted. Tax is being paid on these particular shops. Another juice corner that is being talked about is also this one over there that was raised by the Municipal Corporation. Once again, Mr. Dilip Saxena, who is the owner of this particular juice shop, also said that this happens to be again an allotment by the authorities, and he showed us all the papers there. In the wake of this entire stretch of road, the 2-kilometer road that you see here, Pooja, there were a lot of establishments and some residences that had encroached outside on the roads as well that were demolished. So you'll see here upstairs there are the residences, and downstairs these are the establishments that have been completely demolished, right till the mosque over there where you see. The mosque was where Brinda Karat also happened to have stopped the bulldozer by such time that the order had reached here, but the bulldozers did not comply with the Supreme Court status quo orders. So we've been told that there isn't an official counting of what all was actually demolished in the whole area. That is being done by the authorities at the moment.
Milan Sharma joins us and gives us the latest from the ground, constantly updating. Thank you so much, Milan, for now. Now remember, for those whose establishments were demolished, there was chaos and confusion and expectedly some angry reactions as well. Jahangirpuri, which is in the northwest Delhi area, woke up to find these bulldozers and also the JCBs standing around their homes and shops, and that primarily to demolish the unauthorized constructions. There were many people seen pleading, begging, asking the bulldozers to stop, but eventually they had to also clear the aftermath and the rubble from that area. Milan Sharma gets us this report of what people in the area had to say.
Surrounded by Delhi police, Municipal Corporation of Delhi bulldozed their home and shops in Jahangirpuri of the capital today. The court order stopped them, but by then, Rakesh's juice shop was also gone.
यहाँ पर जब बुलडोजर चल रहा था तो आपको किसी ने फोन करके बताया यहाँ पर?
जैसे हम लोग आए, जैसे तोड़ना चालू कर दिया, पहुंचे थे उससे पहले से ही। हाँ जी।
मुझे एक बात बताइए कि ये जो दुकान थी कितने समय से यहाँ पर थी?
जी ये 15-20 साल हो गए इसको।
15-20 सालों से, और आज अचानक से बुलडोजर
चलने लगा अचानक से।
Ruxana Jahan is shocked and refused to come out of what's left of her home.
मैं बीमार था, मैं घर का अंदर सो रहा था, ये तोड़ ताड़ के चला गया।
आप सो रहे थे?
हाँ, मेरा तो भी घबराहट हो रहा है, सब पुलिस वाला आ गया, मेरे को डर लग गया, तो मैंने जो कर रहा है मार के चला जाए वो भी मंजूर है। मेरा आदमी नहीं है, 2 बच्चा और बहू है।
एकदम अचानक से अगर कोई चीज हमारा आशियाना टूटता है और पब्लिक को इस तरह का धमकाया जा रहा है, डराया जा रहा है, तो लेडीज सब सुबह से बोल बोल के थक गई, इससे पहले भी डरी हुई हैं, तो किस तरह बातें करें बताइए। एक तो रमजान का महीना है, सब रोजे से हैं, किसी के हलक में पानी नहीं जा रहा है।
The mosque on the side of the road, which was in the center of 16th April riot, was not spared either.
इतना तो टाइम देना चाहिए कि सामान निकाल लें। हमारा नहीं निकला, कोई बात नहीं, मस्जिद का गेट निकाल लेते। वो लाखों रुपए का गेट है, देखो उसके 2 पेज खुलते वो अंदर हो जाता, चाहे तोड़ ही देते।
ये मस्जिद का गेट टूटा हुआ है।
2 मिनट का टाइम देते ना, तो 2 मिनट में लाखों रुपए की वो सब चीजें जो है ना बच जाती है। अब इन्होंने तोड़ा और उसको ऐसा कर दिया डिमोलिश कि वो रिपेयर दोबारा मॉडिफाई भी नहीं हो सकता।
This was the point and the flashpoint of discontentment on the day that the violence broke out, because here was where there was an attempt, so said by people, to unfurl a saffron flag, but ultimately the politics of bulldozer, leaving people here distraught because their businesses have been destroyed.
Gupta Ji's shop is a stone throw away from the mosque in the corner. It too got bulldozed.
डीडीए ने अलॉट कराया था, उसकी फीस भी जाती है 4800 रुपये सालाना। सारा मेरा कागज है, सब कुछ है। और आए पहले भी कई बार अतिक्रमण हटाते थे, लेकिन कागज देखते थे, कागज देख के फिर चले जाते थे। इस बार कोई कागज देखने को तैयार नहीं। मैं कागज दिखाता रह गया कि भाई कागज देखो, कागज देखो। अगर कागज नहीं भी देखते हो तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट का ऑर्डर आ गया 1 घंटे पहले कि अतिक्रमण रोका जाए।
जो अवैध बने हुए हैं इनको तो छेड़ा नहीं गया है, क्योंकि ये पीछे 25 गज के मकान है। उसके बाद इन लोगों ने अंतराइज में 50 गज मस्जिद के आड़ में दुकानें यहाँ से वहाँ तक बनवा रखी है। मंदिर के और मस्जिद के आड़ में जो अवैध बने हुए हैं, जिससे कम से कम कुछ नहीं तो यहीं से सारी गुंडागर्दी, सारा कुछ यहीं से होता है।
Politics of bulldozer has reached Delhi and people, the Aam Aadmi, is the only one that's suffering. With Ashok Banod from Jahangirpuri, Milan Sharma for India Today.
Bulldozer politics reaches the Jamia University in the national capital, Delhi. PFI-linked student group protesting in the Jamia area. Slogans are being raised against Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, and also Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal. So near the university, we are being told the protests are breaking out, and it is a PFI-linked student group. These are the latest visuals coming in from the screen. We can see some of the AISA banners. These are the left groups specifically. The sloganeering targeted at the politicians of the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party, specifically the BJP in terms of Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah, but also Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Now the claim and allegation is this is bulldozing Muslim lives. Let's go across to my colleague Arvind Doja. Arvind, what sort of protests, how many numbers of protesters are there? And these are specifically the student groups affiliated with the left organizations. Arvind Doja has also meanwhile sent us a ground report from the area, the Jamia University. Let's take a look.
इस वक्त मैं जामिया यूनिवर्सिटी में मौजूद हूँ। आप हमारे पीछे अगर देखें तो अलग अलग स्टूडेंट विंग के जो लोग हैं वो यहाँ पर बाकायदा प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं। इनका कहना है कि जिस तरीके से बुलडोजर का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है उसको लेकर ये प्रदर्शन है। साथ ही साथ ये जो बुलडोजर है वो खास तौर पे एक वर्ग, विशेष वर्ग यानी मुसलमानों को टारगेट कर रहा है, जिसको लेकर ये विरोध प्रदर्शन है। तमाम अलग अलग संगठनों के लोग ये विरोध प्रदर्शन कैंपस के अंदर ही कर रहे हैं, कोई कैंपस के बाहर नहीं आ रहा। और देखेंगे तो सभी बाकायदा सभी के जो हाथों में पोस्टर लिखा हुआ है उस पर लिखा हुआ है कि स्टॉप बुलडोजराइजिंग मुस्लिम लीव्स। तो ये तमाम चीज़ें हैं और बाकायदा बीजेपी आरएसएस के खिलाफ भी यहाँ पर नारेबाजी जमकर हो रही है। ये प्रोटेस्ट जामिया यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर हो रहा है। कैमरामैन संजीत चंदोक के साथ अरविंद ओझा, दिल्ली आज तक।
So where does the investigation stand with regard to Jahangirpuri violence? There's a big revelation that's now being made by the Delhi police. The Delhi cops are saying they have found evidence about the involvement of as many as 20 hardcore criminals and gangsters in the Hanuman Jayanti Day clash. Dozens of Delhi police teams have been deployed to catch these gangsters and criminals, many of whom, remember, have already served prison term in the Tegh prison. So these are not exactly just random individuals. These are hardcore criminals with past criminal history. History sheeters have even served a prison term involved in that communal clash. Cops are probing if the criminals were in touch with the main accused Ansar, who's currently under custody. During the police interrogation of the accused, Ghulam Rasool alias Gulli has revealed that he had provided weapons even to minor children, on the day of this incident. He's also saying that he has sold a pistol to shooter Sonu Sheikh for 10,000 rupees. All of this is now being compiled by the Delhi police. They have started investigating 30 phone numbers linked to several of those accused in the Jahangirpuri communal clash, including Ansar and Sonu Chikna. On the basis of these videos, photos, CCTV footage, all of that has been emerging, local inputs, eyewitness accounts. The crime branch has now identified, we are being told, about 300 miscreants, and raids are being conducted to arrest them. But as politics now breaks out, a provocative statement coming in from the Bharatiya Janata Party's Member of Parliament Pratap Simha. He says dozers will roll if Muslims pelt stones. So if this is making a blatantly communal statement, remember this is a Member of Parliament of the BJP saying bulldozers will roll if Muslims pelt stones. He's further added, I quote him here, "Do not try to teach us secularism. Especially Muslims living in India should learn to gel with people from other communities," unquote. This was clearly politics escalating over the Hubballi violence. Remember, just yesterday, GVL Narasimha Rao had said the JCB is equal to Jihad Control Board. Listen to what Pratap Simha just said.
ನಾವು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಏನು ಅರಬಿಗೋ ನಿಮಗೆ ಮೆಕ್ಕಕ್ಕೋ ಮದಿನಕ್ಕೋ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಬಂದು ನಾವು ನೆಲೆ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ. ನೆಲೆ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿರೋದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಧರ್ಮ. ನೀವು ಇಲ್ಲಿಯವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ನೀವು ಹೊಂದಾಣಿಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ಬೇಕು. ಆದರೆ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಇಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷನೂ ಕೂಡ ಹಿಂದೂಗಳೇ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಸಂತೈಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬದುಕೊಂಡಾಗೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ ಆಯ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲವ್ರಿಗೆ. ಈ ಹಿಂದೆ 75 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಿಂದೆ ದೇಶ ಒಂದ್ಸರಿ ಹೊಡೆದೋಯ್ತು. ಈಗ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿನ ನೋಡ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸರಿ ಹೊಡೆಯುವಂಥ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಹಿಂದೂಗಳು ಪ್ರತಿರೋಧ ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗ್ತಿರೋಂಥದ್ದು ಇಷ್ಟೇ. ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನರು ತಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿಯನ್ನು, ತಮ್ಮ ಧೋರಣೆಯನ್ನು ಬದಲಾಯಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಕಲ್ಲು ಬಿಸಾಡೋ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿನ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಬಿಡಬೇಕು. ಕಲ್ಲು ಬಿಸಾಡ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬುಲ್ಡೋಸರ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಹತ್ರ ಬಂದೇ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ನೀವು ಈಗ
It's time for a quick commercial break. When I return, let's bring you some other stories as well. It's a big day for India. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson is in the country and visited the Sabarmati Ashram to pay tribute to the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi. Let's bring you those visuals of him running the chakra, or trying to, and meeting the residents there at the ashram.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
NASA beamed doctors into the middle of the International Space Station while they were physically on Earth. This might seem like a scene from a sci-fi movie, but this technology now exists. NASA tried this new method to ensure medical help is provided to people in adverse situations. This is being called the first holoportation handshake from Earth in space. So what is holoportation and how does it work? According to NASA, it is a capture technology that allows high-quality 3D models of people to be reconstructed, compressed, and transmitted live anywhere in real time. When these images are combined with mixed reality displays such as HoloLens, it allows users to see, hear, and interact with remote participants in 3D. The technology gives a feeling as if the person is right in front of you. NASA says that the technology could be highly effective in deep space where communication lag is a major problem due to the immense distance between Earth and other objects. Using the Microsoft HoloLens Kinect camera with custom software, NASA flight surgeon Dr. Joseph Schmid and their teams were holoported. They interacted with astronaut Thomas Pesquet in a two-way conversation. Holoportation is not new. It has been in use since at least 2016 by Microsoft. But this was the first use in such an extreme and remote environment as space.
You are watching India Today.
On his two-day visit to India, UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson visited the Sabarmati Ashram. And remembering father of the nation Mahatma Gandhi, he also tried his hand on the charkha. Prime Minister Boris Johnson's visit comes at a crucial time when war is presently underway in Ukraine. Boris Johnson will spend his first day of the tour in Prime Minister Modi's home state, Gujarat. He is the first British Prime Minister to visit Gujarat. He's also met Gautam Adani, the businessman, and announced a whopping £1 billion new commercial deal that could create more than 11,000 jobs in the country. After his visit to the state, Prime Minister Boris Johnson will be leaving for the national capital Delhi tonight, and the meeting scheduled with Prime Minister Narendra Modi tomorrow. He will also be meeting Minister of External Affairs S. Jaishankar on the second day. Last year, remember, giving you a background, Boris Johnson had to cancel his trip to India twice over the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm heading into a very short break. Let's bring you some news from Russia and Ukraine. Vladimir Putin has declared that Ukraine's Mariupol has been successfully liberated. Mariupol falls to Russia, one of the most important cities of Ukraine. Let's bring you the update of that big story after a break.
You are watching India Today.
Indian law makes it illegal to carry swords and blades over 9 inches in length. Here you can see some groups of men out on the streets brandishing swords, guns and other weapons, chanting slogans and clashing in the name of religion in Jahangirpuri, Delhi. Some political leaders have claimed that the weapons were being carried for self-defense. Let's see what the Indian law has to say about this. What does the Arms Act say? If one looks at the law in India, it's quite clear that carrying weaponry in a procession is strictly prohibited except in specific circumstances. Guns are, of course, a restricted possession under the Indian law. Possession or carrying of a gun can only be permitted by a license issued by the district authorities. On the other hand, swords and blades over 9 inches of length, which are not kitchen appliances, of course, also require a license under the Arms Act. So carrying any weapons without a license is strictly punishable with a jail term as well as fine. This is what the Indian law says. Under Rule 8 of the Arms Act Rules 2016, a person holding a license for firearms or any other arms, which includes swords and blades with sharp edges, is barred from brandishing of firearms in a public place, nor shall be allowed to carry or discharge a firearm in a built-up area or any public place on the occasion of marriage, public assembly, fair, procession, or any public event. Of course, this rule applies to all kinds of arms and ammunition.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
Russian President Vladimir Putin has declared that Ukraine's Mariupol, which is one of their important cities, has been, and I quote Russia here, successfully liberated. However, Putin has asked his troops not to storm the Azovstal steel plant, which is the last remaining Ukrainian stronghold in the city, but to block it so no one can escape. Russia's defense minister Sergei Shoigu had said their forces were methodically carrying out plans to liberate 2 breakaway regions in eastern Ukraine. Without the steel plant, Russia cannot declare complete victory in Mariupol. The city's capture has both strategic and symbolic importance. The besieged city has been the site of a great suffering since the war began in February. It is a port city and is seen as a gateway to the Sea of Azov, holding immense strategic and military significance for Russia. It lies just 50 kilometers from the Russian border and borders crucial rebel zones which Kremlin aims to retain after snatching them from Ukraine.
This is a very important part of the media campaign that's been surrounding the special operation. There needs to be proof of any numbers coming out of Kiev. Unfortunately, we have seen a lot of fake information coming out of there aimed at, trying to secure additional military support for Kiev. And this is sadly the truth of this, this combat that is ongoing, that we cannot rely on the numbers coming out of Kiev. In the meantime, I would remind you that I am a journalist. I do not work for our government directly. So,
from the government, Tatiana, that's obviously what I mean. Has the government expressed any regret at all?
Well, look, the government has been saying from day one that the goal is to save the civilian population. So, of course, it has. The sad truth is that those formations that have now been acknowledged, even by President Zelensky, who said in an interview that they are what they are, you know, those Nazi, neo-Nazi paramilitary formations that we've been talking about for all this time, they have been inducing incredible damage on that civilian population. And even if the numbers that are coming out of Kiev, even half of those numbers should be confirmed, then the next question is who killed those people?
Right, so this is the big news that's coming in. Remember, Mariupol has faced immense bombardment and shelling and has been one of the strategic cities for Ukraine. But as of now, it appears that Russia has announced that Mariupol has also fallen. These are the updates coming in from the area. We'll soon have updates coming in from the ground as well. Rajesh Pawar is now joining me. He's live from Kyiv, which is the capital city, still holding fort. Rajesh, for the longest time, you have reported from Mariupol. You have seen the city change from a buzzing city to completely damaged. But the fact that Russia is claiming, Rajesh, that it has liberated according to them, which means it has fallen to them. How big do you think this is? Do let our viewers know.
See, the Mariupol city has been under Russian control for a long time now. But the people from Azov battalion and some remnants of Ukrainian forces were holding back the steel plant. Let me tell you, it's one of the biggest steel plants in Europe. And why they were able to hold for so long is the reports which have come is they have made extensive underground networks, underground bunkers, which are much below the surface, the Earth's surface. So even if you use high penetration bombs, they probably will not reach those areas, those bunkers which are deep inside the ground. And that is one reason that Russians could not take control of this steel plant for a long time. Having said that, let me also tell you there have been reports coming from Ukrainian intelligence that Russians might use chemical weapons in Mariupol. And the reason for that was exactly this. Because if you have to flush out these Azov battalion people who are holding back in the steel plant, you need to pump in some kind of poisonous gas, which is a chemical weapon, which is prohibited under international law. And that is the reason Ukrainians were fearing this, that Russia might use chemical weapons in Mariupol. Over to you.
Also, Rajesh, do tell us which other cities are now added to this list of Mariupol, because for as long as we remember, since the war started, Mariupol was facing constant bombardment. But for the steel plant that you're telling us holds importance, it is a gateway to the Sea of Azov, but importantly, which other cities, according to Russia, has liberated?
See, Mariupol is not only important because it has one of the Europe's biggest steel plant. It is also important because it is on the important port on Sea of Azov.
Correct.
And probably this is the only port which will be under control of Donetsk Republic if it becomes an independent country. Besides this, another important city for Russia was Kherson. And why Kherson was so important? Because Crimea, which has been under Russian occupation since 2014, has no water supply of its own. There's a canal which supplies water to Crimea, which comes from Kherson. So that is right now under Russian control and likely to stay so, because strategically it is very important for them to sustain Crimea. They need Kherson and they will hold on to this city for a long time to come.
Just one final question now, Rajesh. It's 57 days, almost 60 days now. Do you think it's coming to an end? Which it likely appears to be not, but how do we see Ukraine? Because if Mariupol has fallen and other cities are falling in return, that means it's only coming closer to Kyiv.
Look, there is no doubt that complete occupation of Mariupol, complete control of Mariupol by Russian forces is a big morale booster for Russian forces. And on the other hand, it is a big psychological loss for Ukrainians, and it will impact the morale of the Ukrainian soldiers who are trying to fend off Russian invaders at this stage.
All right,
but
Rajesh,
let me tell you, as long as new weapons are being supplied by Americans and NATO, and some of them are state-of-art, latest equipment, till the time they keep coming in, I think this war will keep going on.
That's a very important point that we can actually end this on. It is, remember, now suddenly the West appears to be supplying more weapons and military assistance to Ukraine, and that could give at least a military boost, if not a psychological boost, to Ukraine, while Russia is also very defiant and constantly flaunting and showcasing its military power. Thank you so much, Rajesh Pawar. Stay safe there in Kyiv. We'll continue to update you. Day 57. The war refuses to end. Nearly 2 months since the invasion of Ukraine started, Russia is still very defiant. On Wednesday, and this was big, it successfully test-fired a new intercontinental ballistic missile. This has emboldened the Russian President Vladimir Putin, using this moment to further warn the Western world of, and I quote Russia here, frenzied, aggressive rhetoric to threaten Russia. He's using this test firing of the missile to warn the West.
On 20th April, Russia test-launched its intercontinental ballistic missile, Sarmat, believed to be adding more power to its nuclear arsenal. US Congressional Research Service claimed that Russia is expected to deploy Sarmat with 10 or more warheads on each missile.
Dear comrades, I congratulate you on the successful test firing of the Sarmat intercontinental ballistic missile. This is a big significant event in the development of advanced weapon systems for the Russian army. The new system has the highest tactical and technical characteristics and is able to overcome all the missile defense capabilities.
The heavy intercontinental ballistic missile Sarmat has been under development for years now. Its test launch at this crucial juncture of war is an ominous sign, and the Russian president is well aware of it.
It will have no equivalents in the world for a long time. This truly unique weapon will enhance the military potential of our armed forces and will reliably provide security for Russia from external threats and will make others who, in the heat of frantic, aggressive rhetoric, try to threaten our country, think twice.
The intercontinental ballistic missile was test-launched from Plesetsk in northwest Russia and hit targets in the Kamchatka peninsula in the Far East. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, amid this ongoing war in Ukraine, one of the world's most respected Russia watchers, Harvard professor Ravi Abdelal, in a special conversation with India Today, has asserted that a tactical nuclear strike is a possibility. And his words coming just a day after Russia's foreign minister, in his only interview so far in the war, played down the nuclear threat that has emanated consistently from Moscow. Here's a special report on all the top big names and what are they saying to India Today about the war in Ukraine.
Tactical nuclear strike is a possibility. Words that will echo through war rooms across the world. Not just random analysis, but the words of one of the world's most respected Russia watchers.
Engage with the world.
Harvard professor Ravi Abdelal, director of Davis Center for Russian and Eurasian Studies, an academic whose views on the world's biggest story is one of the most sought after.
Is not about Russia versus Ukraine, but about Russia versus the West. And for that logic, we need to think about what are the ways in which Russia and NATO could come into direct conflict that could lead to a nuclear exchange between the great powers, as opposed to a single tactical nuclear strike in Ukraine.
Professor Abdelal's world-exclusive interaction with India Today adds ominous urgency to the aura of nuclear threat surrounding Russia and Ukraine. His words come just a day after Russia's foreign minister, in his only interview so far in the war, played down the nuclear threat that has emanated consistently from Moscow.
The Russian military has these hypersonic missiles, which are good at evading missile defense systems. It has thermobaric weapons, the so-called vacuum bombs. As far as we know from the outside, the Russian military has used one of each, probably to demonstrate what they can do, but have not yet escalated to the widespread use of these really terrifying weapons, much less the possibility of a tactical nuclear strike on the territory of Ukraine.
There could be no winners in a nuclear war, and therefore nuclear war must never be launched.
obviously.
Professor Abdullah is the second top-tier American academic to highlight the nuclear threat emerging from Russia. Last month, Princeton University's Dr. Zia Mia echoed the fear.
This is part of the script of the nuclear age. So nuclear weapon states say this because they can, because they have nuclear weapons.
Away from the nuclear threat, Professor Abdullah also sees Ukraine's current weapon levels as only enough to keep its head above water.
The Ukrainian military, and indeed the Ukrainian civilians who have been waging this counteroffensive against the Russians, have perhaps been armed enough to achieve a kind of stalemate, though not enough to win the war.
More ominously, the Harvard professor predicts the longer the stalemate, the more destructive things could get, with newer weapons entering the combat mix.
But the longer the stalemate lasts, the more likely there will be escalation on the Russian side, using weapons that they have mostly not yet used in ways that will be difficult for the rest of us to watch and horrible for the Ukrainians to endure.
With only some indicators on where the war is headed and what the endgame is, the Harvard guru makes a pronouncement that provides shape to the next steps. That there's little chance of the war winding down soon.
President Putin has gambled his historical legacy on this war, which means that there is no backing down. There will be no end to this war until the Russian president feels that he can narrate some sort of achievement, both militarily and politically, from the war.
On India Today, the most sought-after academic and strategic minds provide their views first, allowing us and you, the viewer, navigate this emerging conflict. With Rahul Kawal in Boston, Bureau Report, India Today.
I'm heading into a very short break, but when I return, let's bring you some news about Netflix. Netflix down by 200,000 subscribers in January and March. What exactly happened? Let's bring you that detail after a very short break.
You are watching India Today.
As India Today traverses the length and breadth of Ukraine, we are in Oryhov. So here you can see that the attack is happening. We will have to move and the Russian troops are very close.
We must leave there. Oh my God. Oh my God. We must
go. We have to go very fast. There is a lot of bombardment that is happening. India Today here reporting 1,000 attacks, missile attacks happened in this village, and that's why it is important to cover this story, getting you all the reports as they unfold.
India Today TV, reporting from the front line.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
The Bridgerton Season 2 has surpassed the viewership of its first season, and with that, it has also become the most watched English language series on streaming giant Netflix. Here's more on that and how precisely, interestingly, it's faring on the social media site.
Why then, there is the potential for a considerable scandal indeed.
Is hanging by a thread that grows more precarious with every moment in your presence.
Bridgerton Season 2 has dethroned its own Season 1 to become the most watched English language series on streaming giant Netflix. The feat comes as the latest season, which released on March 25th, now reportedly has a total of 627.11 million hours viewed on the OTT platform.
Carry far too much import. We must entrap the scribbler.
Genius idea, ma'am.
Yes, that is why I thought of it.
Surpassing Season 1, which had 625.49 million hours during the same span. This makes Bridgerton the first ever series to hold both the first and second place on the streaming platform's most popular list.
And handsome, of course. Cannot be the only.
What's more, Season 2 even made it to the top 10 list in 88 countries between April 11th to April 17th, as per the streaming giant tally.
With my head and not my heart.
But any suitor
For the unversed, Bridgerton 2 shifted focus from the leading couple in Season 1, Daphne Bridgerton, essayed by Phoebe Dynevor, and Simon Bassett, the Duke of Hastings, portrayed by Regé-Jean Page. Daphne's eldest brother, Anthony, played by Jonathan Bailey, and his romantic interest, Kate Sharma, essayed by Simone Ashley, in Season 2.
True love you deserve. We should certainly not give him too much credit now, should we? It is a poor play.
Considering the success of the series, Bridgerton has already been renewed for a third and fourth season, with streaming service Netflix confirming plans to cover more storylines from Julia Quinn's romance novel series of the same name.
A person.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Oh my! Are you hurt? Come now, it is not proper to stare.
Do you have a Netflix account? Because there could be now some big changes expected in store for you. The company is considering major moves to add to its revenue after a very disappointing January-March quarter. Meanwhile, the streaming giant has also attracted some very unwanted attention from Elon Musk. Take a look at this special report.
The past 2 years have been good for Netflix. People logged in their homes turned to streaming platforms for entertainment. While in 2020, the streaming service added a record 36 million subscribers, last year, the figure was still a healthy 18 million. This year, in the first 3 months, Netflix has lost 200,000 subscribers. It's the first time its numbers are down in any quarter. The revenues for the quarter were also below estimate. The impact was immediate. Netflix stock plunged by a fourth of its value, wiping around $50 billion of its investor wealth. Netflix is now eyeing those who are not paying for its services by sharing passwords. The company currently has 222 million subscribers and believes that 100 million households are sharing passwords.
We're working on how to monetize sharing. We've been thinking about that for a couple of years, but when we were growing fast, it wasn't the high priority to work on. And now we're working super hard on it. And remember, these are over 100 million households that already are choosing to view Netflix. They love the service. We just got to get paid, at some degree for them.
India has emerged as one of the bright spots for Netflix with its recently launched bottom-of-the-pyramid plans, helping it gain traction in the country. The company is, however, planning to further monetize these low-end slabs by introducing advertisements.
Those who have followed Netflix know that I've been against the complexity of advertising and a big fan of the simplicity of subscription. But as much as I'm a fan of that, I'm a bigger fan of consumer choice. And allowing consumers who would like to have a lower price and are advertising tolerant get what they want makes a lot of sense.
Elon Musk, meanwhile, had his own spin on why Netflix is losing subscribers. In a reply to a tweet on Netflix stock plunge, Musk retorted that its woke nature is making Netflix unwatchable, a comment which has been retweeted more than 30,000 times and liked nearly 200,000 times. This more than a month after Musk had sharply targeted Netflix earlier on its so-called woke content. Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
Dystopian events are now inspiring fashion designers. There are fashion lines that are being inspired by war, by the COVID pandemic, and even by the sinking economy. My colleague Chethi Narula gets you that's a very interesting report of how fashion and pandemic finding space.
Fashion is never just about the clothes. It draws inspiration from events, cultures and subcultures around us that inspire designs, fabrics, colors and the craft. Dystopia has started making its way into fashion. Whether it is the COVID pandemic, the Russian war in Ukraine, collapse of economies, fashion houses have drawn this inspiration and launched dystopia core fashion lines. A look at these dystopian wardrobes gives you enough insight on the latest. Whether it is Yeezy Gap engineered by Balenciaga, or homegrown label Toffel by Kashish Gemini, there seems to be line. There are fashion lines that have been launched that spell grunge and goth revival. With an element of defiance, pieces include oversized coats to dystopian joggers, pants, and even patchwork trousers. They're dark, they're gothic, and clearly express a way of the world today. It is not the first time you see dystopian fashion carving a niche. It's sure made a comeback, reflecting where the world stands today. From Marc Jacobs to Alexander McQueen to Chanel, they've all experimented with dystopia. And now Tegh, to a Cold Wall and Balenciaga are exploring the realism in their pieces. These trends symbolically show how clothes are an extension and reflection of the world around us. In New Delhi, Chethi Narula for India Today.
It's a wrap on this bulletin for now, but after a very short break at 4 p.m, I'll bring you the big political showdown over the demolition in Jahangirpuri. This incident is not concluding anytime soon. The Congress party has reached TMC's planning to, and the charges between AAP and BJP continue. We'll get you all the latest on that after a very short break.
You are watching India Today. watching India Today.
Hello and welcome. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's begin first with the headlines at 4. Political showdown over Jahangirpuri bulldozer demolition. The Congress netas make a beeline. Questions why has Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal not visited the zone even once? BJP calls it political tourism. Supreme Court respite to Jahangirpuri residents to continue. Status quo on demolition till the next hearing after 2 weeks. Top court issues notice to all parties. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson visits the Sabarmati Ashram to pay tribute to Mahatma Gandhi. Series of high-profile business deals. Visit to Bulldozer factory has been lined up. Mega meeting tomorrow with PM Modi. Prime Minister Modi's mega Sikh outrage addressing the nation tonight from the Red Fort to mark 400th birth anniversary of Guru Tegh Bahadur. After weeks of intense fighting, strategic Ukrainian port city of Mariupol falls to the Russian troops. President Vladimir Putin hails what he calls a liberation of the gateway to the Sea of Azov. Russian president's chilling threat to the West. Moscow successfully test fires nuclear-capable Sarmat missile. Putin says this missile will make enemies think twice. After the top court ordered a stay on the demolition in Jahangirpuri for 2 weeks now, political war has now erupted over this. The opposition, specifically the Congress party, making a beeline in Jahangirpuri, starting a face-off. This after CPM Neta Brinda Karat was at location while the bulldozer drive was on and tried to stop it. Congress delegation visited Jahangirpuri today. Leader Ajay Makan has questioned Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's absence and has called it opportunistic. Makan asked, why has Kejriwal not visited the area even once? Meanwhile, Delhi MLA Atishi has blamed the BJP for the illegal constructions in this area.
पूरे देश में दंगे हो रहे हैं. कौन करा रहा है ये दंगे? कौन सी पार्टी दंगे करा रही है? सारे जानते हैं कौन सी पार्टी दंगे करा रही है. हमें दंगे करने नहीं आते. ऐसे इस देश के लोग नहीं चाहते कि दंगे हो. इस देश के लोग शांति चाहते हैं.
अब देखते हैं जहां तक जाएंगे, जहां तक जाने देंगे. देखते हैं जहां तक जाने देंगे. जो पीड़ित लोग हैं उनसे हम मिलना चाहते हैं. देखते हैं हम कितना आगे तक के जाने देंगे. We have come here to tell the people that please don't look it through the prism of religion. This is something which has happened. The poor people have been subjected to such atrocities. The poor people have been subjected to bulldozer. Please don't look it through the prism of religion. This is the poor people who have been subjected to such.
You think people are listening to you? People inside Jahangirpuri, as far as Jahangirpuri residents are concerned, the situation is not communally tense inside the colonies?
Look, something will happen, then it will take time to have a 100% conducive atmosphere. But I must say, there is no much problem.
Okay, and what is going to be the Congress's future course of action from here?
Our course of action will be to maintain peace, because at the end, Indian citizen and India will be loser. If something is damaged which belongs to Hindu or which belongs to Musliman, at the end it's of Indian. So our steps will be to maintain peace and not to damage our country.
Okay.
होता है कि अगर आप कौन सी पार्टी से हैं और किसको आप अपना वोट बैंक समझते हैं. पहला शीला दीक्षित इनको अपना वोट बैंक समझती थी, आज अरविंद केजरीवाल इनको अपना वोट बैंक समझता है. तो उन लोगों का इनको संरक्षण प्राप्त होता है. जब ये शाहीन बाग हुआ तब अरविंद केजरीवाल ने वहाँ पे बिरयानी भिजवाई. जब जमुना पार में दंगे हुए विधानसभा चुनाव में, तब ये लोग, इनका जो निगम पार्षद था ताहिर हुसैन, वो उसमें लिप्त मिला. अभी इनके पार्टी के लोग, आम आदमी पार्टी के लोग इस यहाँ पे जहांगीरपुरी में लिप्त हैं, सारी साजिश के पीछे हैं. तो वही तो जाएंगे। दिल्ली में दंगा कौन भड़का रहा है? दिल्ली में पिछले 2 साल में 2 दंगे हो जाना ये कोई छोटी घटना थोड़ी ना है। भारत की राजधानी में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जिन राज्यों में सरकार चल रही है कोई दंगा नहीं होता है।
हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट के इस ऑर्डर का स्वागत करते हैं। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने अन्याय का बुलडोज़र, गैर संवैधानिक बुलडोज़र, जनवाद को कुचलने का बुलडोज़र को फिलहाल रोका है। बुलडोज़र एक बार चलता है तो बुलडोज़र नहीं पूछता है कि तुम हिंदू हो या मुस्लिम हो। मुस्लिम इलाके में जो हिंदू रहते हैं वो भी इसका शिकार हुए हैं।
असल में उनकी राजनीति पर बुलडोज़र चल गया है, इसलिए उनको ये बुलडोज़र हेट का बुलडोज़र दिखता है। असली बात है कि जब भी कोई विदेश से कोई डिग्निटरी आती है, पहले अमेरिका के राष्ट्रपति आए तब यहाँ पर, ट्रंप जब आए तब यहाँ पर दंगे कराए गए। सबको जानकारी है, आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता उसमें पार्षद इन्वॉल्व थे। अभी बोरिस जॉनसन यूके के प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ आ रहे थे, उससे पहले फिर दंगे कराए गए यहाँ पर। असल में एक इकोसिस्टम बिल्ड किया जाता है देश को बदनाम करने के लिए, और उसमें अखिलेश यादव, राहुल गांधी, केजरीवाल, ममता बनर्जी सब उसमें सहयोग करते हैं।
इस देश में रूल ऑफ लॉ नहीं है क्या? क्या न्याय की मूर्ति को बुलडोजर ने रिप्लेस कर दिया? कहे कि हमें 10:30 बजे मैटर लिस्टेड था कल, आपने 9 बजे डेमोलिशन स्क्वाड भेज दिया वहां। किनको डेमोलिश कर रहे हैं? आम शहरी हैं इस देश के। हिम्मत है कि बड़े रसूखदार इलाकों में बुलडोजर चला के दिखा दें? वहां चूंकि मजलूम है, माइनॉरिटीज हैं, मुसलमान बसते हैं, दलित बसते हैं, वंचित बसते हैं, गरीब लोग बसते हैं, आपने बुलडोजर उन पर चला दिया। माफ कीजिएगा, कल जहांगीरपुरी में बुलडोजर आम शहरी के घर पे नहीं चला, हिंदुस्तान की आत्मा पे चला, संविधान पे चला। क्योंकि एक बार जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट का आदेश आया तब भी डेमोलिशन चलता रहा। ये संदेश अच्छा नहीं है।
Let's get you a ground update as well. My colleague Milan Sharma is right where the violence broke out, the C block area, also where the demolition drive took place. Milan, this is a full-blown political showdown. What is the current status here? Because with these netas coming in, we see heavy deployment of police. Are they being allowed to go and meet those whose shops were demolished, or are they being kept at a distance?
Well, in the morning we saw how the Congress delegation was also being allowed in a few numbers by the Delhi police, and now we see that MLAs from the Aam Aadmi Party have arrived here to meet with the families. We just spoke to Sanjeev Jha, who's the MLA from Burari, and he said that we are, the locals of this area, and we have come here. But the real question is that why did they take so much time to actually arrive in this particular spot? Because this happens to be the Delhi government's area. The government in Delhi is of the Aam Aadmi Party, and that is one question that the public has also been asking them. They have said that there are miscreant elements that are trying to disturb the peace and calm and quiet of the area, and they don't want to add fuel to fire. What's going to be the strategy of the Aam Aadmi Party when it comes to helping these people is one of the questions that is being asked right now. They are saying that the houses that have been demolished, they'll speak to them. The encroachments that have been demolished, they will speak to such people and perhaps make a list of those people who have faced the brunt of the bulldozer. But certainly the Aam Aadmi Party 3-member delegation has been allowed to enter Jahangirpuri, and they are meeting families, both the Hindu families as well as the minority Muslim families that have been affected in the bulldozer politics. Of course, barbs have been exchanged between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi. But apart from that, there are also other parties, political parties, that are sympathizing with the people around here, because the Supreme Court status quo remains at this moment. But certainly they are saying, from the Aam Aadmi Party's version, I'm quoting Pooja, that the law and order situation in Delhi, which is something that I've been repeating, belongs to the central government. Yes. And they did say that the MCD currently, after unification, is also under the central government. So they had no role in the bulldozing of the alleged encroachment
That is correct, though, and the
area.
question then being raised on AAP is why are they silent till now? But Milan Sharma is tracking all the latest on this. Milan, please stay on with me, because like you're mentioning about the Supreme Court order and the stay that has come, it is being seen as a big relief in many ways. Now, the Supreme Court extended the break on MCD bulldozers for 2 more weeks, hearing a deeply passionate hearing. The top court asked the centre, Delhi government, Delhi MCD and the Delhi police and even the petitioners to file an affidavit. The lawyers for the petitioners called the demolition drive as a vendetta, specifically against the Muslim community. Now with this point that was made with the help from Delhi cops, according to the petitioners, and they are claiming these are state tools. The petitioners also asked why were illegal construction in Delhi's posh localities like Golf Link and Scenic Farms not bulldozed. The government lawyer then made a counter, arguing MCD drive was on since January and several vested interest groups are now pouncing on the incident to score political points. The government lawyer also referred to the fact that not just Muslims but Hindu residents in Jahangirpuri also were hit by the demolition drive of their commercial establishments.
जो भी माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट का आदेश होगा उस पर पूर्ण तौर पर हम उसका पालन करेंगे।
जी सर, आगे के लिए क्या सोचा है कि अब 2 वीक का इंतजार करना है तो किस तरह?
नहीं, अब सब माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट के आदेश के बाद ही, जो भी उसका फाइनल आदेश आएगा उसके बाद ही जो होगा उसके बाद होगा।
भाई 14 दिनों का स्टे लग चुका है, लेकिन हमारा तो एमसीडी ने पूरा नाजायज तरीके से नुकसान कर दिया। इसको कोई नोटिस नहीं दिया गया, कोई कुछ नहीं दिया गया, और ये बिल्कुल लीगल दुकान है। मेरे पास सारे पेपर हैं। नुकसान 7-8 लाख रुपए का मेरा हो गया है। 2.5 फुट अलाउड होता है कोर्ट की तरफ से। हर मकान का देख लीजिए आप, 3 फुट 4 फुट सज्जा निकला हुआ है, तो मेरा 1.5 फुट क्यों तोड़ दिया गया? भाई जे सलम की मेरी दुकान है, जे सलम के ये मकान है, तो मेरे साथ ऐसा अन्याय क्यों?
Let's go back to now Milan Sharma. Milan, because you're there on the ground, how is the Supreme Court stay and continuous stay now for 2 weeks till the hearing commences being seen on the ground by the people? If you've been able to speak to them, I understand that you've been kept at a distance. Reporters are not being permitted into that area. But what do you think is the ground sentiment over this?
Pooja, we have tried to speak to a lot of people in the area. Certainly with the barricades that have been put up here near the demolition sites, you will see that the police is right now not allowing the media to speak to the affected parties after the demolition. I just want to show you the remnants of what remains here. These are the families that stay in this particular area. There are houses at the bottom, on the first floor, and the shops at the bottom that have been raised and bulldozed by many people. You see those stairs over there. That was where this aged Muslim lady was pleading so that, you know, her refrigerator could be saved from the bulldozing as well. A lot of emotional scenes, Pooja, you and I both witnessed yesterday over here. But today, the fact remains that even if the Supreme Court has put a status quo for the next 14 days, those that have faced the bulldozer are demanding compensation, because many of these were not encroachments. The question is why the timing of the encroachment was put forward after a call went from BJP leader Adesh Gupta that they wish that the MCD would remove the encroachments from this area one day after the Jahangirpuri violence happened. And people are distraught. They feel that at least those shops that were raised without any notices, that were DDA Aloti shops, tax paid money was being given from here to the municipal corporation, should get that compensation. And this battle will now definitely be fought in the Supreme Court, where there's a status quo till 14 days now.
Milan Sharma, keep tracking all the latest, what the netas are saying, what the people on the ground are saying, and how big and strong is the deployment of the police there. Milan is getting us all the latest. Milan, thank you very much for now. Now remember, for the ones whose shops and additional encroachments were pulled down, there was confusion and chaos. Many in the northwest Delhi area of Jahangirpuri woke up to find MCD bulldozers yesterday standing in the neighborhood, all set to demolish, as the MCD claims, unauthorized constructions. Many people were seen pleading and begging, but eventually the bulldozers managed to demolish what it was ordered to do, and then what was left was rubble. People still appear to be shocked. Milan Sharma gets you what the local residents are saying.
Surrounded by Delhi police, Municipal Corporation of Delhi bulldozed their home and shops in Jahangirpuri of the capital today. The court order stopped them, but by then, Rakesh's juice shop was also gone.
यहाँ पर जब बुलडोजर चल रहा था तो आपको किसी ने फोन करके बताया यहाँ पर?
जैसे हम लोग आए, जैसे तोड़ना चालू कर दिया, पहुंचे थे उससे पहले से ही। हाँ जी।
मुझे एक बात बताइए कि ये जो दुकान थी कितने समय से यहाँ पर थी?
जी ये 15-20 साल हो गए इसको।
15-20 सालों से, और आज अचानक से बुलडोजर
चलने लगा अचानक से।
Ruxana Jahan is shocked and refused to come out of what's left of her home.
मैं बीमार था, मैं घर का अंदर सो रहा था, ये तोड़ ताड़ के चला गया।
आप सो रहे थे तब?
हाँ, मेरा तो भी घबराहट हो रहा है, सब पुलिस वाला आ गया, मेरे को डर लग गया, तो मैंने जो कर रहा है मार के चला जाए वो भी मंजूर है। मेरा आदमी नहीं है, 2 बच्चा और बहू है।
एकदम अचानक से अगर कोई चीज हमारा आशियाना टूटता है और पब्लिक को इस तरह का धमकाया जा रहा है, डराया जा रहा है, तो लेडीज सब सुबह से बोल बोल के थक गई, इससे पहले भी डरी हुई हैं, तो किस तरह बातें करें बताइए। एक तो रमजान का महीना है, सब रोजे से हैं, किसी के हलक में पानी नहीं जा रहा है।
The mosque on the side of the road, which was in the center of 16th April riot, was not spared either.
इतना तो टाइम देना चाहिए कि सामान निकाल लें। हमारा नहीं निकला, कोई बात नहीं, मस्जिद का गेट निकाल लेते। वो लाखों रुपए का गेट है, देखो उसके 2 पेज खुलते वो अंदर हो जाता, चाहे तोड़ ही देते।
ये मस्जिद का गेट टूटा हुआ है।
2 मिनट का टाइम देते ना, तो 2 मिनट में लाखों रुपए की वो सब चीजें जो है ना बच जाती है। अब इन्होंने तोड़ा और उसको ऐसा कर दिया डिमोलिश कि वो रिपेयर दोबारा मॉडिफाई भी नहीं हो सकता।
This was the point and the flashpoint of discontentment on the day that the violence broke out, because here was where there was an attempt, so said by people, to unfurl a saffron flag, but ultimately the politics of Bulldozer, leaving people here distraught because their businesses have been destroyed.
Gupta Ji's shop is a stone throw away from the mosque in the corner. It too got bulldozed.
डीडीए ने अलॉट कराया था, उसकी फीस भी जाती है 4800 रुपए सालाना। सारा मेरा कागज है, सब कुछ है। और आए पहले भी कई बार अतिक्रमण हटाते थे, लेकिन कागज देखते थे, कागज देख के फिर चले जाते थे। इस बार कोई कागज देखने को तैयार नहीं। मैं कागज दिखाता रह गया कि भाई कागज देखो, कागज देखो। अगर कागज नहीं भी देखते हो तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट का ऑर्डर आ गया 1 घंटे पहले कि अतिक्रमण रोका जाए।
जो अवैध बने हुए हैं इनको तो छेड़ा नहीं गया है, क्योंकि ये पीछे 25 गज के मकान है। उसके बाद इन लोगों ने अंतराइज में 50 गज मस्जिद के आड़ में दुकानें यहाँ से वहाँ तक बनवा रखी है। मंदिर के और मस्जिद के आड़ में जो अवैध बने हुए हैं, जिनसे कम से कम कुछ नहीं तो यहीं से सारी गुंडागर्दी, सारा कुछ यहीं से होता है।
Politics of Bulldozer has reached Delhi and people, the Aam Aadmi, is the only one that's suffering. With Ashok Banod from Jahangirpuri, Milan Sharma for India Today.
So what is the status of the investigation now in Jahangirpuri? It's a big revelation coming in from the Delhi police. The cops have now claiming to found evidence about involvement of as many as 20 hardcore criminals and gangsters in the Hanuman Jayanti Day clash. Dozens of Delhi police team have been deployed to nab these criminals, many of whom have actually served prison term already in Tihar jail previously. Cops are now probing if the criminals were in touch with the main accused Ansar, who's currently under custody. During the police interrogation, one accused, Ghulam Rasool alias Gulli, has revealed he provided weapons even to minor children on the day of the incident. He's in fact also sold the pistol to, remember, the shooter Sonu Chikna for 10,000 rupees. Sonu is also now under custody. The Delhi police has started investigating phone numbers linked to several of these accused in the Jahangirpuri violence, including Ansar and Sonu Chikna. On the basis of videos, photos, CCTV footage, local inputs, eyewitness accounts, all of them are now being identified. About 300 miscreants are currently under the radar. Raids are being conducted to arrest them. It is the polarization Nataka, meanwhile, that continues over the Hubballi violence. A total of 126 people have been arrested by the Karnataka police in the Hubballi stone pelting incident. All these people under arrest have been accused of trying to provoke and incite a riot and pelting stones. A mob of at least 1,000 people approximately tried to attack the police station in Hubballi around midnight on Saturday, April 16th. The mob reportedly demanding action against an objectionable WhatsApp status. Now the main accused, Wasim Pathan, has been taken under arrest. This after he released a video claiming innocence. There's also one Irfan Nalatwad, a husband of AIMIM corporator Hussein Abi, has also now been taken into arrest. Police say his wife is from the AIMIM.
ಈ ಹುಬ್ಬಳ್ಳಿ ಪ್ರಕರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಲವಾರು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಚಿತ್ರಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ಅದು ಸಾಕ್ಷಿ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ತನಿಖೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದರ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆ ಏನು, ಈಗ ನಡೆದಂಥ ಘಟನೆಗಳು ಕೆಲವಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಆದರೆ ಹಿಂದೆ ಯಾರು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಪಿರಸಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ತನಿಖೆಯಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗನೆ ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ದಸ್ತಗಿರಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಯಾವ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅವರು ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಮೂಲ ಪ್ರಚೋದನೆ ಏನು ಟ್ವೀಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿರೋದೆಲ್ಲ BJP ಅವರೇನೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಫಸ್ಟು ತನಿಖೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಗೂಬೆ ಕುಣಿಸಲು ಏನೂ ಪ್ರಯೋಜನ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವರ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರ 40% ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಮುಚ್ಚಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
ನಿಮಗೆ ನಾವು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಏನು ಅರಬಿಗೋ ನಿಮಗೆ ಮೆಕ್ಕಾಕೋ ಮದಿನಾಕೋ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಬಂದು ನಾವು ನೆಲೆ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ. ನೆಲೆ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿರೋದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಧರ್ಮ. ನೀವು ಇಲ್ಲಿಯವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ನೀವು ಹೊಂದಾಣಿಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ಬೇಕು. ಆದರೆ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಇಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷನೂ ಕೂಡ ಹಿಂದೂಗಳೇ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಸಂತೈಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬದುಕೊಂಡ್ ಆಗೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ ಆಯ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲವ್ರಿಗೆ. ಈ ಹಿಂದೆ 75 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಿಂದೆ ದೇಶ ಒಂದ್ಸರಿ ಹೊಡೆದೋಯ್ತು. ಈಗ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿನ ನೋಡ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸರಿ ಹೊಡೆಯುವಂಥ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಹಿಂದೂಗಳು ಪ್ರತಿರೋಧ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗ್ತಿರೋಂಥದ್ದು ಇಷ್ಟೇ. ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನರು ತಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿಯನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಧೋರಣೆಯನ್ನು ಬದಲಾಯಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಕಲ್ಲು ಬಿಸಾಡೋ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿನ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಬಿಡಬೇಕು. ಕಲ್ಲು ಬಿಸಾಡ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬುಲ್ಡೋಸರ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಹತ್ರ ಬಂದೇ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ನೀವು
ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಕೂಡ ಎನ್ಕ್ವೈರಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು ಈ ಎನ್ಕ್ವೈರಿ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಏನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯಿಂದಲೂ ಕಾನೂನು ಕ್ರಮ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ಯಾವುದೇ ಮತ ಧರ್ಮದವರು ಇರಲಿ, ಕಾನೂನನ್ನ ಕೈಗೆ ತಗೊಳ್ಬಾರ್ದು. ಅವ್ರು ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಇದೆ. ಅವ್ರು ನಿರ್ಬಂಧ ಮಾಡದೇ ಇದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರತಿಭಟನೆ ಮಾಡುವಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಕ್ಕು ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರಿಗಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಮುತ್ತಿಗೆ ಹಾಕುವಂತಹದ್ದು, ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಆಸ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನ ಲೂಟಿ ಮಾಡುವಂತಹದ್ದು, ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ವಾಹನಗಳಿಗೆ ಜಖಂ ಮಾಡುವಂತಹದ್ದು, ಕಲ್ಲು ತೂರುವಂತಹದ್ದು ಅಕ್ಷಮ್ಯ ಅಪರಾಧ. ಇದನ್ನ ನಿರ್ಬಂಧ ಮಾಡಲಾಗಿದೆ.
ಯಾವುದೋ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಹಾಕಿದ ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಅದು ಹಳೆ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್. ಇದನ್ನ ಮುಂದಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಅನ್ನ ಪೊಲೀಸರನ್ನ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ತಕ್ಷಣ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇವರೆಲ್ಲರ ಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಕೈಗೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು. ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನ ಗೂಂಡಾ ಆಕ್ಟಿನ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಮತ್ತು ಭಯೋತ್ಪಾದಕದ ಆಕ್ಟಿನ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಬಂಧಿಸಬೇಕು. ಹಾಡು ಹಗಲಲ್ಲೇ ಪೊಲೀಸರ ಎದುರು ಮಚ್ಚು ಲಾಂಗ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಓಡಾಡುವಂತ ಸ್ಥಿತಿ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಆಯಿತು. ಇದನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜ ಎಷ್ಟು ದಿನ ಸಹಿಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಎಷ್ಟು ದಿನ ಸಹಿಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕು? ಯಾವುದನ್ನ ಕಾಶ್ಮೀರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಯಾವುದನ್ನ ಕೇರಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಆ ಸಮುದಾಯ ಹೊರಟಿದೆ.
Heading into a very short break. When I return, let's bring you some other stories as well. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson is in India and visited the Sabarmati Ashram in Gujarat to pay tribute to Mahatma Gandhi and also visited a bulldozer factory. Take a look at that. After break, we'll get you the details on this visit.
You are watching India Today.
This is a tank turret.
Courage,
India Today, in fact, is the only Indian crew to reach.
fearlessness,
This is the third tank armored person carrier we have seen.
putting our lives at risk.
Massive operation over here in Ilianka.
We are on the ground, bringing you the facts
A Ukrainian woman shares the horror of shelling.
So that India is better informed. Tune into India Today TV, reporting from the front line.
Rahul Kanwal, 23 years of experience, 5 conflicts covered, unmatched time in war zone.
The first embedded operation in the history of Indian television journalism.
Gaurav Sawant, 28 years of reporting, 8 conflicts covered, unmatched hours in conflict areas.
Actual firing is taking place, the grads are firing.
Shivarur, 19 years of reporting, 5 conflicts covered, unmatched view of international crossfires.
And the Attack guns are firing away.
Geeta Mohan, 18 years of reporting, 3 conflicts covered. When the world is at war, there is no compromise on India Today.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
On his 2-day visit to India, UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson visited the Sabarmati Ashram in Gujarat. Remembering Mahatma Gandhi, he also tried his hands on the charkha. Take a look at this visit that has taken place. Very interesting because PM Johnson's visit comes at a crucial time when the war is underway in Ukraine. He will spend his first day on the tour in PM Modi's home state. He's the first British Prime Minister to visit Gujarat. In fact, he also met businessman Gautam Adani and announced a whopping £1 billion new commercial deals that could create more than 11,000 jobs. Not just that, he also did a visit to the Bulldozer factory there in Gujarat and will be, along with Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel, made that visit at the Halol GIDC Panchmahal in the state. He was also seen climbing and trying his hand on the JCB. But after that visit, he is now likely to leave for the national capital tonight to meet Prime Minister Modi tomorrow. He will also be meeting Minister of External Affairs S. Jaishankar on the second day of his tour.
Any time in my political lifetime has the living bridge between the UK and India really been so strong. And just on this trip, we've got about £1 billion worth of investment coming from India into the UK. They're the second biggest investor in the UK. That investment alone is going to drive 11,000 jobs. We're hoping to complete another free trade agreement with India by the end of the year, by the autumn. And already you're seeing products like UK medical supplies, British apples, getting ready to come onto the Indian market even before the deal.
India is witnessing a sharp spike in daily new COVID cases. Delhi is again hit with the new cases with a positivity rate over 5%. But the most important question right now is if this is the onset of the fourth wave at all. India Today brings you a panel of experts to help you understand what could be a massive surge in COVID cases and their meaning right now with vaccinations that have already been done and boosters are currently also being immunized. India Today's Sneha Murdani brings you this report on why the COVID surge cannot be and is not a major concern right now for you to panic but show caution. Take a look.
A 500% increase in COVID cases in Delhi city streamed headlines. 27% of hospitalizations in Delhi due to COVID are that of children, streamed another. A child has died in a school in Noida. Read another piece of fake news on a microblogging site. But what really is the truth behind this data, these numbers? The news doing the rounds about cases surging, positivity rate increasing, R-value increasing. Is this the onset of the fourth wave? Is there a reason to worry? Are hospitalizations going to increase? Is there a new variant around the corner? India Today has spoken to the best epidemiologists and doctors to get the truth for you. These doctors and epidemiologists have been telling us that right now there is no reason to worry, there is no reason to panic. There are 5 reasons why they tell us it's good to be cautious, but we should not be panicking. Cases are increasing. Our value, our reproduction value has crossed 1 in India. That is the truth, but not completely unexpected. Let's talk about the reasons why you should not be worried. Experts say getting frantic about increased transmission is of no use.
What we need to remember that SARS-CoV-2 will stay with humanity for long, for months and years ahead. In that backdrop, some of the rise and fall in the cases or COVID-19 cases is very likely. So we should not get concerned or alerted with every single rise or fall in the cases. What we should do in the time ahead, that we should focus upon protecting the vulnerable.
Coronavirus is part of our life like any other virus, like influenza virus, dengue virus, adenovirus. So we have to live with it. There will be an increase in number of cases as we do unmasking, but you don't have to panic. If you are vaccinated, you have taken the booster dose, you don't need to panic. What you need to do is take a check on the count, people around you who are sick. If you are sick, you have to stay home, get yourself tested. We know all the basic precautions. You need to do masking when you are moving out in a crowded place, or if you are taking a public transport.
Reason number 2. Children are at no risk or at very little risk of developing severe disease.
There is no evidence that virus is spreading due to school opening. So school should continue to be open for in-person classes. Yes, what is important that high-risk individuals need to protect themselves more diligently.
Reason number 3 why you should not be panicking. There is no new variant of concern yet.
There is no news of a remarkably different variant yet. Until and unless such a news comes, I do not see any reason for panic at this point.
Experience from South Africa and Europe has also shown that Omicron and its subvariants have not caused a devastation like Delta. And therefore, our experience is also likely to be relatively milder than in the past.
Reason number 4, there is no serious illness or deaths. We also have vaccines.
It is becoming less invasive, not attacking the lungs, but sticking mainly in the throat and the nose, or even possibly having mutated to a less virulent form. Alternately, this could be our acquired immunity from prior infection or vaccines protecting us from serious illness. Either way, we are in a relatively safer zone than we were during the Delta wave of 2021. Our health systems are much better prepared now with equipment and facilities. We are geared up with home care facilities, also for emergency transport. Our hospitals are now better equipped with oxygen.
Reason number 5 why you should not be worrying. Experts believe that unless there is a new variant of concern detected, this may actually not lead to a fourth wave.
I believe that we need not panic at all, but we must still exercise caution. It is possible that the pandemic is now reaching a new phase of endemicity, but even then, we cannot take the virus for granted and adopt very reckless behaviors.
From the experience in China and many other countries, we can confidently say that zero COVID is not a viable strategy anymore. With the virus being around, it is very likely that cases would rise and fall. So we should not be worried or concerned with the slight increase in cases in any setting. That is a natural process.
Experts say prudence above panic, common sense above knee-jerk reactions is desirable. In New Delhi, Sneha Mordani for India Today.
After a very short break, I'll get you the big news coming in from Ukraine. Vladimir Putin has now declared that Ukraine's Mariupol city has been successfully liberated. In other words, it means Mariupol in Ukraine has fallen to Russia completely. We'll get you the details after a very short break.
You are watching India Today.
Ransomware is a type of malicious software used by cyber criminals to extort money from internet users. The equivalent of a hold-up in cyberspace, ransomware takes the victim's computer hostage by encrypting data stored on the hard drive, as well as any external drives and USB keys connected to the computer at the time of the attack. Hackers then demand a ransom in exchange for the encryption key. Without the key, the data is lost. Payment is generally made in bitcoins, an untraceable digital currency which allows the culprit to remain anonymous. In February 2016, a Los Angeles hospital paid $17,000 in bitcoins to hackers who took control of its computers for more than a week. Ransomware can enter a system when users open an infected email attachment, click on a link, or browse a website which has been hacked. There are several steps you can take to stay safe online. Be cautious when opening email attachments and clicking on links. Avoid suspicious websites. Don't give out personal or financial details unless you're on a secure site or trust the person. Use a firewall and updated antivirus software. Create strong passwords, which are long and difficult to guess, and back up important information on external drives which are not connected to the computer.
Watching India Today.
Russian President Vladimir Putin has declared that Ukraine's Mariupol, one of their significant cities, has been, and I quote Russia here, successfully liberated. However, Putin has asked his troops not to storm the Azovstal steel plant, which is the last remaining Ukrainian stronghold in the city, but to block it so nobody can escape. Russia's Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu had said their forces were methodically carrying out plans to liberate 2 breakaway regions in eastern Ukraine. Without the steel plant, Russia cannot declare a complete victory in Mariupol. The city's capture has both strategic and symbolic importance. Now, this city, remember, has been the site of great suffering since the war began in February. Take a look at these visuals. The port city, seen as a gateway to the Sea of Azov, holds immense strategic significance for Russia, 50 kilometers from the border of Russia, and borders crucial rebel zones, which Kremlin will now aim to retain after snatching it from Ukraine.
This is a very important part of the media campaign that's been surrounding the special operation. There needs to be proof of any numbers coming out of Kiev. Unfortunately, we have seen a lot of fake information coming out of there, aimed at, trying to secure additional military support for Kiev. And this is sadly the truth of this, this combat that is ongoing, that we cannot rely on the numbers coming out of Kiev. In the meantime, I would remind you that I am a journalist. I do not work for our government directly. So,
from the government,
do I
Tatiana,
regret
that's
civilian
obviously what I
casualties?
mean. Has the government expressed any regret at all?
Oh, look, the government has been saying from day one that the goal is to save the civilian population. So, of course it has. The sad truth is that those formations that have now been acknowledged, even by President Zelensky, who said in an interview that they are what they are, those Nazi, neo-Nazi paramilitary formations that we've been talking about for all this time, they have been inducing incredible damage on that civilian population. And even if the numbers that are coming out of Kiev, even half of those numbers, should be confirmed, then the next question is who killed those people?
India today has now accessed a disturbing video coming in from Mariupol, which has been taken over by Russia, as it is claiming. This is just a 4-second video, but it shows clearly that there are bodies strewn across a street. Take a look at this. In the ravaged city, horrifying image. Bodies on the street where clearly the traffic is also plying. According to reports coming in, these dead bodies have been lying on the street, possibly for days now. Remember, this comes after Russian President Vladimir Putin declared that Ukraine's Mariupol, a strategic city, has been, in their words, successfully liberated. Let's go across now to Rajesh Pawar in Kyiv. Rajesh, because you have been traveling across Mariupol as well, did you see this incident and these bodies in any area lying like that when you had visited, or clearly this has happened in the past few days?
Look, Azov battalion people, which Russia has been calling as neo-Nazis, are extreme right-wing people, and there is possibility that they might have committed this kind of atrocities. And I've not seen this video so far, but if something like this has happened and if these bodies are lying there, this also amounts to war crime, a war crime which the world will take cognizance of. And this city has witnessed heavy devastation in last 2 to 3 weeks because of heavy bombardment by both the forces. So it was expected that there will be heavy casualties. And if something of this sort has been reported,
Yes.
It is really, really sad.
Rajesh Pawar also telling us how crucial is this city, specifically with the biggest steel plant and the connect to Sea of Azov. And Rajesh will be tracking all the latest. There are dead bodies in several areas across Ukraine. That is being witnessed, that's just being strewn around for days now. Nearly 2 months it has been since the invasion started of Ukraine. But Russia is clearly defiant. On Wednesday, this is big, it successfully test-fired a new intercontinental ballistic missile. It has emboldened the Russian President Vladimir Putin, and he has used this moment to warn the Western world of, I quote Russia here, frenzied, aggressive rhetoric to threaten Russia that will not work. Take a look of what does this big news mean.
On 20th April, Russia test-launched its intercontinental ballistic missile, Sarmat, believed to be adding more power to its nuclear arsenal. US Congressional Research Service claimed that Russia is expected to deploy Sarmat with 10 or more warheads on each missile.
Dear comrades, I congratulate you on the successful test firing of the Sarmat intercontinental ballistic missile. This is a big significant event in the development of advanced weapon systems for the Russian army. The new system has the highest tactical and technical characteristics and is able to overcome all the missile defense capabilities.
The heavy intercontinental ballistic missile Sarmat has been under development for years now. Its test launch at this crucial juncture of war is an ominous sign, and the Russian president is well aware of it.
It will have no equivalents in the world for a long time. This truly unique weapon will enhance the military potential of our armed forces and will reliably provide security for Russia from external threats and will make others who, in the heat of frantic, aggressive rhetoric, try to threaten our country, think twice.
The intercontinental ballistic missile was test-launched from Plesetsk in northwest Russia and hit targets in the Kamchatka peninsula in the Far East. Bureau Report, India Today.
This war, remember, from the very first day, was being touted as a David-Goliath battle. Russian military might taking on a smaller country comparatively, Ukraine. But with these 2 last months that we have seen, the odds may have been stacked against Ukraine, but it hasn't only resisted the Russian attack, it has also caused fairly heavy damage even to Russia, and that armed by the Western world. Here's a list now of 10 biggest weapons that Ukraine has used against Russia.
Their country invaded, hundreds of square kilometers taken over or destroyed. Ukraine is now a hellscape. Only 2 things have perhaps kept Russia from achieving its military objectives with any swiftness. One, the amazing Ukrainian spirit, the indomitable courage of its people and soldiers. And 2, the sudden access to huge consignments of highly advanced weapons and military hardware, courtesy NATO. Fueled by nationalistic fervor against a relentless invading force, Ukraine is better armed than it ever could have dreamed of being. And it is these weapons that are proving to help Ukraine stay on its feet, bleed the aggressor, and keep Russia on the run. Let's list some of the weapons that are widely now regarded to have given Ukraine serious teeth in this ongoing battle. The Javelin is a new generation fire and forget missile that uses automatic infrared guidance that allows the user to seek cover immediately after launch, hugely improving survivability of infantry troops in anti-tank operations. This priceless quality has allowed Ukrainian troops to hit Russian tanks with javelins without revealing their positions. Another anti-tank weapon that's allowing the Ukrainians to give Russian armor sleepless nights is the one you see in this clip, shot from a window in besieged Mariupol. The British-Swedish NLAWs, or next generation light anti-tank weapon. The NLAWs is also in Ukrainian hands in large numbers. It's a fire and forget lightweight shoulder-fired, disposable single-use missile system designed for use by infantry troops. Between these 2 NATO anti-tank weapons, Putin's giant convoy that had been trying to encircle Kyiv in the weeks gone by is said to have suffered heavy losses, unable to fully meet its objectives before fully withdrawing. The 2 missiles have also heaped misery on the Russian supply lines attempting to serve frontline armor units. A third NATO anti-tank weapon that's inbound into Ukraine soon is the German Panzerfaust III, a modern semi-disposable recoilless anti-tank weapon. The Panzerfaust III is operated by at least 11 countries and has first seen combat in Afghanistan. This trio of the Javelin, NLAWs and Panzerfaust III makes it clear just how large Ukraine's anti-tank weaponry requirements really are, with NATO regularly feeding that hunger.
And this is a big exclusive coming up. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, who is in India on a 2-day visit, spoke exclusively to India Today's National Affairs Rahul Srivastav. Here's what he had to say about his visit to India. Take a look.
Mr. Prime Minister, sir, we know the heat is oppressive and your schedule crunching, but one word on your first trip to the land of Gandhi.
It's been a wonderful trip so far, absolutely fantastic, and it's great to be here in Gujarat. Gujarat is an extraordinary place, and as you know, we have a huge Gujarati community in the UK, which incarnates the living bridge between India and the Ukraine.
And the UK. About building bridges with Prime Minister Modi tomorrow?
Yes, well, I'm looking forward very much to our conversation, and we'll talk about trade, about security, about all the issues that we share. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Prime Minister, sir, we know the heat is oppressive and your schedule crunching, but one word on your first trip to the land of Gandhi.
It's been a wonderful trip so far, absolutely fantastic, and it's great to be here in Gujarat. Gujarat is an extraordinary place, and as you know, we have a huge Gujarati community in the UK, which incarnates the living bridge between India and the Ukraine.
And the UK. About building bridges with Prime Minister Modi tomorrow?
Yes, well, I'm looking forward very much to our conversation, and we'll talk about trade, about security, about all the issues that we share. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Prime Minister, sir, we know the heat is oppressive and your schedule crunching, but one word on your first trip to the land of Gandhi.
It's been a wonderful trip so far, absolutely fantastic, and it's great to be here in Gujarat. Gujarat is an extraordinary place, and as you know, we have a huge Gujarati community in the UK, which incarnates the living bridge between India and the Ukraine.
And the UK. About building bridges with Prime Minister Modi tomorrow?
Yes, well, I'm looking forward very much to our conversation, and we'll talk about trade, about security, about all the issues that we share. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So trade and security will be on high agenda tomorrow when Boris Johnson meets Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We'll get you the latest on that as well, heading to a very short break. After the break, we have our special news segment for our hearing impaired viewers.
You are watching India Today.
Reliance's Mukesh Ambani is the owner of the second most expensive home in the world after Buckingham Palace. Here are the inside pictures of Antilia. Antilia is located in one of the most expensive residential areas in the country, Mumbai's Altamont Road. The property rates here are mind-boggling, 80,000 rupees to 85,000 rupees per square foot. A 600-member staff is employed to keep the 27-storied building in order. The building boasts of 3 helipads, Mumbai's skyline and the Arabian Sea. Antilia is built to withstand an earthquake of even 8 on the Richter scale. Mukesh Ambani's love for cars is behind 6 floors of Antilia being devoted to garages. This space houses several luxury cars, including his 5 crore rupees Maybach. The garage can accommodate 168 cars. There's even a service station on the 7th floor. The recreation center spread across 2 floors has a yoga center, dance studio, jacuzzi, a health spa and several swimming pools. Antilia is equipped with its own ice cream parlor, a mega temple, a private theatre that can accommodate 50 people and a salon. The Ambani residence has 9 elevators designed to take the residents to specific floors. All of this makes Antilia worth a whopping $2 billion. In Indian currency, it's about 14,000 crore rupees.
big revelation by the Delhi police in Jahangirpuri violence case. Delhi cops say they have found evidence about involvement of 20 hardcore criminals and gangsters in the Hanuman Jayanti Day clash. Dozens of Delhi police teams deployed to nab these criminals, many of whom have already served a prison term in Tegh. A big respite for Delhi's communal cordon in Jahangirpuri. The Supreme Court extended the break on MCD bulldozers for 2 more weeks. Hearing a deeply passionate hearing, the top court asked Centre, Delhi government and MCD and police and petitioners to file an affidavit. Lawyers for the petitioner called the drive as vendetta against Muslims and a war on poor. On his 2-day visit to India, UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson visited the Sabarmati Ashram in Gujarat. Remembering Mahatma Gandhi, he also tried his hand on the charkha, and all this visit comes at a time when there is a war underway in Ukraine. He also met businessman Gautam Adani and announced a whopping £1 billion new commercial deal to create further jobs, 11,000 in the country. Delhi witnesses an alarming rise in COVID cases. In Delhi, 1,009 cases and 1 death has been logged in 24 hours. The positivity rate, though, stands at 5.7%. Amid an uptick in the cases, Delhi government has made mask wearing mandatory once again. Violating the rule will be now fined for Rs 500.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
In breadth of Ukraine, we are in Oryhov. So here you can see that the attack is happening. We will have to move, and the Russian troops are very close.
We must leave there. Oh my God. Oh my God. We must go.
We have to go very fast. There is a lot of bombardment that is happening. India Today here reporting 1,000 attacks, missile attacks happened in this village, and that's why it is important to cover this story, getting you all the reports as they unfold.
India Today TV, reporting from the front line.
In association with Sensodyne Daily Sensitivity Protection. Putin's biggest win in Ukraine war. Russia claims Mariupol liberated. Strategic port city and bridge to Crimea. Ukraine army takes shelter in a steel unit. Putin's army blockades Azovstal plant. Russia takes Mariupol.
Once again. Amidst war, Putin tests new nuclear missile. Moscow's massive nuclear warning. India today decodes the nuclear threat. Putin goes nuclear.
Putin going nuclear is a familiar theme during the 2 months of his invasion of Ukraine, but Russia has just tested what it calls its most significant nuclear-capable missile, and we're going to show you a video of that launch right now. The point is, nuclear temperatures have been raised exponentially on the back of this particular weapon test. You're about to start a special 1-hour broadcast with me here on 5 Live on Putin going nuclear. We're going to decode it for you without any exaggerations and tell you precisely what it means for the nuclear world. I'm Shiv Arur. These are the headlines. Political showdown over Jahangirpuri, Bulldozer demolition saga. Congress netas make a beeline to the site. Question why Kejriwal has not visited the riot zone. BJP calls it the opposition's political tourism. Supreme Court respite to Jahangirpuri residents to continue. Status quo on demolition till next hearing after 2 weeks. Top court issues notice to all parties. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson visits the Sabarmati Ashram in Ahmedabad to pay tribute to Mahatma Gandhi. Series of high-profile business deals. He even visits a bulldozer factory. Mega meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi tomorrow. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi's mega Sikh outreach. He will address the nation tonight from the Red Fort at 9:15 p.m. to mark the 400th birth anniversary of the 9th Guru, Guru Tegh Bahadur. Russian President Putin's chilling threat to the West. Like I told you, Moscow successfully tests its most capable nuclear-capable missile, Sarmat. Putin says the missile will make enemies think twice. But before we go to the nuclear stakes that have been raised by Putin, a huge milestone has been marked for Russia today with the fall of the city of Mariupol. In fact, this image you see behind me is a picture of the last stand in the city of Mariupol. Vladimir Putin has just declared that Mariupol has fallen to the Russians and it is a huge strategic victory for the invading force. Well, survivors in the city of Mariupol, including civilians and the last remnants of the Ukrainian military in that town, are all holed up inside the Azovstal steel factory that, as you can see in these pictures, is in Mariupol at this point of time. Let's take you straight down to the ground to tell you how it fell to the Russians.
Once a sprawling port city and gateway to Sea of Azov, strategic city of Mariupol has fallen to Russian troops. Putin's invasion army scoring a major win almost 2 months into the war. Ukraine losing its major stronghold after weeks of fierce war. Human suffering and allegations of unimaginable war crimes. Russian President Vladimir Putin hailed what he called the successful liberation of the city.
Minister of Defense of Russia, Sergei Shoigu, he noted that the city was besieged completely except for the Azovstal factory, which is in fact a city inside of a city because it's like 11 square kilometers. That's one of the largest factories of steel in Europe. So this is why we right now have the situation when the city is captured, but not at all actually, because this factory still remains under the Ukrainian control.
Amid all-round Russian surge in Mariupol, this Azovstal steel plant, once Europe's biggest metallurgical plants, has become the last stand for surviving Ukrainian troops, who so far fearlessly fought Russians. The plant is in ruins after multiple airstrikes and shellings by Kremlin forces. But its buildings, blast furnaces, rail yards and underground units are still serving as the hideout for Ukrainian troops, outgunned, outmanned and facing doomsday, with food, water, medicine and ammunition fast depleting due to the military siege by Russia. Ramzan Kadyrov, the leader of Russia's Chechnya region, whose forces have been fighting in Mariupol, has claimed that Azovstal plant will be completely under control of Russian troops very soon. Putin, however, has decided not to storm the plant and has asked his men to lay an impregnable blockade of the entire complex to prevent anyone from escaping and to wait till Ukrainian forces run out of supplies.
The Azov, which is the national military brigade and the part of the Ukrainian defense forces, they still having this factory under their control, and they have this. They're benefiting from the critical location of the factory close to the sea, and they are having the catacombs, or they are having the underground corridors, which are helping them to stay there and to prepare for the Russian possible siege of the factory.
Putin held a meeting with his defense minister after the mega win and plotted his next strategy. Putin has called on the remaining Ukrainian fighters in Azovstal to lay down their arms, saying Russia would treat them with respect and provide medical assistance to those injured. Mariupol has symbolic importance for Russia because it was de facto headquarters of the far-right nationalist Azov battalion, which Moscow has promised to destroy.
The Russian president's clear message is that there needs to be no evacuation of the steel plant, it should be shut down, and the forces should be given yet another opportunity to lay down their arms. The video journalist Satya Rautre in Moscow, Geeta Mohan for India Today.
And just as Mariupol has fallen, we've got a new video emerging from the town that is now fully in Russian control. A 4-second video shows bodies strewn on the roads in the fallen city of Mariupol. According to reports, dead bodies have been lying in the street for days now. Remember, this comes after Russian President Vladimir Putin declared that Ukraine's Mariupol has been successfully, quote-unquote, liberated, which basically means it has fallen to Russian control. Now, this 4-second video from Mariupol, which is said to be recent, shows bodies lying on the road inside Mariupol. Reminiscent of what we saw in the city of Bucha near Kyiv just a few days ago. That same sort of situation appears to be playing out in at least one part of Mariupol, which has fallen to Russian control. Let's go straight across to India Today's Mosmi Singh, who joins us live from Kharkiv. She was in Mariupol just a few days ago. Mosmi, horrifying scenes in one part of Mariupol at least, but the confirmation coming in that the city is now completely fallen to Russian control. The Ukrainian government has also acknowledged that.
Yes, Shiv, this is huge, you know, because the Battle of Mariupol was continuing day after day, and regularly there were appeals by the President of Ukraine to, in fact, get a humanitarian corridor out of Mariupol. But now that confirmation coming, remember that Mariupol was the prize trophy and was strategically very, very important for Russia to achieve and conquer, because if they were looking at the southern and the eastern part, then Mariupol was a matter of not only economics, but it was a psychological edge that they needed to attend to, in fact, look at Odessa and Mykolaiv, and also up north towards Zaporizhia. So Mariupol becomes very critical, and it really changes the dynamics of this entire war, because once Mariupol is achieved, then the Russian forces could move up north towards Zaporizhia and also Kharkiv. So very, very critical piece of information and confirmation coming there, Shiv. Even as we are in Kharkiv, this city has also been on the edge. Symbols of a city under war is what you see everywhere around. And as you said, that very, very disturbing pictures also coming from Mariupol. You know, it could be a nightmare, and one would only be hoping that what happened in Bucha and horrible stories of war crimes don't emerge from this city. But pictures speak louder than anything, and very disturbing images coming from Mariupol, Shiv.
Stay with me, Mosmi. You know, Mosmi is also in Ukraine's second largest city of Kharkiv, which, as you can see, has also been extensively damaged. I want to go across to our defense editor, Abhishek Bhalla, who is also in Ukraine at this point of time. Abhishek, Mariupol has fallen to the Russians. It's a big milestone. Some of the fiercest fighting has taken place in the city of Mariupol, you know, which is part of the Donbas region. As Mosmi was explaining, this particular city has been crucial to provide Russians with access to the rest of the country, especially, you know, the entire Azov Sea coast. And therefore, this is going to be seen as a huge victory. No surprises that even President Putin has come out to mark the so-called liberation of Mariupol, Abhishek.
Well, two things, Shiv. One, that this is that moment in this battle where Russia and President Putin can finally claim a victory, because till now, you know, all their attempts to overtake some of the important cities had been destroyed. That could not happen. And now that Mariupol is in Russian occupation, you know, one can say that if Russia has to slice off the country and ensure that corridor from Kherson in the south to Kharkiv in the east, then this is a very, very critical place that the Russians need to keep in control for long. And that's the big question, because, you know, Russians were in occupation of some places. They were in occupation of Kherson. Kherson was the first city to fall. They are not in complete occupation of Kherson anymore. They were in occupation of Chernihiv, north of Kyiv. They were in occupation of some of the cities in the Sumy region. All of these cities have been liberated from the Ukrainian side. So the Ukrainians were successful in pushing back the Russian forces. So it remains to be seen for how long the Russians can hold on to this, because this is going to be very crucial in a sense to where this war is headed. We understand that a lot of fighting is happening in the Donbas region. The war is now mostly restricted to the eastern front of Ukraine. And if Mariupol is in complete control in days to come, it will be very, very critical for the Russian forces to then advance in other places.
Okay, nearly 2 months of this invasion, and Putin and Russia finally have something to show off about, and it's the first thing that Ukraine itself has acknowledged, the fall of the city of Mariupol. Abhishek, thank you very much for being with me. Mosmi and Abhishek will continue to report on the fall of Mariupol. That's one of the biggest developments and achievements for Russia so far in a war that hasn't quite been going its way. Right in the middle of this entire crisis, when the levels of combat and violence have been increasing, the destruction is huge, global tensions are at an all-time high, this is what President Putin has basically tested. It's called the Sarmat. It's one of Russia's most capable and highly anticipated nuclear long-range missiles. It's a ballistic intercontinental range missile. But why has he done it now, when it has all the potency to ratchet up nuclear temperatures and tensions once again? What is the signal going out? Take a look at this report.
On 20th April, Russia test-launched its intercontinental ballistic missile, Sarmat, believed to be adding more power to its nuclear arsenal. US Congressional Research Service claimed that Russia is expected to deploy Sarmat with 10 or more warheads on each missile.
Dear comrades, I congratulate you on the successful test firing of the Sarmat intercontinental ballistic missile. This is a big significant event in the development of advanced weapon systems for the Russian army. The new system has the highest tactical and technical characteristics and is able to overcome all the missile defense capabilities.
The heavy intercontinental ballistic missile Sarmat has been under development for years now. Its test launch at this crucial juncture of war is an ominous sign, and the Russian president is well aware of it.
It will have no equivalents in the world for a long time. This truly unique weapon will enhance the military potential of our armed forces and will reliably provide security for Russia from external threats, and will make others who, in the heat of frantic, aggressive rhetoric, try to threaten our country, think twice.
The intercontinental ballistic missile was test-launched from Plesetsk in northwest Russia and hit targets in the Kamchatka peninsula in the Far East. Bureau Report, India Today.
Okay, let's tell you a little bit about the Sarmat, which is the newest missile that President Putin's forces have just tested. It's an intercontinental range ballistic missile, which means ranges in excess of 8,000-9,000 kilometers. It has a range of about over 11,000 kilometers and has a weight of about 308 tons. Huge missile. This huge missile has just been tested. It's an intercontinental range ballistic missile. It's a 3-stage liquid-fueled ballistic missile. And remember, it adds to the current arsenal of intercontinental range ballistic missiles that Russia already has. It is about 35.3 meters long, 3 meters in diameter. That's pretty much what the Sarmat missile that has been tested actually looks like at this point. It can carry more than 10 warheads. It is said to be technically superior to any intercontinental nuclear missile, that has been there. It has faced some delays. It's been in development since the 2000s. This test was expected, but for it to happen at this point of time is what has raised a lot of nuclear eyebrows all around the world. And most importantly, while testing this missile, the Kremlin has said this is not only our most technologically advanced nuclear weapon, it's also something that will give our enemies food for thought. So dangerous, provocative language being used along with a test of a weapon system at a time when tensions are at an all-time high. A great deal of messaging taken place. But remember, is nuclear war possible, or is it too far-fetched? One of the world's most respected Russia watchers, a Harvard professor named Dr. Ravi Abdalal, has spoken exclusively to India Today's Rahul Kanwal, and he had this very ominous prediction to make.
Tactical nuclear strike is a possibility. Words that will echo through war rooms across the world. Not just random analysis, but the words of one of the world's most respected Russia watchers.
Engage with the world.
Harvard professor Ravi Abdalal, director of Davis Center for Russian and Eurasian Studies, an academic whose views on the world's biggest story is one of the most sought after.
Is not about Russia versus Ukraine, but about Russia versus the West. And for that logic, we need to think about what are the ways in which Russia and NATO could come into direct conflict that could lead to a nuclear exchange between the great powers, as opposed to a single tactical nuclear strike in Ukraine.
Professor Abdalal's world-exclusive interaction with India today adds ominous urgency to the aura of nuclear threat surrounding Russia and Ukraine. His words come just a day after Russia's foreign minister, in his only interview so far in the war, played down the nuclear threat that has emanated consistently from Moscow.
The Russian military has these hypersonic missiles, which are good at evading missile defense systems. It has thermobaric weapons, the so-called vacuum bombs. As far as we know from the outside, the Russian military has used one of each, probably to demonstrate what they can do, but have not yet escalated to the widespread use of these really terrifying weapons, much less the possibility of a tactical nuclear strike on the territory of Ukraine.
There could be no winners in a nuclear war, and therefore nuclear war must never be launched.
Obviously,
Professor Abdalal is the second top-tier American academic to highlight the nuclear threat emerging from Russia. Last month, Princeton University's Dr. Zia Mia echoed the fear.
This is part of the script of the nuclear age. So nuclear weapon states say this because they can, because they have nuclear weapons.
Away from the nuclear threat, Professor Abdalal also sees Ukraine's current weapon levels as only enough to keep its head above water.
The Ukrainian military, and indeed the Ukrainian civilians who have been waging this counteroffensive against the Russians, have perhaps been armed enough to achieve a kind of stalemate, though not enough to win the war.
More ominously, the Harvard professor predicts the longer the stalemate, the more destructive things could get, with newer weapons entering the combat mix.
But the longer the stalemate lasts, the more likely there will be escalation on the Russian side, using weapons that they have mostly not yet used in ways that will be difficult for the rest of us to watch and horrible for the Ukrainians to endure.
With only some indicators on where the war is headed and what the endgame is, the Harvard guru makes a pronouncement that provides shape to the next steps. That there's little chance of the war winding down soon.
President Putin has gambled his historical legacy on this war, which means that there is no backing down. There will be no end to this war until the Russian president feels that he can narrate some sort of achievement, both militarily and politically, from the war.
On India Today, the most sought-after academic and strategic minds provide their views first, allowing us and you, the viewer, navigate this emerging conflict. With Rahul Kawal in Boston, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, after back-to-back nuclear dares from Russia, a kind of rollback saying nuclear war is off the table, and now this sudden testing of the most capable Russian nuclear missile amidst the highest levels of tension in Ukraine. Here's a report telling you why the world is actually not very sure about what comes next and why it has reason to be worried.
An unending invasion war, weeks of savage battle, countless deaths, cities in complete ruin. But no massive win to show on the ground for Russian President Vladimir Putin. Amidst the fierce fight back by Ukraine and biting Western sanctions, ominous signs for the world have emerged. Putin has resorted to the Brahmastra in his arsenal, the massive Russian stockpile of nuclear weapons, openly threatening a no-holds-barred nuclear war, refusing to rule out the use of nuclear weapons if there is an existential threat to Russia. Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov had earlier warned that any Third World War would be nuclear and destructive. A threat repeated by the Kremlin with chilling resonance.
The outcome of the operation, of course, is not a reason for usage of a nuclear weapon. We have a security concept that very clearly states that only when there is a threat for existence of the state in our country, we can use, and we will actually use, nuclear weapons to eliminate the threat for the existence of our country.
Let me assure you, a responsible member of the international community committed to its obligations to non-proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. Russia is taking every possible measure to prevent Ukraine from getting nuclear weapons and respective technologies.
The nuclear saber rattling is one of many that Russia has openly indulged in. Just days into the Ukraine invasion, Vladimir Putin had put nuclear deterrent forces on high alert as a chilling warning to NATO and the West.
Dear colleagues, as you can see, not only Western countries take unfriendly measures against our country. In the economic dimension, I mean the illegal sanctions that everyone knows about very well. But the top officials of leading NATO countries allow themselves to make aggressive statements with regard to our country. That is why I ordered Defense Minister and Chief of General Staff to put Russian Army deterrence forces on high alert.
It has now emerged that Russia had even dispatched its nuclear ballistic missile submarines into the North Atlantic as the war raged in Ukraine. After their deterrent patrol, the submarines were quietly pulled back by the Kremlin. The West fears that Russia, suffering massive reverses in Ukraine's war theatre, could resort to using tactical nuclear weapons, which are of a small yield but can devastate an entire city. In a bid to escalate the war and force Ukraine to agree to its terms on the negotiations table.
Allies agreed to supply equipment to help Ukraine protect against chemical, biological, radiological and nuclear threats. This could include detection equipment, protection and medical support, as well as training for decontamination and crisis management. We are also enhancing allies' preparedness and readiness for chemical and biological and nuclear threats.
A calculated nuclear gambit or plain brinkmanship to turn the tide in a war that has simply not gone Russia's way as expected. Whatever it may be, the Ukraine war triggering nuclear moves comes as a massive alarm bell for the entire world.
Most analysts believe that Russia's saber-rattling with nuclear weapons is precisely that. It's muscle flexing, it's signaling, it's posturing, and nobody really means to actually use nuclear weapons. But the fact is that the nuclear weapons available in the world today are more than enough to destroy the only planet we have. And Russia is currently sitting on the largest stockpile of nuclear weapons of any country in the world. Take a look at how many nuclear weapons there are in the world, who has them, how they can deliver them, and what that impact would be.
Debris, devastation, damage. The Ukraine war, an image of the brute power of modern militaries. But nothing comes close to the kind of doom that would become real if the threats being thrown about by the powers at play come to life. With Putin putting the world on nuclear notice by placing his strategic arsenal on war alert, you may be wondering about the strength of the world's nuclear weapons arsenal. You may not know this, but Vladimir Putin currently controls the world's largest stockpile of nuclear weapons.
Russia, during this crisis, has made not one, not two, but 3 nuclear threats. They've even operationalized and put on high alert their nuclear arsenal. Here's a look at the number of nuclear warheads that each country is known to have just now, because it's all about the numbers. Russia is the country with the largest nuclear arsenal, with over 6,200 nuclear warheads at this point of time. The United States has just a few, somewhat fewer warheads, no less powerful, at 5,550. And then there's China, which has 350 nuclear weapons at this time. For comparison, the only other two NATO countries in Europe that have nuclear weapons are, of course, France, which has 290. You've got UK, which has 225. Pakistan has 164. Remember, in the nuclear world, these numbers are enough to destroy the world many times over. India has 156 nuclear weapons. Israel has about 90. North Korea, we think, has between 40 and 50 nuclear weapons.
Each of the nuclear powers also have formidable delivery systems to deliver their weapons of mass destruction. Starting with the most secretive and stealthy platforms, nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarines, some of which Russia had sailed into the North Atlantic at the beginning of this invasion of Ukraine.
So starting with the Russian nuclear ballistic missile submarines, like we said, is the Bore class of submarine. There are 10 that are supposed to be in service, and their main weapon is the Bulava intercontinental submarine-launched ballistic missile. The Bore class is the mainstay. Moving on to the United States, they have a fleet of 14 Ohio-class SSBMs, or ballistic missile nuclear-powered submarines. The Trident ICBM is the primary nuclear weapon on those submarines. Then you've got China, which has a fleet of 6 Jin-class nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarines, which have the Julang-2 missile, which is their major primary deterrent weapon. Moving on to France, it has the Triomphant class, a fleet of 4 such submarines, nuclear ballistic missile submarines, where they've got their own weapon system on board those as well. Those also go out on strategic deterrent patrols. Moving on to India, of course, we've got 2 Arihant class nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarines. The Agni series of missiles and their derivatives, the K-15 and the K-4 missiles, are our nuclear-capable submarine-launched missiles on that particular submarine. And finally, the United Kingdom has the Vanguard class, a fleet of 4 nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarines, where the US-built Trident missiles are the primary nuclear weapon on board those submarines. So many, many nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarines already in the world.
Nuclear powers also have land-launched ballistic missiles designed for intercontinental range nuclear delivery. Russia depends on its arsenal of Topol-M long-range ballistic missiles designed for nuclear strike out to ranges of 11,000 kilometers. The US has Minuteman III ballistic missiles capable of delivering nuclear warheads out to 13,000 kilometers. China's Dongfeng series of ballistic missiles have large ranges to deliver nuclear warheads, including the Dongfeng 31, capable of nuclear strike out to over 11,000 kilometers. And remember, the land leg of India's own nuclear command has the Agni 5 missile, capable of carrying out a nuclear attack out to 5,500 kilometers or more. All of these long-range missile systems are operational and ready to be deployed at short notice. And in response to Russia's nuclear signaling, are in fact on reciprocal high alert. And apart from land and sea, there's always the aerial option for nuclear bombing, very much like the first and only nuclear attack over Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945. The aerial option exists to this day with nuclear powers. Russia, which has been using the Kinzhal air-launched ballistic missile in Ukraine, has been fitting them with non-nuclear warheads. But the missile is capable of nuclear strike as well, and is part of Russia's strategic arsenal, with the missile deployable from MiG-31 fighters as well as Tu-22 bombers. The United States' nuclear air delivery platforms include the world's first stealth bomber, the B-2 Spirit, an enigmatic airplane capable of penetrating highly contested airspace for strategic bombing, and the monster B-52 Stratofortress, an 8-engined behemoth that's seen half a century of nuclear readiness. What we're telling you is that the world has enough nuclear weapons and delivery systems to doom us into non-existence in a flash of a second. Weapons that were developed during the Second World War and then proliferated as a method to keep the post-war peace. While they haven't stopped wars and destruction, they've certainly ensured there hasn't been another nuclear exchange after Hiroshima and Nagasaki. But with the world's biggest powers turning up the nuclear heat, it's only natural that the world is on edge. Bureau Report, India Today.
One of the biggest military events in the war so far in Ukraine is Ukraine's claimed sinking of the Russian Navy's Black Sea flagship, the huge missile cruiser warship, the Moskva. But even that event has a nuclear angle, and it has actually ended up fueling even more nuclear concerns, because Ukraine says this ship was actually carrying 2 nuclear warheads and has asked for an international investigation into whether that's actually true. Take a look.
The threat of Moscow using nukes in the raging Russia-Ukraine war has just got bigger. Experts say there could be 2 nuclear warheads on board the sunken Russian warship Moskva. Experts say the number could be higher, as Moskva was capable of carrying nuclear weapons. On the evening of April 13th, a Ukrainian anti-ship Neptune missile hit the pride of the Russian Black Sea Fleet, Moskva, sinking it. Now experts and analysts have warned Moskva could have been carrying 2 nuclear warheads designed to be fitted to its P-1000 carrier killer missiles. Ukraine has called for an urgent probe into the incident. The US says it cannot take the Russian nuke threat lightly.
We obviously take any potential nuclear threat very, very seriously. And when we noted early on in the conflict, when Mr. Putin decided to offer some bellicose rhetoric with respect to nuclear capabilities, that we noted at the time that we took that seriously, and that we continue to monitor it as best we can. So with respect to any recent rhetoric, we're obviously watching that very closely too.
Moscow had warned NATO that if Sweden and Finland joined the group, it would deploy nuclear weapons and hypersonic missiles in a Russian enclave on the Baltic Sea. Moscow possesses approximately 6,000 nuclear warheads as of 2022. The largest stockpile of nuclear weapons in the world. Observers say it's highly unlikely Moscow could actually start a nuclear war. Given Putin's volatility, his threats can't be taken lightly either. Bureau Report, India Today.
Russia has consistently said that nuclear weapon use is unthinkable and there are no winners in a nuclear war, but has said it will not rule out the use of nuclear weapons in defense. And that means if it is struck first and if its existence comes under threat. What are those red lines? Well, precisely that question has been war-gamed and simulated by a group of scientists at Princeton University, not now, but well before the actual war. And that picture has become terrifyingly familiar with everything that we're seeing. Aggravated by the global escalation against his invasion of Ukraine, Vladimir Putin has amplified the nuclear threat, placing the world's biggest nuclear weapons arsenal on operational alert and putting the world on notice. But what would happen if Putin decided to push the nuclear button? What would happen to the world? It's an unthinkable question. But 3 years before the invasion, a group of scientists at Princeton University's program on science and global security created a data-centered simulation with actual targets, actual warheads, and actual plans. It begins very much with what we're seeing already, a battle between Russia and a Ukraine that's armed and trained by NATO and the US. What you're about to see is what would happen if Putin is pushed to the limit. First, Putin fires a tactical nuclear warhead as a warning shot to jolt NATO into the fact that he means nuclear business. Rattled by the crossing of that nuclear threshold, NATO immediately fires back a nuclear tactical missile to destroy the Russian launch site. This triggers a big tactical nuclear war in Europe. Russia dramatically escalates by launching 300 nuclear warheads via aircraft and short-range ballistic missile to hit NATO bases and military units around Europe. NATO returns fire, firing back with 180 nuclear warheads at Russian targets. The crossfire and impact of the nuclear attack engulfs all of Europe, practically destroying the continent, with an initial casualty figure of 2.6 million in just 3 hours. With Europe destroyed, the United States steps in, launching as many as 600 intercontinental ballistic missiles with nuclear warheads from land and sea at Russia. With the US nuclear missiles still in the air, Russia launches all available intercontinental ballistic missiles with nuclear warheads at the United States before its own launch sites are destroyed. This phase will create as many as 3.4 million casualties. And in the final phase, with the aim of inhibiting each other's recovery, Russia and NATO target each other's most populous cities and economic centers with 5 to 10 nuclear warheads each, depending on their population. This phase could cause as many as 85.3 million casualties. So in less than 5 hours, with the use of over 2,500 nuclear weapons, this nuclear war could cause 34.1 million fatalities and injure over 57.4 million. And that's just in the immediate part of the war. It is clear that nuclear conflict will destroy the world, and this simulation, juxtaposed with what's happening between Russia and NATO, reminds the world how close the end could be. Bureau Report, India Today. There are many different ways of delivering nuclear weapons by the world's nuclear powers. There are air-launched weapons, there are land-launched weapons, and there are sea-launched weapons, well, actually under the sea. Nuclear ballistic missile submarines happen to be some of the most protected nuclear delivery platforms. These are platforms that roam the world's oceans, never coming to the surface for long periods of time, and with crews that simply sit in wait of that terrifying order from their home country. What's life like inside such a nuclear submarine? We try and put it together in this report.
The winch. Soupy's coming around. Con sonar, second torpedo in the water bearing.
One of the most fertile cinema themes from the Cold War.
To the countermeasures.
The dark, lurking submarine cat and mouse between the United States and Russia. Two superpowers armed with history's most devastating weapons inside lurking submarines, locked in a terrifying embrace. Two nations that spent decades with their fingers on the nuclear trigger. As countless submarine captains spent years in the inky depths of the world's oceans, wondering when their orders would come to unleash apocalypse above the waves. The cinematic appeal is plain to see. But have you ever wondered what life is like inside a nuclear submarine? Nuclear submarines roam the world's oceans on what are called strategic deterrent patrols. Floating tubes of metal designed to stay submerged for months together in order to completely conceal their position. Tasked literally with lurking out of sight and sense, simply waiting for orders to do their devastating, singular, simple task: to unleash their primary payload, long-range weapons of mass destruction. The American nuclear submarine USS Pennsylvania holds the record for the longest submerged patrol by a ballistic missile submarine at 140 days. So what's life like on board? For starters, remember, submarines have no windows. So nuclear submariners have to be prepared for no sun, no outside communication or worldly distractions, literally for months together. So no cell phones, nothing that transmits or makes an unauthorized sound. In such a controlled and confined existence, you can imagine how much submariners look forward to their meals. Nuclear submarines have special culinary specialists capable of churning out 3 delicious meals a day, every single day, for over 100 crew. With the challenge to keep things fresh and exciting, food is sometimes the only real morale booster on board. Modern nuclear submarines like the US Ohio class and Russian Bore class have made comforts a priority for sailors, knowing that everything else on board is going to be a struggle and a fight for their mental peace. Aside from the usual operational readiness duties that take place, life on board submarines is an endless cycle of routine. While there's no shortage of company on board a nuclear submarine, the deadening sameness of each passing day can mean depression, feelings of separation, and other health issues. But as any nuclear ballistic missile submariner will tell you, a day without excitement is simply another day of existence for the world.
After the fall of Mariupol earlier today to Russian control, the other city that could fall perhaps very soon is the city of Kharkiv in the north. India Today's Mosby Singh is there on the ground, the only Indian crew filming in that devastated metropolitan city. Listen to her report next.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
India has been witnessing a rise in inflation rate. From oil to vegetables, the price hike has us worried. But how to deal with such a blanket rise in price? There is a steep rise in the cost of living, and that's due to wholesale inflation, which has surged to a record high of 14.5% in March. So with inflation, your immediate concern would be managing your monthly cash flow. It would seem easier to cut back on your savings, but hold on, because that could actually derail your long-term financial goals. Sit back, map your financial resources and prepare a tight budget. Of course, sticking to it might seem difficult, but you can do so by reducing discretionary expenses like buying an expensive watch or taking a trip. An expert said that savings and investments should continue at the same pace, even if that means you have to give up on a trip or two. Another way to cut down on your discretionary budget is by reducing your eating out budget. Changing to public transport or working from home could also keep you away from overshooting the budget massively. If you have not paid much attention to your expenses, now would be a good time to start. Look at your grocery list and regular expenses and check what impacted you the most. Inflation will remain a recurring issue even when you retire. And to quote an expert, it's time to invest and invest well. The real rate of interest in your fixed deposit has probably turned negative. A 5.5% annual interest on your FD against the inflation rate of 7% means that your weather is eroding. So what other ways are there? Maybe you should look into investing in stock markets, with expert advice, of course. It might seem risky, but equities tend to give higher returns in the long run, but do consult an expert. So experts are saying that to beat inflation, earn higher returns through investment in stocks. So are you ready to look in the eye of inflation and beat it?
На войне как в шахматах, кто кого переиграет. Здесь нельзя испытывать никаких иллюзий, там надеяться, да, там они ушли, потому что было сопротивление. Один из возможных сценариев, что они отвели войска просто демонстративно и с новыми силами могут вторгнуться опять. Эмоций и лишних надежд мы по этому поводу не испытываем. Наша задача отодвинуть врага к границам, защищая нашу территорию.
Працював в Європі. Дуже люблю Європу, дуже подобається. Вважаю, що якщо хочеш щось зробити добре в Україні, то потрібно мати європейський досвід. В тому числі і праці, і життя в тих країнах. Повернувся, ще раз кажу, рік тому, і після закінчення війни служити далі бажання немає. Маю бажання перемогти і далі займатися мирним життям. Мої хлопці так само. У мене дуже багато, величезна кількість мобілізованих хлопців, і вони всі хочуть повернутися додому. Перемогти і повернутися додому.
И мотивация. Там, наш дом, наша родина. Не можем сделать ни шага назад, мы должны отступать. Мы не должны вставать. Вот и весь секрет нашей работы.
You are watching India.
The lessening of violence in the Kyiv area around Ukraine's capital has meant a commensurate escalation in conflict in the eastern part of Ukraine, especially near the Russian border. The city of Kharkiv, the second largest urban center in Ukraine, has seen some of the worst attacks from across the border in Russia. India Today's Mosmi Singh and Parminder Sharma ventured into this shattered metropolis to bring you this disturbing report.
Amongst the iconic buildings targeted in Kharkiv is this National Sports Complex. That's the state of this complex after being bombarded by not 1, 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. 5 bombs, bombarded by 5 bombs, completely. You can see that this is the gym room, the basketball room, the gymnastics room, several machines, and the entire building is been tremendously damaged. Perhaps the people of this city feel that the Russians are trying to bombard anything that is representing the spirit of Ukraine, and sports is connected to the prosperity and progress of a country, and that's the condition of the sports facility in this complex, which was one of the main sporting facilities. All the machines have been damaged, the entire building actually damaged very heavily, and anything that is national, anything that is the spirit of Ukraine is actually being targeted in an assault that is continuing relentlessly. With video journalist Parminder Sharma, this is Mosmi Singh in Kharkiv for India Today.
Keep watching India Today. Coming up next, Pooja has the lowdown on the big bulldozer politics that has positively exploded between the government and also between the opposition parties after what happened yesterday in the capital's Jahangirpuri area. Pooja puts the spotlight on that big exploding story next.
Deepfakes are videos modified and created by artificial intelligence which first appeared in 2017. The first method to create a deepfake involves a face swap, where the face of one person is put on the body of another. This method is relatively simple and can be done using applications that use short videos such as Snapchat, Reface or FaceMagic. The second and more complex method involves a face reenactment. An actor in a studio uses an original video of a victim's face to mimic their gestures and movements, changing their posture or facial expression. The third method uses lip syncing. The lip movements are manipulated to make a celebrity say something they never said, with a voice that mimics that of the victim or that has been created by artificial intelligence. In all three methods, the gestures, facial expressions and sometimes the voice of the victim are studied by AI, which learns the images of the original video second by second and then overlays, reproduces and edits them with other images. The greater the volume of information entered into the program, the more realistic the deepfake will be. Cinema has used this technique to make actors seem younger. Deepfakes can also be used to carry out scams. the risk of political manipulation and disinformation is also significant, especially since the face swapping method can be carried out live.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
Co-presented by PolicyBazaar.com in association with LIC हर पल आपके साथ, Castrol Magnatech, Oh So Smooth,
Supreme Court applies brakes on bulldozers. But no brakes on bulldozer politics. After bulldozers, netas flock to Delhi riot zone. Politics over Rohingyas. Prime riot suspects Bengal link exposed. Capital communal cauldron simmers.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime with me, Pooja Shali. We'll get you one by one details coming in from Jahangirpuri, the investigation update and primarily the bulldozer politics. First, the headlines. Kejriwal slams the Bharatiya Janata Party over the Delhi clashes during Bengaluru campaign in Karnataka. Taking a swipe at the Saffron Party, Arvind Kejriwal says, and I quote him here, "Vote for BJP if you want communal riots." Polarization Nataka in Karnataka over the Hubballi violence. 126 people arrested by the police after stone pelting incident in which 1,000-strong mob tried to attack a police station on April 16. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson is in India, visiting the Sabarmati Ashram in Gujarat to pay tribute to Mahatma Gandhi. Series of high-profile business deals, visited the Bulldozer factory. Mega meeting with PM Narendra Modi tomorrow. Prime Minister Modi's mega Sikh outreach. He will address tonight the nation from Red Fort at 9:15 p.m. sharp to mark the 400th birth anniversary of Guru Tegh Bahadur. India reports over 2,000 COVID cases for the second day in a row. Hospitalization remains low. Positivity rate climbs to 0.53%. Russian President Vladimir Putin's chilling threat to the West. Moscow successfully test fires a nuclear-capable Sarmat missile. Putin says this missile will make enemies think twice. Today was the day when the top court had the hearing with regard to demolition drive in Jahangirpuri. There is now an order to stay the demolition, and that for 2 weeks. But the political war has now massively erupted over this issue. The opposition parties, specifically the Congress party, made a beeline today in Jahangirpuri, and that led to a political face-off. Congress delegation visited the area. Ajay Makan questioned Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's absence and silence, calling it opportunistic. Makan also asked why hasn't Arvind Kejriwal even visited Jahangirpuri once since the clashes and the demolition drive. Here's a report now of how the politics is speaking of bulldozer and demolition.
Day after massive bulldozer duel on its streets, Delhi's Jahangirpuri witnessed another major influx. After bulldozers, Netas started rolling into the riot zone, sparking a full-fledged political showdown. While CPIM's Brinda Karat was the lone political face during the demolition drive on Wednesday, Delhi Congress leaders trooped in soon after the Supreme Court extended brakes on bulldozers. Ajay Makin arrived in the troubled zone, taunted Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, terming his absence opportunistic.
We have come here to tell the victims that the Congress party is with them. We have come here to tell the people that please don't look it through the prism of religion. The poor people have been subjected to such atrocities.
अब प्रजातंत्र को बुलडोजर के नीचे हर रोज रौंदा जा रहा है। अब संविधान जो है उसके परकच्चे बुलडोजर की चेन के नीचे उड़ाए जा रहे हैं।
The ruling AAP, which was absent on ground on day one, finally sent a delegation to Jahangirpuri comprising of political heavyweights. AAP had earlier raised eyebrows after blaming what it called Rohingyas settled by the BJP across India for the riots.
8 साल से देश के अलग-अलग हिस्सों में कहीं बांग्लादेशियों को बसा दिया, कहीं रोहिंग्याओं को बसा दिया। उनकी पूरी गणना कर लीजिए तो पता चल जाएगा कि भाजपा अगला दंगा कहां करवाने वाली है।
Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, after skipping Jahangirpuri and remaining silent for more than a day, made a cryptic riot attack from far off Bengaluru.
पूरे देश में दंगे हो रहे हैं। कौन करा रहा है ये दंगे? कौन सी पार्टी दंगे करा रही है? सारे जानते हैं कौन सी पार्टी दंगे करा रही है। हमें दंगे करने नहीं आते। ऐसे इस देश के लोग नहीं चाहते कि दंगे हो, इस देश के लोग शांति चाहते हैं।
As the opposition stormed around Jahangirpuri attacking the BJP has hit back, calling this political tourism by netas.
Even the action taken on illegal encroachments into Hindu and Muslim, this communal mindset of the Congress party is the bane of this country and has been causing the entire situation of communal polarization in this country.
BJP MP Pratap Simha even served a dire warning to Muslims indulging in stone pelting.
ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗ್ತಿರೋದು ಇಷ್ಟೇನೆ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನರು ತಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿಯನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಧೋರಣೆಯನ್ನು ಬದಲಾಯಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು ಕಲ್ಲು ಬಿಸಾಡೋ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿನ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಬಿಡಬೇಕು ಕಲ್ಲು ಬಿಸಾಡ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬುಲ್ಡೋಸರ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಹತ್ರ ಬಂದೇ ಬರ್ತದೆ ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ
With national faces of the opposition largely choosing to avoid Jahangirpuri, is it advantage BJP in the national capital? Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's go across directly on the ground in Jahangirpuri. My colleague Milan Sharma has been reporting exactly from the location near C Block where the violence took place on April 16th and then also just about yesterday the demolition drive also was conducted. Milan, so the politicians are now making a beeline after Brinda Karat made that dramatic entry, asked the JCB operators to stop. Which party has visited? Which party is likely to visit, and how are you witnessing the political showdown in that area?
Well, Pooja, we have been seeing a stream of politicians who are now making a beeline to come towards Jahangirpuri, although the police has been very contained and they say that they're not allowing many people to walk into Jahangirpuri because the security has been tightened and beefed up. But the problem there seems to be that how politics has taken over the entire issue, because right after Brinda Karat as well as Asaduddin Owaisi, we saw a Congress delegation that came here and the Aam Aadmi Party 3-member delegation that also came here. The issue seems to be that Aam Aadmi Party being the party ruling government in Delhi, still we have not seen a big neta or a big leader from the political party visit the people. The people who were here from the Aam Aadmi Party were local MLAs. Even the Congress delegation, we didn't see very big names come and visit, and the BJP has not visited the area at all. So the problem now seems to be that everybody is jumping in to play politics into the matter. Even the Trinamool Congress is forming a team, members who will have a fact-finding committee put into place to assess what went wrong in Jahangirpuri. But party after party, everyone is trying to play politics over the demolitions that took place, but no one actually speaks about the plight of the people living there and those who face the bulldozer first hand, where their alleged encroachments were removed just days
Absolutely,
after
there are
the
some angry
Jahangirpuri
reactions have
violence.
come, and Milan Sharma is getting us all sides of the story, and she's been on location for the past few days getting us the latest. Milan, thank you very much for now. So politics, while it has erupted over the demolition drive, it has also got very specific. In eye of the storm are the Rohingyas settled in the national capital, Delhi. Aam Aadmi Party and the AIMIM, Congress and the BJP slamming each other over the demolition drive, and specifically with regard to the populations settled in that area. Take a look at this political reaction.
पिछले 8 सालों में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जगह जगह पूरे देश में सबसे ज़्यादा तादाद में बांग्लादेशी और रोहिंग्यास को बसाया है। इसलिए बसाया है भाजपा ने कि उनका इस्तेमाल कर कर दंगे कराए जाएं। अगर आपको ये जानना है कि भाजपा अगला दंगा कहाँ प्लान करने जा रही है, किस स्तर का प्लान करने जा रही है, तो आप भाजपा को बोलें कि कहाँ कहाँ इन्होंने बांग्लादेशी और रोहिंग्यास को बसाया है, उसकी सूची दे दें।
ये कौन सी बात आप पार्टी कर रही है? उनके लोग कह रहे हैं कि वहां पर बांग्लादेशी और रोहिंग्या हैं। इनको क्या गरीबी नजर नहीं आ रही? भारत के नागरिक हैं पूरे के पूरे वो।
Now, specifically caught in the violence is one C block area of northwest area of Jahangirpuri in Delhi. It is also commonly called as the Bangladeshi colony, in many ways the Dharavi of Delhi. To help you understand the location, its geography and demography, take a look at this. In the area, these are primarily large slum clusters of rag-picking families in the colony in the area. The population is of about more than 5 lakhs in the Jahangirpuri of northwest Delhi. Now, the Hindu population comprises of about 30% there in Jahangirpuri, and specifically around the C block area. Most residents, and specifically in that colony in C block, are Bengali Muslim migrants. These migrants are primarily from states like Bengal, Bihar and Bangladesh. It is a resettlement colony and has been divided into 12 blocks. This is some of the information to help you understand what that area is. So what is this Bengal connection that has now been brought in to the Delhi clashes? Ansar Sheikh, the prime accused flaunting gold jewelry, remember, has now been slapped with the National Security Act, a very stringent act. He's a resident of West Bengal. Salim Sheikh, also called Salim Chikna, he also has been booked under the NSA. He's also a resident of Bengal. Imam Sheikh Aka Sonu, booked under the NSA again, a resident of Bengal. One Dilshad, again has been booked under the NSA. He's again the resident from Bengal. We have tracked down all these addresses to the state. Ahid has also been booked under the NSA and is a Bengal resident. That's not all. The other 5, Zahid has been arrested, a Bengal resident. Mukhtiar Ali, arrested, resident of West Bengal. Zakir, arrested, resident of West Bengal. Aksar, arrested, resident of West Bengal. Just few more. Aslam, arrested, resident of Bengal. 10 accused that you have right now seen on your screens of some identities are visible. They also, remember, have several other names. While they've been arrested, 5 of them at least have NSA slapped, but all of them, for now, these prime accused are from the state of Bengal. Milan Sharma now joins me from the location. More on this. Milan, this has become now, of course, a political showdown as well. But the fact that prime accused Ansar and many others are actually from Bengal, it's going to, of course, escalate the matter of why did they flee. They're gangsters and many of them are criminals with the known background. Many of them have been known to serve prison term already, have criminal background. All of this, do you think, is also now going to come into the play here?
Well, Pooja, as you just pointed out, everyone and all of the accused that you have named, including the 5 who have been slapped with the NSA, belong to West Bengal. But what does that say about the immigration, the migrant population that has been living there within Jahangirpuri? We see that Delhi is a cosmopolitan city. So certainly there are people from various states who come and live inside Delhi and in borders of the Delhi NCR region. Now politics is being played on the fact that majority of the population over there, that includes both Hindus as well as Muslims, are belonging to West Bengal. On this, Mamata Banerjee has also given a statement saying that we do not divide but we unite. The fact of the matter remains that these were the people who have been arrested as accused in this case according to the Delhi police investigation. But certainly with the Aam Aadmi Party statement saying that they are Rohingyas and they are Bangladeshis has not really gone down well with the citizens living there, because even though they belong to West Bengal, they are ultimately citizens of India. Meanwhile, the Delhi police is carrying out its investigation and the accused have been nabbed. Now all angles of this probe is being looked into by the Delhi police, but the matter has now been escalated to the point, as you mentioned, that yes, it's going to be an issue because all these people belong to Bengal, but the fact remains that they are citizens of this country who live here, and the MCD bulldozer that was removing illegal encroachment had nothing to do as such with them being Bengali, because we showed how Ganesh Gupta's shop was razed down, and there were other people, Dilip Saksena's shop was razed down. They are citizens of Delhi as well, Pooja.
So because of these accused and some of them criminals, there are many other local residents who are also suffering and have had their commercial establishments also demolished, and which many are calling it unfair. And Milan Sharma gets us those voices as well. Milan, thank you so much for now. So this is clearly becoming a multi-state political showdown as well. But for now, what is the status of the investigation 3 to 4 days on? A big revelation comes in from the Delhi police. They are claiming that in the Jahangirpuri violence case, Delhi cops have found evidence about involvement of as many as 20 hardcore criminals and gangsters in the clashes that broke out on the Hanuman Jayanti day. Dozens of Delhi police teams have been deployed to nab these criminals, many of whom have, listen to this, served a prison term previously in the Tegh prison in Delhi. Cops are now probing if any of these criminals were in touch with the prime accused Ansar, who's already under custody. Now, during the police questioning, one of the accused, Ghulam Rasool alias Gulli, has revealed that he provided weapons to even children on the day of the incident. He also sold a pistol to shooter Sonu. Remember the man in blue kurta who was seen firing in the air? Pistol sold for 10,000 rupees. So the Delhi police are now starting to investigate 30 phone numbers linked to several of those accused in the Jahangirpuri violence, including Ansar and Sonu Sheikh Chikna. On basis of videos that are emerging, photographs, CCTV footage, local inputs, eyewitness accounts, the crime branch will try to identify about 300 miscreants on their list. Raids are also now being conducted to arrest most of them. I'll quickly go back to Milan for an update. Now, Milan, of course, the police is investigating, but the fact is the Delhi police cannot get away from their responsibility. They knew the area well. They knew that if there are criminals or miscreants there, the procession still went on. Then the procession gets pelted on. There's a scuffle, face-off, violence, all sorts of versions coming in. What is the investigation update right now, and how is the police ensuring that the culprits are caught?
Well, as you just pointed out, Pooja, all these investigation details are being closely monitored by the Delhi police. We did see videos of children in that Hanuman Shobha Yatra having weapons in their hands, swords in their hands, and we also saw how stone pelting happened when the violence there erupted. So certainly there have been videos, as you just mentioned, that arms were also supplied, and we have seen that visual of Sonu there taking out a pistol. The police has also corroborated the fact that there was a call that was made from the masjid to Sonu, and that is when he sprung into action. And these kind of call records are being investigated. More than 30 numbers are now being looked at by the Delhi police, and certainly the clinching evidence would perhaps be what the Imam of the masjid has been saying and what the Delhi police has been denying since day one, that there was no attempt by anybody to go inside the masjid and unfurl the saffron flag. That seems to be the flashpoint for now, but the Delhi police has denied this, and more details will surely emerge once all the CCTV cameras in the area are checked out by the Delhi police.
So a massive manhunt is on, but nevertheless, it's important to say that the Delhi police will also have to face questions of why they could not stop the violence on the day it happened. And now, of course, a search is on to nab the accused. Milan Sharma with all the latest on that from the riot zone and also the demolition drive zone. After a very short break, let's bring you how the Supreme Court order has managed to calm the tempers for now in Jahangirpuri. The demolition has been stayed for the next 2 weeks. A status quo has been announced till the next hearing. What does that mean, and what does it mean for the politics breaking out after a short break?
This is a tank turret.
Courage.
India today, in fact, is the only Indian crew to reach.
Fearlessness.
This is the third tank armored person carrier we have seen.
Putting our lives at risk.
Massive operation over here in Ilianka.
We are on the ground, bringing you the facts.
A Ukrainian woman shares the horror of shelling.
So that India is better informed. Tune into India Today TV, reporting from the front line.
A huge solar flare erupting from the surface of the sun is sending a solar storm towards Earth, which will cause radio blackouts and frequencies to collapse across Australia and Asia, and it includes impact on India. Solar storms are generated by the sun. Dubbed as a geomagnetic storm, these are high-speed streams of solar winds expected to hit Earth's magnetic field and can even disrupt our mobile signals and electricity. The storm is caused due to an explosion on the surface of the sun. NASA has measured the speeds at which the solar storms approach Earth, and it is pegged at a mind-boggling 1.6 million kilometers per hour. The northern lights at the North Pole are a good example of a solar storm that is visible to the naked eye. Whenever a solar storm takes place, radiation is emitted towards planets in the solar system. These radiations contain radio waves, X-rays, and gamma rays. A solar storm also has the power of impacting mobile phone signals, GPS, and can even cut off electricity. The current solar storm is expected to impact satellites flying in the sky, which will in turn impact telecommunication channels on Earth, including mobile phones and other gadgets, as well as satellite TV, and it is especially expected to impact India. According to NASA, the impact can last anywhere from minutes to hours.
Rahul Kanwar, 23 years of experience, 5 conflicts covered, unmatched time in war zone.
The first embedded operation in the history of Indian television journalism.
Gaurav Sawant, 28 years of reporting, 8 conflicts covered, unmatched hours in conflict areas.
Actual firing is taking place, the grads are firing.
Shivarur, 19 years of reporting, 5 conflicts covered, unmatched view of international crossfires.
And the attack guns are firing away.
Geeta Mohan, 18 years of reporting, 3 conflicts covered. When the world is at war, there is no compromise on India today.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. There's a big relief for Delhi's communal cordon in Jahangirpuri. The Supreme Court has extended the brakes on MCD bulldozers for the next 2 weeks. Here's what happened inside the court today in Delhi. Take a look.
Rolling bulldozers, demolition drive, frayed nerves. followed by Supreme Court break on Bulldozer. This was the high drama on Wednesday, and a day later, Delhi's communal cauldron, Jahangirpuri, saw more respite from Supreme Court, with break on bulldozers being extended by 2 more weeks, and a status quo imposed by Supreme Court remaining in place. A bench of Justices L. Nageshwar Rao and B.R. Gavai issued notice to the centre, state government, Delhi Police, MCD on the plea filed by the Jamiyat Ulama-e-Hind. The apex court also said that it will take a serious view of the demolition on Wednesday, which was carried out even after its orders, though the NDMC mayor was informed. The SC order came after a series of passionate arguments by both sides. The petitioners claim that the demolition drive is nothing but vendetta against poor Muslims after riots, adding that the police is being used as a state tool by the BJP to settle scores. But the government lawyer stoutly rejected the charges, saying the demolition drive was on since January. He also denied charges that only Muslims were targeted and pointed to Hindu residents hit by demolition drive.
वहाँ पर उस मौके पर स्टेटस को मेंटेन रखें, कोई डेमोलिशन नहीं होगा 2 हफ्ते तक, और उसमें जवाब आएगा अलग अलग पार्टीज का। जो हमारी पिटिशन है उसमें भी हम एडिशनल एफिडेविट फाइल करेंगे और फिर उसके बाद कोर्ट उस पर सुनवाई करेगी, लेकिन 2 हफ्ते तक कोई डेमोलिशन नहीं होगा।
14 दिनों का स्टे लग चुका है, लेकिन हमारा तो एमसीडी ने पूरा नाजायज तरीके से नुकसान कर दिया। इसको कोई नोटिस नहीं दिया गया, कोई कुछ नहीं दिया गया, और ये बिल्कुल लीगल दुकान है। मेरे पास सारे पेपर हैं। नुकसान 7-8 लाख रुपए का मेरा हो गया है। 2.5 फुट अलाउड होता है कोर्ट की तरफ से, हर मकान का देख लीजिए आप, 3 फुट 4 फुट सज्जा निकला हुआ है, तो मेरा 1.5 फुट क्यों तोड़ दिया गया?
जो भी माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट का आदेश होगा उस पर पूर्ण तौर पर हम उसका पालन करेंगे।
Bulldozers had torn down several concrete and temporary structures close to a mosque in Jahangirpuri on Wednesday under an anti-encroachment drive by Delhi civic body MCD. The crackdown had come just 4 days after clashes during a Hanuman Jayanti rally taken out without police nod. With Anisha Mathur and Nalini Sharma in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Bulldozer politics now in Uttar Pradesh. A property owned by Samajwadi Party leader Roshan Lal Verma is being demolished in Shahjahanpur. A video has emerged of this demolition. Take a look at that visual on your screen. This is from Shahjahanpur, showing at least 2 JCB bulldozers breaking down an alleged illegal construction owned by the Samajwadi Party neta. It is also important to note here, ahead of the Uttar Pradesh elections this year, Roshan Lal Verma was among the BJP MLAs who walked out of the party with former UP Minister Swami Prasad Maurya and joined the Samajwadi Party. Bulldozers now there right outside his property and an allegedly illegal construction being broken down on camera. So that's the big news coming in. It's the bulldozer politics in many ways in Uttar Pradesh. A building owned by Samajwadi Party neta, an illegal construction there. And that is being alleged by the government is now being razed down. 2 JCBs at least at work bringing down the building. Time now for a quick commercial break, but when I return, I take you to Karnataka. 126 people have been taken into arrest by the Karnataka police in the Hubballi stone pelting incident. People arrested, according to the police, have been trying to incite communal riots. We bring you the latest on the polarization Nataka in Karnataka.
Planes, 700 cars, 15 helicopters, 20 palaces and villas. These aren't assets of a small nation, of course. All these are owned by one man, the Russian President Vladimir Putin. It is not a secret that Russian President Vladimir Putin hoards tremendous wealth with an exotic and luxurious lifestyle that he lives. Putin is always grabbing headlines owing to his luxurious lifestyle. His lavish super yacht tops that list. According to reports, the president of Russia has a super yacht named Graceful, worth a whopping 750 crore rupees. His super yacht comes with a helipad, a dining area, and cocktail bar. 400 bottles of the most luxurious wines from around the world are kept in its cellar. Apart from this, Putin has 43 planes, 700 cars, 15 helicopters. When Putin wants to travel by air, he likes to hop on to his special aircraft designed in the neoclassical style. Reportedly, this plane is worth $390 million, which is about 3,000 crore rupees. It has been named Flying Kremlin, which means Flying Office of the President of Russia. According to a media report, the plane also has a toilet seat made of gold, worth about 35 lakh rupees. This aircraft is like a flying palace. Apart from the gym, bar, and 3 bedrooms, it has all facilities needed for Putin to control the army while he's traveling. Political critic Boris Nemtsov compiled a dossier that alleged Putin even has 4 yachts secretly docked around Russia. Nemtsov has added that Russia's leader even has a watch collection that's worth about $891,500, which includes one that is about $535,000 alone. Did you ever wonder how much this powerful leader draws as his income? According to the office of the Russian president, the Kremlin, Putin gets a salary of $1.4 lakh, which is roughly around 1.5 crore rupees. However, according to a website that tracks the net worth of popular celebrities, Putin's annual salary is currently about $2.4 lakh, that is about 1.8 crore rupees. But these are just official reports. The Russian president reportedly earns a lot more than that. Multiple properties have been linked to Putin in recent years. Some reports say that he now owns homes worth more than $1.78 billion. Putin owns about 20 palaces and villas in and around Russia, including Finland, Moscow, Europe, and many other places. Many media reports also claim that he is the world's richest man with a secret wealth around $285 billion as fortune and is said to be living like a king. Well, his possessions speak and can probably convince anyone to agree with.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
Polarization Nartaka now in Hubballi violence in Karnataka. A total of 126 people have been taken into arrest by the Karnataka police in the Hubballi stone pelting incident. All the people arrested have been accused of trying to provoke and incite communal riots and of pelting stones. A mob of approximately 1,000 people tried to attack a police station in Hubballi around midnight on Saturday, 16th of April. The mob reportedly demanding action against an objectionable WhatsApp status. Now the main accused, Wasim Pathan, has been taken into arrest. This after he released a video claiming innocence. One Irfan Nalatwad, her husband of AIMI corporator Hussein B, has also been taken into arrest by the police. The police is saying his wife is from the AIMI.
ಈ ಹುಬ್ಬಳ್ಳಿ ಪ್ರಕರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಲವಾರು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಚಿತ್ರಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ಅದು ಸಾಕ್ಷಿ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ತನಿಖೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದರ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆ ಏನು ನಡೆದಂಥ ಘಟನೆಗಳು ಕೆಲವಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಆದರೆ ಹಿಂದೆ ಯಾರು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಪಿರಸಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ತನಿಖೆಯಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗನೆ ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ದಸ್ತಗಿರಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅವರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಯಾವ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅವರು ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಮೂಲ ಪ್ರಚೋದನೆ ಏನು ಟ್ವೀಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಬಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿರೋದಲ್ಲ BJP ಅವರೇನೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಫಸ್ಟು ತನಿಖೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೂಬೇಕು ಅನ್ಸೋದು ಏನೂ ಪ್ರಯೋಜನ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವರ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರ 40% ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಮುಚ್ಚಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
ನಿಮಗೆ ನಾವು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಏನು ಅರಬಿಗೋ ನಿಮಗೆ ಮೆಕ್ಕಾಕೋ ಮದಿನಾಕೋ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಬಂದು ನಾವು ನೆಲೆ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ. ನೆಲೆ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿರೋದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಧರ್ಮ. ನೀವು ಇಲ್ಲಿಯವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ನೀವು ಹೊಂದಾಣಿಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ಬೇಕು. ಆದರೆ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಇಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷನೂ ಕೂಡ ಹಿಂದೂಗಳೇ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಸಂತೈಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬದುಕೊಂಗೆ ಆಗೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡೋಣ ಆಯ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲವ್ರಿಗೆ ಈ ಹಿಂದೆ 75 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಿಂದೆ ದೇಶ ಒಂದ್ಸರಿ ಒಡೆದೋಯ್ತು. ಈಗ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿನ ನೋಡ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸರಿ ಒಡೆಯುವಂಥ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಹಿಂದೂಗಳ ಪ್ರತಿರೋಧ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗ್ತಿರೋಂಥದ್ದು ಇಷ್ಟೇ, ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನರು ತಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿಯನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಧೋರಣೆಯನ್ನು ಬದಲಾಯಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಕಲ್ಲು ಬಿಸಾಡೋ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿನ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಬಿಡಬೇಕು. ಕಲ್ಲು ಬಿಸಾಡ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬುಲ್ಡೋಸರ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಹತ್ರ ಬಂದೇ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ನೀವು ಈಗ
ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಕೂಡ ಎನ್ಕ್ವೈರಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು ಈ ಎನ್ಕ್ವೈರಿ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಏನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯಿಂದಲೂ ಕಾನೂನು ಕ್ರಮ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ಯಾವುದೇ ಮತ ಧರ್ಮದವರು ಇರಲಿ, ಕಾನೂನನ್ನ ಕೈಗೆ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಬಾರ್ದು. ಅವ್ರು ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಇದೆ. ಅವ್ರು ನಿರ್ಬಂಧ ಮಾಡದೇ ಇದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರತಿಭಟನೆ ಮಾಡುವಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಕ್ಕು ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರಿಗಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಮುತ್ತಿಗೆ ಹಾಕುವಂತಹದ್ದು, ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಆಸ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನ ಲೂಟಿ ಮಾಡುವಂತಹದ್ದು, ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ವಾಹನಗಳಿಗೆ ಜಖಂ ಮಾಡುವಂತಹದ್ದು, ಕಲ್ಲು ತೂರುವಂತಹದ್ದು ಅಕ್ಷಮ್ಯ ಅಪರಾಧ. ಇದನ್ನ ನಿರ್ಬಂಧ ಮಾಡಲಾಗಿದೆ.
ಯಾವುದೋ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಹಾಕಿದ ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ, ಅದು ಹಳೆ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್, ಇದನ್ನ ಮುಂದಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಅನ್ನ ಪೊಲೀಸರನ್ನ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ತಕ್ಷಣ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇವರೆಲ್ಲರ ಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಕೈಗೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು. ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನ ಗೂಂಡಾ ಆಕ್ಟಿನ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಮತ್ತು ಭಯೋತ್ಪಾದಕದ ಆಕ್ಟಿನ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಬಂಧಿಸಬೇಕು. ಹಾಡು ಹಗಲಲ್ಲೇ ಪೊಲೀಸರ ಎದುರು ಮಚ್ಚು ಲಾಂಗ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಓಡಾಡುವಂತ ಸ್ಥಿತಿ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಆಯಿತು. ಇದನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜ ಎಷ್ಟು ದಿನ ಸಹಿಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಎಷ್ಟು ದಿನ ಸಹಿಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕು? ಯಾವುದನ್ನ ಕಾಶ್ಮೀರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಯಾವುದನ್ನ ಕೇರಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಆ ಸಮುದಾಯ ಹೊರಟಿದೆ.
Joining me live from Bengaluru on this live telecast is my colleague Nolan Pinto. Nolan, because this is about, it appears, a mob pelting stones on a police station over a WhatsApp status that offended them. Did the police personnel also receive injuries? And how is politics really playing out in this case in Karnataka?
Well, in fact, the police immediately took action once a complaint, they received a complaint. The individual, the accused, was taken into custody by the police. So it should have stopped over there. But what really happened was this: in the evening on that particular day, soon after prayers, the mob actually went to the police station, the old Hubli police station. They started to protest. When the police actually asked them to stop, they tried to enter the police station. The police had no other option but to resort to a lathi charge. In that, they have destroyed, burnt police vehicles, they pushed them over police bikes, they injured police personnel because they were throwing stones. This is what really happened. So now, this has turned into a full-blown political battle over here. The police are doing their investigation. Some 120-odd individuals who were responsible for the mob attack on the police station, destroying police property and injuring police personnel, have been detained and then finally sent to judicial custody. One of the accused, a Maulvi, this is what we are told, who was present over there in the crowd and was actually sort of asking people or forcing them to do things, has also been arrested today after he went absconding. But the political battle is this: while the government says that this is a pre-planned attack, the Congress says that this is nothing but to divert the attention from the problems that the government is facing, especially the 40% commission and the commission politics which is going on.
Okay. So there are political reactions also coming in on the story. A quick question here, Nolan, because this case, in this 126 people have been arrested being accused of pelting stones, and all of this over a WhatsApp status. But this is also a series of communal tensions that has been building in the state of Karnataka that started just about a few months ago, since January.
Very true. In fact, it all started from, you're talking about from the hijab issue, and then it went on to the halal issue, and then where certain Hindu organizations stating don't allow Muslim traders outside temples to actually sell their wares or and vegetables, and then they said don't do this and don't do that. So it looks like this is what the Congress clearly says is that this is what the BJP is doing, trying to build the tempo, trying to provoke the other community before.
All right, so that's Nolan Pinto tracking all the latest from Karnataka. 126 people, have been taken into arrest. You're looking at one of the prime accused, a cleric Wasim Pathan, who has now been taken into arrest. A mob pelted stones at a police station over a WhatsApp status, even after it appears action was taken against the one who had put the status. Moving on now, former aide of late Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Jayalalitha, V.K. Sasikala, has been questioned on Thursday in connection with the 2017 Kodanad Estate murder and robbery case. A special team of the Tamil Nadu Police, headed by IG West Zone R. Sudhakar, questioned Sasikala at her residence. AMMK General Secretary and Sasikala's nephew TTV Dinakaran has said all those involved in the heist and murder at the Kodanad estate should be brought to justice. Sasikala was serving her sentence in a corruption case in a Bengaluru prison when a security guard was murdered at the estate and the palatial bungalow was broken into. Police had said a few expensive items were stolen from the bungalow. However, 4 other mysterious deaths made the case more complex. The murders were linked by some to the political churning in the state after Jayalalitha's demise.
அம்மா அவர்கள் விரும்பி சென்று வந்த இடம் அது கொடநாடு. அங்கு கொலை கொள்ளை நடந்திருக்கு. அதை காவல்துறை அந்த கொலையாளிகளை, உண்மையான குற்றவாளிகளை கண்டுபிடிக்க வேண்டும் என்பதுதான் எல்லோருடைய விருப்பம். அதை நிறைவேற்றுவார்கள் என்ற நம்பிக்கை எனக்கு இருக்கிறது.
I'm heading into a very short break, but when I return, let's bring you some international news that connects to India as well. India has objected to controversial US Congresswoman Ilhan Omar's visit to Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and meeting Imran Khan and many other netas in our neighboring nation. Why was that visit important? Let's bring you that details after the break.
No, she's not an actor or a fashion influencer. She is Pakistan's new foreign minister, Hina Rabbani. Hina Rabbani Khar is the latest addition to Pakistan's newly elected Shahbaz Sharif cabinet. She was sworn in as the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs of Pakistan. She is famous for her classy style and is one of the only 5 women on board Shahbaz's cabinet. Hina Rabbani is often spotted wearing subtle shades of blue, beige and white. Her wardrobe has full-sleeve kurtas paired with chudidars and chiffon dupattas and lovely chikankari kurtas. She is not short of a beauty queen and has elegant jewelry. Her outfits are paired with pearl necklaces and studs apart from a few bangles and a watch. Her designer sunglasses and bags worth at least $9,000 have also been the talk of the town. On top of that, she complements her looks with subtle makeup, flaunting her natural complexion and jet black eyeliner. But enough about her style and fashion sense. Now that we have your attention, let us tell you about her take on foreign issues. This isn't the first for Hina Rabbani to be elected to the cabinet. She was the youngest and first ever woman to serve in Pakistan's cabinet. She was the 21st Foreign Minister of Pakistan from February 2011 to March 2013. In 2011, she came to India for peace dialogue and visited the shrine of Muslim Sufi saint Hazrat Nizamuddin Auliya in New Delhi. In the past, she also stressed the need to have a great relationship with Kabul as well as Delhi. She has advocated reducing dependence on the US, which made her quite popular. In the past, she has been described as the scion of a wealthy, land-owning family from southern Punjab. She quit active politics after serving as a foreign minister for 2 years. Then she rejoined politics in 2018 on a reserved seat for women in the National Assembly. She has also pointed out that Pakistan cannot conquer Kashmir through war, and the dispute can be resolved only through an environment of mutual trust with India. After her appointment as the junior finance minister, former Minister Fawad Hussain launched a sexist attack on her on social media. He called her a low IQ woman whose only claim to fame has been her expensive Birkin bags and expensive eye shades. His comments drew a lot of flack on social media.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
Big news coming in. India has condemned the visit of controversial US Congresswoman Ilhan Omar to Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, saying it reflects her, and I quote the ministry here, narrow-minded politics. External Affairs Ministry spokesperson Arindam Bagchi has criticized Ilhan Omar for visiting Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Remember, she's a known India beta and now visits Pakistan. Not just that, also meets Imran Khan, the former Prime Minister. Take a look now to watch what India's External Affairs Ministry has said and condemning this visit.
I think Representative Ilhan Omar, Congresswoman, we have noted that she has visited a part of the Indian Union territory of Jammu and Kashmir, that is currently illegally occupied by Pakistan. Let me just say that if such a politician wishes to practice her narrow-minded and politics at home, that's her business, that may be her business. But violating our territorial integrity and sovereignty in its pursuit makes this ours, and we think the visit is condemnable.
Do you have a Netflix account? Because there could be now some big changes coming up in store for you. The company is considering major moves, possibly to add to its revenue after a very disappointing January-March quarter. The streaming giant has also attracted some very unwanted attention, meanwhile, from Elon Musk. Take a look at this report of what the social media and the networking giant is up to.
The past 2 years have been good for Netflix. People locked in their homes turned to streaming platforms for entertainment. While in 2020, the streaming service added a record 36 million subscribers, last year, the figure was still a healthy 18 million. This year, in the first 3 months, Netflix has lost 200,000 subscribers. It's the first time its numbers are down in any quarter. The revenues for the quarter were also below estimate. The impact was immediate. Netflix stock plunged by a fourth of its value, wiping around $50 billion of its investor wealth. Netflix is now eyeing those who are not paying for its services by sharing passwords. The company currently has 222 million subscribers and believes that 100 million households are sharing passwords.
We're working on how to monetize sharing. We've been thinking about that for a couple of years, but when we were growing fast, it wasn't the high priority to work on. And now we're working super hard on it. And remember, these are over 100 million households that already are choosing to view Netflix. They love the service. We just got to get paid, at some degree for them.
India has emerged as one of the bright spots for Netflix with its recently launched bottom-of-the-pyramid plans, helping it gain traction in the country. The company is, however, planning to further monetize these low-end slabs by introducing advertisements.
Those who have followed Netflix know that I've been against the complexity of advertising and a big fan of the simplicity of subscription. But as much as I'm a fan of that, I'm a bigger fan of consumer choice. And allowing consumers who would like to have a lower price and are advertising tolerant get what they want makes a lot of sense.
Elon Musk, meanwhile, had his own spin on why Netflix is losing subscribers. In a reply to a tweet on Netflix stock plunge, Musk retorted that its woke nature is making Netflix unwatchable. A comment which has been retweeted more than 30,000 times and liked nearly 200,000 times. This more than a month after Musk had sharply targeted Netflix earlier on its so-called woke content. Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
Bridgerton Season 2 has surpassed the viewership of its first season, and with that it has also become the most watched English language series on streaming giant Netflix. Here's more on that, or what has connected with viewers on the Bridgerton Season 2.
Why then, there is the potential for a considerable scandal indeed.
My honor is hanging by a thread that grows more precarious with every moment in your presence.
Bridgerton Season 2 has dethroned its own Season 1 to become the most watched English language series on streaming giant Netflix. The feat comes as the latest season, which released on March 25th, now reportedly has a total of 627.11 million hours viewed on the OTT platform.
Carry far too much import. We must entrap the scribbler.
Genius idea, ma'am.
Yes, that is why I thought of it.
Surpassing Season 1, which had 625.49 million hours during the same span. This makes Bridgerton the first ever series to hold both the first and second place on the streaming platform's most popular list.
And handsome, of course. Cannot be the only.
What's more, Season 2 even made it to the top 10 list in 88 countries between April 11th to April 17th, as per the streaming giant tally.
With my head and not my heart.
But any suitor
For the unversed, Bridgerton 2 shifted focus from the leading couple in Season 1, Daphne Bridgerton, essayed by Phoebe Dynevor, and Simon Bassett, the Duke of Hastings, portrayed by Regé Jean Page. Daphne's eldest brother, Anthony, played by Jonathan Bailey, and his romantic interest, Kate Sharma, essayed by Simone Ashley, in Season 2.
True love you deserve. We should certainly not give him too much credit now, should we?
It is a poor play. Considering the success of the series, Bridgerton has already been renewed for a third and fourth season, with streaming service Netflix confirming plans to cover more storylines from Julia Quinn's romance novel series of the same name.
A person.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Hi, are you hurt? Come now, it is not proper to stare.
That is a wrap from me for today. Thank you so much for watching 6 p.m. Prime. Take care of yourself. But coming up after the break, from the ground, Preeti Chaudhary with this special telecast coming up at 7 p.m. Thank you for watching.
Do they seem alike to you? Legendary musician Ilayaraja compared Prime Minister Modi and Dr. Ambedkar, and what followed, as expected, was endless backlash on Twitter. Before we get you details of the kind of reactions to the brutal takedown of the legendary music composer, let's first tell you exactly what Ilayaraja said. Ilayaraja wrote in the foreword of the book Ambedkar and Modi, and here's what he said. I'm quoting an excerpt from that. Both these striking personalities succeeded against odds that people from socially disempowered sections of the society face. Both saw poverty and stifling social structures from close quarters and worked to dismantle them, but both are also practical men who believe in action rather than mere thought exercises. And he added to that, saying that the legislation to ban triple talaq or the campaign of Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao are all steps taken by Prime Minister Modi which would have made Dr. Ambedkar proud. Ilayaraja earned a lot of criticism on the internet for his comment. Here's what Congress MP Karthi Chidambaram had said. In another tweet, he wrote that social reforms that were mooted by Ambedkar are in sharp contrast to, in fact, what he called as the poisonous venom injected by Modi. But you also had some supporting Ilayaraja. Telangana's governor, Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan, also spoke out on this, backing the legendary music composer and said that he's an iconic legend, and his expression from the bottom of the heart, saying Modi is fulfilling Ambedkar's ambitions, is most welcome. Interestingly, BJP President JP Nadda, who had written an open letter to citizens just a few days ago, has also spoken about this. Here's what he said. Elements aligned to the ruling party in the state, referring to Tamil Nadu, have left no stone unturned in verbally lynching, smearing and humiliating one of India's tallest music maestros just because he has views not palatable to one political party and their allies. Now, the BJP coming out to back Ilayaraja has led to a lot of speculation that the music composer could just be given a Rajya Sabha nomination on behalf of the Saffron Party. Also remember here that Ilayaraja's younger brother had joined the Bharatiya Janata Party back in 2017. But Ilayaraja's son, Yuvan Shankar Raja, who's also a renowned music composer and singer in Tamil Nadu, put up a post clearly saying that his stand was contrary to his father's. In his Instagram post, he put up a picture with the caption, "Dark Dravidian, Proud Tamilan," which is being looked at as a message against the right wing.
As India today traverses the length and breadth of Ukraine, we are in Oryhov. So here you can see that the attack is happening. We will have to move and the Russian troops are very close.
We must leave there. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. We must go.
We have to go very fast. There is a lot of bombardment that is happening. India today here reporting 1,000 attacks, missile attacks happened in this village, and that's why it is important to cover this story, getting you all the reports as they unfold.
India Today TV, reporting from the front line.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-powered by Panasonic Smart AC, AC for healthier homes. In association with Tata Altroz DCA.
A very good evening. You're watching 7 at 7, the only news bulletin where I curate the day's top 7 stories for our viewers. I'm Preeti Chaudhary, and these are the headlines. Political showdown over Jahangirpuri bulldozer demolition. Congress netas make a beeline question. Why has Kejriwal not visited the riot zone? BJP calls it political tourism. Supreme Court respite to Jahangirpuri residents to continue status quo and demolition till next hearing after 2 weeks. Top court issues notice to all parties. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson visits Sabarmati Ashram to pay tribute to Mahatma Gandhi. Series of high-profile business dealings and visit Bulldozer factory. Mega meeting with Prime Minister Modi tomorrow. Modi's mega Sikh outreach. He will address the nation from the ramparts of the Red Fort today at 9:15 p.m. to mark the 400th birth anniversary of Guru Tegh Bahadur. Polarization Nataka in Karnataka over Hubli violence. 126 have been arrested by police after stone pelting incident after 1,000 strong mob tried to attack the police station on April 16th. India reports over 2,000 COVID cases for second day in a row. Hospitalization remains low. Positivity rate climbs to 0.53%. Russian President Vladimir Putin's chilling threat to the West. Moscow successfully test fires nuclear-capable Sarmat missile. Putin says this missile will make enemies think twice. Because we have a high-profile visitor in the country. The Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Boris Johnson, is in India, and his first visit was scheduled for the state of Gujarat. And the first place that the British Prime Minister went to was the Sabarmati Ashram. Remembering Mahatma Gandhi, he tried his hand at the Charkha. Prime Minister Johnson's visit comes at a crucial juncture when a war is underway between Ukraine and Russia. Boris Johnson is spending his first day of the tour in Prime Minister Modi's home state. He's the first British Prime Minister to visit Gujarat. The UK Prime Minister jumped on a bulldozer at a new JCB bulldozer factory he inaugurated today in Panchmahal. He also met businessman Gautam Adani and announced a whopping 1 billion new commercial deals that would create more than 11,000 jobs in the country. After his visit to Gujarat, Prime Minister Boris Johnson will leave for Delhi tonight to meet the Prime Minister of India tomorrow in a formal meeting. UK Prime Minister will also be meeting Ministers of External Affairs S. Jaishankar on the second day of his tour.
Mr. Prime Minister, sir, we know the heat is oppressive and your schedule crunching, but one word on your first trip to the land of Gandhi.
It's been a wonderful trip so far, absolutely fantastic, and it's great to be here in Gujarat. Gujarat is an extraordinary place, and as you know, we have a huge Gujarati community in the UK, which incarnates the living bridge between India and the Ukraine.
And UK. About building bridges with Prime Minister Modi tomorrow?
Yes, well, I'm looking forward very much to our conversation, and we'll talk about trade, about security, about all the issues that we share. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Prime Minister, sir, we know the heat is oppressive and your schedule crunching, but one word on your first trip to the land of Gandhi.
It's been a wonderful trip so far, absolutely fantastic, and it's great to be here in Gujarat. Gujarat is an extraordinary place, and as you know, we have a huge Gujarati community in the UK, which incarnates the living bridge between India and the Ukraine.
And UK. About building bridges with Prime Minister Modi tomorrow?
Yes, well, I'm looking forward very much to our conversation, and we'll talk about trade, about security, about all the issues that we share. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, the British Prime Minister would be meeting his Indian counterpart tomorrow in a formal meeting, but the Prime Minister before that will be addressing, address to the nation today from the ramparts of the Red Fort at 9:45 p.m. And there's one thing that everybody has their eyes and ears clearly perked up on, is whether he will address the current communal strike that the country is going through. What's also interesting, viewers, is that what you saw, the British Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, inaugurating a factory of a JCB, the bulldozer, in the national capital. The Supreme Court today halted the march of the bulldozer a little longer. Status quo remains on the demolition drive where Jahangirpuri is concerned.
Anjana, dekhiye. Anjana, dekhiye.
Rolling bulldozers, demolition drive, frayed nerves, followed by Supreme Court break on bulldozer. This was the high drama on Wednesday, and a day later, Delhi's communal cauldron, Jahangirpuri, saw more respite from Supreme Court, with break on bulldozers being extended by 2 more weeks, and the status quo imposed by Supreme Court remaining in place. A bench of Justices L. Nageshwar Rao and B.R. Gavai issued notice to the centre, state government, Delhi Police, MCD on the plea filed by the Jamiyat Ulama-e-Hind. The apex court also said that it will take a serious view of the demolition on Wednesday, which was carried out even after its orders, though the NDMC mayor was informed. The SC order came after a series of passionate arguments by both sides. The petitioners claim that the demolition drive is nothing but vendetta against poor Muslims after riots, adding that the police is being used as a state tool by the BJP to settle scores. But the government lawyer stoutly rejected the charges, saying the demolition drive was on since January. He also denied charges that only Muslims were targeted and pointed to Hindu residents hit by demolition drive.
वहाँ पर उस मौके पर स्टेटस को मेंटेन रखें, कोई डेमोलिशन नहीं होगा 2 हफ्ते तक, और उसमें जवाब आएगा अलग अलग पार्टीज का। जो हमारी पिटिशन है उसमें भी हम एडिशनल एफिडेविट फाइल करेंगे और फिर उसके बाद कोर्ट उस पर सुनवाई करेगी, लेकिन 2 हफ्ते तक कोई डेमोलिशन नहीं होगा।
14 दिनों का स्टे लग चुका है, लेकिन हमारा तो एमसीडी ने पूरा नाजायज तरीके से नुकसान कर दिया। इसको कोई नोटिस नहीं दिया गया, कोई कुछ नहीं दिया गया, और ये बिल्कुल लीगल दुकान है। मेरे पास सारे पेपर हैं। नुकसान 7-8 लाख रुपए का मेरा हो गया है। 2.5 फुट अलाउड होता है कोर्ट की तरफ से। हर मकान का देख लीजिए आप, 3 फुट 4 फुट सज्जा निकला हुआ है, तो मेरा 1.5 फुट क्यों तोड़ दिया गया?
जो भी माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट का आदेश होगा उस पर पूर्ण तौर पर हम उसका पालन करेंगे।
Bulldozers had torn down several concrete and temporary structures close to a mosque in Jahangirpuri on Wednesday under an anti-encroachment drive by Delhi civic body MCD. The crackdown had come just 4 days after clashes during a Hanuman Jayanti rally taken out without police nod. With Anisha Mathur and Nalini Sharma in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, viewers, so the Supreme Court has extended status quo. That means the bulldozers, at least for now, will not run through Jahangirpuri, which is already strife-torn where communal tension is concerned. I want to cut across, though, to my colleague Anisha Mathur, who's been reporting through what went down in court today when the petition came up for hearing. Anisha, we know that the Supreme Court has stalled, or at least till now, halted the bulldozers and the demolition drive. But would you give us, perspective on what went down in court? What were the arguments like?
Well, the Supreme Court today, while hearing this matter, has asked for a couple of explanations, not just from the petitioners. They've asked the petitioners to explain what their documentation is, what kind of notice, whether if any notice was given to them. More importantly, the court has asked the government, that notice has been issued to the government of the Municipal Corporation of Delhi, to the Delhi Police, as well as the Delhi government, as well as the governments of the other states which were mentioned in the petition, regarding what the petitioners have alleged as deliberate targeting and deliberate demolition politics. Now, the court has said one thing that is very clear, that first of all, the court has asked what was the process followed, was any notice issued, what are the legal provisions required. Remember, the government of India, the government through the Solicitor General had argued that this demolition drive is not, as has been alleged, a political vendetta. It is in fact a regular demolition drive which is being carried out by the municipality. In fact, the Solicitor General said that this is the 4th or 5th demolition drive in that area alone, because it was being done on the orders of the High Court. So the Supreme Court has asked the government to file a detailed affidavit. In addition, the court has also asked the affidavits from the petitioners regarding what is the timeline by which the mayor of the MCD was informed about the court orders, and has said clearly that it will take it very seriously if such violation of the order was actually done. Back to you.
All right, interesting points there, Anisha. We're going to keep coming back to you, but I'm going to quickly shift focus on what went down in court and where the incident happened. Every time there is a news event, because, as journalists, you look at it as a news event, communal strife, riots in Jahangirpuri. But after the riot has gone, after the bulldozers have run, there are those who are left to pick up the pieces. My colleague, Milan Sharma, spoke to a few of them.
Surrounded by Delhi Police, Municipal Corporation of Delhi bulldozed their home and shops in Jahangirpuri of the capital today. The court order stopped them, but by then, Rakesh's juice shop was also gone.
यहाँ पर जब बुलडोजर चल रहा था तो आपको किसी ने फोन करके बताया यहाँ पर?
जैसे हम लोग आए, जैसे तोड़ना चालू कर दिया, पहुंचे थे उससे पहले से ही। हाँ जी।
मुझे एक बात बताइए कि ये जो दुकान थी कितने समय से यहाँ पर थी?
जी ये 15-20 साल हो गए इसको।
15-20 सालों से, और आज अचानक से बुलडोजर
चलने लगा अचानक से।
Ruxana Jahan is shocked and refused to come out of what's left of her home.
मैं बीमार था, मैं घर का अंदर सो रहा था, ये तोड़ ताड़ के चला गया।
आप सो रहे थे? हाँ, मेरा तो भी घबराहट हो रहा है, सब पुलिस वाला आ गया, मेरे को डर लग गया, तो मैंने जो कर रहा है मार के चला जाए वो भी मंजूर है। मेरा आदमी नहीं है, 2 बच्चा और बहू है।
एकदम अचानक से अगर कोई चीज हमारा आशियाना टूटता है और पब्लिक को इस तरह का धमकाया जा रहा है, डराया जा रहा है, तो लेडीज सब सुबह से बोल बोल के थक गई, इससे पहले भी डरी हुई हैं, तो किस तरह बातें करें बताइए। एक तो रमजान का महीना है, सब रोजे से हैं, किसी के हलक में पानी नहीं जा रहा है।
The mosque on the side of the road, which was in the center of 16th April riot, was not spared either.
इतना तो टाइम देना चाहिए कि सामान निकाल लें। हमारा नहीं निकला, कोई बात नहीं, मस्जिद का गेट निकाल लेते, वो लाखों रुपए का गेट है, देखो उसके 2 पेज खुलते वो अंदर हो जाता, चाहे तोड़ ही देते।
ये मस्जिद का गेट टूटा हुआ है।
2 मिनट का टाइम देते हैं ना, तो 2 मिनट में लाखों रुपए की वो सब चीजें जो है ना बच जाती है। अब इन्होंने तोड़ा और उसको ऐसा कर दिया डिमोलिश कि वो रिपेयर दोबारा मॉडिफाई भी नहीं हो सकता।
नहीं हो सकता। This was the point and the flashpoint of discontentment on the day that the violence broke out, because here was where there was an attempt, so said, by people to unfurl a saffron flag, but ultimately the politics of Bulldozer, leaving people here distraught because their businesses have been destroyed.
Guptaji's shop is a stone throw away from the mosque in the corner. It too got bulldozed.
डीडीए ने अलॉट कराया था, उसकी फीस भी जाती है 4800 रुपये सालाना। सारा मेरा कागज है, सब कुछ है। और आए पहले भी कई बार अतिक्रमण हटाते थे, लेकिन कागज देखते थे, कागज देख के फिर चले जाते थे। इस बार कोई कागज देखने को तैयार नहीं। मैं कागज दिखाता रह गया कि भाई कागज देखो, कागज देखो। अगर कागज नहीं भी देखते हो तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट का ऑर्डर आ गया 1 घंटे पहले कि अतिक्रमण रोका जाए।
जो अवैध बने हुए हैं इनको तो छेड़ा नहीं गया है, क्योंकि ये पीछे 25 गज के मकान है। उसके बाद इन लोगों ने अंतराइज में 50 गज मस्जिद के आड़ में दुकानें यहाँ से वहाँ तक बनवा रखी है। मंदिर के और मस्जिद के आड़ में जो अवैध बने हुए हैं, जिससे कम से कम कुछ नहीं तो यहीं से सारी गुंडागर्दी, सारा कुछ यहीं से होता है।
Politics of Bulldozer has reached Delhi and people, the Aam Aadmi, is the only one that's suffering. With Ashok Banod from Jahangirpuri, Milan Sharma for India Today.
All right, we're going to talk a bit more about the politics of Jahangirpuri, especially with the demolition drive of the various party units coming in and converging at Jahangirpuri, and some not coming at all. All of that. That's at 7:30. But let's tell you a little more on investigations. The Delhi police has made certain revelations now which seem to suggest that over 20 hardcore criminals and gangsters were involved in the Hanuman Jayanti violence. Now dozens of Delhi police teams have been deployed to nab these gangsters. Many of them have served prison terms in Tihar jail. Cops are probing if the criminals were in touch with the main accused, Ansar. During the police interrogation, accused Ghulam Rasool alias Gulli revealed that he had provided weapons to the minor children on the day of the incident. He also sold a pistol to shooter Sonu for 10,000 rupees. The Delhi police has started investigating 30 phone numbers linked to several of those accused in the Jahangirpuri violence, including Ansar and Sonu Chikna. On the basis of videos, photos, CCTV footage and local input, the crime branch has identified 300 miscreants, and now raids are being conducted to arrest them. You know, the latest news that we are breaking is rather, it's quite interesting, because at first pictures of Ansar, the main accused, the culprit, emerged with the Aam Aadmi Party leaders. Then the Aam Aadmi Party took out and, sent pictures which seemed to suggest he was standing with the Bharatiya Janata Party. The latest, viewers, is Ansar's picture, which has now surfaced with a TMC Neta. In the photograph, Ansar is seen with a TMC councillor in charge of the Haldia municipality, Azizul Rahman. This comes after the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party had released Ansar's pictures at respective party events. So what is the big question in all of this? Which political party is the main culprit of the riots, or the main culprit of what the Delhi police suggests of the Jahangirpuri riots belong to?
Is it the BJP? Is it the Aam Aadmi Party? Or the latest now, is it the Trinamool Congress, the TMC? All right, so that's the latest news break that we're getting in. The prime accused in the Delhi clashes, Ansar's picture, has surfaced with a TMC Neta. You can see the photograph. Ansar is seen with a TMC councillor in charge of the Haldia municipality. Now, Haldia municipality is where Ansar traces his roots to in West Bengal. And he's seen there standing besides Azizul Rahman. I want to cut across to Surya Agni, my colleague who's joining us with the very latest. You know, the curious case of the political affiliation of Ansar only, continues to, get more curious, Surya Agni. First, it was the Aam Aadmi Party, then the BJP, and now pictures emerging from Haldia where Ansar traces his roots to in West Bengal with the TMC Neta.
Well, absolutely, Preeti, as you rightly pointed out, it's a curious case of this political associations of the prime accused of the Delhi incident, that is Ansar. Now, he's been seen with this particular gentleman who is associated with the Trinamool Congress, and he's reported to be a Trinamool Congress councillor of the Haldia, municipality. Now, what cannot be confirmed is when this picture was taken. As you know, we have rightly been stating that Ansar used to come to Haldia to meet, his village folks in Haldia's Kumargaon area. So the question that you asked, that the curious case of his political affiliations seem to grow every day after Aam Aadmi Party, BJP. Now he's seen with the TMC councillor from Haldia itself, where he has, he's.
All right, we seem to have lost our video output of my colleague Surya Agni. We're going to try and re-establish that, but I'm going to cut across to the other big developing story that we are tracking, and that, viewers, is the uptick in COVID cases where the national capital, Delhi, is concerned. How worrying is it? Well, till now, the Delhi government and experts related, who've been tracking COVID and the epidemic say not yet. Not a big cause of concern, but yes, they are looking at the numbers very closely. In the national capital, 1,009 cases and 1 death was logged in the last 24 hours, whereas the positivity rate stands at 5.7%. In midst an uptick in COVID cases, Delhi government has made masks mandatory once again. Violating the rule will invite a fine of 500 rupees. Delhi Disaster Management Authority has also decided not to shut schools, but to come up with a separate standard operating procedure in the coming days. The hospitalization trends will also be closely watched for the next fortnight. The decision comes after Lieutenant Governor Anil Baijal chaired a crucial meet on Wednesday to review the COVID situation in the national capital. All right, for those of you who are into Netflix and can't really do without all the shows there, well, you might want to see the next story. Major changes coming the Netflix way.
The past 2 years have been good for Netflix. People locked in their homes turned to streaming platforms for entertainment. While in 2020, the streaming service added a record 36 million subscribers, last year, the figure was still a healthy 18 million. This year, in the first 3 months, Netflix has lost 200,000 subscribers. It's the first time its numbers are down in any quarter. The revenues for the quarter were also below estimate. The impact was immediate. Netflix stock plunged by a fourth of its value, wiping around $50 billion of its investor wealth. Netflix is now eyeing those who are not paying for its services by sharing passwords. The company currently has 222 million subscribers and believes that 100 million households are sharing passwords.
We're working on how to monetize sharing. We've been thinking about that for a couple of years, but when we were growing fast, it wasn't the high priority to work on. And now we're working super hard on it. And remember, these are over 100 million households that already are choosing to view Netflix. They love the service. We just got to get paid, at some degree for them.
India has emerged as one of the bright spots for Netflix with its recently launched bottom-of-the-pyramid plans, helping it gain traction in the country. The company is, however, planning to further monetize these low-end slabs by introducing advertisements.
Those who have followed Netflix know that I've been against the complexity of advertising and a big fan of the simplicity of subscription. But as much as I'm a fan of that, I'm a bigger fan of consumer choice. And allowing consumers who would like to have a lower price and are advertising tolerant get what they want makes a lot of sense.
Elon Musk, meanwhile, had his own spin on why Netflix is losing subscribers. In a reply to a tweet on Netflix stock plunge, Musk retorted that its woke nature is making Netflix unwatchable. A comment which has been retweeted more than 30,000 times and liked nearly 200,000 times. This more than a month after Musk had sharply targeted Netflix earlier on its so-called woke content. Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
Well, is that cause for concern? Well, we don't know just yet, but one can continue to enjoy their Netflix stream. But with that, I want to go into a quick break. You do stay with me. On the other side is our fact check segment.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
NASA beamed doctors into the middle of the International Space Station while they were physically on Earth. This might seem like a scene from a sci-fi movie, but this technology now exists. NASA tried this new method to ensure medical help is provided to people in adverse situations. This is being called the first holoportation handshake from Earth in space. So what is holoportation and how does it work? According to NASA, it is a capture technology that allows high-quality 3D models of people to be reconstructed, compressed, and transmitted live anywhere in real time. When these images are combined with mixed reality displays such as HoloLens, it allows users to see, hear, and interact with remote participants in 3D. The technology gives a feeling as if the person is right in front of you. NASA says that the technology could be highly effective in deep space where communication lag is a major problem due to the immense distance between Earth and other objects. Using the Microsoft HoloLens Kinect camera with custom software, NASA flight surgeon Dr. Joseph Schmid and their teams were holoported. They interacted with astronaut Thomas Pesquet in a two-way conversation. Holoportation is not new. It has been in use since at least 2016 by Microsoft. But this was the first use in such an extreme and remote environment as space.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching a fact check segment where we bust certain claims masquerading to be facts on social media platforms and WhatsApp groups. Now, there's a video which is floating about on WhatsApp groups suggesting that a rally with green flags was taken out in front of a temple in Khargon. Well, the fact check on that, this video is from 2018, has nothing to do, no links with Madhya Pradesh or Khargon. With that, it's a quick break. To stay with me. Up next is To the Point.
një bazë ajrore të Kuçovës në një bazë taktike të NATO-s. Kjo ndihmon jo vetëm pjesën ushtarake të Shqipërisë, por edhe për Ballkanin Perëndimor, e cila jep një siguri shtesë.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
Tonight at 9 p.m. on the News Today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. All eyes will be on Prime Minister Modi as he prepares to address the country from the Red Fort on the occasion of Guru Tegh Bahadur Jayanti. Amidst the communal flare-ups that have taken place in different parts of the country, the big question, will the Prime Minister break his silence on the issue? That's going to be one of our big talking points on the News Today. News without the noise.
In association with Fujitsu General, the Extreme Machine.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. Today, we're going to put the spotlight on all the political parties which are seeking maximum political dividends on what went down in Jahangirpuri. The Congress attacking the Aam Aadmi Party, the Aam Aadmi Party attacking the Bharatiya Janata Party, the Bharatiya Janata Party attacking both the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party. In the midst of it, the TMC is also now sending a delegation to the strife-torn area where, till just about yesterday, bulldozers with a demolition drive were running through.
Day after massive bulldozer duel on its streets, Delhi's Jahangirpuri witnessed another major influx. After bulldozers, netas started rolling into the riot zone, sparking a full-fledged political showdown. While CPIM's Brinda Karat was the lone political face during the demolition drive on Wednesday, Delhi Congress leaders trooped in soon after the Supreme Court extended brakes on bulldozers.
और कोर्ट का भी ये स्पष्ट आदेश है.
Ajay Makin arrived in the troubled zone, taunted Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, terming his absence opportunistic.
We have come here to tell the victims that the Congress party is with them. We have come here to tell the people that please don't look it through the prism of religion. The poor people have been subjected to such atrocities.
अब प्रजातंत्र को बुलडोजर के नीचे हर रोज रौंदा जा रहा है. अब संविधान जो है उसके परकच्चे बुलडोजर की चेन के नीचे उड़ाए जा रहे हैं.
The ruling AAP, which was absent on ground on day one, finally sent a delegation to Jahangirpuri comprising of political heavyweights. AAP had earlier raised eyebrows after blaming what it called Rohingyas settled by the BJP across India for the riots.
8 साल से देश के अलग अलग हिस्सों में कहीं बांग्लादेशियों को बसा दिया, कहीं रोहिंग्याओं को बसा दिया. उनकी पूरी गणना कर लीजिए तो पता चल जाएगा कि भाजपा अगला दंगा कहां करवाने वाली है.
Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, after skipping Jahangirpuri and remaining silent for more than a day, made a cryptic riot attack from far off Bengaluru.
पूरे देश में दंगे हो रहे हैं. कौन करा रहा है ये दंगे? कौन सी पार्टी दंगे करा रही है? सारे जानते हैं कौन सी पार्टी दंगे करा रही है. हमें दंगे करने नहीं आते. ऐसे इस देश के लोग नहीं चाहते कि दंगे हो. इस देश के लोग शांति चाहते हैं.
As the opposition stormed around Jahangirpuri attacking the BJP has hit back, calling this political tourism by netas.
Even the action taken on illegal encroachments into Hindu and Muslim, this communal mindset of the Congress party is the bane of this country and has been causing the entire situation of communal polarization in this country.
BJP MP Pratap Simha even served a dire warning to Muslims indulging in stone pelting.
ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗ್ತಿರೋದು ಇಷ್ಟೇನೆ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನರು ತಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿಯನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಧೋರಣೆಯನ್ನು ಬದಲಾಯಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು ಕಲ್ಲು ಬಿಸಾಡೋ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿನ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಬಿಡಬೇಕು ಕಲ್ಲು ಬಿಸಾಡ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬುಲ್ಡೋಸರ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಹತ್ರ ಬಂದೇ ಬರ್ತದೆ ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ
With national faces of the opposition largely choosing to avoid Jahangirpuri, is it advantage BJP in the national capital? Bureau Report, India Today.
Political cynicism, or rather social fabric cynicism of this country would suggest that this is a story which is going as per script. A riot has taken place and then the politics has peaked as usual, with each political party blaming the other. Let's cut across to the three political parties which seem to have the maximum dibs in what went down in Jahangirpuri. Joining me from the Congress is Gurdeep Suppal, spokesperson. I have with me Tuhin Sinha, spokesperson, Bharatiya Janata Party. In just about a short while, we'll also be joined by the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson, Akshay Marathe. Gurdeep Suppal, today your party stands accused of indulging what the Bharatiya Janata Party calls political tourism.
Ritual number one, standing with people who are under distress, against whom injustice has been done, is the duty of a political party. That is what democracy is all about. To call it political tourism is condemnable. What is tourism? I'll tell you. Political tourism. When attack was happening on Taj Hotel in Mumbai, and Chief Minister of Gujarat, the then Chief Minister of Gujarat, went there and gave bites when the operation was going on, that is called tourism. Standing with people against whom you have used bulldozers to demolish their houses, to demolish their shops, is not political tourism. It is standing with people.
Gurdeep Suppal, as I bring in Tuhin Sinha, I want to ask you, it's not political tourism, it's standing with people, but where was Congress yesterday, where the only political personality who was there at the time when the bulldozers were rolling was Brinda Karat? Did the Congress sit back, gauge the situation, and as usual as a knee-jerk reaction said, okay, we must send our 16-member delegation now? It's already been 48 hours with what has gone down.
No, not at all. Let us understand what happened yesterday. Congress party took a clear-cut, it was the only party which took the clear-cut position in social media and in news media yesterday. But yesterday evening, the Delhi police was not allowing anybody to go there. Had we gone there, it would have been spun the other way around. So after the Supreme Court came into play, our people went there, our senior leaders from Delhi Pradesh Congress, our senior leaders in erstwhile UPA government, they went there and stood with people. But yesterday, our position was very clear, and not just yesterday. In Kargaon, we formed a 5-member committee of former ministers who are doing an investigation what happened there. In Karoli, we formed a 3-member committee and went there. So it is not an isolated incident. Please do not see this in isolation. This is a sequence of events by BJP. What is curious is to understand why the BJP, which was earlier calling it a Demolition Act, use of bulldozers against the rioters, is now saying that it is an encroachment drive. Clearance drive. Why this change has happened in the position of BJP? And I will tell you, because in Khargone, when they demolished the houses and shops of people there, after that, suddenly they realized that there's no law to permit them to do so. So first they said that Private Property Demolition Act is there, under which they did it. And then later, the collector of Khargone, in an RTI reply, has made it very clear that he never gave any
India today traverses the length and breadth of Ukraine, we are in Oryhov. So here you can see that the attack is happening. We will have to move and the Russian troops are very close.
We must leave there. Oh my God. Oh my God. We must go.
We have to go very fast. There is a lot of bombardment that is happening. India Today here reporting 1,000 attacks, missile attacks happened in this village, and that's why it is important to cover this story, getting you all the reports as they unfold.
India Today TV, reporting from the front line.
You are watching India Today.
At 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. All eyes will be on Prime Minister Modi as he prepares to address the country from the Red Fort on the occasion of Guru Tegh Bahadur Jayanti. Amidst the communal flare-ups that have taken place in different parts of the country, the big question, will the Prime Minister break his silence on the issue? That's going to be one of our big talking points on the news today. News without the noise.
As India today traverses the length and breadth of Ukraine, we are in Oryhov. So here you can see that the attack is happening. We will have to move and the Russian troops are very close.
We must leave there. Oh my God. Oh my God. We must go.
We have to go very fast. There is a lot of bombardment that is happening. India Today here reporting 1,000 attacks, missile attacks happened in this village, and that's why it is important to cover this story, getting you all the reports as they unfold.
India Today TV, reporting from the front line.
All right, viewers, we apologize for that small technical glitch. Once again, I'll quickly introduce our panelists. I have Gurdeep Sappal, Congress spokesperson, Akshay Marathe, Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson, Tuhin Sinha, spokesperson, Bharatiya Janata Party. With where we left off, Mr. Sappal, I want to bring in Tuhin Sinha into this conversation now. That solidarity, like you said, that on social media, the Congress made its position clear. Sir, I'll come back to you. Let me just go to Mr. Tuhin Sinha and I'll come. Okay, finish your line, sir. Finish your line.
Because it went off in between, what I said, the Khargone collector has made it very clear that he gave no orders for demolition as required under the Act. And this is an illegal act, BJP realizes it, and now they are trying to cover up there as well as in Delhi.
All right, okay. Now, you also said that we made our position very clear on social media and the police were not allowing us to go there. That's not the fact, sir. Brinda Karat from the CPM was there. The police was not stopping political leaders. We were there on ground. On the other hand, social media, solidarity cannot be expressed on social media, sir. But having said that, I'll come back to you. I want to bring in Tuhin Sinha. Tuhin Sinha, this political narrative, you stand accused, your party stands accused that this political narrative benefits the Bharatiya Janata Party. A communal clash takes place, which clearly, if it's a clash, requires two communities, and then within 3 days, and we have looked at the number of days, we've looked at in Gujarat, we've looked at in Madhya Pradesh, we've looked at, even in small places in Uttar Pradesh where it's happened, and Delhi. Within 3 days, bulldozers run in that area. Suddenly the BJP wakes up to encroachment.
Well, Preeti, today in the Supreme Court, Justice Nageshwar very clearly pulled up Kapil Sibal for calling it a communal act. He said if members of both the communities, the houses or properties of both the communities have been encroached, how is it communal? So I think this should settle the issue completely. It was not a communal act. There are two questions over here. Should illegal encroachments in particularly sensitive areas be demolished? Yes, they should be demolished. Should protocols be followed? Yes, protocols should be followed. So I think it is the municipal commissioner who can address the second part of the question. But we need strict measures, because if timely action, ideally it should have happened before the stone pelting incidents. Ideally, if timely intervention by the municipal corporations across the country are not done to arrest illegal encroachments, the result would be the Azad Maidan riots of 2012, the Bashirhat and the Malda riots of 2017 in Bengal, and the string of riots which Delhi has witnessed in the last 2 or 3 years. So I think it's a wake-up call for municipal corporations across the country. This is the time to really target illegal encroachments. And 2 quick points over here. We are particularly saddened by the political reaction of both the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party. The Aam Aadmi Party has obviously gone one step ahead with its anarchist motive, calling for the demolition of Honorable Home Minister's house and the BJP head office, which suits their politics. But the Congress should grow out of selective disaster tourism. If they really, we don't have problems with their disaster tourism, because that is all that Rahul Gandhi's politics is of. But ideally, he should also then go to the house of Shivam, the 16-year-old who's battling for his life after being attacked in Madhya Pradesh during Ram Navami. Ideally, Rahul Gandhi and the Congress team should also go to the houses of Lavanya.
Okay. All right, okay. Tuhin Sinha, I know Mr. Sapal wants to come in. I want to bring in Akshay Marathe, but I would reckon as a journalist, the follow-up question will be, Tuhin Sinha, you're quoting one context of what went down in court. Also, the learned bench, which was hearing the petition, told the Solicitor General very clearly that what went down was illegal. And you have shifted the blame to the mayor and the NDMC and the MCD. It comes from your own party, sir, run by the Bharatiya Janata Party. Want to bring in, just stay with me and we will, we'll come back to that question. Want to bring in Akshay Marathe. Akshay Marathe, in all of this, it's the curious case of the Aam Aadmi Party. Where does the Aam Aadmi Party stand? You run the government in Delhi today. Why wasn't there a representation in Jahangirpuri, especially, with the citizens who have voted for you? This is an area which is represented by your own political party. At this point of time, when they need you most, forget about anyone saying anything from the top leadership. You don't even have representation from the Aam Aadmi Party who are meeting the people. Where does the Aam Aadmi Party stand on what went down yesterday? Are you with the people, or you also think there are Bangladeshis, Rohingyas who are criminals?
There are 2 or 3 separate issues here. Point number 1 is about where was the Aam Aadmi Party. Today, 3 of our MLAs, led by Sanjeev Jha, visited the place, spoke to people, checked what their needs are, and we will try to help anyone in need of any kind of assistance. Number 2 is the question of illegal encroachments and what should be done with them. In the last 15 years, you know better than anyone else, the BJP has been running the municipal corporations in Delhi, and it is the municipal corporations in any part of the country, not just in Delhi, who are responsible for ensuring that no illegal encroachments come up. We know for a fact that the BJP councillors are notorious for taking bribes in return for allowing these illegal encroachments to come up. There is a set rate for every square meter of illegal encroachment that the BJP leaders have been taking for the last 15 years. So the question today is, if these leaders of the BJP are responsible for allowing the encroachments to come up in the first place, and if the officers of the MCD have been looking the other way when these encroachments have come up, then what action is the BJP going to take against its own leaders who have allowed this to take place? We are demanding today that the Supreme Court, when it hears the matter 2 weeks later, looks into this aspect of this problem. It's not just a question of now demolishing these structures. How did we allow these structures to come up in the first place? Who is responsible? Will any accountability be set on the people responsible for that? This is one of the questions that Aam Aadmi Party is asking today. And the third part of this is the communal angle. The BJP today is becoming a party of goons and thugs. You look just 2 days before this Jahangirpuri violence occurred, BJP workers who had attacked the house of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal were garlanded, felicitated. What was the message sent out to BJP workers that day? That you go out and attack people, you attack property, you create violence, you create a ruckus, you will be rewarded for your activities. So this is the message going out across the country for BJP workers, that we will support you no matter what you do. We will support you if you engage in
Akshay Marathe, I want to ask you, as I want to... All right, as I bring in Gurdeep Suppal back into this conversation, I want to ask you, for the people who voted for the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi, many of them are from Jahangirpuri, because clearly the counts, everything is yours from there. I want to ask you now, other than the MP of course, the representation, political representation, the question is very clear. Does the Aam Aadmi Party believe that those who live in Jahangirpuri are Bangladeshis who are criminals and Rohingyas who are criminals? Yes or no?
Of course not. Look, all of Delhi has people who are Indians. We believe that all of them are Indian people. But the BJP has allowed some Rohingyas and some Bangladeshi immigrants to come into the country. And this is not something that we are saying. This is a fact that the Home Ministry has admitted. They have said that they have let some Rohingyas and Bangladeshis come into the country. And we are today alleging that the BJP lets this happen because it uses them as pawns in their conspiracy to foment violence. The BJP wants to throw this country into
I want to bring in Gurdeep Suppal. So the Aam Aadmi Party... Okay, so Akshay Marathe, the Aam Aadmi Party doesn't believe that Jahangirpuri is infested by Rohingyas and Bangladeshis. Does the Aam Aadmi Party believe these are people who voted for you and you stand by them?
The people of Delhi, the people of Jahangirpuri are all our people. They're all Indians. The question is not about the people of Jahangirpuri. The question is that the BJP today is trying to paint a picture that Rohingyas and Bangladeshis are responsible for this. We are counter-questioning them. Who allowed them to come into the country? Who is allowing them to settle in India? Who is responsible for letting India's national security to be compromised? It is the Bharatiya Janata Party. They have been responsible for internal security and border security for the last 8 years. Today, suddenly, they have woken up and said, oh, there are Bangladeshis and Rohingyas.
Let me answer that.
Okay, Gurdeep, Tuhin Sinha, you want to answer that? Okay, go ahead, then I'll go to Gurdeep Suppal. Go ahead.
It's a very pointed question. Who is allowing them to settle? People like Tahir Hussain, Amanatullah Khan, who enjoy direct patronage of Aam Aadmi Party, and allowing them to settle. Tahir Hussain, the person...
No, can we just go one by one? Okay, Akshay Marathe, you put your point forward. Tuhin Sinha. Tuhin Sinha, let me ask you the same question again. Let me ask you the same question which I asked. I'm not going to interrupt. I'm going to just... And Akshay Marathe, hold your peace. I'll come back to you. The same question I want to put forth to you. Your MP represents Jahangirpuri. People from Jahangirpuri voted for your MP. So therefore, I want to ask you, does the Bharatiya Janata Party believe that those who live in Jahangirpuri, because day in and day out, the local commentary by many of your Delhi leadership is that this is a belt of criminals full of Rohingyas and Bangladeshis.
If you are talking about Hansraj Hansji, he immediately visited the place. He never, hid like the Aam Aadmi Party does. But there is a difference between him and, the people like Amanatullah Khan. Yesterday, one of my colleagues directly gave multiple instances of how Amanatullah Khan had come to the protection of Rohingyas when they were thrown out of Uttar Pradesh, when he had spoken in favor of them. And not just Aam Aadmi Party, there are several opposition parties who are directly patronizing them. Today there is a video doing the rounds where some Bangladeshis are thanking KCR and Asaduddin Owaisi.
Tuhin Sinha, if the BJP and Hansraj Hans has so much affection for the people of Jahangirpuri, the MCD, the NDMC, the mayor is all BJP. Why run a... Sir, I'll come to you. Why run a bulldozer when a communal riot has taken place 2 days ago? There's tension, there's communal strife, and you get a bulldozer in the mix of things.
Get your facts right. This was the sixth instance of a demolition drive in this year itself. That area has been problem prone. That is an area which has had five previous demolition drives this year itself. Yes,
sir, all 5 previous, my facts are right. All 5 previous, sir. All 5 previous demolitions, brick and mortar wasn't touched. Carts, hand-pulled carts, and scrap was removed. All 5, your mayor has admitted it. Your mayor has admitted it. I don't have to admit it. Pradeep Sapal, you wanted to come in because what you are being accused right now.
Yes.
You are being accused right now of is watching from the sidelines and trying to draw political mileage.
Preeti, first I'll react to what Mr. Tuhin Sinha said. He's playing full loyalty to the communal philosophy of his party. He named a couple of Hindu victims there and asked whether Congress leaders went there. Mr. Tuhin Sinha, Congress leaders did go to Hathras.
No,
they went to Lakhimpur Kheri.
Sir, let's go one by one.
They went to Unnao. I did not
Sir, let's go one by one. Mr. Sinha, let's go one by one.
I did not interrupt you. I allow you to make your point. Please,
sir, Mr. Sinha,
allow me to
I spoke
make
about
my
Shivam
point.
who was injured in Kharkov. I spoke about Lavanya who committed suicide in Tamil Nadu. Don't attribute
Okay, sir, you've made your point.
Tuhin,
Sir, please
find out
okay,
the
Mr.
religion
Sapal,
of
go ahead, make your
victims
point.
Please find out the religion of victims in Unnao or Hathras or Lakhimpur Kheri. Please find out whether the Congress investigation team did go to all the victims of all religion in Khargone and Karoli. Then you'll have the answer that for Congress party, it is victims, it is citizens of India. But I'm surprised how Tuhin Sinha can forget and desert his own Prime Minister's planning and scheme. He is not aware that in Delhi, Prime Minister is running a scheme called PM Uday Yojana, which gives a house to every single person who has an unauthorized house in these colonies. In 1,797 colonies, you're talking of one Jahangirpuri, it is 1,797 colonies. And as late as March last week, this was being advertised by the Union Minister for Housing, that all the colonies where the unauthorized construction is done, they can avail the benefit of PM Uday Yojana. But today you have taken a U-turn because of criminal reason, because you want to polarize people of India. And as far as Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, Preeti, let me ask Aam Aadmi Party, they are the ruling party of Delhi. They are the ruling party. Did you, and PWD was given the notice for this demolition. Why did you not go to Supreme Court today and tell that this demolition is illegal? Why are you fighting cases on TV media instead of fighting out in Supreme Court?
I'm going to cut you off, Mr. Sapal. You made your point. 30 seconds each to Tuhin Sinha and Akshay Marathe. Akshay Marathe, closing comments. Go ahead, sir.
I think the BJP has to take responsibility for the communal environment that it has created today. This question of demolition is a afterthought that the BJP has come up with. The core question is that the BJP wants to foment violence. They are a party of goons and ruffians. India does not want this violence. India wants peace, prosperity, and economic mobility. If the BJP cannot provide that, they should resign and allow Aam Aadmi Party, a party of honest, educated people, to show the country what an economic future looks like. And the BJP must take responsibility for its violent actions.
30 seconds, okay. Mr. Sinha, I give you 30 seconds, sir. Go ahead.
You know, when I'm tempted to respond to the Aam Aadmi Party in the language they use, I would rather refrain and make my point over here. It is not us who communalize it. Who was the first? Which was the first organization which went to Supreme Court with a petition? Jamaati Ulama Hind, the same organization which came to the defense of 2008 riots, terror accused. So it is the guilty feeling of these people, it is the guilty consciousness which, they bring out to the fore.
So there are multiple petitions. That's one of the petitions, Mr. Sinha. That's one of the petitions.
Some information which we are not.
No. Sir, there are multiple petitions. Sir, that's being selective.
Case of jihadis jump in. Is he privy to some illegal settlement? That is the question. We are not communalized. It is people like Asaduddin Owaisi, Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress which communalizes such incidents.
Okay, I'm going to... Okay. May I...
Let me put a question to you. Yeah, just a small question. Mr. Tuhin Sinha, who communalizes, I'll tell you. There was a procession there with swords in their hand. You know, as per the arms rule, so nobody can buy sword, nobody can store
Okay, swords. We are going terribly over. I'm going to cut you, sir. I'm sorry because this can keep going on. I am going to just come in, and I appreciate all three of you for joining us. I hope you've got equal time to put your side of the story, to very quickly wrap up in midst of all this politics. And it is, to quote a cliche, the collateral is always the citizens who are picking up the pieces, who had possibly nothing to do with what went down on the 16th of April on Hanuman Jayanti in the name of God. A quick break. Up next is Shivarur.
are watching India Today.
As India today traverses the length and breadth of Ukraine, we are in Oryhov. So here you can see that the attack is happening. We will have to move and the Russian troops are very close.
We must leave there. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. We must go.
We have to go very fast. There is a lot of bombardment that is happening. India Today here reporting 1,000 attacks, missile attacks happened in this village, and that's why it is important to cover this story, getting you all the reports as they unfold.
India Today TV, reporting from the front line.
Tonight at 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. All eyes will be on Prime Minister Modi as he prepares to address the country from the Red Fort on the occasion of Guru Tegh Bahadur Jayanti. Amidst the communal flare-ups that have taken place in different parts of the country, the big question, will the Prime Minister break his silence on the issue? That's going to be one of our big talking points on the news today. News without the noise.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Sensodyne.
Hours after the bulldozers rolled, opposition netas finally wake up to head to the political hotspot. But big faces are still missing. The BJP slams political tourism. Is vote bank politics the only priority? The big focus on Newstrack. It's incredible. There's this huge meltdown, not so much between the opposition and the government, but between the opposition parties on a day of political tourism in Delhi's Jahangirpuri. 36 hours after what happened over there with the bulldozers rolling, finally it looks like the opposition parties woke up, realize they need to be there, realize that they need to do a little bit more than tweet internet memes, realize they need to put their money where their mouth is as far as ideology is concerned, and at least get there on the ground. It was a pretty pathetic sight to see the late reaction and the manner in which the opposition have been sniping at each other. Total confusion in the opposition ranks as usual, and we're going to put the spotlight on that right here on Newstrack. These are the headlines first. Supreme Court extends brakes on bulldozers in Delhi. Status quo of demolition till hearing resumes 2 weeks from now. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson speaks exclusively to India Today. Gets on top of a JCP bulldozer. Visits Gandhi Ashram and Akshardham Temple in Gujarat. Mega meeting with Prime Minister Modi tomorrow. Prime Minister's mega Sikh outreach. He will address the nation from the Red Fort in just a couple of hours from now to mark the 400th birth anniversary of Guru Tegh Bahadur. Polarization Nataka in Karnataka over Hubli violence. 126 persons arrested by police after stone pelting incident. 1,000 strong mob tried to attack police station on April the 16th. Prashant Kishore gives a 7-year Mission 2029 revival plan to the Congress leadership. A draft accessed by India Today suggests that Rahul Gandhi is not being pitched as party president, but chairman of the Congress Parliamentary Board. We've got a big political scoop coming up at 8:30 p.m. Russia claims it has liberated the Ukrainian port city of Mariupol. Putin tells his forces not to storm the giant steelworks holdout where civilians and Ukrainian military have mounted a last stand. When the bulldozers rolled in Jahangirpuri yesterday, the only familiar opposition face on the ground was Brinda Karat. It took 24 hours before prominent members of other political parties in the opposition decided, "Arey, we should also be there." They woke up and they decided to go there. But even that was half-hearted and confused, because once they reached there, they only amplified the absence of their main leaders. Where's Rahul Gandhi? He's abroad. Where's Priyanka Gandhi? She's abroad. Where's Arvind Kejriwal? He's sitting in Bengaluru. And here the opposition parties were busy sniping more at each other than they were at the BJP. Take a look at a day of pathetic political tourism. 24 hours after bulldozers rolled out onto the streets of Jahangirpuri in Delhi, netas started rolling into the demolition hotspot. A day after the massive sparking a full-fledged political showdown. While the CPM's Brinda Karat was the lone political face during the demolition drive on Wednesday, Delhi Congress leaders trooped in soon after the Supreme Court extended the brake on those bulldozers. Ajay Makanu arrived in the trouble zone and taunted Chief Minister of Delhi Arvind Kejriwal, terming his absence opportunistic.
We have come here to tell the victims that the Congress party is with them. We have come here to tell the people that please don't look it through the prism of religion. The poor people have been subjected to such atrocities.
अब प्रजातंत्र को बुलडोजर के नीचे हर रोज रौंदा जा रहा है। अब संविधान जो है उसके परकच्चे बुलडोजर की चेन के नीचे उड़ाए जा रहे हैं।
The ruling Aam Aadmi Party, which was absent on ground on day one, finally sent a delegation to Jahangirpuri comprising political lightweights. The Aam Aadmi Party had earlier raised eyebrows after blaming what it called Rohingyas, settled by the BJP across India for the riots.
8 साल से देश के अलग-अलग हिस्सों में कहीं बांग्लादेशियों को बसा दिया, कहीं रोहिंग्याओं को बसा दिया। उनकी पूरी गणना कर लीजिए तो पता चल जाएगा कि भाजपा अगला दंगा कहां करवाने वाली है।
Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, after skipping Jahangirpuri and remaining silent for more than a day, made a cryptic riot attack from far off Bengaluru.
पूरे देश में दंगे हो रहे हैं। कौन करा रहा है ये दंगे? कौन सी पार्टी दंगे करा रही है? सारे जानते हैं कौन सी पार्टी दंगे करा रही है। हमें दंगे करने नहीं आते। ऐसे इस देश के लोग नहीं चाहते कि दंगे हो, इस देश के लोग शांति चाहते हैं।
As the opposition continued pussyfooting around Jahangirpuri, the BJP hit back, alleging political tourism by netas.
Even the action taken on illegal encroachments into Hindu and Muslim, this communal mindset of the Congress party is the bane of this country and has been causing the entire situation of communal polarization in this country.
BJP Member of Parliament Pratap Simha even served a dire warning to Muslims indulging in stone pelting.
ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗ್ತಿರೋದು ಇಷ್ಟೇನೆ. ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನರು ತಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿಯನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಧೋರಣೆಯನ್ನು ಬದಲಾಯಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು. ಕಲ್ಲು ಬಿಸಾಡೋ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿನ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಬಿಡಬೇಕು. ಕಲ್ಲು ಬಿಸಾಡ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬುಲ್ಡೋಸರ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಹತ್ರ ಬಂದೇ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ
With national faces of the opposition largely choosing to avoid Jahangirpuri, is it advantage BJP in the capital? Bureau Report, India Today. Now remember, here on India Today, we've been asking the questions as far as the illegality/legality of what's going on. We've debated and asked questions extensively on the propriety or impropriety of what is going on. We've asked all the big questions about the propriety of sending in bulldozers in an area that is tense. All of those questions, remember, are being asked here on India Today. But on News Track, we are asking the political question. And joining me this evening, we have Shehzad Poonawalla of the BJP. He's with me here in the studio. Shehzad, good to see you. Also live with us is Dr. Ajay Kumar, spokesperson of the Congress Party, and Anjali Rai, spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party. Dr. Ajay and Anjali, thank you very much. Good to see the both of you and welcome to this discussion. Dr. Ajay Kumar, I'd like to start this off with you, sir. all this talk about ideology and stop the hate and, all the, very intense emotional comments that have been made by the Congress, it took your party, over 24 hours to react, to wake up to this issue, to actually get there down onto the ground. I mean, your main leader is sitting and posting internet memes from abroad. Why did it take so long for your party to get down there on the ground? I mean, your allies, the people who usually support you, they're all making fun of your party and saying, why haven't you put your money where your mouth is? Why wake up 24 hours later?
No, look, should we have been there yesterday? Yes. Fact of life. I mean, not hiding away from that issues. I mean, I think the Delhi Congress responded today and went there, but I'm totally with you, Shiv, that we should have been there because the fact of life, the fact of the matter is, it's not a Hindu-Muslim issue at all. It's an issue of targeted demolishing of poor people. Because 23% of Delhi are only in planned areas. I don't know which part of Delhi you would be sure, but only 23% of Delhi is planned. The rest of it is illegal.
But Dr. Ajay Kumar, I'm not going to interrupt my guest. I'm not one of those anchors, but I just want to keep this on track. See, we have discussed the legality and illegality of what's going on. It's in court. We've done it at 7 p.m., 6 p.m. We have an extensive number of coverages on that particular issue. I am talking about the opposition parties right now and the BJP, because politically speaking, it's like the BJP has a free run. I'm not commenting on the legality or illegality of what's happening, but to provide some kind of opposition, it looks like the Congress is in sleep mode. Rahul Gandhi, for God's sake, is tweeting memes from abroad.
The first question, if Rahul Gandhi had to be there in Delhi and in Mathura and in Agra, then Modi ji should be there in Korgaon and he should be in Jahangirpuri. So it's
not the same thing. Come
First
on.
of all, I find it quite obnoxious when you start. It's a Congress party. It has got state presidents. It's got leaders. So let's know. And what is the perennial? Why don't you ask Mr. Modi why is he not in the Jahangirpuri?
We do. We have.
One second.
We actually have. That's what I'm saying.
Are you asking that question?
No, we.
So this question, please.
Sir, here on India Today, we here on India Today have asked why the Prime Minister hasn't made any comments so far on this spate of communal issues.
You call me on a TV show and you want to speak, you speak.
I am saying, Dr. Ajay Kumar, you're making a wrong assertion.
BJP spokesperson, yeah. Why you don't
just calm down. We have a BJP spokesperson here. I'm not one.
Question is, you call me on a TV show, give me a chance to speak, or you speak.
No, sir,
and don't become a spokesperson for the BJP. Why are you not asking? Where's the Prime Minister?
I can't.
Where is Amit Shah? Where is Amit Shah?
No, 1 second. I can't.
There is a riot in Delhi, and where is the Home Minister? Are you asking those questions?
Sir, I have a very noble,
very
decent job. I don't have to become a spokesperson of the BJP, sir. I respect you. I'm not going to get into a tutu meme with you because you're riled up on an issue that is sensitive. Sir, we have asked all those questions. Dr. Ajay Kumar, you're getting unnecessarily rattled because I'm touching a raw nerve. This is a real question.
I'm not getting rattled. Either you let me speak, you call me on the show.
Speak. Don't make personal comments about journalists. Speak, please.
So you are making personal comments on Mr. Gandhi?
It's totally personal. I mean, you are supposed to be the opposition, for God's sake. It's totally personal for every Indian citizen.
No, 1 second. First question, Shevas. Let me complete my statement.
Yes, please.
If you are not asking the question...
Please complete your sentence, then I'll go to Shehzad and Anjali. Please.
Yeah, okay. The fact is, the Home Minister and the capital window doesn't see. We are not asking those questions. The Congress party has got the state president, has got the state leaders. We've got different times. Different leaders are engaged at different times. And first of all, the political issue in this riot, which India Today should have been asking was that 70, and it is a political question, not a legality. 73% of Delhi is unplanned.
Why
don't you start with Standing Farm? Why don't you start?
We have asked that question.
You not do it because it has got the communal and it wants to create behave like a dog whistle. So the first question is...
Dr. Ajay Kumar, we asked those questions. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, quickly finish your point because you're not answering my question. The Sainik Farm, golf links, questions are questions we have asked here, sir. Which channel are you watching? You're not watching India's #1 channel. Come on. We have asked this question.
I am not only watching you, I'm hearing you, and I'm attending your TV show. What does he want?
Okay.
So the question is, one side, opposition, no, one sec. The question on opposition, we went to Hathras during the rape, and you guys kept saying, where is the Lakhimpur Keri, we were there.
No,
the
not
question
us, not
is
us.
very convenient when the opposition is, Brinda Karat is, I respect Brinda Karat ji for being there. And I told you in the beginning, we should have been there yesterday. Yes, we should have been there yesterday.
Okay.
But the fact is the Home Minister should have been during the riots.
That is
Where is the Home Minister of India?
It is totally gracious of you to accept that you should have been there yesterday. Shehzad, you want to answer that? Then I'll go to Anjali. Points raised by Dr. Ajay Kumar.
Absolutely. I have great regard for Dr. Ajay Kumar, and particularly even more now because he exposed Rahul Gandhi in his first sentence. He said that this is not about Muslim or Hindu, but Rahul Gandhi's tweet, and I quote, "This is state-sponsored targeting of poor and minorities." And today Kapil Sibal made the same argument, and he said that Muslims were being targeted, only to be rebuffed by the judge to say that whose illegal encroachments were demolished. The first one, incidentally, as shown by India Today and Aaj Tak, was Gupta Juice Center. The second one was Jha Pan Shop. Therefore, this was not a targeted thing against minorities. In fact, even in Khargone, 88 demolitions that took place were of Hindu establishments. But the problem with the Congress party and with the entire ecosystem is, Shiv, there is a Tushtikaran ka competition. So MIM made a statement.
Competition to appease, you're saying?
Competition to appease. कि कौन दंगाइयों का बड़ा भाईजान बन सकता है. So Mr. Asaduddin Owaisi was leading in the race. So Congress woke up suddenly and said, even though we never went to Karoli, where Mr. Ajay Makan is the in charge of Rajasthan and Matloob Ahmed is still on the run, we have to reach Jahangirpuri for vote bank politics. And then the Aam Aadmi Party said that how can we stay behind? Because Ansar hai to वैसे हमारा ही बंदा है. Ansar is our man. So we have to come in his defense, like they came in defense of Tahir Hussain. You remember Amatullah Khan said that he was a Muslim, therefore he was targeted. By the way, on the Rohingya point, my dear friend Anjali will speak now. You know, in 28...
Shehzad, I want to get to the Rohingya point in part 2.
Yes, I want to make that point.
I'll get you back to that point. I'll get Anjali in. Quick response first from Dr. Ajay Kumar on Shehzad saying this is an appeasement competition. It's like an appeasement sweepstakes. Dr. Ajay Kumar, respond to that. Says it's nothing else. That's why you've woken up late. Asaduddin Owaisi kind of galvanized you guys into getting down there.
No. The question is, isn't it getting sick that we continue to rub the nose?
But I want to...
I'm coming to you, Anjali. Coming to you, 30 seconds.
Either you ask me to answer the question.
Please.
Five people interfere. I didn't interrupt Shehzad. I'm not going to interrupt you. Please,
he's not. Nobody's interrupting, sir. Nobody's interrupting.
Okay,
please complete your point quickly.
Sir. Thank you very much, sir. First question is, which India are we looking at? It's not a question of minority appeasement. It's not a question of going in their defense. What is demolishing without legal process? If it was a Hindu shop or a Muslim shop or a Parsi shop is the question first. Second issue is, since the majority of the people who are being victim of this bulldozing happen to be people who belong to the poor and the minority community, is not appeasement. The third is that when we continuously go in religious procession with their children shouting abuses, getting into mosque and putting flags, that's not the Hinduism I know.
Okay.
It is the RSS.
You're making a bigger point, sir.
And the danger for this country, for the Hindus, is the RSS.
Okay.
The RSS Hinduism is what is threatening.
15 seconds.
15 seconds.
Anjali is waiting.
We don't use box
she has to wait patiently. She is in line.
Okay.
We don't
quick reply.
Now, Mr. Ajay Kumar, you can't bulldoze my time and you can't encroach upon my time. Don't be a goosepetti on my time. No, wait, 1 second.
Go ahead,
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you. Apology taken. Now, sir, you have exposed Rahul Gandhi again by saying it's not about Hindu-Muslim. So first tell Rahul Gandhi to delete that minorities tweet. Point number 2, you tell me no law process was followed. Okay? Sir, on Khargone happened on 11th of April. None of your worthy lawyers approached the Madhya Pradesh High Court till 21st. I ask you that there is a Delhi Municipal Corporation Act and there's a 2010 judgment which says, Justice Dhingra says that on public land, when there's an encroachment, no notice is required. Even though in this case notices were given. But I ask you, Ajay Kumar, tomorrow you decide I want to open a mutton shop in front of on Ames flyover. You think they will go to court to remove your encroachment of the mutton shop? That's not how it works. The law works on its own way. There is a provision in the Corporation Act, Section 130, 163, 348, 368, 1, 2, 3, 4, Redwood 2010 judgment. This is the law.
I don't want, okay, 1 second. I just want to... Dr. Ajay Kumar, with your permission, sir.
Lies on a TV channel.
Let me.
What lies have I said? Your Rahul Gandhi has tweeted about minorities. Kapil Sibal said Muslim ke khilaf hua. Have I lied? You tell Rahul Gandhi stop lying. Tell Rahul Gandhi to stop lying.
You have Mr. Rahul Gandhi's ghost. Talk to Amit Shah if you have any courage. Why is he not there at the riot?
Why should Amit Shah has not communalized between Hindus and Muslims? Rahul Gandhi said it's a targeting of poor and minorities. You just said it's not about Hindus and Muslims. Didn't he just say that?
Well, he did, and Rahul Gandhi had tweeted. Okay,
I'll show you the tweet, sir. You don't read his tweets, I do.
And there hasn't been any tweet after that. Okay, I want to. There is a discrepancy. Okay, Dr. Ajay Kumar, Anjali Rai of the Aam Aadmi Party is also here. I don't want to make it just about between the BJP and the Congress. The Aam Aadmi Party is the party that rules Delhi. Anjali, your party, the Congress is calling your party opportunistic. Let's just start with that. You know, in the middle of this entire political crossfire, there's also a very intense crossfire between your party and the Congress, where they are saying that you guys are the biggest opportunists. Your biggest faces have not come there. You've made comments about Bangladeshis and Rohingyas. Arvind Kejriwal is busy in Bengaluru. Some second, third rung leaders have finally showed up, you know, after an afterthought. How would you respond to that? Then we'll get the BJP also in.
I would like to answer all the questions.
Yes.
First of all, Shehzad said that Ansar is our man. I want to ask him, Ansar, the main culprit behind the violence which took place on 16th of April, this man
but let's not get into the Ansar issue, but let's not tangent into that.
This. So I have to start this.
Specific.
He started this.
Yeah.
So Ansar was carrying on his scrap business in 2.5 acres of NCD land, which is ruled by BJP, you know, and he was working there in connivance with BJP, and he had built 5-storied house in that area, but BJP didn't take any action against this illegal encroachment on NCD land or did not demolish his house. So definitely he was in connivance with BJP.
Now answer the question.
Now second
enough
thing,
about Ansar.
You were asking me that why didn't Kejriwal ji go there?
Congress is asking you. I'm not asking.
Okay, I want to say that you should ask BJP people and the BJP state president that instead of appeasing scared and hurt people of Jahangirpuri, why did he write a letter to the mayor ordering him to start the demolition drive in Jahangirpuri?
But
Jahangirpuri ही एक ऐसी जगह थी.
But that's not answering my question, madam. I'm sorry, that's not answering my question. Your party is in power in Delhi. The question I am asking you is, why does the opposition seem so half-hearted? Why does it seem so half-hearted? It seems like you're not going all out.
We are not half-hearted.
Your biggest leaders are not there. They were not there on the day this thing was happening. They seem to be they seem to be a little skittish about identifying what's going on. Atishi and Raghav Chadda says Bangladeshis and Rohingyas are the reason for what's going on. You know, the people who admire your party are saying that you are demonizing Muslims and playing to the right-wing gallery as well. So all of these allegations are also being made. Instead of being there in full force as an opposition party, it seems like you are being half-hearted, and the Congress says you are being opportunistic. Respond to that specific point.
No, we are not at all opportunistic. We are with a common man, whether he is a Hindu or a Muslim. And the action demolition drive which took place has heard both the communities, Hindu and Muslim, and it was carried out very illegally. This new politics which has started in India is very scary, and it is not bulldozing only the houses and shops of people. It is bulldozing the entire constitutional system of India. So one should criticize this, and BJP should know that people are very intelligent and they understand that they want to divide the society. And the way they are politicizing everything. Few days back, BJP hooligans, they went into CM's house. They attacked his house and breached the security. And the same Mr. Adesh Gupta, when these people came back from the jail, he called them in the BJP office and honored him. What is this happening? They want to give a message, they want to instill fear in hearts of people and give this message that
just as a caveat, before I get Shehzad to answer, we had a show here in India Today, I'll send it to all of you, about where we collated all these incidents, polarizing incidents from across the country. about, whether there's a national pattern. So I want to repeat and tell all of our viewers and tell all of our guests that, on India Today, we don't take sides. We are a channel that's very fair, and all of you will definitely agree with me. Shehzad, you want to reply to what Anjali said?
Yes.
She said something about both you as well as the Congress. First to Shehzad, then to Dr. Ajoy.
First of all, she said bulldozing the constitutional system. Here is Tahir Hussain. Entire world showed what was there on his terrace. UAPA was put on him by Delhi police. And Amatullah Khan, here's the news report. No, this is not fair. This is not fair.
Anjali, let him finish. I'll come back to both of you so our viewers can hear you.
I heard both of these people. It's 2 versus 1. I'm hearing them and I'm answering them. Amatullah Khan said that because Tahir Hussain is a Muslim, he is being punished. I hope that those who respect the constitution will tell me right now by the end of the show what action they will take on Amatullah Khan. Point number 2, they have pulled out the Garib card. When Shaheen Bagh happened and the Supreme Court said Shaheen Bagh was completely illegal, you know how many thousands of people, mostly Garib people, lost their livelihoods? But these people both supported it. Anyways, third, they said it's achanak. Your channel showed that 200 demolitions took place from January to April. Koi gaya nahi wahan pe khade rehne ke liye, because they all knew it was as per law. But just when there was a time that after the danga, there was a demolition drive, and because somebody has taken part in danga, should we let him go because of vote bank politics? Then they started going because they have to play the vote bank card. And last point, on Rohingya point, very important. Dear Anjali ji, point number 1, in 2018, when there was a fire in the Rohingya Basti, it was Amatullah Khan who went there and said, we will give you food, Civil Supplies Department will give you food, 25,000 compensations were announced. In 2020, the Delhi High Court was told by Delhi government, we are providing adequate rations to the Rohingyas. This is a report of 2021 when the Uttar Pradesh government tried to remove the Rohingyas from its land in Delhi in Madanpur Khadar. Mr. Amatullah Khan wrote against it, told them not to do it, and also it was his use of his illegal connections of water and electricity by which they were placed there. This is as per the Dainik Bhaskar and other reports, including India Today. And finally, fourth, when the Indian government has said that they are an internal security, national security threat for Rohingyas, you can check that out. It was Amatullah Khan who said that, "Are ye to majloom hai? What threat can they pose?" And that report is also there.
There's also
this is the statement of Amatullah Khan that Rohingyas are not an internal security threat. I'm telling Anjali. So one last point. But if Rohingyas are behind this, as she's saying, and they are with us apparently, I challenge Anjali to say that NRC should be done and Rohingyas should be thrown out, and their electricity and water connections will be cut by the Delhi government by tonight. Tell me, Anjali.
Quick response from Anjali, then I'll go to Dr. Ajay.
Both the questions, Tahir Hussain and Rohingyas.
The reason for this, Anjali, is because your senior leaders, 2 MLAs, 2 senior leaders, Raghav Chadha, Atishi, have come out and made this about Rohingyas and Bangladeshis. And many people who traditionally support the Aam Aadmi Party in civil society have said this is a terrible thing to do. They say that you are demonizing Muslims, you are making this a Bangladeshi issue, and this is a cop-out by the Aam Aadmi Party.
See, according to my opinion, criminal is a criminal, whether he is a Rohingya or whether he is a Muslim or a Hindu. He should be punished. And talking about deportation of Rohingyas, the matter is pending in the court. Everybody knows. We can't do that.
No. Nobody's spoken about deportation. Your MLA did not allow them to be removed from Uttar Pradesh government land in Delhi. You do know that in Madanpur Khadar, Uttar Pradesh government has 5.2 acres land of the irrigation department. When 53 families were removed from that because they're illegally occupying it, Amatullah Khan stood there and said, we will give you tenements, we will give you food, we will give you accommodation. Please tell me you will cut the water and power connections of these illegal Rohingyas by tonight, and what action will you take on Amatullah Khan who defended Tahir Hussain? Specific question, Shalini. Don't prevaricate like Mr. Kejriwal. Don't prevaricate.
Let Anjali answer.
Answer the question.
Yeah. See, humanity is an essential attribute of all the human beings. If somebody is living in Delhi,
your leader said that Rohingyas are doing riots, and you are saying we should be humanitarian. No, they are an internal security threat. Point blank, Indian government says so. Do you believe they are an internal security threat? Yes or no? Do you believe Rohingyas are an internal security threat? Yes or no?
Okay.
Yes or no? Point blank.
You can't give generalized statements. All Rohingyas can't be bad.
You should play Aam Aadmi Party's Raghav Chadha statement.
It's his opinion.
We have Atishi and Raghav's comments. We'll just pull those out for a moment. I'll get you to answer that.
Now, Atishi said,
Dr. Ajay is waiting.
They said that
Dr. Ajay, wait, I'm coming to you.
Just
Anjali, 10 seconds, finish your point. Anjali, that's not what your leaders are saying.
Then we are here in this.
Are Atishi and Raghav wrong? No, ma'am, are Atishi and Raghav wrong?
I'm going to ask for when the Atishi and Raghav bites are ready, I'm going to play them out.
If Rohingyas are responsible, then
If Rohingyas are responsible,
then BJP government should be blamed.
if Rohingyas are responsible, but Atishi and Raghav said they are.
I'll play this out. I'll play this out in a moment. Dr. Ajay Kumar, what do you think about the Aam Aadmi Party making this about Bangladeshis and Rohingyas? Because that is the headline that has come out from the Aam Aadmi Party. Your party has called the Aam Aadmi Party opportunistic. You've attacked them quite a bit in the last 36 hours. What do you say about this chief comment that has been made?
There are a couple of things which Anjali ji should recognize. That the Arvind Kejriwal ji and the whole Aam Aadmi Party has miserably failed the people of Delhi, not once, twice, thrice, many times, and especially during the riots. Forget communities. The chief minister not being available for relief measures and all this natak of being a nationalist and all is a fraud. Second issue is, if I come on the TV channel and say Shahzada is a Rohingya, you just, suppose I say this, there will be so much of disruption, Shahzada will abuse me, people on the TV channel, but that's what we are doing in India. I can stand up and say, you are a Bangladeshi Shahzada just because you're a Muslim. Isn't there a process in this country to recognize, identify? And whether it is Aam Aadmi Party, I want to come on the national television and say, Mr. Shahzada is a Rohingya now, will you do anything? Just because he's got a Muslim, he's a Muslim. So
but you're commenting on what the Aam Aadmi Party says.
No, one sec. You continue to target the people of this country by using dog whistles.
But that's what the Aam Aadmi Party has said, sir.
I saw Mr. Sanjay Singh's interview. And Anjali ji, please tell that, I have never seen a government which doesn't put bombs on the people. Forget BJP, forget Congress. You are the government in Delhi and you want to behave like a dog whistle because you think it is politically useful. Where is your spine? Where is the leadership? And where is the integrity which you guys keep tom-tomming? I want to tell Mr. Punewala, it's very easy to say Rohingyas. I'll come on TV and say every Muslim and make allegations. That is what you guys are doing.
I want to play out that bite first.
You have and Amit Shah is responsible. There's a home minister who doesn't do his job and continues to call every Muslim in this country a Rohingya and Bangladesh.
As far as government action is concerned,
where has the Home Minister of India, where has the Home Minister of India called every Muslim a Rohingya and a Bangladeshi? That statement should be struck off the record and he should be asked to publicly apologize or prove his point. I challenge him to prove that the Home Minister of India, one of the greatest leaders that this country has seen as a Home Minister, said that every Muslim in this country is a Rohingya or a Bangladeshi. If the Congress Party is going to use your platform to spread rise, I am not going to accept it. No, Ajay Kumar, you prove that statement, or you will apologize for it. You will apologize for it if you don't prove that statement. You bring that statement out. Bring that statement out. You will not get away with this. You will not get away by lying blatantly. Your leader lies, your lawyers in court lie. You will not get away when you're sitting with me on this debate show, when you say that the Home Minister said this. The Home Minister said no such thing. Yes, the Home Minister says that those who infiltrate our country and your party has allowed that infiltration to take place. Your party does not want CA and RC. Your party has a soft heart for these kinds of people so that you can have vote bank politics. Those people who are like termites sucking upon resources that belong to Indians, Hindus and Muslims, those people are indeed
as it turns out. Let me jump back in. I don't want emotions to run too high. I know this is a sensitive issue. As it turns out, just by way of clarification, the only two people I know in this entire issue, I'm not talking about in general, I'm not talking about 6 months ago, the only two people in the last 24 hours who've used the word Rohingyas and Bangladeshis are Atishi and Raghav Chadha. Exactly. I just want to play that out for you. It's not the BJP. Whatever else the BJP has said before, I'm talking about the issue right now. Let's not go into all that. We'll have to verify and look at things. Shehzad says nothing of like this kind has ever been said. Just listen to this.
They said Bangladeshis, the BJP said Bangladeshis. Yes or no?
Dr. Ajay Kumar, let's just listen to these bites. You can say what you want of that. Let's just play this out for context for our viewers. Let's just play it out. Here's what Raghav Chadha and Atishi said.
8 साल से देश के अलग अलग हिस्सों में कहीं बांग्लादेशियों को बसा दिया, कहीं रोहिंग्याओं को बसा दिया. उनकी पूरी गणना कर लीजिए तो पता चल जाएगा कि भाजपा अगला दंगा कहां करवाने वाली है.
पिछले 8 सालों में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जगह जगह पूरे देश में सबसे ज़्यादा तादाद में बांग्लादेशी और रोहिंग्यास को बसाया है। इसलिए बसाया है भाजपा ने कि उनका इस्तेमाल कर कर दंगे कराए जाएं। अगर आपको ये जानना है कि भाजपा अगला दंगा कहां प्लान करने जा रही है, किस स्तर का प्लान करने जा रही है, तो आप भाजपा को बोलें कि कहां कहां इन्होंने बांग्लादेशी और रोहिंग्यास को बसाया है, उसकी सूची दे दें।
ये कौन सी बात आप पार्टी कर रही है? उनके लोग कह रहे हैं कि वहां पर बांग्लादेशी और रोहिंग्या हैं। इनको क्या गरीबी नजर नहीं आ रही? भारत के नागरिक हैं पूरे के पूरे वो।
You know, Anjali, the topic of this debate was the opposition speaking in different voices and sniping each other, and the, you know, some kind of political tourism that's going on in Jahangirpuri. But I just played out those two sound bites by your two leaders because it is completely the opposite of the sentiment that you are expressing here. It seems like your top leaders, apart from Arvind Kejriwal, who made a very cryptic tweet about riots and stuff earlier today from Bengaluru, the basic message from Aam Aadmi Party is, this is almost like dog whistling. As Dr. Ajoy Kumar said, this is an example of dog whistling when you're talking about Rohingyas and Bangladeshis in the context of what's happening in Jahangirpuri. How is this different from what you accuse the BJP of?
See, Raghav and Atishi said this because all these BJP people were accusing us कि हमारी वजह से रोहिंग्यास यहाँ पर बस गए हैं, जबकि हम लोगों को तो 7 साल सिर्फ हुए हैं यहाँ पर आए, और they were in MCD, they are there for 15 years. और अगर वो एनक्रोचमेंट कर रहे थे, अगर वो वहां बस रहे थे, तो इनके बिना मंजूरी के वो नहीं बस सकते थे यहाँ पर। तो अगर इनको पहले ही वहां से हटा देना चाहिए था, क्यों उनको बसने दिया? अगर इनको ये लगता है कि यही लोग दंगा करते हैं, यही सब गलत काम करते हैं,
But how is that the issue here? I mean, it's bizarre how has that become the frontal issue? Shehzad, you want to answer that?
You just heard the Aam Aadmi Party official spokesperson say we should be humane towards Rohingyas, and you heard Raghav say a completely different thing. And by the way, Congress Party spokesperson, before lecturing me about rights of Muslims, Ahmedabad 1969, Jalgaon 70, Moradabad 1980, Delhi 83, Bhiwandi 84, Delhi 84, Ahmedabad 85, Delhi, Bhagalpur 89, Mumbai 1993. By the way, the Shiv Sena was involved in those riots. 10,000 people, including a lot of Muslims, 3,500 Sikhs died. You were the ones in power then, and today you come and say that Muslims are being called something by the Home Minister of India. See your own track record. And please tell me who did these riots.
Don't have some sense. लगातार झूठ बोलते रहते हो यार.
लगातार झूठ बोल रहा हूँ. Mumbai riot 1993, Shiv Sena was accused by you, sir. Rajdeep is in the studio. You can ask him.
We are almost out of time. Ajay Kumar, I want to ask you one last question, and this is a
गुजरात के दंगे के बारे में बात कीजिए.
slightly bigger question.
आ गए गुजरात.
At a time like this, you know, last couple of questions. Last couple of questions. Dr. Ajay Kumar, everyone calm down, please. Last couple of questions. At a time like this, emotive issue, you know, an issue that, you know, has raised the hackles, you know, most people feel very strongly about it. Why is there no opposition unity on this one issue as well? Even in this issue, Dr. Ajay Kumar, you and the Aam Aadmi Party are spending so much political energy sniping at each other, attacking each other on an issue where one would imagine that you feel the same way.
So did you ask the BJP this question when they were in opposition? Why didn't they tie up with the communists?
Arey, come on, sir. We ask everyone questions, sir. Come on.
I'm amazed with the sorry for the lack of intelligence in the question. Did you ask Mr. Advani why didn't he tie up with the communists when we were in power? Why don't you tie up with this? They are our political opponents.
What kind of silly theoretical answer is that, sir? Why don't you just answer the question I'm asking you?
BJP's BT.
We're talking about the present. We're talking about the opposition's potency right now.
BJP now the country is seeing it.
How does it matter what Advani did? How does that matter to this debate?
No,
look at where you are right now and look at where the BJP is.
Not tying up with Aam Aadmi Party.
And ironically, they've tied up with the Shiv Sena, whom they called communal, the most communal once upon a time. You are tied up with them. They didn't even sign your letter to the nation.
Can you ask these questions?
Okay, you fight with the media. Aam Aadmi fights with the Rohingyas. We are fighting for the nation. That's the truth of this matter.
I'm going to end this.
Mr. Shehzada Poonawalla on this show continues to deal in untruths. I want to ask him a question. If we come on a TV channel and say that he's a Rohingya or Bangladeshi, that's what you continue. You have
Sir, when we call Yaqub a terrorist, you feel it's an attack on Muslims. That's your problem. APJ Abdul Kalam is a Muslim that you should be proud of. Not Yaqub Mehmed and Afzal Guru. That's your problem, sir. You don't get it. You don't get it.
This debate has gone into a completely separate, unsavory orbit, which I want to drag it back from. And our time is up. Our time is up. The time for this is over. Dr. Ajay Kumar, you've called me stupid, not answering the right questions. BJP spokesperson, I have a great deal of respect for you, sir. So I cannot share the same sentiment back at you. Of course, all of these things said in the theme of a debate. But Shehzad, Anjali and Dr. Ajay Kumar, thank you very much. Always a pleasure discussing. Things get heated always when it comes to political issues, especially when it comes to provocative issues like this one. We will continue to ask those questions and debate them here on India Today. Quick break. On the other side, we've got a big political super scoop coming up for you, and it pertains to the Congress party and Prashant Kishore. Big political exclusive. You don't want to miss it. It's coming up.
This is a tank courage.
Courage.
India Today, in fact, is the only Indian crew to reach.
Fearlessness.
This is the third tank armored person carrier we have seen.
Putting our lives at risk.
Massive operation over here in Ilianka.
We are on the ground, bringing you the facts.
A Ukrainian woman shares the horror of shelling.
So that India is better informed. Tune into India Today TV, reporting from the front line.
Ransomware is a type of malicious software used by cyber criminals to extort money from internet users. The equivalent of a hold-up in cyberspace, ransomware takes the victim's computer hostage by encrypting data stored on the hard drive as well as any external drives and USB keys connected to the computer at the time of the attack. Hackers then demand a ransom in exchange for the encryption key. Without the key, the data is lost. Payment is generally made in bitcoins, an untraceable digital currency which allows the culprit to remain anonymous. In February 2016, a Los Angeles hospital paid $17,000 in bitcoins to hackers who took control of its computers for more than a week. Ransomware can enter a system when users open an infected email attachment, click on a link, or browse a website which has been hacked. There are several steps you can take to stay safe online. Be cautious when opening email attachments and clicking on links. Avoid suspicious websites. Don't give out personal or financial details unless you're on a secure site or trust the person. Use a firewall and updated antivirus software. Create strong passwords, which are long and difficult to guess. And back up important information on external drives, which are not connected to the computer.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
And we've got lined up for you now India Today's big political super scoop on prime time from the political landscape. This is a bombshell of a news break as Prashant Kishore, the country's top political advisor and strategist, negotiates a possible Congress role for himself. We've revealed what is believed to be Prashant's 2021 draft plan to revive the Congress party, which is very much part of a 7-year revival plan that Prashant Kishore is believed to have presented to the Congress party as a prescription to bring it back from defeat. Recommendation number 1 in this draft plan that India Today has accessed suggests that Congress President should not be Rahul Gandhi. The second big recommendation from this draft plan, and I want to underline that this is a draft plan that is believed to have been presented, is that Sonia Gandhi will not be the chairperson of any formation going forward. Recommendation number 3 in this draft plan, which dates back to June 2021, is that an erstwhile Congress leader, perhaps Pawar or Mamta Banerjee, could be the UPA chief. Now remember, like I said, this is all a dynamic political situation. Prashant Kishore has been holding multiple meetings with the Congress leadership for a possible role for himself within the Congress party. The Congress has said no such presentations, have come before us. So this is a situation that is developing very, very rapidly. So the usual disclaimers apply. But the fact of the matter is Prashant Kishore is very much in talks with the Congress party for a possible role. The question now is, has Prashant Kishore's stand on the Gandhis changed from this draft presentation that India Today has accessed, where it appears that Prashant Kishore does not want Rahul Gandhi as the president in any formation that he shapes, and that Sonia Gandhi should not be the UPA chairperson. Consulting editor Rajdeep Sardesai, who's gotten us access to this draft plan from June 2021, is with us live on this. Rajdeep, we're treading very carefully because this is a dynamic, developing story. We do know that multiple meetings have taken place, but I can't help but jump straight onto that big point because this is a draft presentation. Is this still Prashant Kishore's prescription and mantra that he's presenting right now before the Congress party? And just to be very clear, the Congress party has said these are things that are being presented. None of this that is being reported now has ever come before us.
Look, what we do know at the moment is that this was one of the drafts that was put forward when Prashant Kishore's team had initially begun in the middle of last year, post the Bengal elections, talks with the Congress party. We don't know whether on all these issues the team Prashant Kishore is aligned with what they said 6 months ago. We are also unclear at the moment specifically whether those ideas, thoughts on the leadership remain the same. But one important point in this draft where he says, or the draftsman says, perhaps for the first time, the Congress leadership does not appear fully aligned in terms of goals, strategy, method, approach, tactics, and the way forward, leading to a complete lack of cohesion, at times confusion and stalemate. And then goes on to underline how both under Sonia Gandhi and under Rahul Gandhi, the Congress hasn't been able to revive itself. And then puts the preferred roles, which include a non-Gandhi either as the working president or as the president of the party, which we don't know whether he continues with the same prescription, but this was one thought process being expressed. As a result, there are clearly, Prashant Kishore in a sense is underlining what most congressmen say in private, but are unwilling to say in public, that we need to find a way in which our leadership is not just confined to the Gandhis. Have a role for the Gandhis. It's not that Prashant Kishore is saying don't have a role for the Gandhis.
Which is why he's prescribed a role for Rahul Gandhi as the head of the Congress Parliamentary Board.
Effectively suggesting Rahul Gandhi needs to play a greater role in Parliament. Is suggesting that Sonia Gandhi could continue to play some kind of a role as either as a sort of more as a mascot for the party in some form. So it's not about discounting the Gandhis, but it's about a recognition that the Congress, A, needs organizational strength, it needs a leadership change, because the 5 strategic decisions that he says to kickstart the process, first, fix the leadership issue, solve the alliance conundrum, speaks about a Congress plus alliance system, not necessarily UPA, but do strategic alliances in specific states where the Congress is weak and be willing to concede space to regional parties. Number 3, reclaim the party's founding tenets, and I'll come to that in a moment. Create an army of grassroots leaders and foot soldiers, an ecosystem of supportive media and digital propagation. What are those foundational principles? create a new Congress that is a political platform of choice for the masses, protect legacy values and core principles, liberate from inertia, mediocrity and status quo, destroy a sense of entitlement, lack of accountability and sycophancy, and importantly, conceal the immutable baggage of nepotism and corruption, connect with the masses, become their voice and capture their aspirations. And very interestingly, Shiv, there is a Natraja which he has put as the inspiration. So the symbol, the inspirational symbol that he talks about of the Congress is creating Natraja, creation, protection, liberation, destruction, concealment, connect. So, you would normally see a Natraj symbol possibly on a BJP manifesto, but here is a...
And Rahul Gandhi being a Shiv Bhakt will probably appreciate it.
And he's calling it a reincarnation of the Congress. Preserve the soul, create a new body.
The journalist in me is wondering, Rajdeep, like you rightly said, all the caveats apply, the draftsman who made this presentation on behalf of Prashant Kishore, etc. But, I'm wondering, since the time this presentation was authored in June 2021, things have significantly worsened for the Congress. So I'm wondering whether anything would have substantively changed from these pretty drastic, strong recommendations by Prashant Kishore.
The only thing that has changed is the Congress's position has weakened even further. Because what changed between when this draft was circulated and today is the Congress went in for elections earlier this year and lost in all the states. In a sense that weakens the Congress's position vis-a-vis Prashant Kishore because can they in a way rein in Prashant Kishore if they are to induct him into the party? Or do they give him some kind of a larger than life role? This has led to considerable debate and we are told another meeting is scheduled for tomorrow. So there is an engagement with Prashant Kishore which is taking place at the highest level and unprecedented. I don't recall where someone outside the party is being given 7-8 hour presentations to party members including Sonia Gandhi. In fact, I'm told the latest presentation runs into 585 slides and Sonia Gandhi is the only one, along with, I presume, Priyanka Gandhi, Vadra and Rahul Gandhi, who've been given access to this entire slide presentation. So it's a very unusual thing for a Congress, a sort of status quoist party, to in a way bring in a professional advisor to put this before them. And as you rightly said, nothing really has changed from June to today. If anything, the Congress has weakened even further.
One final question to you, Rajdeep. These presentations are happening, these meetings are happening. We've heard from within the Congress while we were talking about this story with the Congress, in charge, various in charges, is that they're talking to several different consultants. But it's pretty clear that, Prashant Kishore is the big one. He's the most well-known. Some discussions have happened since last year when this particular presentation was obviously drafted. Do you see this ending in any substantive role? Because even in this draft presentation, let's point out, he actually articulates a role for himself, General Secretary in charge of media.
When we've asked Prashant Kishore in recent times, and Rahul Kanwal and I did an interview with him, he insisted he was coming without any... This was a negotiation which he was doing without any preconditions. He's not asking for any post or any specific post. He wants to get involved in a sense, in politics rather than as a political consultant, rather than as an outsider. He wants to be an insider for the next couple of years. So he says he's coming without any conditions. Therefore, one presumes that Prashant Kishore is flexible enough at the moment because he too perhaps sees this as his big opportunity. Just as the Congress knows that they have nothing to lose. So we'll have to wait and see whether there is actually a position created for Prashant Kishore or over time, organically, he finds his feet in the Congress. As of now, the jury is still out whether Prashant Kishore will be embraced and accepted in the Congress or not, or whether once again, like in June, July, there will be these negotiations and they will eventually fall through. The difference is they seem to be taken very seriously this time. Chief ministers were called yesterday. Bhupesh Baghel and Ashok Gehlot were called for a presentation by Prashant Kishore, and Sonia Gandhi is driving this entire exercise.
Okay, we'll have to see where the chips fall. Picture abhi baki hai, as you so often say, Rajdeep, in any big political story. Big scoop nevertheless. Let's see where things land. It's still a story in motion, and we will continue to track where this story moves and where things land. Rajdeep, appreciate it. Thank you so much for being with me on that big news break here on News Track. Finally, let's remember that the Russia-Ukraine conflict has entered its 57th day. President Putin of Russia has declared that Ukraine's Mariupol has been successfully liberated. That's Russian speak for a city that's fallen into Putin's hands. Take a look.
Once a sprawling port city and gateway to Sea of Azov, strategic city of Mariupol has fallen to Russian troops. Putin's invasion army scoring a major win almost 2 months into the war. Ukraine losing its major stronghold after weeks of fierce war. Human suffering and allegations of unimaginable war crimes. Russian President Vladimir Putin hailed what he called the successful liberation of the city.
The Minister of Defense of Russia, Sergei Shoigu, he noted that the city was besieged completely except for the Azovstal factory, which is in fact a city inside of a city because it's like 11 square kilometers. That's one of the largest factories of steel in Europe. So this is why we right now have the situation when the city is captured, but not at all actually, because this factory still remains under the Ukrainian control.
Amid all-round Russian surge in Mariupol, this Azovstal steel plant, once Europe's biggest metallurgical plants, has become the last stand for surviving Ukrainian troops, who so far fearlessly fought Russians. The plant is in ruins after multiple airstrikes and shellings by Kremlin forces. But its buildings, blast furnaces, rail yards and underground units are still serving as the hideout for Ukrainian troops, outgunned, outmanned and facing doomsday. With food, water, medicine and ammunition fast depleting due to the military siege by Russia. Ramzan Kadyrov, the leader of Russia's Chechnya region, whose forces have been fighting in Mariupol, has claimed that Azovstal plant will be completely under control of Russian troops very soon. Putin, however, has decided not to storm the plant and has asked his men to lay an impregnable blockade of the entire complex to prevent anyone from escaping and to wait till Ukrainian forces run out of supplies.
The Azov, which is the National Military Brigade and the part of the Ukrainian Defense Forces, they still having this factory under their control, and they have this. They're benefiting from the critical location of the factory close to the sea, and they are having the catacombs, or they are having the underground corridors, which are helping them to stay there and to prepare for the Russian possible siege of the factory.
Putin held a meeting with his defense minister after the mega win and plotted his next strategy. Putin has called on the remaining Ukrainian fighters in Azovstal to lay down their arms, saying Russia would treat them with respect and provide medical assistance to those injured. Mariupol has symbolic importance for Russia because it was de facto headquarters of the far-right nationalist Azov battalion, which Moscow has promised to destroy.
The Russian president's clear message is that there needs to be no evacuation of the steel plant, it should be shut down, and the forces should be given yet another opportunity to lay down their arms. The video journalist Satya Rautway in Moscow, Geeta Mohan for India Today.
Prime Minister Modi will be addressing the country from the Red Fort a little after 9:15 this evening. Stay tuned. Rajdeep comes up on the other side with news today. The big stories of the day coming up.
Reliance's Mukesh Ambani is the owner of the second most expensive home in the world after Buckingham Palace. Here are the inside pictures of Antilia. Antilia is located in one of the most expensive residential areas in the country, Mumbai's Altamont Road. The property rates here are mind-boggling. 80,000 rupees to 85,000 rupees per square foot. A 600-member staff is employed to keep the 27-storied building in order. The building boasts of 3 helipads, Mumbai's skyline and the Arabian Sea. Antilia is built to withstand an earthquake of even 8 on the Richter scale. Mukesh Ambani's love for cars is behind 6 floors of Antilia being devoted to garages. This space houses several luxury cars, including his 5 crore rupees Maybach. The garage can accommodate 168 cars. There's even a service station on the 7th floor. The recreation center spread across 2 floors has a yoga center, dance studio, jacuzzi, a health spa and several swimming pools. Antilia is equipped with its own ice cream parlor, a mega temple, a private theatre that can accommodate 50 people and a salon. The Ambani residence has 9 elevators designed to take the residents to specific floors. All of this makes Antilia worth a whopping $2 billion. In Indian currency, it's about 14,000 crore rupees.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching